Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was grew and raised in Nevermore Academy, and fell for Wednesday? Movie 2. Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also, check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. It's not just a hunch. Wednesday retorts as she decides to bring up something that she suspects will sway Harry over to her side of thinking. The sketch that illustrated the cave. Xavier knew where the monster's lair is, dreams like that can only be vivid. But that's strange, why would he do it now? Come on, let's go. Jonah taps on Harry's shoulder, bringing him out of his thoughts. Back to the game plan, he quickly sets aside those for now and nods as they jog back into the Nevermore building, with Lucas hesitantly following close behind. It's time to end this year's Raven with a bang. Or to be more exact, a shower. Tonight's the night. Nevermore. Raven. Tyler brings Wednesday out onto the dance floor. According to him and his bright expression, this seems to be his favorite song. The two stand in front of each other, the other dead still while the other shows clear signs of nervousness. Like he knows he's going to be judged by everyone and doesn't like it. The girl on the other hand, has no shame. https://youtube.be/nactu_vzxj0. A few feet away, Xavier is still with Bianca, stopping. What he's doing when he sees the two dancing. He doesn't really know why, but something about it feels off to him, especially the girl's movement. He wants to use the word robotic to describe it. Maybe he's just seeing it the wrong way. Hey, he okay? Bianca taps on the guy's shoulder upon seeing him just stand there. Oh, yeah. Xavier quickly snaps out of it, giving Bianca a nod. But finds himself staring back at Wednesday and Tyler anyway, as if what the two are doing is any of his business. I'm just wondering what it would be like if Harry was standing there. He shares with the siren, wearing a conflicted expression on his face. He know, if that makes any sense. I guess. Bianca responds with a shrug as she also stares at the two. Though not seeing what the big deal is with the Thorpe kid. It's not like he, too, has feelings for the Addams girl, does he? Honestly, feels like a step up from the woods creep. Hey, can he lay off of him for 2 minutes? Xavier snappishly questions Bianca as he jerks his head towards her with a glare. I don't know what he keep hearing, but he's not like that. He can at least row a paddle pretty well. Before Bianca can respond, Davina slips into the conversation. Hey, have you guys seen Harry? She asks them with a look that looks like it's gone from perplexed to full-on worried. He's totally disappeared on me. No, I haven't. Xavier is the first to answer, realizing that the only time he saw him was when he and Wednesday entered. That's been, like an hour ago, hasn't it? When was the last time he saw him? He split up from me to go talk to Wednesday or something, I think. Said he would be right back, but never did. Davina shares with them, biting one of her nails as she anxiously looks around. Wondering what could have made him disappear like that. Xavier remembers that too. Tyler and Harry looked very pissed after. Something must have happened. Xavier guesses as he sets down his glass and is no longer in the mood to dance. The way he says it hints that maybe unwelcome drama is just around the corner. Harry might do something he'll later regret. I'll help he find him. Ally finds someplace he knows others won't look for him. He takes off before Bianca can call out for him to slow down. The two girls awkwardly stand there in comparison to everyone else vibing, until the lead siren chuckles. His brother still dances like a fool, she comments, and Davina looks over to see Kent doing an attempt at the worm on the smoky floor. Better than last year, Davina UGS before heading off to continue her search for Harry as well. Something's wrong. A few minutes later, the music abruptly ends as the DJ grabs the mic. Yo. It's almost 11 o'clock itty. So haul it out on the dance floor one last time before the Raven says nevermore. Bloodsuckers announces, prompting almost everyone to rush back as if all the energy they've used up before has returned with a full gas tank. https://youtube. BXVUFABLKIIs. Meanwhile though, as all of this is happening, Harry slowly peeks his head out from behind a couple curtains, seeing everyone so hyped and ready. Including Wednesday and Tyler, who ironically have a bit of what could be called a spotlight shined on them. Like he said, tonight's the night. He looks across at Jonah, who sneaks over to the fire emergency switch, eventually engaging eye contact and giving him a thumbs up, signaling that he's ready. Are he sure about this? Lucas whispers next to Harry, who just gives him a blank look in response. This one heck of a way to enact jealous revenge. Jealousy has nothing to do with it, Harry mutters as he looks back at the dancing crowd, not wanting to meet his eyes. However, part of him wondered how much of that sentence was genuinely honest. He eventually hears buzzing from his phone and pulls his out to see the inevitable text from Carter. Carter. Ready, rain some heck on M. Smirking. Ari then looks up at Jonah and gives him a nod, signaling that it's time. The tall kid grins as he makes sure nobody can see him before he opens it up and presses down on the switch as hard as he can. And at that moment, the music abruptly stops again, but not because of DJ Bloodsuckers. Wednesday, Bianca, Tyler, Enid, Divnia, Yoko, Ajax, and everyone else that's on the dance floor all pause in on fusion before they feel something warm and liquid fall onto their suits, dresses, or their head, hair, and face. No, scratch that, soon, it's everyone on them. Wednesday sees it on Tyler's, who looks up, bewildered as they are the first to realize that it's coming from the sprinkler systems. Crimson red liquid. Soon, tiny spays turn into showers as the liquid now comes in full forces, dousing very single person in the raven that isn't in a hiding spot in what appears to be human blood. Once the female screams finally come in, everyone begins running for their lives. Slipping on the wet floor, falling over tables and chairs, all in a rush to get away from the horrifying substance. Wednesday looks up at it as it falls, but her expression, in comparison to everyone else, isn't one of fear. In fact, it's one of pure glee. The perfect cherry on top of the milkshake for her night. She glances at everyone as they run away, screaming. She smirks as they bump through her, trying to get away while she just stands there, taking it all in. Tyler is also standing there, but more out of frozen fear, as well as a few others like Ajax. She looks down at herself, which is also drenched in the crimson liquid. Still in the enticed mood, she raises a finger and licks a bit of the stuff off of it, letting out a satisfied grumble. They actually brought real pig's blood. She comments to Tyler, who just stares back at her, frozen. I give it 5 stars tilde. As she circles her body around to milk all of the people's reactions, she abruptly stops when she sees Harry L.N. standing across the room. Also just standing there as he gets soaked. But it's not because he's scared, his body language is way too casual for that. He tilts his head at her as if trying to say something, before his express Scion turns into a twisted grin as he turns around and walks away, having gotten Wednesday's reaction to his evil prank. She's about to turn back to Tyler when he accidentally bumps his elbow against her back due to the fleeing crowd. And she suddenly goes into shock. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 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 opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. I said it's none of his business. Harry snaps again as he finally manages to his face in check and around and face him, driving a finger directly into his chest. I just came back to find out that he doused an entire dance full of blood. It is my bussiness. Xavier remarks as he steps forward to see what the heck is going on with his friend, only for him to take a step away. Before he can try arguing again, the psychic's face goes pale. Harry, look out. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 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 opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Finding herself on the floor, Wednesday looks around with wide eyes as she stands up. She feels a hand grabbing her shoulder. Wednesday, are he okay? Thornhill's voice asks her in worriment upon say. Anger gleeful to haunted expression. The monster's after him, Wednesday blurts out as she recognizes the background Harry and Xavier were standing in, and saw them wearing the same suits they would be wearing in a couple minutes. Harry's in danger. She takes off without elaborating further, causing a very bewildered Thornhill to follow out of fear for a student. Someone's about to use the chaos to their advantage. Wilderness. No matter, Wednesday says, the mission is coming first for Eugene. This is the first time he's taken something so seriously in his life, aside from bees of course, and he's going to commit. He may not have a date to bring to the Raven, but he still has Hummer spirit, and that has to count for something, right? Walking up towards a tree which he uses for cover during his stakeout of the cave. He keeps watching, but doesn't see anything. All he can hear is the grass rustling under his boots, and the crickets chirping. Eugene Ottinger. He talks into the same voice recorder Wednesday had on her. 2100 hours. No movement at the cave, no sign of the target. He notes before hearing another cricket, this one being a different pitch than the rest. Although, I just heard a rare club-horned grasshopper. He decides to add, into it, because why not? He nods, grinning. With a bait and a switch, he captures in his jar, easy as honey pie. He admires his work for a few hours before a car then pulls up into the road, its headlights shining down on Eugene's face. He quickly gets back to the mission as he hides behind the tree so the lights don't reveal his position. Before pulling out the recorder again. Eugene Ottinger, 2242 hours. Potential suspect has arrived at location. He reports into it. A person then steps out of the vehicle, carrying something in their hands. However, due to the headlights and how used to the dark his eyes are, Eugene is able to get a good look at the person's face. All he can make out is the color of the person's boots and their trench coat. Then, the most craziest thing happens. They take out a lighter, and he thinks ignites a weapon of arson, and throw it into the cave, with the intent to burn everything inside. Oh my gosh, as the figure is about to flee the scene, he's able to make out the other object that they are holding, a flashlight. They abruptly stop and point it directly at Eugene, who stands there stunned as he realizes the person only came there because they knew he and Wednesday would be there. But how? Before he can potentially confront the suspect, everything inside the cave combusts into a small explosion, roasting whatever possible evidence was inside. The mysterious figure takes the moment to retreat back into their vehicle while Eugene is sent backwards a tiny bit due to the shockwave. With it now being incredibly obvious that his position's exposed, Eugene runs away into the woods, scared that he may or may not have just antagonized the monster. He finds a tree to hide behind, and looks around, but doesn't see or hear any rustling or growling. Looks like everything's clear. He lets out a small sigh of relief, until the monster comes out of nowhere and swings a claw at him. Nevermore. Outside, with the dance in total chaos, the four troublemakers behind this Carrie reenactment quickly rush out of the building and back into the where they plan to make a quick getaway before someone can see them. Come on, go, 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 they yell to each other as they bolted out of the door they used to sneak in here. Alright, guys, get out of here. I'll come up with an alibi. Harry lets the others know the second they bring themselves back to the truck, constantly playing the screams and tumbling around of everyone in their minds. Alright, yeah, Carter says as he heads towards the driver's seat, while everyone continues to laugh except for Lucas and Harry. Hey, you know what? He ain't that bad, Woods guy. Jonah quips as he pats Harry on the back, giving a slight alteration to his name. The two of them have a big massive hoot except for Lucas and Harry for completely separate reasons. The LN kid does smirk devilishly, but frantically rubs his mouth as walks away into the grass. He hears the door opening again and Enid's crying voice, but it all eventually fades off as Harry continues to walk further away, grabbing his head with small growls. That's because he feels it coming back again, threatening to make him lose control because of how much power he's just given it. The hide, dude, a voice yells as a hand suddenly grabs Harry's shoulder and forces him around, and the boy sees Xavier's bloody face looking at him like a madman. Was this he? The Thorpe questions him as he points back towards the Nevermore building. That's none of his business, Xavier. Harry mutters with a slight growl towards him as he turns back around, trying to hide his eyes that are once again growing in size. His teeth changing from normal to sharp every few seconds. I'm fine. Fine, my butt. I just saw he running away with the same bullies that have been giving us outcasts trouble for the past year. Xavier is quick to retort, wondering why his roommate is all of a sudden in cahoots with them and is seemingly not wanting to look him in the eye. What the heck happened with Wednesday, man? I sigh. It's none of his business. Harry snaps again as he finally manages to his face in check enough for him to turn around and face him, driving a finger directly into his chest. He doesn't want to be taking all of this hide anger out on him. But his emotions are overclouding the logic in his brain, and he's talking without thinking. I just came back to find out that he doused an entire dance full of blood. It is my business. Xavier remarks as he steps forward to see what the heck is going on with his friend, only for him to take a step away. Before he can try arguing again, the psychic's face goes pale. Harry, look out. Harry blinks, before suddenly being shoved to the ground by Xavier before he can even turn around. A loud roar then echoes throughout the air before the monster suddenly lunges from the darkness and takes a swing at the boys. Then, a loud slash emits as Harry looks up to see Xavier standing still like something jaw-dropping just happened, but twitching uncontrollably. Xavier. He calls his best friend by his name as he stands up, shaking. Xavier, what's wrong? Before he can even answer, Xavier takes a step backward, which causes him to abruptly fall down onto the grass, prompting Harry to hastily catch his fall. Xavier. He screams in worriment as he sits up on his knees and checks his buddy. That's when he finally realizes that there's a massive set of gashes on his neck. The same neck where he was previously scratched. No, 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 no. Harry whispers frantically as he tries to do something. Apply pressure to the hound. Use something as a towel, anything. But the Thorpe's constant gagging sounds indicate that he's losing too much blood, too fast. Before he can even process it in time, Xavier then goes still. His blood keeps pouring out of his jugular however, which does make him twitch a bit, but aside from that, he's no longer moving. Harry doesn't blink, his mind never telling his body to. Harry. He hears Wednesday's voice calling out to him as she runs out from the fog, standing right behind him. Harry, what happened? Are he okay? Harry just stares into the fog, never glancing back at Wendle the consequence of his actions are too much that his body just completely shuts down. His mind doesn't even allow him to cry, not like there's much use in that anyway. Tears don't fix anything, and that's the end of episode 4. Like I said, mostly short, but it's not like everything depends on word count. I wasn't going to include anything that this fanfic doesn't really need. Yes, he read that correctly. This version of Xavier Thorpe is officially dead. As a nod to all of the people that got Percy Hines White removed from the show, I've given my own ending to the character. All of this belongs to the theme of this fanfic. So sorry Xavier fans, but this gotta happen. And this here's my little sorry for taking a long while to update, 4 chapters published in a back-to-back daily pace. I'll be planning how I write episode 5, so like with all the others, be prepared to wait a little bit longer for that. Anyway, episode 5, he reap what he woe. Kindness has a way of cutting deeper than cruelty, especially when he don't think he deserve it. I remember that I once said to myself that this school was not going to be what every monster school was in a TV show or book. But I have to admit, Nevermore has a way of making he feel like he belong, even when every moment reminds he that he don't. One of those moments is now. Xavier Thorpe is dead. Eugene, Wednesday's friend, is in the hospital, clinging to life. And it's all my fault. At least, that's what the hide keeps telling me. I should have let him out. I should have used him to protect at least someone, but how can I be sure that it would have done the work for the monster? At least, that's what I keep telling myself. I also say that this could confirm that I'm not having some two-face killer situation, but, once again, it was Zhu. Me and the monster and a victim around, no one else. Wednesday once again didn't come in time to see it with me. For all I know, these murders, all this blood, could be on my hands. I don't know if anyone besides Xavier saw me with the guys. The Nightshade Society is all dealing with Xavier's death in their own way. But the worst part isn't the guilt, it's the fact that I can't tell if I'm part of their grieving process. If they blame me for it, they should. It's what I would do if I was Bianca or Ajax. Davina looks a little hurt upon seeing me, and Kent's glares are more heated since that day. Out of everyone, I bet they probably know. At least one of the siblings isn't as stupid as some might think they are. I know this event's been affecting Wednesday as well. She keeps glancing at me when she thinks I'm not looking. Always watching, always analyzing. I can never tell what's behind those eyes. Guilt, love, suspicion, maybe all three, maybe none. With her, he can never really know. I don't want her near me. I want her to stay away, because I don't trust her anymore. No, I don't trust myself. I'm a walking curse who's forced to live while others get hurt around me. She could be next, and I would only realize 2 minutes before her body is found in the forest. Thornhill says I need to stop carrying the weight of the world on my shoulders. One plant at a time, she says. But what does she know? She doesn't have blood on her hands. She doesn't have to feel like a ticking time bomb every 5 minutes. She's kind, though, too kind. Maybe that's what makes it worse. She's he first person who's asked me how I'm feeling instead of where I've been and why I wasn't late to class a second time. But let's get back to the day where I talk about this week's event. It's Parents' Weekend, which is grand for everyone else except me. And yes, that's a remark about my parents. What happened? Well, let's just say they won't be making an appearance, not this year, not any year. But I don't want to talk about that. Not even on this paper. Part 1. Jericho. Cemetery. Everyone, Nevermore students and family, surround the coffin of Xavier Thorpe as it lowers down into the ground, where it is eventually going to be buried. There's no rain today, but it would definitely be suitable as the unexpected death came as a downpour on everyone. An event that was supposed to be one of energy flash turned into one of abrupt sorrow, and all because a few people were in the wrong place at the wrong time. Harry keeps an emotionless face throughout the entire ceremony, not shedding one tear during the whole thing. No one can really tell what he's thinking behind those eyes that have turned black, and that's probably barely anyone has approached him until it all ends. Man, I still can't believe it. Ajax quietly says to Harry as everyone begins to split, the two of them walking away from the burial mound together. Poor Xavier. That guy was the coolest out of all of us, even me. He didn't deserve that. No, he didn't. Harry agrees in a monotone voice, still trying to process it himself. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 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 opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. The monster slashes Xavier's throat. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 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 opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. I kinda feel bad for it, man. Ajax shares with Harry and he lets out a small exhale, his events of that night playing a lot more nicer than what everyone else seemed to have gone through. I finally out-chickened my chicken out and explained what happened to Enid. But then I heard. He pauses sadly for a few seconds. Yeah, almost everyone is still saying that it's a bear, including Principal Weems. Harry mentions to the Gorgon with a lightly frustrated exhale. The fact that the adults can keep a straight face and maintain this facade is baffling to him and is starting to add a lot more red to his bodily functions. It's all his fault. It's not. Ajax queries out loud as if that's an actual question, causing Harry to turn to him with both his eyebrows raised. Does a bear pee, or purposefully make sure it scratches its claws on the same exact spot its prey has scratches that were a pube hair from opening up? Harry points out while using his fingers to make a hand gesture of how close the spot was. It was purposefully shot. Only question is, why did Xavier have to die? Oh, better than what it actually might have been. Davina chimes in as she stands somewhere between them. No one saw what happened last night, Harry. Even when that whole blood shower thing made everyone scatter. Yeah, I know, I just wish. Harry tries to respond, but Davina already walks away, joining her brother as they head back to their parents' vehicle. Yup, she hates me. He acknowledges as he presses his lips together, before quickly looking away when he sees Kent's intense glare directed right at him. And so does he. Quote, hey, one couple's reunion is another couple's drama. Ajax quips with a small grin as if that was a clever joke, tapping his friend on the shoulder. It's no secret anymore that he was somewhat involved for that Carrie-inspired prank at the Raven, and honestly, he actually deserves the consequences this time. Though it's sometimes debated since, well Lucas, Jonah, and Carter, and Harry in the same group. Crazy. The only reason Ajax isn't mad about it is that some good came about it on his side. Though, I kind of envy he, dude. Outshining we, D. Nesday enough to be the talk of the town again takes some guts. Lucky me, right, Harry sarcastically mentions while raising his eyebrows in a satire way. Don't he love it when he self-sabotage you? RSELF by going all the way to use actual pig's blood for a Carrie prank. Good times. The only one who kind of appreciates it is Wednesday Addams, but whether that's a compliment or a statement about his character remains to be seen. Alright, well, I'll make sure to swing by and help he pick up the rest of Xavier's stuff, if that's alright with he. Ajax then suggests after a weird moment of silence. Knowing that Harry kind of has a hard time with words right now. He know, since he probably don't want it gone overnight. I appreciate that, Harry replies with a feint of a smile, prompting Ajax to then awkwardly walk away. Not knowing what else he can do besides give the guy some space. The second he leaves, Harry notices Wednesday Adamwood next to Tyler Galpin once again. He can't figure out what they are actually saying from where he is, if she's saying anything in response to his obviously rambling mouth, but nevertheless, he can't help but glare at it from across the site. But he quickly tears his head away. Now is not the time to let silly drama consume his thoughts. He walks back to Xavier's coffin, staring down at the guy's pale face as it lays there, arms crossed. It's probably wondering what the heck it's doing here, why he's suddenly going to be down there instead of up here where he deserves to be. Good question, friend. Good freaking question. After paying his respects like more time, he glances over again and accidentally finds himself engaging in eye contact with Wednesday. Guess she noticed him staring at her earlier. He doesn't bother trying to figure out what those brooding eyes are thinking about, as the effort would probably not be worth it all. The two don't make a move or say anything to each other, so Harry just walks away, not in the mood for a tense chat. He doesn't even know what he would say to her. Nevermore. Quad. A few more days later, at least a week and a half after Xavier's violent crime, everyone now stands in the quad as the weekend approaches. This isn't just some ordinary weekend though. Adults of every size are rolling into the campus, ready to see their children after what possibly felt like so long, because it's about that time where everyone has a little fun reunion. For some, it's exciting, for others, it's nerve-wracking. And for the 5%, they don't expect their parents to arrive at all. Nevermore was created as a safe haven for our children to learn and grow, no matter who, or what, they are. Weems begins another one of her speeches as adults and teenagers alike stand in the quad, making eye T almost impossible to see what's 3 feet ahead of he due to all of the bodies covering his vision. The crowd all clap, but Harry and Wednesday don't, ironically both having their arms crossed with black, irritated expressions on their faces. I realize most of ye have heard about the unfortunate incident involving 2 of our students. However, although we've suffered the tragic sudden passing of Xavier Thorpe, I am bittersweet to report that Eugene is on the mend and is expected to make a full recovery. So, let's focus on the positive and make this Parents' Weekend our very best yet. Everyone applauds. Everyone who isn't triggered by that incredibly fake speech. Liar. Harry growls under his breath as he squeezes one of his arms so tight that he might rip it off if somebody doesn't stop him. On the mend. Are he kidding him? That's a pretty light way of saying that he's in a coma with a hospital's worth of stitches in his stomach. I've seen he earlier. Wednesday suddenly comments beside him, prompting Harry to jerk his head to his right to see her suddenly standing next to him with her arms still crossed. Have been visiting Eugene's hospital room, but he barely know him. Why? Why? He think I did it and am visiting him out of immense guilt. Harry queries with a bitter tease to it as neither of them look at each other's direction, just wanting all of the families unite with one another while they stand there like they're doing a drug trade. Guess that makes 2 of us. Wednesday blinks at him. What does that mean? Hey, if I wanted to play, let's pretend we care about each other. I would have dropped to one knee right now and pulled out a ring, all right. Harry sarcastically remarks with a scoff, wishing that she would take the hint that he's a freaking moron. It's Parents' Weekend. I'm not in the mood for another interrogation. If I was interrogating he would know it, and he would have a device laced with spikes over his neck. Wednesday retorts in a matter-of-fact tone, slightly taken Harry off guard. Just because I lack the weak trait of empathy, doesn't mean I don't feel the same frustration of having Eugene's fate be lied about on his name. Harry glances down, wishing he could call that out as a lie. He still remembers Wednesday's face when he finally turned around and realized that Xavier Thorpe was dead under them. He never saw such a look of shock and defeat on someone, ever. It felt like, in a dark irony, that they were friends. Her big day was ruined in that moment, and the LN knows that it's all his fault. I'm sure Tyler can do a better job at joking cynically than I can. Harry mentions, still looking distance on the outside. However, Wednesday looks at him as if wondering where that came from, noticing a strange look of jealousy in his eyes. It's Parents' Weekend. Go find his parents because they're still around. He advises her, still wanting her to enjoy these 2 days while she can. He then marches away before she can utter another word. Not in the mood for arguing either. He needs to get to the balcony before he's drowned in all of this father, mother, son, daughter, everything else love. Look at this. Some things never change. Wednesday then hears her mother's voice, prompting her to turn her head over and see her family stepping into the quad. Yes, family, as in, meat on a stick eating brother included. She knew she should have worn her plague mask today. With much reluctance, she forces herself to march over to her family so she and everyone else can get this day over with. No, it's not because of what Harry said. Be silent. There she is, Gomez exclaims as they all walk towards her in their own separate versions of a happy face. Oh, how we missed those accusing eyes and youthful sneer. The man quips as he gives her a tight hug which Wednesday doesn't pull away from. How are he? My little rain cloud? Morticia asks her with a proud smile, as if expecting Wednesday to have a different form of attitude than the one they left each other with in the first EPI, in the car ride out of here. I thought thing was filling he in on my every move. Wednesday brings up with a knowing expression, causing both of their faces to abruptly change, showing guilt, while Pugsley just glances at them with the weird eye. I uncovered his feeble subterfuge almost immediately. She states as if personally offended. Which she definitely is. That was a huge blow to her massive ego that she's worked so hard on building up. So, how's the little fella doing? Gomez queries her, obviously not wanting to respond to the full part of that sentence, before then worrying about what she did when she found him. Does he still have all his fingers? Relax, I haven't snapped any of his digits yet. Wednesday assures them, prompting Gomez to feel his heart and mouth a prayer of thanks to himself and God. So, tell us everything. Morticia encourages with a massive grin as she's been Constantly imagining all possible events that have taken place here. Since Have abandoned me here, I've been hunted, haunted, and the target for both an unwanted love triangle, Wednesday reports before letting off a tiny smirk. Quote, and attempted violent crime. Ah, Nevermore, I love ye so. Gomez exclaims as he waves his hands up into the air. Both him and his Tish have gone through that same exact collection of tropes. And hopefully for Wednesday too, all at the same time. Guess Wednesday has done a pretty horrible job at not following his parents' footsteps, sloppier than she thought. Back up on the second floor, Harry walks up onto the balcony where she surprisingly sees both Davina and Bianca leaning over the railing, talking silently to one another. He can't hear them, but it's not a NY of his business to get involved in theirs, which likely involves him as the topic. Eventually, the Queen Siren notices him and mutters something to the other girl before walking away, giving him his unreadable look as they pass one another. Not bothering to read too much into it, he goes over and takes Bianca's place as he stands next to his ex on the balcony. They look so happy even. Wednesday, Harry comments out loud as he places his arms on the stone railing. Don't know if I'm feeling jealous or just compy. That's a very strange way of apologizing for standing his date up. Davina acidly responds, causing Harry to drop his head with a guilty sigh. Yeah, even he admits, that was a terrible start. I'm sorry for what happened at the Raven earlier. I shouldn't have randomly ditched he the way I did. Harry formally apologizes to her, earnestly meaning it as well because of what it costed him. Not only did I stab he in the gut, I got Xavier killed in the process. Whoa, okay, too far. Davina quickly stops him there with a hand, having just wanted the first 19 words to be said. I'm not trying to make he guilt trip yourself. She quips, causing him to let out a mixed chuckle. Sorry, guessing his parents are a frequent no-show. Davina correctly assumes, having picked up on what he said earlier, to which Harry slowly nods as he presses his lips together. He RGOT that he never told her the half story. I don't have any parents. Harry responds with a blank face, which makes it hurt even more when he looks back down at everyone else's. Enid, Wednesday, Ajax. Not anymore. Wait, he mean. Davina draws out as she processes Harry's exact words. Who nods with a confirming, dark expression. Oh my gosh Yo, Davina. A voice calls out to her, cutting into their conversation. They both turn to see the twin brother rolling up with his, I don't want this day to happen, face, because it's pretty much this generation to hate the people that gave us life. Or at least one parent that isn't a jackass. Mom and Dad are looking for he reports to her, having known that she went up here to prepare herself for them. Yes sir, boss, Davina mutters in a snarky manner. Giving Harry a goodbye, smile heading off to go see her birth parents. Kent stares at the guy with a not-so-subtle glare for a few seconds before he heads down as well, clearly still not liking the guy. Even more after what he pulled at the dance. This time, though, Harry gets it. Wow, they seem grouchy. An older man's voice then chimes in as he walks up the stairs right after the Siren twins do. Causing Harry to blink as he swears that he knows it. Everything makes more sense when he sees the recognizable trench coat and red and black sweater under it walking up into his view. Can't believe he actually got kids like that to exchange more than a dozen words with he. Uncle Freddy. Harry says his name out loud with genuine surprise, having thought that he wouldn't be seeing him for another 3 years. The two share a tight hug that is much deserved after the weeks they've separately been having. I thought he were still stuck in Hawaii. Oh, not anymore. Thankfully, that fisherman serial killer got himself caught early. Freddy humorously assures him with a small chuckle as he pats Harry's arm, who blinks as the serial killer detail is new to him. The man awkwardly clears his throat. Anyway, how have he been? I heard word spread over here pretty quickly. I know that youths can be a little, he makes a face. Harsh. It's gotten better, in some ways. Harry answers as he puts his hands in his uniform's pockets, wishing he could say that things haven't gotten worse. Either, but that couldn't be farther from the truth. They found my dorm roommate's body a week ago. As I found it. Oh, wow, that's certainly a strong first year. Freddy remarks with a massive wince, wishing that he didn't know how that feels. Or that Harry hasn't seen that before either. How are he feeling? It's not like the other times, Harry expressed to him as he puts his arms back on the stone railing, looking down with a sorrowful expression in his eyes. This is like Mom and Dad, but with a friend who actually cared for me. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy, kid. Freddie responds with a knowing face as he can't but stare at him with sympathy. Even if he probably doesn't like it. The two stand in silence before he finally finds something better to talk about. He got ideas about how he's going to forget all that. Harry looks up at him with a trying smile. It's nothing he would enjoy. The town's closed off the woods for everyone due to the constant animal attacks. He lets him know before he suggests hunting, causing the man to jokingly snap his fingers. Balls. Nevermore. Principal's office. Wednesday and her parents bring her into the office of the one woman she would rather hang herself by a rope laced with even pointer, slow-killing spikes than be around. After the obvious fabricated story about Eugene, the one she helped put in a coma, she can't trust a single word she spits out as truthful. She's read the crime file time and time again. And now that she's the one that pointed the finger at her father after the victim, Garrett Gates, fell onto the very quad after death. Our old yearbook. Morticia recognizes it, almost immediately as soon as Larissa hands it to her, taking it into her hands with a nostalgic gasp as she goes through it. I haven't seen this thing in over 20 years. Such good times we had, didn't we, Larissa? She comments to Weems, who glances down with a brief, odd look on her face that Wednesday catches. Some of us, better than others. Oh, don't be so modest. He always filled a room with his presence. Morticia persists with a seemingly knowing smirk, though Wednesday doesn't possibly know what the hidden subtext behind that line may be. Like a stately sequoia tree, she adds in what feels like a jab, causing Gomez to make this mouth-open face. And I guess that would make he the lumberjack. Weems replies with a not-so-hidden bitter lace in her words, able to play that same exact game as well. However, Morticia doesn't react with any offense at all, rather giggling instead. There's that biting sense of humor that I always adored. Martika remarks with a point towards her, to which Weems gives a mixed smile. The Addams woman then gasps as she remembers something seemingly exhilarating. Do he remember when we did that duet for the Solstice talent show? She brings up, and the principal rapidly blinks as if saying yes, but not actually caring that much about it as she did. His Judy Garland impression was a dead ringer. Sounds positively suicidal. Wednesday mumbles to herself, not sure what exactly to make of that reference. Having someone play Judy Garland is like forcing someone to watch that Netflix show with the tapes that boosted suicide rates in America. Morticia continues going through the rest of the yearbook until she spots something that is blatantly missing. Oh, my picture's gone, she points out, prompting everyone to glance over and see a tiny piece of paper that was evidently ripped out. Oh, that is odd. Weems comments with a curious hum, though Wednesday can't help but squint at her, finding that reaction odd. Weren't they both on for the same man during that one rave-in? Morticia doesn't seem to mind it all that much, however, shrugging it off. May I borrow this for the weekend? The woman requests as she closes it, holding it close to her chest as she turns to her husband. That way, Gomez and I can take a little walk down memory lane, Tilda, she explains in a suggestive manner, prompting the guy to claw at her with a tiger sound and, he know. What? We're not gonna finish this paragraph. Alright, let's get on to the matter at hand, shall we? Weems advises as she gestures towards the chairs, just as uncomfortable with whatever the heck that was as Wednesday was. Unfortunately, Wednesday's assimilation has been rocky at best, because I refuse to embrace the culture of dishonesty and denial permeating this school. Wednesday instantly chimes in as she steps forward, though doesn't take a seat like her mother does. If that one comment was meant to press a button, Weems certainly pressed multiple at once. Ting with the monster that killed Rowan and Xavier, and put Eugene in the ICU, though Harry and I hear that he's on the mend. She then bitterly brings up the second part, just highlighting Weems's hospitality when it comes to her students, causing the women to uncomfortably twist her. They always encouraged Wednesday to speak her mind. Gomez explains to Weems with a small sense of pride, that makes him wonder what kind of banter that has resulted behind these walls. Sometimes her sharp tongue can cut deep. Apparently, her therapist feels she hasn't been very open to the process. And their time together has not yielded the results we'd hoped. Weems reports, on the other hand, though. Wednesday squints at her choice of words, feeling personally objectified. I'm not a lab rat. Dr. Kinbot and I have spoken and we both agree, it would be beneficial for he all to attend a family session this week. No. Wednesday quickly shoots that down before Weems can even finish that suggestion. I thought that might be his reaction, but I'm certain his parents can see the wisdom in it. Weems states with an expecting look towards Morticia and Gomez. However, even the mother looks visibly haunted by that idea, seeing every single wrong outcome that can take place. Not to side with Wednesday. Morticia awkwardly clears her throat as she shifts in her seat. But, we're only here for the weekend. She states as she anxiously points to her family, prompting Wednesday to lift up her chin in her way of saying, that's what I thought. Oh, come on, what can it hurt? Gomez says with a more optimistic and overly excited reaction to the proposal, which makes Wednesday blink at him. I mean, to be honest, I've always been a fan of head shrinking. He mentions, which explains. It's not that kind of head shrinking, mon chéri. Morticia informs him with a scared voice, causing him to instantly drop his expression. Well, that is disappointing, Gomez then comments in a very disappointed voice. Wednesday thinks that there may be hope for him yet. But anything for our little girl. And instantly changes her mind. Jericho. Uriah's heap. Harry knew his uncle would appreciate some of the unique kind of things that this antique shop has in store, and not just because of the dead roadkill that have been turned into tiny statues that somehow don't spread disease and jazz. Fun fact, the squatter that died stole the camera from here, making it now involved in the murders which, for this place, is probably good for business rather than the other way around. He's telling me have never gone here frequently. Look at this stuff. Freddy questions his nephew's logic as he brushes his hand through everything, having the exact reaction Harry predicted. He leans against a shelf. As he watches grab an unusual piece, a seemingly old patch of overalls. How do they fit me? Fine enough, but his stomach's too big. Harry comments humorously with a cheeky smirk, causing the older man to give him a fake frown in response to that, his hopes and dreams having been crushed in a matter of 2 seconds. Yeah, well, he'll be getting there eventually, don't he worry. Freddy warns the kid with a knowing smirk as he hangs the thing back up, prompting Harry to chuckle in response. He'd rather join the grave by the end of the year than let hair grow on that area of his body. So, he never really answered my question. Harry stands up with a curious hum. What's that? What have he been up to recently? Freddy asks the big question as he continues going through the various stuff around this special paradise, playing with a weird-looking beaver he finds. I mean, he's still technically in his high school phase, so what happened? I want to know if Nevermore's giving he trouble. Harry sheepishly chuckles as he nods. It did, at first, if I can be incredibly honest. It's not as vocal as it used to be, but I can tell people still think I'm the infamous woods creep. He shares with Freddy, who raises a brow at the nickname, but can guess where it comes from. But, after I won this annual race the school has, it's not as bad. But, I still have the local town to worry about. He'll win them over, I have faith in he. Freddy assures the kid as he ruffles his hair a bit before going back to his thing. So, the animal attacks, he then brings up, not wanting to, but knowing that he needs to keep an eye on him. Are they, reminding he of this? He queries as he points to his head. In more ways than one, Harry answers with a dark sigh, causing Freddy to blink in a way that asks for elaboration. The two of them share a secret that pretty much begs the other to discuss when something's wrong. The monster is a hide, he explains as he stands up, causing the older man's expression to shift into darkness. Are he sure? At first, I thought I was just guessing it to myself because it felt the same. Bodies found mutilated, body parts missing. Harry shakes his head as he desperately shakes the image of finding Rowan out of his mind. But then I saw it with my own 2 eyes, when it tried to kill Xavier. That changes the mood into something they weren't really planning for, but Harry is still glad his uncle's here. He wouldn't be able to talk about these things with anybody else, not even Wednesday or Xavier if he was still around. Come on. Freddy taps on the kid's shoulder and guides him outside to the park. Best Harry lets it all out in the fresh air. Jericho. Kinbot's office. Here we are again. Wednesday stands between Gomez and Morticia, who have been given extra chairs for this occasion, while Pugsley sits on the floor in front of the coffee table. The only other different part about this session is that the Atom has switched sides to where the therapist is now sitting on the wide couch, which doesn't really change how she feels about this horrible idea. So, who wants to start? Valerie nervously asks the two of them as she folds her hands on her lap. Only problem is, the only sound in this room is Pugsley eating the bowl of snacks he found on the bowl. She uses air quotes because her brother's an idiot. Maybe we can discuss what it's like having Wednesday away from home, she suggests. Gomez opens his mouth, but nothing comes out. Morticia awkwardly glances at everyone but the doctor. All in all, progress is going smoothly, for Wednesday, not anyone else. I mean, for me, it's been hard not having Wednesday around, Pugsley mentions with a bit of a stutter. Somehow having the courage to speak. I never thought I'd miss being waterboarded so much, he comments, to which Morticia smiles with a nod. Valerie never thought she would regret asking a simple question in her entire career. Morticia. Gomez. She quickly changes the person before she learns more unwanted details. How have he been coping? It's been torture for us too. Morticia answers with the same kind of voice as always. Fortunately, my brother Fester's rack fits 2 people. Gomez adds with yet another unwanted detail. Morticia smiles at the mention of it. Nothing like would stretch to bring out the best in each other. Karina Mina. Gomez says before the two reach out and hold hands, with Wednesday in between it. The husband then shamelessly, and maybe a little too affectionately, kisses her hand multiple times to the point that the girl looks over at her therapist and shows with her eyes how much she has to deal with at home. Enough, Wednesday quickly shouts, before it escalates into another Ray Orbison song. This whole thing has done nothing but waste her time. It's time she changes the mood drastically by bringing up something that's actually worthwhile. I think it's high time my parents faced the music, she remarks as she abruptly stands up and pulls out the file from absolutely nowhere. It seems they've been lying to me, keeping secrets, murderous secrets that need to be addressed. That's when she opens up the file, revealing Garrett Grant's violent crime case in front of their faces. Yup. Judging by their faces, Wednesday has found a real topic to talk about. Who was Garrett Grant and why are he accused of murdering him? Whoa, Pugsley exclaims in slight excitement, having not known this either, and obviously finding it pretty rad. Their parents, on the other hand. Those charges were drop out with a matter-of-fact tone, glaring at her daughter from bringing this up in such an accusatory way. His father is an innocent man. Local sheriff doesn't seem too convinced. Wednesday. Stop, Morticia orders as she swiftly stands up with an even redder face. Gomez does as well, but mostly out of embarrassment. This is neither the time nor the place. Actually, this is exactly the place. Valerie comments with a somehow calm face that isn't dying from unease. These sessions. Doctor, this does not concern he. Morticia N.S. Tantley interrupts her with a look that is able to send even the therapist quiet as a moth. The woman then turns back to Wednesday. And I refuse to debate a decades-old witch hunt with you right now. Gomez sheepishly clears his throat. Darling, maybe we should. No. This session is over. Have it his way, mother. Wednesday responds coldly as she grabs her stuff and walks out of the room, IGN. Oring Valerie's pathetic attempts at calling out her name. If he refused to tell me the truth, I'll just have to excavate it myself. She then storms out, with her angry mother following her. Gomez and Pugsley are about to follow feet behind to avoid the women's wrath, but the boy turns around before he accidentally steals something. Thanks for the candy, he says as he extends it back to him. V.A. Larry blinks as she never brought any sweets, before glancing down at what he's been eating this entire time. Actually, that's potpourri. Valerie mentions with a completely bewildered face. How has this boy not tasted anything horrible or felt anything off in his stomach by now? Actually, he know what? At this point, she should not question the Addams family too hard. Why don't he take the whole bowl? Pugsley smiles gratefully as the two males then walk away with him popping another one in his mouth. Valerie just throws up her hands and quits, knowing that she's been defeated. The cuckoo clock then crips, signaling that they started talking by the time they reached the 40-minute mark. Grand. Really. Outside the building, he can pretty much guess what is going on. What were he thinking? Morticia angrily questions Wednesday, who is trying to march away from her with the same look on her face, just more blank. How could he ambush his father like that? How could I? Wednesday quotes her as she abruptly turns around with a heated glare. Gomez and Pugsley quickly stop in their tracks as they take the hint to stare far away from this argument. He insisted I go to this school. Did he really think I wouldn't find out his secret? He don't know the full story. Morticia persists as she points a finger at her. His father is an innocent man. I'll be the judge of that, Wednesday declares before turning her heels around and marching away for good this time, not stopping for anything. Morticia also turns around and steps into the car with Lurch's help, leaving the two males to just blink at each other. Gomez lets out a sad exhale, prompting Pugsley to try and help by offering him a potpourri. The man decides to only humor him, before humming when he gives it an actually taste. He goes from a picking to a handful in seconds. Jericho. Town Park. Harry retells everything to Uncle Freddy, starting with a few days before the Harvest Festival, all the way to the rave and when well. He's already mentioned it more than enough times already. Rowan, the squatter, and everyone else that followed. The two then sit on the bench in silence as he processes this information, trying to get the full picture. Well, it's not he. Freddy is quick to assure the kid, knowing that he's been trying to suggest her as thinking that since he mentioned it to him. Trust me, if he were the Hyde, he would be remembering it as the Hyde, not be watching yourself kill a man. That's now how their bodies work. It's been able to mentally screw with me, are he sure? Of the killing part, yes, Freddy promises with a look that pleads for the boy to ease up. Harry lets out a small exhale as he wants to believe him, but is way too non-trusting of himself at this point to immediately take that as fact right away. There's someone else, but someone that's trying to make he think this way. He's a good kid, Harry, I don't care what other people are likely saying to he. Harry slowly nods in silence, looking down at the grass. He considers saying something until his phone suddenly starts emitting an unusual ringtone. Freddy blinks as he pulls it out. It's about that time, Harry comments as he silences his alarm and re-pockets it. I gotta go visit Xavier and Eugene really quick. Found yourself a new schedule, huh? He want me to come with? Freddy remarks with a smirk before popping the question. Harry, however, turns around, and has this look that he honestly want to do the graveyard part by himself. Alright, I'll meet he at the car, he says with a pat on the back as they both stand up. Alright, see ya. Oh, wait. Freddy quickly calls out to him before he goes, prompting Harry to turn around and seeing him pull out a rat from his trenchcoat's pocket. I brought a little thing from Uriah's heap that I found, no one noticed me sneaking it out. He explains with a proud grin. As he eyes it though, the boy notices that while he is quite still, his tail is moving a bit. Uncle, I don't think. Splat. Before he can see it coming, Freddy squeezes or twists something too hard that he suddenly has half the rat's blood on his face, causing him to freeze up. Oh, wow, Freddy silently comments with an interested hum as he now looks at the rat that is now dead for real this time. That explains why it was on the floor. Harry shakes from head to toe for a moment before his mouth finally opens. What the foo? New chapter. Thanks to everyone for waiting. This episode will explore more about what happened to Harry after the incident, and how it affected his family while the whole Addams thing plays out. Still a mystery for his end, but one that he won't be able to easily find with physical clues and such. Anyway, PLS vote and comment, and kind counts as feedback. And I'll see ye all in the next one. Part 2. Warning, there's a scene that takes place during the aftermath of a forced suicide, so just in case, skip the morgue scene if he feel like he need to. Jericho. Hospital. Harry doesn't really know why exactly he always goes to visit Eugene. The answer should be obvious, but he still feels like guilt isn't exactly the main reason. It feels more like he's being taken here by a phantasm spirit, kind of like that one girl he used to see all around the Nevermore campus before she abruptly stopped showing up. He's been chained by an essence of fate, one that constantly asks him about who he thinks he is, and why does he keep going in life? Why does he keep living? Uncle Freddy said I couldn't have done it, but he hasn't. He's seen how my hide operates like the others do. When he lack a proper master that he's meant to obey, it has a mind of its own, and it tricks he into believing what it wants. One thing that would make sense given the pattern. When Xavier died in front of me, it triggered the same emotions I felt when I found Rowan. And by the time I was left alone again, I put Eugene in this bed, and woke up in my dorm later. Though, of course, I've kept this theory to myself for now. So, how are he doing? Harry awkwardly greets the sleeping kid as if the guy can hear him, only to get the sound of Eugene breathing through the tubes in response, prompting him to scoff at himself. Yeah, I don't know why I keep saying that every time I come in here. He hears the doors open and a small clamp inside the hospital room, causing Harry to glance up. Only to see that it's Ms. Thornhill that has entered with a large vase of flowers in her hands. Harry, sorry if I startled I didn't know anyone else would be in here. She sheepishly apologizes upon seeing how alerted his face looks. Oh, no, Ms. Thornhill, it's fine, really, Harry quickly assures her, waving it off as he feels a little sorry for making her think that way. He watched someone mentally jump just from a brief glint in his eyes. I just came to drop these off for Eugene, for good luck. Thornhill explains as she walks over and plants them on the stand next to the kid's bed. Though, he's sadly not in a condition to say, thank you. It's a bundle of yellow daisies, freesia, with a side of blue hydrangeas. Harry wonders if it's on of those, according to the person, choice of flowers. Poor boy, I'm the one that found him. I'm surprised he made it. He got really lucky, Harry agreeingly comments with a nod. He guesses that he survived the scratches due to the amount of layers he put on himself for his little stakeout mission. It was pretty cold that night once the moon came up. Though, I kind of use the term loosely, depending on if he'll wake up or not. I'm sure he will, he's strong like that. Thornhill notes with a smile as if she knows the boy personally. Though, there was a few hints that the adult and teen had a bit more in common than what can be seen from the exposed eye. I'm just worried about what he will say when he wakes up. If he really did see the monster, he might have seen too much for even his mind to handle. She's right. The boy is already traumatized. Harry hums in response, thinking about what happened in the woods. He's sure that all of them wishes they could unsee what they saw that night, including him. He know. I saved his bees from this pack of bullies once, he finds himself sharing with Thornhill. Never thought I'd be wishing that was the only time I saw him. I'm sure he appreciates he being here, even if he didn't know him that well. Thornhill states with a knowing smile, though Harry nods flavorlessly in response. She frowns a bit as he sees that his expression barely changes the entire time he's been in this room. Hey, she walks over and puts a hand on his shoulder, taking him by surprise for a few seconds. It wasn't his fault. Harry blinks as she says that, wondering where it came from. But still swallows deeply as those words hit way too close to home. Sure doesn't seem like it, he mutters bitterly, prompting Thornhill's frown to deepen as she starts rubbing his shoulder comfortingly. Come here. She holds him in a motherly hug, one that seems to take down Harry's defenses. He tries to resist at first, for the sake of some image or whatever, but eventually stands up and wraps his arms around her to accept the hug. He's not alone. Thornhill whispers to him. However, it still kind of feels that way to him, especially at Nevermore. Because who's to say another friend won't die? The door slowly opens again, which they don't hear. Wednesday Addams appears from the other side, but instantly freezes when she sees the two of them before she can set a foot in. She glances between Harry, Thornhill, and Eugene with a heavily mixed look in her eyes as she then looks down at her jar of wildflower honey she harvests from hive number 3. And now, seeing Harry being comforted like that makes her feel sick to her stomach, in a way she can't exactly decipher. She decides to quietly step back and close the door again, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath as she decides it's probably best to wait until the boy doesn't have to see her in this building. The idea of that makes her feel ashamed. Mostly because she knows she should be in that bed. Jericho. Morgue. Sheriff Galpin was at the weather vane, getting in yet another argument with his son about his therapist when he got the call from one of his deputies. It turns out had Dr. Anwar not only failed to leave town like he said he was going to, but blew his own brains out in his own morgue. Yeah, he heard that right, the happily retired doctor ended his last day of work with a bang. First time someone's killed themselves in the morgue. Galpin's most well-known deputy comments as she walks over to him, but the man is a little too distracted with watching his body bag being wheeled off. This time, to keep it out of the crime scene, since it's already at the place it deserves to be. He still can't believe it. The guys don't know what to do with the body. What the guy? Galpin asks after eventually snapping himself out of his daze. He needs to stay on the job before his brain gets muddled by this baffling situation. Gun was legal and registered in his name. Colt.45. Deputy Rick T reports, as if saying that it complements with how the body was found. But none of it makes sense to him, still. Out of all people, Dr. Anwar. Janitor said he kept it in his desk. I just saw the doc last week. Galpin mentions to the deputy with a still confused expression on his face. He was planning a cruise with his wife, seemed all excited about retirement. He adds, still remembering the smile he had on. Guess he never really know what's going on through someone's mind. Deputy Rick T comments with a shrug, though that doesn't feel justifiable for the good doctor's name. A bullet, apparently. Galpin replies with a bit of dark humor as he looks around, wondering if there's a way to figure out foul play. We got security footage. Nope. Camera was obscured. Deputy Rick T regretfully shoots that idea down as he points towards the device, and Galpin finds something stuck onto the lens of where someone should see it. Black bubble gum. I've got them scrubbing through video to find out how long it's been there. Black bubble gum. Galpin mumbles to himself as that color can only be identified with a certain girl who would have something that in her possession. He don't say. Suicide note says he felt guilty about an old case. Deputy Rick T then reports as he holds up the papers inside a plastic bag for print's sake. Says he covered it up. Faked the coroner's report, and has been living with hat guilt for all these years. She describes as Galpin curiously takes it off her hands, though it's hard to make out this handwriting because well, he know. What case? Garrett Gates. The second that name gets mentioned, Galpin's head shoots up as if he just got hit with Vietnam flashbacks. Garrett Gates, he got to be kidding me. He silently exclaims passionately, causing Deputy Rick T to blink at him. He heard of it. Heard of it. I've been waiting 30 years to put away his murderer. Galpin remarks with a voice that means it as he glances back down at the note. Deputy Rick T hums curiously. He know who did it. There's only ever been one suspect. I always thought they were covering up the truth. Galpin explains as he rereads the entire note as if he's now able to read the medical doctor's handwriting. He looks up at Deputy Rick T with the biggest smile he's had in a long time. Now I got my proof. Jericho. Cemetery. Now it's on to the second part of Harry's new schedule. This part, he knows exactly why he's here. He let his inner demons get the best of him, and is paying the price for it. But why did Xavier have to pay it as well? He and Bianca were finally settling their differences, and the LN was finally starting to have a genuine friendship with someone. Is this where it deserved to end up? Knowing that these sudden events can happen is one thing, actually being slapped in the face by them is another. Hey there, Harry awkwardly takes a swallow as he glances down at the flowers he has in his hand. I bet he weren't expecting his dad to actually show up at his funeral, huh? Yeah, me neither, he mentions with a bitter chuckle, finding it a lot easier to talk with the guy than with Eugene. I heard Bianca's mother actually showed up. I don't know how it's going, but I bet he would have joked about it when she said that her family was a no-show as well. Davina and Kent, they'll are taking his absence in their own way. Ajax tries and act like he doesn't care because that moron finally kissed Enid, but I think part of him blames me, like the rest of the Nightshades do. Shifts a bit as he glances down with a hint of shame in his eyes that are currently closed. Maybe I should have taken up on his offer. Honestly, the second I heard, pledge, scared me. A thing I wanted to turn myself into was some teenage butler or something. And, the whole, skinny dipping thing. I'm kind of insecure when it comes to, down there. N awkwardly clears his throat as he then kneels down and adds yet another flower to the top of his gravestone, a white chrysanthemum. Yeah, he's slowly become a bit of a floweriest expert as well. Blame it on the company. They honestly look like they might topple over at any second, so maybe Harry will come back with just his brilliant manner of words. Yeah, he's real good at that. He should have added a black dahlia. A monotone voice that Harry can recognize from anywhere chimes in as he glances over to his left to see Wednesday Addams standing right next to her, still able to seemingly appear out of nowhere. What happened is still a mystery that needs to be solved. Had a feeling I was missing something. Harry quietly quips with a weak chuckle, seeing the small message in what she's trying to say. Despite everything, Wednesday's still sticking to her guns. Guess that's admirable in a sense. He still remembered from, like when he were 10. He references, to Wick. The girl blinks at him as if asking for elaboration. There was this game of hide and seek, and he was hiding in his grandmother's casket or something, almost being cremated. I had heard muffled screams. Wednesday immediately adds with a slight smile creeped up her lips as she recalls that event easily. It must have been a real childhood memory for her. I just figured his godmother had how cheated death and was trying to claw her way out. But when I hit the big red stop button, it was just Xavier. Probably a disappointment for but it meant a lot to him. Harry shares with Wednesday with a bitter smile. Sure, she did save his life, so it probably was obvious he would remember, but even then, it still shows that people remembered her in a good light, despite what she always seems to think. Having someone in my department would have been nice, Wednesday comments in a weirdly blissful yet mournful way, to which Harry hums in response, not taking that as an insult. Speaking of insults, a thought then crosses his mind that he's been trying to ask without it sounding rude. How did he do it? Harry utters as he turns to Wednesday, who looks back at him with a confused brow. He seemed to have taught yourself how to just go with his life and chase after his goals without a care in the world in what other people think. It's gotten to a point where it makes me envious. He expresses himself to her earnestly. How did he not care? Wednesday glances down at the grass, able to understand the question but wishing she had a more prideful response in mind. An obvious query, she responds with a glint in her eyes as if she's been thinking the something. I always wished I cared a little more. Harry slowly nods until his eye catches something else. Is that his mother? He asks Wednesday, causing her to turn around while blinking rapidly. Indeed, they both see Morticia Addams herself walking into the Jericho cemetery. Down. Wednesday hisses as she swiftly pulls him down into a prone position along with her. The two of them hide behind their respective gravestones as they watch Morticia walk over to one with a seemingly sorrowful expression on her face. I notice that she's got a rose in her hand, not a black one, a red one. As the birds squawk around her, she crumbles the rose into pieces before throwing it all over the place that isn't the actual grave itself. Throwing the flower away with disgust. Not exactly what Harry was expecting, but okay. Wednesday walks over to the grave while Harry slowly stands up, nervously glancing around. She eventually sees who the grave belonged to. Garrett Gates. Harry eventually walks up behind her and reads the name out loud to him with a curious hum. Garrett Gates the first read up that name. He's the normie that died and caused the disband of the original Nightshade movement. He mentions as he glances at Wednesday, who just silently stares down at him. Why was her mother coming to visit him? Nevermore. Quad. The clock strikes to dinner where everyone is having this massive feast as part of the weekend. Though, Wednesday is not exactly in the mood to try the black pancakes, even if they were designed in respect for the Addams family. Pugsley expectedly is, though, using almost half the bottle of syrup to soak up his plate and breakfast meals. Meanwhile, she has a different kind of food for thought. The secret that her parents are still engaged on keeping even though there's obviously more to the story. I am famished. Morticia comments as she continues filling her own plate as if the NTS that took place a few hours again didn't actually happen. She eventually notices her daughter's insistence to just stand at the edge of the table with her arms crossed. He's not hungry, darling. My appetite eludes me, mother. Wednesday answers without emotion as she glances up at her with a blank face. The same way the truth eludes he. She adds in a cold manner before walking away with a plate or anything in her hands. The two adults stand next to each other with anxious expressions as they watch her walk away. We need to tell her. Gomez states to Morticia with a nervous look, no. That sticking to their original story will only make it worse for the relationship with their children as time goes by. She will never believe us. Morticia retorts with a serious face, still not willing to risk it on the other hand. Did he hear what happened to the boy over there? She nods towards a few tables over, prompting Gomez to stare at Harry and Freddie. They jump to accusing him of being a monster. What will he think the kids will say if we told them who really struck the blade in Garrett's stomach? She asks the man, causing him to glance down, not seeing any point in arguing with her about it. We must stay strong, and hope something more morbid comes along to distract her. Meanwhile, a few tables down, the mentioned Harry and Freddie sit across from each other on the table they've chosen. One is having a good time with the free food while the other has their mind in another place. Man, not a bad selection, especially the sushi, but they really missed out on not packing any ribs to go with that table. The Uncle LN comments, swallowing his last bite down with a grumble. But then, he notices how Harry is just staring at his plate, eating like a robot. Hey, kid, what's wrong? Did something else happen? Well, someone snuck into the dorm and spray painted, loser, in all caps onto the wall over my bed while we were in Jericho. Harry mentions with a look Hat feels a little too used it at this point, causing Freddie to cringe. Oh, but that's not really it. Harry also mentions half honestly with a shake of his head, only to get a raised brow from Freddie, which is justifiable given the way he phrased that. I saw Wednesday's mother go to the grave of that boy who died 20 or 30 years ago. He shares with him with a face that lets the man know where this is going. It reminded me of, he know. Right, Freddie nods in understanding, knowing that death always reminds him of that. It's why Harry got triggered when he found Rowan's body. And it's why he was barely able to contain himself when it happened to Xavier too. They regretted it, he tells the kid who blinks skeptically at him. About what happened after the trial. No, they didn't, or else they would have come and looked for me. Harry shoots him down with a look, causing Freddie to sigh as he should have known he wouldn't believe him. He know what the funniest thing is. He then brings up, I keep having to tell myself every single day that Will has gotten away with ruining my life, no matter how many times I wish there would be this moment where I get to have some kind of revenge. Where all of the third parties would finally see my side of the story for once. He shares with his uncle with a bitter chuckle. And nothing. Freddie opens his mouth, but before he can answer, one of the doors to the quad suddenly swing open with a loud creak that gets everybody's attention. All heads turn as multiple cops, including the sheriff, walk inside without caring about invitations. Can I ask what this is about, Sheriff? Weems asks as she steps towards them, but Galpin ignores her and walks towards the man he came here to find. Gomez Addams. He calls out his name loud enough that everyone in Nevermore campus had to have heard it, whether they are in the quad right now or not. The man freezes mid-bite before setting his fork down, standing up, and nervously turning around to face the man. How can I help Sheriff? He's under arrest for the violent crime of Garrett Gates. Galpin declares as he turns Gomez around and forces his hands behind his back so he can handcuff him in front of everyone, including his family. He have the right to remain silent. Anything he say can and will be used against he in a court of law. He have the right to an attorney. If he cannot afford one will be appointed to he. Dad. Pugsley calls out to Gomez, who only looks at his son with shame in his eyes as he is taken away, out of the quad and of Nevermore, where he will eventually be slapped into a cell. Wednesday watches with a mixed face, having been mentally unprepared for the reality that is taking place before her. They say that he "Aren't realize what he have until it's ripped from his hands, like happiness is the biggest example. A cliché, sure, but it doesn't make the truth any softer when it lands like a punch to the gut before taking out a hunting knife and carving out his heart and chewing on it in front of he. It's a lesson no one asks for, but life serves it up anyway in a way that's harsh, unrelenting, and impossible to ignore. Tell me that guy did not just arrest a man right in front of his kids, Freddy." Questions out loud with a shocked look while Harry grips the chair before tearing his head away, unwanted flashbacks coming back to him. "Save it." The cops cuts him off again, forcing him around and slapping the handcuffs on him. It's strange, really, how something, or someone, can feel so permanent in his life, so immovable. And then, in the blink of an eye, they're gone. Snatched away by fate, circumstance, or some higher power with a sick sense of humor. What's even more ironic is that it's usually the part where he realized that any strained relationship he've had with them has been for nothing. Because he couldn't get rid of his darn ego. Harry closes his eyes and takes a shaky breath. He sure did. Jericho. Sheriff's Station. And so, he later find yourself standing in a building he imagined would be only for a good interrogation scene where he helped the noble police solve a mysterious violent crime and possibly get a medal slapped on his chest, not because his father was arrested for violent crime. I wonder how she felt in that moment. Wednesday sits in the waiting room, seeming calm and easy with her hands on her lap as she does nothing but face forward like a robot waiting to be given a command, not even bothering to judge anyone with her eyes. However, on the inside, she couldn't be more impatient and furious. She hears the doors open and doesn't know at first that it's Harry who's walked in, looking for her. Not until he walks over to her with a concerned look on his face. "Hey," he awkwardly greets her. Hearing his voice oddly is what makes her finally break her staring contest with the wall as she looks up at him. "Hope he don't mind me assuming, but I thought he might need 5 minutes of company." Quote, "I don't do well with humans." Wednesday replies as if declining his offer. "The only company I accept are the spirits of mistakes and poor life choices." She explains, to which Harry hums, tilting his head, "Yeah, but spirits don't have a morbid sense of a humor most of the time." Harry remarks as he sits down in the chair next to her anyway, pulling out a candy bar and mentally debating on if he should offer it to her or snack on it himself. He looked pretty mad. He then comments, causing Wednesday to blink at him as if asking how he would guess that. His eyebrows are about 2 inches lower than his usual awkward glare. Wednesday mentally nods to herself as she turns away, able to see the logic in that. "I did it, once again," she then says to with what one might suspect is a defeated voice. "I let my stubborn curiosity cloud my judgment, and now my father's been arrested right as I start trying to force myself into their murderous past." She vents as she glances at him. Ironic, isn't it? Sounds more like bad timing, but I see his point. Harry responds with a small nod, wishing he say that he knows exactly how Wednesday is feeling at this moment. Except that he was the one who got arrested, not his parents. Not sure if he'd be telling the truth if he said that out loud. "Guess he don't hate them as much as he seem. I never made that claim to anyone." Wednesday instantly retorts, not wanting her words to be twisted. Harry pays attention to her with a curious hum. "But they are constantly infuriating. They claim to love me, yet hide behind secrets and tricks that are easier to read than my favorite book about medieval torture." She rants to the boy who she knows is listening to her, even if she's not staring at him. "I can never know who they are. He know how much they mean to he." Harry comments with a knowing expression, a sentence that makes Wednesday turn back towards him like she's been found out of a crime without knowing she committed one. What his dad means to he. That had to count for something, right? Before she can even come up with a reply for that if she had one, the front doors open again and Tyler Galpin marches in. Quickly spotting the girl. "Hey, I heard what happened," he says to Wednesday, though slightly stops himself when he sees Harry sitting with her. "I'm gonna go get something better to eat," Harry says as he stands up, taking the hint to walk away so he doesn't get into an unnecessary fight with someone in the middle of a sheriff's station. He and Tyler share a NSE look as he passes him before the Galpin turns back towards Wednesday, who wonders if she needs to ready up some dueling pistols. His Nevermore buddies posted my dad's little show all over the media. I knew he'd be here. Tyler nervously explains as he walks over to Wednesday, who glances down in shame know that everyone seems to be getting their shock for the day at her expense. I don't really know. How? Are he okay? He just asks her after giving up in trying to say, I can only imagine what he's going through. Honestly, I'm doing great. Wednesday answers as she looks up at him with a blank stare. Like a man in a box filled with hungry rats. She then adds, causing Tyler to awkwardly chuckle as that was the answer he expected more. I tried talking to my dad, but he seems convinced that his dad did it for some reason, crazy. Tyler tells her with a shrug, wishing there was more he could do. Have he tried? Hey, Wednesday Addams. A deputy walks over ND unknowingly interrupts the conversation to get the girl's attention. They got his father ready to see he now. She informs her. Wednesday gives Tyler one more look before standing up and walking away and down the hall, leaving a tired and slightly disappointed Galpin behind. Here's the moment of truth. She walks into the room for visitors, standing in front of the appropriate glass while still able to look seemingly calm and unmoving on the outside. She watches as the door opens and a cop takes her father into the room, wearing his new orange get-up which is enough to make anyone throw up. Gomez gets his handcuffs off before being almost tossed onto the chair, making him yelp as she shifts a bit to get himself semi-comfortable. He silently and shamefully stares at her, as well as Thing, who walks up to the desk and holds himself onto the glass, sad to see him like that. Gomez smiles a bit as he holds it through the G-hand falls off with a loud squeak until he falls flat on his back due to having no stool to stand on. He then anxiously turns to Wednesday who's just been staring at him this entire time. My little tormenta, how's his mother? Devastated. She hates he in orange. Wednesday answers as she makes a jab at his clothes, prompting Gomez to glance at his new overalls with a small sense of insecurity. I caught her laying a rose in a grave earlier today with a friend. Ah, was it that hairy boy? I heard that he too. Focus. Wednesday quickly interrupts his dad with a look, rather drinking bleach than hearing some kind of, I told he so, comment. The headstone. Read Garrett Gates. The very boy have been arrested for murdering. She points out, causing Gomez to glance down in a way that confirms it. Care to explain? Knowing that she won't stop until she hears the entire story, Gomez looks down as his mind plays through the entire event all over again. Garrett was infatuated with his mother. He mistook her kindness for interest. His infatuation too, RNED into obsession, and he started stalking her. Why didn't he call the police? We tried, but his family were the oldest and richest in Jericho. No one believed us, Gomez explains with an earnest face. And Wednesday mentally notes the similarity with her own situation in the present time. Garrett's father, an outcast-hating bigot, was furious when his mother had accused his only son. It all came to a head at the night of the rave and dance. He states as he closes his eyes, putting that moment on replay. His mother and I stepped out to catch our breath, when all of a sudden, he walked up the stairs. I can still hear the venom when he yelled out, Addams. He had broken into the school. His twisted love for his mother had made him insane. His eyes bore into me, brimming with murderous intent. His mother tried to use herself to protect me, but Garrett had grabbed a sword and charged at me, ignoring her pleas. We met at the balcony that was still in the process of being constructed. I had found a weapon to defend myself, but it proved useless. My life flashed before my eyes. Driven by jealousy and hate, Garrett was unstoppable, even when I managed to knock the sword out from his hands. He kept punching me until I rolled right next to the sword. When I saw it, my survival instincts kicked in and he charged right into it. That was when Weems saw him fall down onto the ground in front of her, screaming. He concludes, opening his eyes with a dark expression. It was a terrible accident. Wednesday takes a moment to process this information, considering it to sound somewhat plausible. Thank you for being honest with me, she finally says after a few seconds, and Gomez nods, rubbing his mustache and trying to give a comforting wink like he always does when he's playing Russian roulette. The one cue that lets her know that he's still lying about what happened, or keeping something out of the story. I'm sorry, I wasn't a better father. Could we please do without the overt display of emotion? Wednesday demands. The second Gomez starts pretending to cry, causing him to quickly swallow it up and raise an understanding hand. I know they make he feel uncomfortable. Gomez notes with an apologetic look, prompting Wednesday to think about all the other times he's tried to be a better father. How many fathers hand their daughter a fencing blade when she's 5 years old? Wednesday brings up, causing Gomez to react as if offended she makes it sound so bad. His saber strokes were an essay in perfection. Or teach her how to swim with sharks. They found he is cold-blooded as I do. The right way to flay a rattlesnake. They really do taste like chicken when prepared properly. The point I'm trying to make is that he taught me how to be strong and independent. Wednesday states with a serious face. How to navigate myself in a world full of treachery and prejudice. Here the reason I understood how imperative it is that I never lose sight of myself. She reminds him, wondering if he forgot about all of those important lessons throughout all these years. So as far as fatherhood goes, I'd say have been more than adequate. Gomez sniffles, trying not to let too much out as he gives Wednesday a grateful salute. Gracias, Wednesday. Jericho. Sheriff's Station. Harry idly inserts the amount of coins into the vending machine that is needed to get the snack he's looking for. Plus one more because the stupid thing didn't count his first one in. Yes, he was robbed by a food dispenser as if life can't get any worse. He finds himself staring into the faint reflection of the machine, hearing things that only his ears are able to catch in this hallway. He should have stayed out of my business, Harry. Not guilty. We just told he did it. Harry frantically shakes his head, not wanting to think about those again. But all of these events force in all of these flashbacks of injustice, like it reminds him of that. Gomez Addams being arrested right as murders happen. And the logic behind all of it too. It all feels so wrong to him. Here's the next chapter. Sorry it took a day late or so, I was experimenting with Tumblr and stuff. But I hope what I've got written for he helps to satisfy all the people that have been waiting impatiently. I'm going to start being busy again, starting tomorrow, so I don't know exactly when the next update will occur, but I'm sure it'll happen sooner rather than later. Part 3. Still mentions of suicide. Jericho. Sheriff's Station. Harry idly inserts the amount of coins into the vending machine. Nay, that is needed to get the snack he's looking for, plus one more because the stupid thing didn't count his first one in. Yes, he was robbed by a food dispenser as if life can't get any worse. He ds himself staring into the faint reflection of the machine, hearing things that only his ears are able to catch in this hallway. He should have stayed out of my business, Harry. Not guilty. We just told he did it. Harry frantically shakes his head, not wanting to think about those again. But all of these events force in all of these flashbacks of injustice, like it reminds him of that. Gomez Addams being arrested right as murders happen, and the logic behind all of it too. It all feels so wrong to him. As he considers what the heck he's going to do next, Harry hears some deputies walking behind him. So, did they clean it up? One of them asks, not knowing that a kid is able to their quote-unquote quiet voices. Hearing all of those words used together in that order gets his attention as he listens in while trying not to glance and make it obvious. Yeah, every single bit. It was in a complete mess in there. The other deputy replies to his buddy with a shape whistle, as if he just saw something from Terrifier in that morgue or something. Seriously, I can't believe a guy will kill himself 1 hour before retirement. Harry can feel the goosebumps crawling down his arms as he processes what the heck he just said. What the heck does he mean, kill himself? Is that what this whole ruckus is about? What the heck was left behind that made Gomez become target D for arrest about a violent crime that happened 30 years ago? Before he can try and put any of these pieces together, he gets a call from his cell phone. He pulls it out and, to his surprise, he sees that it's coming from Davina's number. He's not really sure if he's in the best mood to speak, but he answers it anyway. Hello, Harry. He's dead. Davina can be heard whimpering on the other end, causing Harry to rapidly blink as he quickly steps into a quieter space. She knows about it too. Is he just late to the party, or is this just now being released to the press or something? Wait, are we talking about the news? We saw it and, oh gosh, Davina explains in an emotional voice, unable to get more than 4 words out per second. Harry squints his eyes, wondering if she knew about him or something for her to be reacting this way. We need to talk, like, right, must come back to Nevermore, okay. There's something about him that the cops don't know. Na frantically tells him before abruptly hanging up. Harry stutters as he looks down at his phone, unable to know how he's supposed to take that. Something that the cops don't know. What do they possibly know about something that just happened this morning? What kind of rabbit hole has he just stumbled upon? Jericho. Sheriff's Station. After talking with her father, Wednesday can safely deduce that whatever story everyone's been told isn't the real one. It did sound quite plausible, but like she said before, she's played Russian roulette with them in the past to know her parents well enough. The way he smoothed his mustache, the way he gives a comforting wink, the real truth is still being hidden from everyone, including her. We need to talk, Wednesday simply states with a serious face, prompting the off-guard sheriff to turn around and blink wildly at the sight of her suddenly being in his office at this specific hour. How the heck did he get in here? Galpin asks the obvious question, and as he stares at her as if she's Batman, he walks towards his window where the woman who should be holding the door is supposed to be at. Bernice may or may not have received a call that her tabby cat, Swifty, is being held for ransom. Wednesday doesn't explain as she calmly walks into the room as if she's a businesswoman. Needless to say, she's taking this potential conversation very seriously. My father did not kill Garrett Gates. Galpin sarcastically nods, knowing that Gomez was what this was going to be about. Well, I have his signed confession. He reveals as he taps on a piece of paper laying in the dead center of his desk like it's a relic for Indiana Jones to find. And he identified the saber he used to do it, both of which I'm about to deliver to the district attorney. Don't he find the timing a tad bit convenient? Wednesday brings up with a raised brow, wondering if the man has forgotten that a kid from Never has been confirmed killed by the monster, or officially by a bear. But she knows he still isn't that naive. The coroner kills himself out of remorse for a decades-old violent crime case the very weekend my father, his prime suspect, deigns to return to town. All I see is a guilty man who's finally gonna pay for his crime. Galpin simply responds, softly shrugging his arm. And cuffing him myself. He smacks his lips like he just tasted the best donut on the market. Oh, that was the icing on the cake. Sheriff, how are he failing to see that someone is desperately trying to derail my investigation? Wednesday persists to the man while trying to hold in her complete frustration. Though, she will keep that smug smile of his into consideration in case she gets to have an I told he so moment. I gave he the monster's cave and I gave he the DNA evidence. Did he even bother to test it? This may come as a shock, but the world doesn't revolve around he, Addams. Galpin snaps at Wednesday with a glare for her using. Gee, that kind of smart butt tongue with him as if he depends on her help 24/7. He slides open his drawers and pulls out both results that she wants to point out so much. Here, DNA results, he says as he slams it closed. No match. Inconclusive. It's now even more useless considering that the blood belonged to the boy his friends found dead outside that little dance of yours. Honestly, what were he thinking bring that up? So he truly believe this is all some coincidence? Wednesday questions him with a look that wonders if the man really can't at least try to connect the two cases together. Whoever hurt Eugene and murdered Xavier also murdered the coroner. Unfortunately, someone sabotaged the security camera in the morgue, so we don't know what happened. They stuck bubble gum behind the lens. Galpin points out before putting his palms on the desk and leaning closer towards Wednesday. Black bubble gum, he specifies, giving her a pointed look. Maybe I should run DNA on that. Someone is trying to throw me off my game. Wednesday declares, certain of it. This is all a distraction. No, this is about justice being served. Galpin retorts with his voice raised, his fist passionately tapping on the desk. Garrett Gates' family deserves closure, even if none of them are around to take comfort in it. He states, causing Wednesday to give him a weird look. What happened to them? His mother hung herself in the backyard, His father drank himself to an early grave, and even his little sister didn't escape. She was orphaned, sent overseas, ended up drowning. Galpin lists every fate off with a dark expression on his face. Every one of them is gone. So his father doesn't just have Garrett's blood on his hands, he's got the whole darn family's. He states E4 leaning back and sitting back down. Now get the heck out my office before I arrest he for trespassing. Wednesday glares at him for a few seconds before turning around and leaving the room with a begrudged seethe. Great. A monster is tearing people apart and the sheriff is more focused on avenging the dead than protecting the people that are still alive, or give closure about Xavier's death to someone like. As she steps outside, she closes her eyes with a deep breath, unable to believe that she's about to go talk to him about her case. Nevermore. Always. One thing video games teach he, depending on the genre, is that he don't go to a random location because a phone call stated that he needed to meet with them there. However, given the fact that this is Davina on the line, who we NT from semi-happy to see their parents to shaken up in a manner of hours, hints to Harry that this is something that needs to be addressed. Besides, he's not doing what the trope usually entails and going by the word of a stranger, is he? As there are some other things he would prefer to avoid. Harry, a voice loudly calls out to him. He thought he was mishearing it at first, but as he turns around, to his surprise, he sees Wednesday marching down the empty hallway towards him like she needs to use the bathroom urgently, and he's the door to get inside of. Wait a second. We need to talk. Quote, we've already done more than our fair share of that for the day, wouldn't he agree? Harry responds while giving him a weird look for following him this badly. Something about it makes it feel out of character for her. Don't know about he, but I've filled my quota for the day. It's about my father's case, and it's urgent. Wednesday states in spite of Harry's obvious attempts to dismiss her. He keeps walking, but lets her follow anyway. Though not without rolling his eyes. I need his help in getting him out of. Whoa, 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 have already lost me right there. Harry abruptly declares, as he cuts Wednesday off with a hand as if delivering the old saying where he wants her to talk to that instead. What happened at the station and graveyard were just us being human. Me trusting anything that involves his investigation is like actually thinking the basement is an actually good place to hide when his house is being invaded. Do I sound like I'm trying to invite he to so me meaningless dance or trick he in any way, shape, or form? Wednesday questions him with a raised brow, only to have Harry abruptly turn back around and open his mouth. Do not answer that second part. Trust is a two-way street. We don't just change our minds about people just because something bad has happened. Harry states bluntly to her as he gestures between the two of them as if they have some kind of strained connection. And honestly, I'd rather not be used as some kind of body shield. An innocent man is going to be sent off to jail, Harry. I thought he would hate that more than others. Wednesday points out with a knowing tone, successfully making the boy to freeze the second he tries turning around from her. Except this time, he's not going to be let off. Okay, points foe, are knowing what to use to try and persuade me. Harry notes as he points her, oh still. Though coming from he, it needs a little bit of work. I'm not letting he say not to me, Harry. Wednesday declares with a tone that indicates she's being very serious, causing the boy to blink before taking a menacing step closer. As that challenge, Wednesday? He asks in a low voice, to which Wednesday stares back, not flinching a muscle. He have a strong fist, but no actual skill to keep up with me, she points out in the same tone as if asking if he wants to be knocked down again, causing a tense stare. Down to engage as Harry clenches a fist. Hey, Davina's voice abruptly chimes in, preventing a duel from possibly breaking down in the middle of the halls. Come in, quick, before someone sees he too. She urges them with a loud hiss. Although Harry doesn't wish it, Wednesday instantly marches inside, causing him to roll his eye before he eventually follows suit. Inside, Davina closes the door of the empty classroom as they both find Kent also in here, standing in one of the chairs like a dog in shame. What the heck is he doing here? Harry jumps straight to asking as he points to him. Not sure if he likes the idea of being in a room with a guy who wants to tear his spine out. He's the reason I called he in the first place. Davina explains as she locks the classroom door before walking over to them, giving Wednesday a look over to acknowledge her presence. And he too, I guess, she adds with a mixed look, prompting a blank glare from the quiet girl. What's this about, Davina? Look, I just wanna say, before my dumbass of a brother says anything stupid, that I wasn't involved in any of this, okay? Davina starts giving a frantic speech instead of answering Harry's question, causing him and Wednesday to share a glance. We're told very strictly not to use our powers for dumb stuff like this, and we know better. And please keep in mind that Kent's a moron, not a criminal, so please don't. What? Harry abruptly says while raising a hand, his temper slowly lowering as she accidentally keeps making things worse for them by talking that rubbish. Did he do? He questions her with a serious look that is getting very worried about what he's going to hear next, in spite of her attempts to give him an open mind. Davina lets out a deep exhale as she rubs a hand against her face. I didn't want this. Quote, still not helpful, Wednesday points out before turning to Kent with a suspicious glare. The siren looks down, looking uncomfortable as everyone turns to him, as they notice he's looking the most guilty in this room. Okay, remember the thing with the doctor and the gun? Kent brings up to start with, and Harry reacts to a scoff. No, not really, that was like, so long ago. Harry sarcastically responds with a look that urges the siren to get to the blasted point. Like a whole 5 minutes. Well, there was this person online who slipped me, like, $100 or so bucks in Venmo for me to sneak over into the medical examiner's office. He know where the morgue is and stuff. Kent hesitantly reveals with a slow stutter, causing Wednesday to blink at him due to obvious reasons. Look, in my defense, it was enough to buy me both issues of Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash I found on Amazon. Glad to see that bribery still works. Wednesday ends with a small hint of sarcasm as she was wondering if her money was losing attraction or something on this side of New England. Even on with people with questionable tastes. Okay, let's put the horrifying lack of comic standards aside. Harry chimes in as he gives Kent a look. Focus on the important parts, please. Paid to do what in Anwa's office? Right. Kent quickly nods, anxiously scratching his neck as he feels Wednesday's deadly gaze stabbing itself into his skull. So, the message said that all I had to do was write down this document that would be sent to me, and Siren song the morgue guy into copying it all down into his suicide note. Needless to say, both Harry and Wednesday react shocked in their respective ways. She goes wide-eyed while he looks like he just spilled his favorite stash of candy into a molten lava vat. A what? Harry utters after a few seconds. I didn't know he was actually going to do it. Kent protests in his defense, quickly standing up and standing back so he can raise his hands to push them back with the power of air or something. I mean, I thought it was just some dumb joke, creep him out by having him me back to reality with a suicide note right in front of him. I didn't know he had intents to shoot himself. Even then, he didn't bother to think about what he were forcing a normie to write. See, this is what I was talking about, Davina exclaims as she points at her brother, rubbing her forehead as she looks like she's about 5 seconds away from sweating bullets or something. When this idiot finally told me, I was barely able to keep it together in front of our parents, and then Gomez gets arrested. He know what that'll do to us if they find out we gave a retired man the push he needed. He didn't. That note was simply meant to throw the police the wrong scent. Wednesday simply replies with a knowing voice as everyone turns to her. Her eyes are faced to the floor, everything piecing together in her mind. Someone must have been waiting for Kent to leave before they shot Dr. Anwar, making sure his handwriting complemented their story. Okay, but why'd all this? Rai asks out loud as he turns to Wednesday, temporarily ignoring the mentally stressed out Davina and hiding in the guilty closet. Kent. He's telling me our bad guy waited all this time for parents Kent to happen just so he can put his father back in jail. Or someone is simply trying to distract the sheriff from the real investigation while they plan their next move. Wednesday adds before lancing down again as she also considers the fate of the Gates family that Galpin detailed. There may be a hidden family member no one knows is still alive. Or maybe both. Whatever it is, they got his family nailed to a wall. Harry states the obvious as he rolls his tongue, deep in thought. We have to tell the cops. No, no, please don't. Davina pleads as she abruptly walks over and grabs Harry's arm, gripping it tight like it's a lifeline of hers. My idiot brother created a straight-up crime, and I could be considered an accomplice. I'm too pretty to go to jail. Point taken. Harry responds with a nod as he softly pulls his arm away. Wednesday glances between them with a pointed look, as if not exactly liking what she just saw for some reason or another. What else can we do? My father was convincing, but his story is clearly fabricated. He must be leaving something out. Wednesday points out with a knowing look, and since it's her blood, no one bothers arguing with her. Sheriff Galpin mentioned that he confirmed the saber he used to do it, which has to be getting taken to the lab right now. And if I remember correctly, it's being done on foot. Harry also points out as he's slowly getting on the same page as her. There has to be something in the evidence that contains a clue of something wrong with Gomez's story. He states before turning towards Davina. Have any of he seen the cops here? Yeah, that's one of the other reasons I called he here. Davina answers with a small sniffle, prompting Harry to snap his fingers. We should make sure we catch him the second he leaves the office. Wednesday queries with a raised brow, causing Harry to turn to her with a look. I thought he didn't want me around to help well, he kinda leave me with no choice, sorrow at the disco. Harry replies in a sassy tone filled with frustration. That aside, it looks like they finally have a plan they can put into action, in spite of everything that's been thrown at them, specifically Wednesday. So far, Davina continues pacing around, clearly too stressed to be dealing with this, before she suddenly jumps into Harry's arms in a bridal embrace. The boy stumbles a bit, but manages to hold her. I'm too she repeats, whimpering in his ear as he awkwardly clears his throat. Wednesday squints even harder at them with a tense glare. Should I leave to let he too plan his wedding? Kent shakes his head with a sigh. Wilderness. Pond. Wednesday suspects that she still knows about where Pugsley would go to be alone when he's feeling very sad. It's Haushish. He always managed to kidnap him for waterboarding and apple toss with knives, which obviously involves the fruit being on her brother's head. She walks over to a pond known for hosting lots of fish. She finds him sitting on the edge of the dock. Although the back of his head is turned towards her, she doesn't need to be a psychologist to guess what he's feeling. She walks behind him carrying a few things, and he can hear her footsteps tapping on the wood with a small creak. Go away, Pugsley demands in a slightly emotional voice, obviously not in a mood to talk, but Wednesday isn't being dismissed that easily. He forgot his fishing gear. Wednesday tells him as she calmly sets the sticks down, as well as the bag she brought in between the two of them before sitting herself down. Although they sit at the edge, neither of their feet touch the water below. There's a comfortable silence as the flow of the surface of the pond reflects onto their faces. Stop trying to be nice, Pugsley advises Wednesday as he glances at her with an awkward smile on his face. He's not exactly sure where this apologetic bond attempt is coming from, but part of him appreciates the effort. It doesn't suit father packed his favorite bait. Wednesday lets Pugsley know, signaling that it's going to be just like she never left the house. He opens it up to find a handful of grenades, which makes his smile brighter as he takes out one. However, it quickly goes away when his mind goes away from the present and into the future. What will happen to him now? Pugsley asks Wednesday, obviously talking about Gomez. Well, he's confessed, so there won't be a trial. After he's sentenced, he'll be sent to a state penitentiary where he'll lose his mind being separated from mother. Wednesday answers him, giving the brutally honest outcome since she knows that's why he asked her the question in the first place. Did he know they haven't spent a single night apart since they've tied the knot? Sounds like it will be he in a couple years. Pugsley teasing comments, as if noticing something about her school life. Wednesday almost instantly gives him a glare which wipes it off his face, as he anxiously looks back down at the water. Sorry, trust me, anyone who tries that will be dead or put in a straitjacket before they can even ask the question. Yeah, probably, Pugsley agreeingly comments with a shaky laugh. I always thought I'd be the first one in the family behind bars. Lurch and I had a bet going. Wednesday mentions casually, and Pugsley turns to her with a face that honestly isn't all that surprised to hear about it, but is curious about which side she was on. She looks back at him with a nod towards the water. Come on, let's see if the fish are biting. Pugsley takes a swallow before pulling the pin and throwing it far into the water. With a massive boom and a splash, at least 2 handfuls of fish float up onto the surface, deceased. Wednesday nods with an honestly impressed look. That's quite a catch. I'm gonna miss him, Wednesday. Pugsley tells her with a massive frown. It's not over yet. He's innocent. Wednesday promises him, subtly letting him know that she's already got a plan to prove that Gomez is simply trying to take the fall for something, whether it's for them or something a little more selfish. She doesn't care. She wants him out of that disgusting-looking orange jacket. Well, if anyone can figure out who really committed the crime, it's he. Pugsley states at ease look at Wednesday, fully confident in her. He have to find out the truth and free Dad. Well, until that happens, we both know Mother will be falling apart. Which means we'll have to be strong. Wednesday tells him with a serious face, her eyes daggering into his. And by we, I mean he. She lets him know, not wanting him to fall for the weakness of emotion. Now, give me one of those, she demands as she holds up her hand expectingly. Pugsley wallows before reaching into the bag and handing her a grenade, which she throws into the pond with ease. The boom that follows creates an even bigger amount of casualties than Pugsley's, signaling he is the potential winner for this fishing event. Wow, where did he learn to throw like that? He asks her as he feels like that was much stronger than before. Wednesday glances down with a bit of insecurity before answering. A boy. Pugsley blinks. Who? He asks curiously, only to get another glare from Wednesday who doesn't answer. He did know how to sink a bully with his wicked curve ball. Jericho. Streets. Harry currently sits in a booth at the Weathervane as the time for a quick trick or treat grab arrives very soon. This isn't going to be anything too intense or risky, as he plans to use his phone so he doesn't risk an even longer sentence by straight up stealing the evidence itself. They just got to get their own version of a hard-to-read copy, and the police will nevermore know that they're a step ahead of them. He look a little tired. One of the baristas comments as they approach his booth, and Harry looks up to see that it's Tyler of all people who likely didn't mean what he just said, go figure. Where's his parents? I thought it was that special weekend or whatever. In the bathroom. Harry answers in a monotone, to which Tyler just raises a brow before setting his drink down in front of him without questioning it too hard. What's up with his dad? He's taking this whole thing with Gomez a little seriously, don't he think? Why, he think I actually now something about that case that will get him free of guilt. Tyler accuses with a distrusting look, since it's coming from Harry and all. The other boy just scoffs with a shake of his head, wondering why he even bothered asking. Sorry, but there's not much one can do when he has a dad who thinks his only purpose in life is the badge. He's not that all guilt-free either. Harry points out with a dirty look, knowing that Wednesday confronted him about the post-trial incident he suffered at his hands. Tyler gives an angry stare that confirms it. I'm just asking a question, man. Yeah, well, it's a question about my personal business, which I would appreciate if he stayed out of. Tyler acidly quips, only for Harry to cackle in response to that instead of whatever cold reaction he was expecting. That is something else, coming from he. What, he think I've just been a jerk for the fun of it? Tyler questions with an angry brow, before abruptly sitting down on the opposite side of the table with a serious look on his face. Listen, he play the whole hard to get game with Wednesday, but he can't fool me. I know what he's trying to do with her, he tells Harry with an accusatory glare. He want to help her like I do. Here's some advice, stay away from GWE, before we find her body next. He then stands up and marches away before Harry can respond, leaving him to glare passionately at Tyler as he watches him go. Before he can potentially snap and start a scene, Freddy returns from the bathroom, fixing his coat with a mixed expression on face. Man, that was the most painful and yellowish pee I've ever taken. The older man comments as he reclaims his seat, before noticing his nephew's face. Kid, why did he look like he's about to violent crime somebody? Because I probably will, starting next week. Harry half answers with a casual sip of his drink as he looks out the window, causing Freddy to squint at him. But he doesn't get to comment anything as the teen catches the query outside. There he is, he says as he points towards a man in uniform walking professionally down the sidewalk as fast as he can. Oh boy, I'm excited, Freddy silently exclaims, in a loud whisper, leaving their money on the table for the employees to grab. I mean, this isn't exactly new to me with the whole shadowing thing, but that's usual on animals, not people, he shares with him, before glancing down with a weird face. That didn't sound good. Quote, shish. Harry shushes him as they stop and follow the cop at a slow pace, waiting until the cue to move in arrives. Eventually, Kent comes running out of small alleyway while laughing like a douche right in front of the cop as he holds up the necklace that is meant to weaken a siren's power. This obviously makes the man stop in his tracks. Stop it, Kent. Give me that. Davina yells at him as she runs out as well, both of them out of their Nevermore uniforms in this moment. The confused cop watches them engaging in a tug-of-war with the piece of jewelry until one of them, accidentally, bumps into the deputy roughly with their back. The cop steps back, his foot bumping against a fire hydrant in the sidewalk wick. H makes him tumble over and fall on his bed, dropping a few items that he was hiding under his jacket. Whoa, sorry about that, copper. Kent apologizes with a small chuckle as he looks down at him. WH. Davina uses to snatch her jewelry back and put it back on. Come on, his moron, before he get us both in trouble, Davina says as they quickly jog away for the sake of letting the angry cop watch them leave without offering to even help. This gives the LNs the timing needed to swoop in. Hey there, sir, he needs some help, Harry offers with a curious brow as he and Freddy walk over to him and eye the stuff that stumbles out of his inventory, more noticeably, a interesting-looking bag. Sure, whatever, the deputy distractedly accepts before turning around and going slightly wide-eyed. And he realizes that he's starting at the alleged woods creep. As Harry looks at the folder and opens it for more than a few seconds, the cop frantically swoops it out of his hands. Oh, careful now, that's evidence of a crime, he explains to him as he double-checks to see if he touched anything, before looking back up at him. An old crime. Oh, yeah, a cold case. He gonna reopen the ones that involves my missing socks. Freddy jests with a charismatic drunk grin, causing the deputy to awkwardly chuckle at him without knowing that a walking hand is creeping under his legs, sneaking out of the scene. I'll consider it. The deputy tries to match his humor before putting his stuff back under his jacket. Anyway, I gotta go. See ye later, he says as he quickly walks away from the two of them, or as Harry can see, away from him, the accused assaulter. With him gone, Harry just sighs as he turns to his uncle. Thanks for coming along, even though I was kind of asking ye to do risk something that breaks the law, he says with a grateful look, causing Freddy to cackle and pat his shoulder. He kidding, we both know why he's trying to fight for the truth here, Freddy tells him with a knowing look, to which Harry glances down with a slightly dark face. Hey, don't forget that some of us are still proud of he reminds him, not wanting the poor kid to constantly think about his negative parents. Harry smiles at him before glancing over and silently telling his uncle with his eyes that he should check with his group. Freddy gives him a nod and the two split up, with Harry crossing the crosswalk before finding himself standing behind a random building. He looks around, but only Kent and Davina show up to meet back up with him. Hey, have y'all seen Wednesday? He asks the two of them curiously, to which they share a look before shaking their heads. He hums as he turns around, as a car scraps past and sends a splash of water in their direction, which they narrowly step back to dodge. The second Harry blinks again, Wednesday is standing there in front of them. Whoa, Kent exclaims in fright as he glances around. How the heck did he do that? Practice, Wednesday simply explains with a blank look, to which the Siren twins give her weird looks as they feel like it still doesn't explain the art of suddenly appearing from nothing. Harry rolls his eyes as he steps forward. Can I have a phone back? He requests with a slightly impatient look. Wednesday glances down at her shoulder as Thing crawls up with the phone in his hands. Should have known he were Wednesday's creepy butt pet this entire time. He mutters as he takes it back with a look, prompting the hand to flip the bird at him. Only this time, Harry flips him off back. Anything. Wednesday questy. Ons with a look that urges him to focus on the point at hand. Harry grumbles something before looking down at the pictures. Looks like they got lucky and have the perfect angle. Yeah, looks like we got a good shot of the results here. Harry answers, trails his finger down until he notes a very interesting looking bit. Turns out that the only prints they got from the violent crime weapon were Garrett Gates's, Gomez Addams's, and Morticia Lump's. He points out with a small smirk, easily getting Wednesday's attention. Now, it's not that odd, since it could just be from her time on the fencing team. Or she used it on the night of Garrett Gates' violent crime. Wednesday finishes the sentence with a serious face, mentally excited on the inside as this was just what he needed. I need to go find her, hopefully. My father's imprisonment will help her see the error in her stubborn ways. Hey, don't forget, he said, remember. Harry reminds her as he points at her with a smirk. Hat says she isn't allowed to just dismiss like that now that his use is over. Wednesday gives him a blank look, but sees an eye for an eye, and doesn't bother arguing. So, does this mean we're good now? Kent pops the question nervously, prompting them both to turn to the twins who only got involved because of their obvious guilt at getting roped into the situation. No offense, but this investigation stuff really isn't my jam. Or mine, either. Davina agreeingly adds, yeah, we're good. Harry assures them with a smile, causing Kent to let out the loudest of relieved sighs before he turns to walk back to Nevermore. Davina is about to follow, but then turns around as she remembers something she wanted to say. I'm really sorry about this. Davina apologizes to Harry as she glances NXIOUSLY at Wednesday, who is standing a couple feet away, reviewing the evidence that is at her disposal. I hope he don't think that we're, selfish idiots. Well, it takes one to know one. Harry quips with a cheeky smirk. But he strike me as a little less like that. He then adds, allowing her to drop her shoulders as she rolls her eyes with a grateful smile. Look, I'm sorry about what I've done. He then suddenly drops on her, perplexing her. I know that dress was his favorite, the one from a couple months ago. Thank he, but I should be the one saying that stuff. Davina replies with a sheepish smile, knowing that she's not all that innocent either. I left he high and dry the second the Nightshades accepted me in Kent, and I kind of became the Queen Bee's right-hand woman that I used to make fun of. Yeah, well, I had a bad boy phase too. Harry mentions with a shrug, as a way of saying it's okay. Davina, though, still doesn't feel that way, and while anxiously looking down, takes one of his hands in hers like he did back in the dorm. Only this time, he doesn't pull away from her. He really want to do this now. Just to make sure we're still good. Davina answers, humorously putting it in the way Kent put it. Harry chuckles before the siren then swoops it for a loving kiss that lasts for more than a few seconds. When she pulls away, she gives him a happy smile. Friends, she declares before eventually walking away. As a slightly surprised Harry blows out some air, he idly looks back to see Wednesday staring at him with this very weird look on her face. Glancing back at where Davina went as if trying to ask him with her eyes about what the devil that was about. Harry just awkwardly stares back until she eventually pockets her notes thing give. Ing him one more rude gesture before he slides into her backpack. Harry shakes his head with a scoff as he goes to do the same thing. That little crap. New chapter incoming. I'm having another free week. So I was able to get this chapter to he guys early today, meaning the last part of episode 5 will be here soon. Man, if I can be honest, I didn't think I would actually be able to push myself into getting this far. Knowing how I can sometimes struggle with committing to a book. Though, I'm glad I did, as I still have what I feel like quite a journey I will have for this characters. I don't want to make these stories a simple reader gets with this character kind of thing. I want he guys to actually feel like he's part of the story. Anyway, please vote and comment. Part 4. Warning. The first scene contains dark thoughts about certain serious topics. Wilderness. Evening. https://youtube.be/we8ddqok8. Harry can feel the shadows creeping on him as he steps through the trees. He just needs a minute to himself before he and the gang confront their new main suspect. There's been something crawling inside him, wanting to rise back up to the surface as this entire monster situation continues. He's constantly reminded of it. Parents fighting amongst each other, past mistakes delivering their due. He wishes he could say he's confused by it all, but he knows what it's like. Boring. Harry closes his eyes with a deep breath. Hiking down the trail like he should be out here in the night sky, breaking curfew once again, but only for petty reasons. He tried to go to sleep, but it was too quiet. Because Xavier wasn't there. He didn't hear lens rubbing against paper like he usually does. It was just dead. Why am I still here? I thought I would find some kind of answer, some kind of peace. But so far, the only result I've gotten is death and misery, the one thing I was trying to escape from. Teenage drama, sure, it's here, but not in the way that I wanted it. I just wanted to be a part of something important, but it feels like all I've done is bring harm. Is that why I care so much? Is that why I wish I didn't care at all? At this point, how the heck am I supposed to know anything? Harry stands on a wannabe dirt edge. Below him is the river that he once did the poke up in. The water looks deep. He can see the moon's reflection in it, shining so bright that it casts his own aside. From his point of view, he is nothing, and he can't find a single reason to argue against it. He rubs his face with a tired sigh, wondering what he's doing here. He walks across the edge like it's a rope, but he's not carrying any pole to maintain his balance. He closes his eyes, feeling like he's walking along the clouds, with his family, and someone else, but he can't make out their face. They're someone his age, that much he can tell, but everything else is blurry like it's some kind of YouTube video on the lowest quality except 10 times worse. Yet, he knows that he's happy. It truly is like a dream. He doesn't realize it when his body leans too much to the right, and gravity takes him down into the waters with a slightly loud splash. His eyes remain closed still, his body not moving as he's too focused on the happy place he's found himself into. It reminds of the Raven, but a more blissful, peaceful version of it, way up into the clouds. Peace. There is no peace for us. What did he do? The dead body speaks. What did he do? Wake up. Harry's eyes open up at a rapid pace, finding themselves back into the real world. He considers treading the water, but is too tired for it. No one would ever hear it, because why would they? He's been declared innocent, but no one believes him. If anything, this is the better solution. But then, he looks over and sees death itself, and that's when he finally starts screaming, bubble popping out of his mouth like soap. A few seconds later, he feels a great weight suddenly grabbing him and swimming for him underwater, throwing him back onto the surface where he coughs out a bucket load of water. Thankfully though, he doesn't need any kind of CPR to save himself. He takes heavy breaths as he sits up, feeling awake again. Harry, are you freaking crazy? A voice asks him with a scolding tone, and Harry looks up to see Davina, half exposed, the siren that spotted him falling and was a BLE to save him the trouble of swimming all the way back up to the surface. You're so lucky I go outside my dorm as well. I saw her again, Harry mumbles out loud as he looks down at the ground. With a perplexed face, he saw Ruby undead, like he did those first couple of times before he met Wednesday. But it didn't feel like a simple hallucination. It felt real. I thought that wouldn't happen again. Saw what? Davina queries as she sits down next to him with a raised brow, but the guy just shakes his head with a sigh, knowing that he must have just had a weird mental moment or something. Nothing. Never mind. He waves it off as he stands up, knowing that he spent way too much time here already. I should head back. Our mutual friend was waiting for me at the shack. Harry. Davina calls out his name again as he starts walking away, causing him to sigh as he turns back around with his hands in his pockets, a dead, black smoke across his entire facial features. What the heck was that back there? She asks him, but in a soft, worried tone. Harry eyes the trees, not answering for a good 30 seconds. I think, Harry sighs, smirking a bit as if he's just come up with the most Ironic joke a human being can make. I think nobody would ever miss me when I eventually kick the bucket. He states quietly before heading off back towards Nevermore, fully meaning it. I mean, who would? Nevermore. Hidden library. Wednesday's mother's prints were on the saber that was used to kill Garrett Gates, or so it says. As mentioned before, it would make sense given her past on the fencing team, but given the circumstances. The idea of it being one tiny coincidence is way too risky to write off. Morticia isn't anywhere to be found around Nevermore, but any Addams would know that she would be somewhere alone. Where no one can find her. Like a room that requires a riddle for one to open. They find the statue already welcoming people in, and so they walk down the steps to find Morticia. Addams standing in the center of the society's symbol on the floor, her arms outstretched as if wanting the pale moonlight shining on her to make her disappear from this reality. Hello, Mother. Whedon. Este greets her in a somewhat confrontational tone, just to announce her presence. Morticia turns around, looking like she's slightly caught off guard by her being here, but slowly recovers with a straight face. Hello, Wednesday. Morticia greets back with a dark smile as Wednesday walks down the steps. The older woman looks like she's seen 5,000 demons and wish they would finish the job already. So, he's a nightshade. That didn't take long. Actually, I rejected them. Wednesday corrects her as she now stands in front of her. She still doesn't want to, no matter how many amateurs see. Octales and good times are thrown into her face. Why? Because I was a member. I'll never live up to his legacy here, so why try? Wednesday states as she gives her mother a look to stop pretending. Like they have the same purposeful standing. I tried to win the Poe Cup, he claimed it 4 times. I joined the fencing team, he captained it. And I already told he about my oath against love, yet he were permanently happy. No matter what happened, why would he send me somewhere where I could only ever exist in his shadow? Morticia stares at her with a sad glint in her eye. It's not a competition, Wednesday. She tells her, shaking her head, everything is a competition, Mother. Wednesday corrects her with a crack of insecurity spilling out of her voice box. But mostly, I rejected them because they're a trivial social club. She adds, knowing that even her mother would have wanted her to be in that version of the society. Morticia nods, admitting out that, we used to be so much more, she muses as she looks back up at the moon. Our mission was to protect outcasts from harm and bigotry. In fact, the group was started by 2 ancestors from Mexico. One of the first settlers in America. One was from the Craven bloodline. The other was from his father's. Goody. Wednesday names drops, and Morticia's face confirms it for her, a little surprised that she already knows. I saw her painting at Pilgrim World. Assuming that was the original piece. Oh, Morticia nods, guessing that she shouldn't be surprised. How ironic, since she was the one who killed Joseph Crackstone. She reveals, much to Wednesday's interest. She wonders if that was actually the image Rowan's mother drew, and the timeline was simply mixed up. The nightshades were her secret but deadly answer to his oppression. She says, but swallows as she looks back at the artistic portraits. But even she wasn't able to stop him. Wednesday matches her gaze, once again seeing an intimidating-looking figure, once she also saw from Pilgrim World. What is it? Wednesday asks, earnestly curious to know, but Morticia shakes her head with a sigh. I don't know, no one does. But he was the one who avenged Joseph Crackstone in the end. So the legend goes. Morticia shares with Wednesday, though ironically wishing she had the dark answer she was looking for. I know why he's here, Wednesday. The older man states as she turns around to face her again. So, go on, ask it. Father didn't kill Garrett Gates, did he? Wednesday calls Mother out, causing to drop her head, guilty as all sin can shed. No, Morticia confirms, closing her eyes so she can open them back to 30 years ago. Despite whatever he told I didn't just sit back while Garrett chased Gomez up onto the balcony. By the time I made it up the stairs, I found his father fighting for his life. It was terrifying. She takes a shuddering breath. I yelled at them to stop, but Garrett didn't even glance at him, all he was used on was making Gomez paying for taking the one good thing he had left. When Garrett threw Gomez aside, I ran up to my love's side. Garrett saw it, and realized that he finally lost everything. I'll never forget the way he looked at me. So much violent crime and death in his eyes. He was even foaming at the mouth. It was like I was staring into the eyes of a rabid beast. It is true that Garrett charged at his father, but in reality, I was the one who picked up the sword and took his life before he threw himself over. It was only when I heard the scream that I realized what I'd done. His father was so calm and brave. I was too frozen in terror to notice that he took the sword from my hands and purposefully stood over the edge to let Weems see him. He told me to put the sword back on the table, go into my room, and lock the door. His father took the blame in order to protect me. She concludes with a single tear drop falling from her eye. I was so grateful when they cleared him of any wrongdoing. But I knew someday, this would come back to haunt us. Wednesday glances down at the floor. Once again, the story sounds extremely truthful, and technically, it is. But there's still one part of Morticia's tale that helps shine some light on something she was theorizing in her head a couple times, but thought it was just guesswork at first. He said Garrett was foaming at the mouth, his eyes didn't look human. Morticia nods. I've never seen someone so blinded by rage. Well, maybe it wasn't rage at all. Wednesday proposes as she feels herself getting a sudden rush in thought. So many clues coming together to provide the conclusion she was looking for. Foaming saliva, dilated pupils, mental confusion. What are those all textbook symptoms of? She asks her, a T.N.Y. smirk creeping up her looks when Morticia gasps in realization. Rabies. But how can that be? Morticia asks her, not seeing how it can be possible. Wednesday's smirk grows wider. Only one way to find out. Nevermore. Art Studio. Wednesday and Harry meet up along with their respective parental figures to an old wooden building in the woods they know in well and love. The formal thought she will didn't see it again after last week's events, but it seems like there was a reason the LN brought them over here for a quick pit stop, so here they are. Honestly, she can play the moment Xavier caught her sneaking around in her head. And it feels kind of bittersweet now, in spite of her true personality. This was Xavier's art studio, correct? Wednesday points out with an inquisitive brow as she and Harry step inside. While Freddy and Morticia stand outside just for age gap reasons. I see that he were very quick to claim it in his name. She comments as she curiously scans the interior while Harry closes the door. She notices a few of the artist's best paintings in here, one of which containing an adaptation of the monster. Well, I wasn't going to let it collect dust, was I? Harry remarks as he goes through the closet. Walking past her to go into the closet so they can find the appropriate tools for their grave-digging exercise. I don't know, felt like it was necessary that I'd at least keep this place clean. Even if I can't keep it as an art studio anymore. What did he use it for? Wednesday queries curiously, causing Harry to pause a bit as he realizes he doesn't really have a good answer for that. Nothing. He quietly tells her honestly as he leans out and glances around, causing her to raise a brow at him. It's just my secret little hideout, now. Helps remind me of the things I won't have. And who I let down. Wednesday glances down, knowing who he's talking about and that she feels the same way as him, but she won't admit that to him, even in this private setting. I'm curious why Davina, she then blurts out the question, causing Harry to glance at before he goes back to the closet. What about her? She kissed he, which leads me to believe at have been some kind of scandalous relationship before I came to Nevermore. Wednesday points out the obvious, though that doesn't really explain why she's bringing the siren up. Tell me, what CTLY did a rich girl who had everything given to her on a silver plate, see in someone like he? Relax, Mrs. Yandere. We only went on a couple dates, then the Nightshades accepted her and her twin brother as pledges. And then she dumped me as easily as a string noddle that slipped off a fork. Harry explains with a slightly amused smirk as he finally gets the shovels out without making any of the other tools fall and collapse into an unorganized position. And now she wants he back. Wednesday queries with a confused query in her mind. She can't help but feel like this is part of one of those obnoxious novels that she threw up on and fed to one of her arch nemeses in school number 3. I can never understand our own generation. I think it's more like she just feels isolated in her own group. Harry guesses with an amused chuckle at Wednesday's assumption. He then goes throughout the drawers, looking for the gloves. She says I make her feel safe, that no one judges her in my space. He says as he puts on his gloves, handing her one of the shovels. Maybe if he weren't so stabby with his potential rave and dates, he would appreciate the backup and emotional safety I provide a woman. He remarks with a cheeky grin as he steps out of the studio. I find those terms are overrated. Wednesday comments with an unamused stare as she puts the gloves from her own inventory and follows him out. Only the desperate would look for them. Harry chuckles. Ouch. Jericho. Cemetery. Oh, boy, are we done yet? Uncle Freddy asks tiredly as the group excluding Morticia continues digging through Garrett Gates' burial site. They've been going it for about an hour and a half now, the pile of dirt growing bigger and bigger by the second. I think my back is going to re-pop any second now. He that every time we go on a hunting trip, and his back has now never popped it once. Harry calls him out with a madding the older man to sigh in defeat. Way to show some love to his uncle, kid. Ah, this reminds me of when my daughter got her first grave digging kit. Morticia comments with a dream-like smile as he remembers the nostalgic memory. She stands up on the surface while the rest of them continue working. Making up for that by trying to bring back possibly embarrassing moments. He were so happy, he nearly smiled. Are he sure he don't wanna join? Wednesday questions her with a raised brow. To which Morticia's smile drops. Oh, no, that's okay, darling. I don't wanna spoil his fun. Morticia declines in a way that seems to indicate a slight unease at the idea of ruining her dress and nails. Wednesday doesn't complain and gets right back to it. No, miss, I gotta know. How exactly did fate force he to settle for a guy like Gomez? Freddy then queries her with an odd smirk that he gives her. He seemed much more important for trouble like this. Morticia blinks at him with a weird look. Should I even answer that? No, Harry tells her with a shake of his head, assuring her that she doesn't have to humor his uncle. No, he don't. Eventually, his shovel hits a hard surface, signaling that they've reached the bottom. Wednesday and Harry quickly swipe aside the dirt, showing a coffin with Garrett's name right on the front. Moment of truth. They open it up to find a 30-year-old deceased skeleton. The girl glosses her eyes and inhales deeply, which does not go unnoticed. Did he just breath in a dead body? Harry questions her with a quick double take. Of course, this is amazing bone structure for a Posian man. Wednesday states with clear admiration. To which Harry blinks before he decides to just nod and accept it. She ignores him and uses a knife to cut open a little body part, stuffing it in a sack and stuffing it under her shirt. The condition of Garrett Gates is quite interesting, and noticeable, even as undead as he is. There's blue everywhere in his bones, meaning only one thing. This is the Cravens' work. Harry realizes like he recognizes the aftermath, causing Wednesday to turn to him. He know what this is as well. Harry looks at her and nods, but before he can reply, lights from all directions suddenly shine on them. Well, what do we have here? Rick T chimes in as the multiple deputies flash the caught suspects with their lights. Guess there's gonna be an outcast reunion in lockup tonight. He's both under arrest. Harry sighs as they all hold their hands up so they don't get shot. Darn. Sheriff's office. Cell block. Get comfortable. The guard advises as the kids, Morticia, and F. Ready or throw into a separate cell alongside Gomez's. He can post bail in the morning. He informs them before walking away. Thankfully, that won't be a problem for both Addams and LNs combined. Oh, they won't be in these cells all that long. Doesn't make them any more comfortable though, especially for certain people. Freddy has somehow already passed out on the bench, snoring like a hog. Must have had a few drinks in his alone time. Harry stands on the edge of the bars, idly tapping on them without a care that the dust and grease on them will stain his palms for a couple more weeks. Wednesday, just standing there robotically like she always does, can't help but notice him staring at the walls as if he has an imaginary friend standing in front of him. Having a nostalgic trip, she queries, to which the boy bitterly chuckles in response. Yeah, he's having a blast. I thought that when I get thrown in her a second time, it would be for a very different crime. Harry replies with a blah. NK face as he rubs his finger against the cell door, an odd choice of words that piques Wednesday's curiosity. Manslaughter. Or worse, violent crime. They would be exchanging more dialogue, if not for the fact that it's overdrawn by the obnoxiously loud smooches coming from behind them. They both turn around to Morticia and Gomez making out without like hungry animals through the cell bars. At least they're not using tongue, Harry remarks with a face of pure cringe. Not even the long-lost arm of the law could keep us apart. Gomez declares passionately, grabbing his wife's arms. At least we'll have one last night together. Yes. Quote, I've seen jackals with more self-control than he too. Wednesday scolds them loud enough for them to hear, causing them to thankfully break away and notice the dirty looks the kids are giving them. Neither one of he are strong enough to serve hard time. And lucky for us, he won't have to. She assures them as she pridefully takes out the chopped finger. I recognize the blue tint. Harry states as he goes back to leaning his upper body against the steel bars, causing the Addams family to turn towards him. It's one of the Craven family's second deadliest versions of nightshade. I read about it in their book. It's lethal to the touch. It includes rabies symptoms because it's supposed to make the infected go ravenous before they die. It'd make the best of friends tear each other apart. Second deadliest. Wednesday quotes him, wondering what the actual deadliest is supposed to be. Harry shakes his head. They never finished it, because Garrett Gates happened. Harry states coldly, his dark tone hinting at the possible worst effects if the final version was ever batched. But, as he were saying, if Garrett was poisoned during or before the fight with he, then that means he was dying before he stabbed him. Wednesday concludes, meaning that the conclusion is even more satisfying than they originally thought. There's no one that can be sent to jail, because Garrett's death was all one big accident. The parents share a surprised and extremely relieved look together. He look even more ravishing as an innocent woman. Gomez tells Morticia with a flirtatious grin, followed by the both of them to lean in once again. No, don't, Harry pleads, but it's too late. They are already making out even more passionately than 2 minutes ago. Are they always like this? He asks Wednesday as he rubs the bridge of his nose. He have no idea. Wednesday tells him deadpan, glad that they can at least agree that she's not the only one who finds this extremely annoying to watch. For once, could he two get off each other and focus? She demands as she reaches over to grab the finger before it gets contaminated by them. And when she pulls it out of Morticia's grip, her head shoots back. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 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 opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Prove to me that he's still worthy to be called my son. Ansel demands to Grates as he reaches into the glove box and pulls out a vital of nightshade. Kill all those outcasts. Sneak into that dance and spike the punch bowl. Do it. Garrett looks at his father with shame before taking the glass, stepping out of the car and putting it in his breast pocket. However, he gets distracted when he sees Gomez and Morticia sneaking out of the dance to make out, igniting his wrath. He storms up the stairs and catches them. Addams. He yells at the man with fury, causing them to snap their heads towards him with a gasp. He grabs a fencing sword and the two of them fight it out, until Gomez pushes Garrett off of him, causing him to slam into a pillar. The vital shatters on impact, infecting him with the deadly poison. He stands up, looking at Morticia while foaming at the mouth, violence now being the only thing on his mind. He charges at her only to be stabbed in the chest with the tip of the saber. He falls back, onto the ground of the quad, right in front of Weems, who screams in terror. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 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 opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Okay. Yeah, I'm on my way. Mr. Craven hangs up the phone, heading towards the old meeting house. When he gets there though, he finds the meeting place in the escape tunnel completely empty. At least, at first. Until a figure slashes his neck with a box cutter. He falls to the ground dead, and the killer takes the vial of nightshade from his suit's breast pocket. And they leave the scene, thinking no one would find them. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 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 opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Oh, crap. Harry exclaims as he quickly safely falls onto the hard floor. Her and her messy hair come back as everyone, excluding the still sleeping Freddy, turn towards her. Now would have been a really bad time to hit her head. Wednesday. Did he have a vision? Morticia asks her with an extremely curious reaction, mixed with excitement. She always suspects as much. Hence her constant wants for her daughter to go to Nevermore, but she didn't know for sure until now. What happened? What did he see? Wednesday slowly moves her head up to match her gaze, processing both visions at once before responding. The night Garrett died, he had a vial of nightshade poison that broke in his pocket. She tells them, the consequences of the entire Gates family now making more sense. He wasn't just trying to kill father, he was going to use the nightshade poison to violent crime the entire school. And they had to have found the glass on his body after the crime was committed. Harry adds with a point, getting on the same page as her. That means, he murmurs before snapping his fingers. Someone in the police knew about it. Their next move couldn't be any more clearer. However, Wednesday glances down, finding the other half of that vision extremely confusing. He touched Garrett's dead finger, so seeing him in his last moments made sense. But why did she see another man's death? Jericho. The next day, Harry, Wednesday, and Morticia stand in the mayor's office after sending a very innocent message. All that it said was that they may or may not have just learned about a few things about Garrett Gates, and that it could potentially pose a threat to his position if the public learned about these things. From their point of view, he know nothing too crazy. Okay, maybe there was also a less subtle threat about jail, too. That part couldn't be helped after what they went through. Thank you for seeing us at such short notice, Mr. Mayor. Morticia expresses her gratitude to the man with a fixed smile, showing that she's glad in a "we got he now and no he no choice but to talk" sort of way. Yes, well, veiled threats have that effect. Noble Walker replies while giving the two kids an irritated, pointed look. He wouldn't have humored this if they hadn't brought up something that only he should know. Garrett Gates wasn't killed by a stab wound. Wednesday states confidently as she steps forward and shamelessly unwraps it in front of Noble on his desk, causing him to hold in a gag like he was Edward Cullen. T. Had blue sheen mixed with a tiny tint of purple as a telltale sign that this is the Craven family's variant of nightshade poisoning. Morticia points out as she taps his finger, near the mutilated body part. Something that was in Garrett Gates' possession during his fight with Gomez. But he already knew that, didn't he? Wednesday calls Noble out with a knowing stare, and the way the man say "F's" indicates that they are right on the money, because back when he were sheriff, he were in charge of the case and covered it up. Noble scoffs at them. He do realize that have just confessed T. Had not only did he commit grave digging, but grave robbing as well. He points out with a raised brow, I'm not forced to tell either of he anything, no one will believe he. They'll believe if a F.A.W. outcasts confess that they mind-controlled the recently deceased into writing the last paragraph in his obviously faked suicide note. Harry chimes in and he steps forward, causing the man's attention to go to him. They've already told me, and they have spent money to prove it, and he and I both know that if all this goes to the wrong people, that re-election campaign. He shakes his head while clicking his tongue. He'll have better chances with an illegal lottery. He wouldn't. He's the woods creep. Noble growls at him, only for the Harry to smirk in response. Wanna bet? Noble presses his lips together, not sharing eye contact with either of the Addams girls, only giving Harry a small glare just because of the corner the kid admittedly put him in. Despite his compulsive want to fib his way out of this, He exhales in defeat as he knows that there's no chance against lying to a couple of outcasts. Ansel Gates hated outcasts and Nevermore. He begins. He claimed the land. The school was built on land was stolen from his family almost 200 years ago. Garrett went there that night to spike the punch and kill all the kids at that dance. He finally admits. Ansel confesses the whole thing to me in a drunken stupor. It was his idea. Why did he instruct Drive Anwar to falsify the autopsy report? Wednesday interrogates him now that they have the mayor talking, knowing that part of the suicide note had to actually be written by his hands. He knew the truth about how he really died. Listen, my job was to keep the peace, Noble states in his defense as he presses his fist against his desk as if that's supposed to justify his actions. Now, if there had been a trial, both Jericho's and Nevermore's reputations would have been trashed. I think the ONLY reputation he were worried about ruining was his own. Morticia calls Noble out, causing him to blink at her offended. I remember Garrett bragging to me that his father had the sheriff in his pocket. 1 year later, he get elected as mayor. She points out with a knowing smirk. No doubt with the full support of Ansel Gates. I resent his implication. I resent is that he could have prevented Garrett's death if he had done his job when I lodged my complaint about him stalking me. Morticia remarks with a venomous bite to her words, easily causing the mayor to tense up in his seat. Harry can't help but watch her let all of her frustrations out at him in awe. But no, men like he have no idea what it feels like to not be believed. Ooh, that SA scandal I'm sure the trouble-making press will love to eat up. Harry comments humorously, looking at Noble with a grin that only a jester would wear. What do he think, Mr. Mayor? Noble's eyes shift towards various directions before he drops his shoulders, letting out a sigh of defeat. What do he want? He asks them with a tone that wants to get it over with, causing the other three to share a satisfied look. All charges dropped, Morticia demands with a hand on her hip and on the desk like she's the woman in power here, which she is. My father will be released immediately with a full and unequivocal apology from the sheriff's office. Wednesday adds, before looking at the cornered mayor with the deadliest eyes a female could have. Do we have a deal? She asks him, prompting Noble to reluctantly nod. Victory is theirs. Jericho. Streets. Outside of town hall, Harry, Wednesday, and Morticia walk outside after getting their terms successfully met by the mayor himself. Although his mystery had little to nothing in relation with the monster's attacks, it feels nice to finally have this weight lifted off everyone's shoulder, except maybe for Walker. The mentally exhausted boy goes to sit on a bench, leaving the two Addams to finally talk. Talk, as in talk. I never thought doing something that wasn't on my own would feel so satisfying. Wednesday comments as she looks up at the cloudy sky, causing Morticia to turn towards her with a smile. When did his visions begin? Morticia asks her the inevitable question, causing Wednesday to look down and face her, knowing that it was going to eventually come up. A few months ago, she answers her, to which Morticia hums in understanding. Before I left for Nevermore. I'm sorry he didn't feel like he could tell me. Morticia formally apologizes, having done a good job at hiding it for the most part, but regrets that their strained relationship prevented much communication between them. I know we've had our difficulties lately, navigating the treacherous shoals of our mother-daughter relationship. But I'm always here for Wednesday. Wednesday glances down, mentally thinking that what she's said felt like homage. Her understatement before she got her father thrown in jail over some black s that now would be a good time for advice from someone with more experience. Sometimes when I touch someone or something, I get these very violent glimpses from the past or future. And every instance, no matter what I do, the future ones come true. I don't know how to control it. Morticia slowly nods, having heard someone who has triggers from that nature. Our psychic ability resides on the spectrum of who we are. She tells Wednesday, given my disposition, my V-zones tend to be positive. That makes me a dove. And for someone like me, who sees the world in a much darker lens, he's a raven. Morticia easily answers with a knowing mind. His visions are more potent, more powerful. Both without the proper training, it can lead to madness. She warns her daughter, also knowing a few people who went to asylum for it. Wednesday glances down, wondering if it'll feel better than that whole dilemma with Rowan she hasn't solved yet. If I could help I would, Wednesday. But we're not trained by the living. Somebody from our bloodline reaches out from beyond to help us when we're ready. Goody has. Wednesday mentions with a small nod. I've seen her before. Be careful, Wednesday. Morticia advises her, having a rather odd reaction to the mention of her name. Goody was a witch of great strength, the EU. Her vengeance pushed her too far and even she couldn't save herself. She tells her. Wednesday takes that into consideration, wondering if it has anything to do with that boy who slaughtered the outcasts in the meeting room. A teenage boy notices the two of them talking and boldly walks on over. Greetings. Tyler Galpin nervously inserts himself into the conversation, and the two females turn to him holding a tiny box wrapped up like a present. I wanted to give this as a peace offering in honor of my dad, considering that he kind of bombarded with the whole arrest thing and all. I'm sure Wednesday appreciates that. Morticia is the first to respond, turning to a surprised Wednesday with a teasing smile. Aren't he, darling? The girl blinks, having a hard time with words all of a sudden. Meanwhile, Harry taps in the armrest of the bench, replaying everything that just went down this weekend in his mind. He's not exactly sure what gave him the balls to confront the mayor of all people the way he did, but it was probably just because he had more cards up his sleeve than the one who used them all. Hey there, kid, Freddy chimes in as he walks up, prompting Harry to look up at him as the man smirks proudly at him. He looked like he went through 5 hunting trips back to back. He quips as he sits down next to him. That's good, though he probably haven't learned much still. Yeah, don't remind me, Harry remarks with a slight mutter, wishing that things like that would be easier than figuring out a character in a movie TV series. I saw the way Morticia Addams confronted the mayor about all the secrets he kept. It reminded me of myself. He references, humming amused. I wish I could say those things without worrying if my voice will ever be heard. Well, that's kind of one of the unfair choices in life. Freddy tells his boy bluntly with a relatable hum, wishing that things weren't so difficult for himself. Do he finally let everything out? With the slim chance that he do in the worst way possible. Or do he just keep his mouth shut and deal with it? And what sucks even more, is that the latter usually is the safest choice. Harry hums as he idly glances around, noticing Wednesday and Tyler talking on the edge of the sidewalk like friends, at least from this angle. Freddy eventually notices where his eye is. He like her? He asks with a curious tone. Not teasing, but happy for him. The boy sighs, though, with a shake of his head. I don't know, doesn't feel a simple, love her, thing. The good part about this journey though, is that Gomez Addams is once again a free man. He and Sheriff Galpin step outside of the building as the former receives his formal suit back from Lurch, which he can't help but be excited to put on again. I'm sorry for all this. Galpin sheepishly apologizes to the man he once arrested, hands in his pockets. Gomez smooths this hair before giving the man he sees as embarrassed a forgiving shrug. I don't hold grudges, only blood debts, he assures him with a calm expression showing no hard feelings. He's just glad that everyone knows the real truth. Galpin just nods, not bothering to question that second part. So, his daughter and my son have become close. Galpin mentions, with a small bob of his head, not sure what other safe way he can put it. I pity any boy who gets caught in her viper's gaze. But he must be a good egg. Gomez gives his opinion as they both glance at the two of them talking. She wouldn't tolerate anything less. Bet she's not as close as she is with my boy. A third-party voice chimes in as both men turn to see the man Harry has been walking around town with, giving the authority figure a strangely polite smile. Freddy L.N., I'm Harry's uncle, pleasure to finally meet he. He introduces himself while offering a hand as if expecting him to shake it. L.N., huh. Galpin hums with a slow nod, the last name and his blood relation sparking a mixed feeling in his gut. Gomez calmly nods his dismissive to head towards his family to say goodbye while the two men talk. Donovan Galpin. The sheriff responds as he thankfully shakes the guy's hand. This will probably come out of nowhere, but I also lost my wife a few years ago. And my brother too, a year before that. Freddie shares his reasons for approaching Galpin, who glances down, getting some bad flashbacks. I'm currently unemployed, so I'll probably be looking for a job here so I can stay close to my nephew, give him some much-needed advice. But I wouldn't mind having a drinking partner that understands what I'm going through. I'll think about it. Galpin lets him know with a polite tone that clearly isn't ready to just accept a random friend just yet, but Freddie nods into NKS that he didn't immediately shoot him down though as he walks off towards his car. Harry stands up as he watches Wednesday then share a rare hug, sort of with her family, smiling brightly to himself. His inner objective was accomplished. It feels really good. Nevermore. Well, Parents' Weekend has officially come to an end, though not in the way Wednesday Addams was expecting, that being a family civil war. Just outside the campus building, everyone says goodbye to their parental figures, either on good, mixed, or bad terms. Though for her and Harry, it is surprisingly on the former. Pugsley has been taking advantage of his new brownie points from the moment at the pond a little too well, as he's been hugging her for more than their agreed time has allowed. Don't push it, she grumbles at him, causing him to finally let go. Well, at least we can't say Parents' Weekend wasn't a nail-biter. Gomez quips with a bright smile as the two parents approach Wednesday with happy faces. I knew he didn't have what it takes to be a murderer. Wednesday tells him with a certain tone, causing him to wince a little bit. As much as that stings, Gomez admits, but still smiles at her. Gracias, my little death trap, he expresses to her, hugging her one more time before giving her a kiss on the cheek. He walks away, leaving a slightly disturbed Wednesday to give him a weird look as he goes. What did she say that hinted that was allowed? In public especially. As I leafed through the pages of this yearbook, I was reminded of all the wonderful times I had here. Morticia Reef renses as she extends it towards Wednesday, who eventually takes it with a blank reaction. But they were just that. Mine. He have his own path to blaze. I don't want to be a stranger in his life, darling. If he need me, for anything at all, she does fun little glass tapping gesture. I'm only a crystal ball away. Wednesday considers that for later, swallowing her pride for this one dialogue exchange. Thank ye, mother, she res as she kisses both her cheeks and rubs her shoulders without physically touching them, before reluctantly walking towards the car where Lurch is still holding the door open for her. Wednesday glances down at the yearbook, but while considering if she should open it yet or not, she notices Harry a few feet away, standing alone with his arms in his uniform jacket's pockets. While waiting around for his uncle, he hears some heels clicking against cobblestone towards him, and sees his good old siren approaching him. Hey there, LN. Davina greets him in a playful tone. Parents' Weekend survival mission accomplished. Well, since we weren't allowed to go hunting for bears, I can confidently say yes to that. Harry confirms with a nod and grateful smile, to which Davina giggles a bit just to relieve some tension that's been on her shoulders. No casualties to report. Well, aside from the emotional damage in watching my Kent stuff his fac. In front of our parents because he was wired up on jail anxiety, I think I came out unscathed. Davina can say for certain, while Harry cringes in response before it turns into a smirk. Did he get a photo? Oh, obviously, Davina confirms, allowing the two to share another relieving laugh together. So, did everything work out? She then queries him, obviously wanting to know if she can break her brother the good news. With the Addams family drama, he want me to skip the investigation part where I was thrown into a cell for a night. Harry guesses with a raised brow, pausing for emphasis. Davina nods before blinking rapidly when she processes the second part of that sentence. No one knows about Kent's involvement, his secret's safe. Davina holds her chest as she lets out a sigh of relief. Thank ye, Harry. Guess that means we're even once again, she says as she playfully tugs on the sleeve of the boy's uniform, a spark of genuine affection in her eyes. Harry nods, just glad that he was able to have the good outcome to this Enderal, Forgotten Stories questline. However, the siren's hand never moves off his arm bicep for a good long minute. Am I interrupting something important? Both teens turn around to see Wednesday Addams approaching with her footsteps as precise as ever, maybe even more so right now. She stares at them blankly, but her eyes feel more dark and calculating. Just catching up with Detective Damon Salvatore. Davina answers passively as she smiles sweetly in response, though one may notice a small sharpness in her voice. He know, since he's my friend. She adds, causing Wednesday to blink at her. Friends. How quaint. I wasn't aware Harry had a friend like he. Wednesday comments as she tilts her head like some kind of statue armed with an army's worth of darts in those eyelids of hers. I got the assumption that his apparent surliness on the outside scares the rich kids off, specifically, the ones who smell like dead fish. I'm literally right here, Harry mutters with a hand rubbing his eyes. Cynical as ever, aren't he, Wednesday? Xavier wasn't his only friend in the Nightshades, we are always here for him. Davina promise. Her as Harry feels her fingers tightening around his uniform a little bit. Maybe he just haven't been paying close attention to him. Or maybe it's he I've made the mistake of playfully ignoring. Since his only role before now was playing as Bianca's second fin-in-command. Wednesday corrects her with her arms crossed, causing a slight twitch in Davina's friendly smile. Or maybe I just ass. You meant he had the same number of brains as his brother. Ouch, how rude, Davina remarks with a fake gasp. But I'll let it pass. She then says, giving Harry one more grateful look before walking off towards Kent. Her hand trails down his hand in a way that's unmissable to those professional in human connection. Harry sighs as he faces Wednesday, glad that he didn't witness another violent crime. He really know how to make friends. Don't he? He teases her with a raised brow, though the girl doesn't satisfy that little jab at her expense with a response based towards it. He were impressive back there, with Mayor Walker. I thought only my mother would have the steel to talk to the man in such a manner. Wednesday acknowledges as she stares at Harry directly, who blinks at the shocking honesty. I'll admit, in terms of everyone in this teenage penitentiary, he aren't the worst company to have around. Harry hums with a bob of his head as he smirks in response to that compliment. Didn't know I would earn myself a compliment from the dark and brooding mistress known as Wednesday Addams. Don't get used to it, Wednesday advises him, to which Harry raises a hand as if stating that he never intended to get his hopes that far up. A fair beat of silence kicks in before the girl eventually walks past him, which then reminds the guy of something. Hey, Wednesday, he calls out to her with a now serious tone, prompting the girl to turn around. I did some investigating as well. With all this craziness now over, there's something he should probably know. Harry tells her as he steps closer so he doesn't shout it to the entire world. Wednesday's eyes narrow, sensing the importance that he's trying to portray. It's about what happened to Rowan. Nevermore. Principal's office. I knew it, Wednesday exclaims with fury as she slams open the doors of the office, catching Weems completely off guard. She marches into the office without a care while Harry follows her inside, feeling more or less the same way. I did witness Rowan getting murdered that night. Excuse me, Weems utters in response, glancing between the two of them. Don't look at me, he's the one getting exposed, Harry says with his hands raised. When Rowan appeared the next morning, it was he. Wednesday spells it out for the woman without stuttering once, easily grabbing her attacked attention. When he participated in the talent show with my mother, not only did he impersonate Judy Garland, he became her. She states as she opens up the yearbook to the correct page and sets on Weems's desk for her to see the undeniable proof. He's a shapeshifter. Weems stares down at it for a few seconds before letting out a fixed scoff. That is a fascinating theory. Stop. Please stop that. It's not working. Harry interrupts as he pleads for the woman to go 1 second without trying to gaslight someone. He almost grabs his head in frustration as the guilt is clearly written all over her face. No matter how confused Weems tries to play herself as. What the heck was the point in all this? Why would he lie and cover up something as important as Rowan's violent crime? Weems looks at the boy, who's going slightly emotional from all this with a sympathetic look. Oh, he poor children, he make it sound like I did all of this on my own accords. She remarks with a painfully calm smile. Rowan's father knows about all this, and fully supported the decision not to involve the authorities. Harry blinks rapidly, double-checking what she just said. What? He must understand. Rowan wasn't in his right mind during the past few weeks before his unfortunate death. Weems answers like it's the actual result of what had happened. His telekinetic abilities were driving him mad, and he attempt a violent crime Wednesday here twice and say it was for his sake. His tragic violent crime allowed us to rectify the situation without casting the school, Rowan, in an unflattering light. Harry's tongue licks his lips as he stands still, Wednesday glancing as she notices a strange trick in his new body language. Who gives a flying? He mutters, before suddenly slamming both of his fists on the desk with a deafening bang. Freak, he loudly questions furiously, a tone that makes even the professional Larissa Weems and impassive Wednesday Addams jump. We were led to believe we would all be safe behind these walls from a monster that's been killing people out in the woods. And after the rave-in, the police are stumped, families are crushed, and we are sitting here waiting for answers. And why Edgelts see us? He points at him and Wednesday, as the renegade nation, the troublemaker squad. But how do he expect us not to get into his business, when he's sitting here, freaking with the dead? There's now a silence so painful that a nail-scratching chalkboard would be more appealing as Harry finishes letting out something that will definitely nib him in the bud later, but right now, he's too heated to care. I've been sitting alone for a week, thinking I was the one responsible for Xavier's death, and Eugene being put in a coma, something he willing lied about to everyone for the sake of his image. Harry quietly says, breathing heavily. Guess I'm not the only one. Wednesday glances between the two of them, not finding a comeback that even she can come up with, while Weems stares at him. Looking like he just shot her dog 15 times in every place. Before anyone can say anything though, there's a hiss outside mixed with loud screams coming from what sounds like every one person in Nevermore. The three of them run outside onto the balcony until they see a supernatural image. What on earth? Weems silently exclaims in mass confusion. A strong bed of Gra. SS has been lit on fire in specific letters. Fire will rain. Weathervane. Night. Freddy prefers to do things the practical way, at least since it's part of his specific generation. That's why he's CU. Rendley writing his resume on a piece of paper with a pen, instead of typing in a laptop like almost every other single person will. Thankfully, he's managed to find himself at the Weathervane during the hour it has left before closing time. Burning the midnight oil, huh? One of the baristas cleaning the joint chimes in, and the older man looks up to see the Tyler Galpin fellow he recognizes was chatting with Wednesday earlier looking at him. He's currently cleaning up the place with a mop, as he's once again on overtime tonight. Something like that, Freddy answers with a small shrug, chuckling to himself as he feels like Tyler stole a line from his page. Trying to piece together the highlights of my life so far. Harder than it sounds when most of it involves running off the Rid bunkers and wilderness survival lessons. Oh, that sounds like a bunch of solid skills. Tyler comments as he throws a towel over his shoulder, though his awkward face shows that he only being delicate with his choice of words. Survivalist for employee. There's a guy like my dad who will be thrilled to have he. Doubt I'd carry the badge for that long, but I appreciate the thought. Freddy replies with a modest smile, before checking the time and seeing that he needs to get himself a bed soon. Anyway, take care, kid, he says before standing up and walking out the door. Tyler watching him go with a tense glint in his eyes before shaking his head. Freddy idly walks down the sidewalk until he finally makes to the parking spot that his car is in. He fishes for the keys inside his jacket, during which a cold wind breezes past his neck, causing him to look back as if ghosts are following him, but quickly shrugs it off as his hunter instincts getting the best of him. The second he unlocks the driver's side door, he sits his sore butt inside, setting the notepad and pen on the passenger seat. He lets out the biggest yawn his body's been saving up as he inserts the keys, starting his baby up. Right as he does, though, a wire loops tightly around his neck, yanking him against his seat with brutal force. Freddy gasps as he struggles against the hold, by the person in the backseat has the clear advantage as the wire squeezes his jugular tightly, pressing his lungs together by every millisecond. He gags and chokes as he tries to break free, his feet kicking Augai. NST the floorboard and hands desperately pulling at the wire, but eventually, his strength gives out. His head slowly slumps onto the steering wheel, making it honk. Eventually, The killer lets go and pulls his head back up, complimenting the night with silence again. The car then drives off into the night, into the woods to disappear. Nobody ever witnesses what happened here. New chapter finally here. Wow, this took a lot longer than I was anticipating. I thought this would only take a few hours in between days, but this chapter is straight up 9,000 words, guess I should have expanded the earlier parts so they were all even. Anyway, excited to finally write episode 6, which will signal only 3 episodes left until the finale and the conclusion to all of this delicious love triangle, square drama. Don't know what the plot will be for that one yet though, so be patient with me. Anyway, episode 6. Quid pro quo. Do I hate my birthday? No. Am I always excited for my birthday? Not really. It's kind of a neutral subject for me. I'm supposed to celebrate the day I entered this planet, and yet I sometimes feel like if I do it a little too much, it'll look like I'm celebrating my parents as well. And that's the last thing I want to do. I think really, I just have that time be the moment that I acknowledge that I'm here and my own 2 foot will always be touching the ground, until I eventually kick the bucket. The nightmares don't ever leave. I replay myself being teleported into a scenario from the past, with me constantly getting the same result no matter what I try to do to reverse or change it. Xavier always gets his jugular slashed open, Rowan is always torn apart, and Eugene is hurt and wounded. I'm keep believing the illusion that I'm thinking I've been given blessing of going back and changing my mistake, only for it to be a jester instead who's just messing with me, always influencing events until someone drops with blood everywhere. Tyler and Wednesday have really been gotten along. Much more than recently. I think she's finally starting to notice that the boy may actually be genuinely serious about whatever he's feeling for her, and will continue to pursue it until he finds her on equal footing. Honestly, I'm happy, someone finally managed to pull it off. It just didn't happen to be me. I remember the way he handed that gift to the Addams back at town hall. And I think to myself, am I ever capable of delivering a thoughtful present like that? Part 1. The mirror. It's his biggest enemy or biggest ally, and he can't bribe or persuade it to stick to the latter. It decides to be whatever it wants to be, and that is to reflect yourself back at force he to look into his own eyeballs and see that he might not be the healthy happy teenaged individual that's able to handle prejudice he pegged yourself as. Have finally gotten respect, maybe some friends, but one by one, they are slowly being taken from That's the reflection I saw last night. It made me feel fear for once, not the normal rapid heartbeats, then it stops fear, genuine fear. Yo, Earth to Harry. The voice of Lucas snaps Harry out of his daydream and he takes his eyes away from his reflection and onto the boy who's also in the same janitor-like getup that he is. I'm mopping the floors by myself. Right. Harry quickly responds with a small street utter as he gets back to doing his new duty for the day. He's been encouraged to help Lucas with cleaning up after a series of messes as punishment for their involvement with the Carrie Raven prank. Doubled in the case of Harry due to yelling in the principal's face. But hey, what can he do? Sorry, I just keep thinking about Xavier. Lucas guesses correctly with a raised brow, causing Harry to blink surprisingly at him. What? I'm not allowed to read human emotions. The fact that he even remembered his name is more of a shocker. Harry remarks with a small chuckle as he wets his mop and gets back to work. Guess the mayor's son still remembers when his gang and Tyler Galpin wrecked Xavier's mural that 1 year ago. Though, that little fun fact about them isn't so important in the grand scheme of things anymore. They continue doing their thing silently with one another, humming a few songs in their heads to relieve the boredom, until they hear the rapid clicking of towards them. He think it was some kind of baby bull. But really, it's an excited Enid Sinclair jogging up to them. Hey there, she tries to speak brightly, only to seemingly pause and start sweating when Harry looks up and shares eye contact with her. Now, all of a sudden, he think he were staring at a cowardly dog. Hey, Harry. Hello, Enid. Harry casually greets her, ignoring the blatantly prejudiced way her emotions changed. Lucas then stands up straight and waves at her as well. Sup, Enid. Oh, sorry, I can only hear traitors coming out of this ear. Enid harshly remarks in a sass. Why manner as she points to the ear closest to the walker, who just nods his head with a sigh, having somewhat expected a reaction like that. A simple, "Go away," would have sufficed. Quote, he wheels away to leave the 2B. "Can I help?" Harry asks like he's a waiter ready to take her order, which could technically be his subconscious way of making fun of how scared Enid seems to be whenever she's around him. "Yes, I really need he to help me with a special, special favor," Enid tells him while her teeth chatter like she's freezing, which would make sense if they were outside and no. Where it's currently heated up like a kitchen without air conditioning. I don't know if he know this, but it's going to be Wednesday's birthday in a couple days. Harry blinks upon hearing this information, having certainly not heard about this new discovery. And he know this what? Because he stalked the comments about her on his blog. He randomly questions her. "What? No. Thing told me." Enid instantly corrects, looking morally offended that he would assume she does such a thing, though Harry makes a face that reminds her who gossiped about Wednesday in the blog she created on the first place. Anyway, I need his help with. Alright, stop. Harry interrupts her with a raised hand. "Look, no offense to anyone involved, but when I think of Wednesday and birthday put together, I think of Jughead. And Jughead hated his birthday." He brings up with a knowing look, a weird comparison for the werewolf. So, whatever he's thinking, it's probably not a good idea. But come on, he don't think we should at least try to make Wednesday feels like she belongs here with the rest of us. Enid asks Harry, bringing up what he feels like as a solid point, but his view of the situation still stands. Betty Cooper had that same thought as well, and we all know just how well that turned out. Harry then adds the second Enid brings up the argument. "Sorry, but last thing I want is to play a game of secrets which ends with me accusing Davina and Kent of twincest." He remarks for yet another reference, causing the girl to wince disgusted. "Ew, yeah." Harry agreeingly nods. "It would be memorable, but it sure wouldn't go anywhere." In fact, he's more of the opinion that there is enough high school drama plotlines for now. "Anyway, I just think that a surprise party, which I suspect is the favor because of he meeting me in person instead of handing me a card, will just end with everyone in a bad mood, two strangers hooking up, and one person completely wasted. Plus, I'm too busy being punished right now. But it's Wednesday," Enid brings up with sing-song voice, as if trying to tease Harry's inner feelings. "Okay, yes, he's a massive d-hole for ruining my outfit at the rave-in, but Wednesday kinda likes he, even if she doesn't admit it, and if it's not that kind of like. Plus, me and Thing are already trying to figure out the cake." Harry scoffs in response. "That's not gonna work." Quote, "And it's red velvet." Harry drops the mop. "So, what do he want me to do?" Nevermore. Ophelia Hall. Wednesday sits legs crossed in the center of her dorm room, currently alone, with an entire array of candles surrounding her in a calculated circle. She holds up the necklace of her mother's gift, using its obsidian texture for her spirit trumpet while she whispers the words to herself like it's her first language. A stone tablet filled with words of the alphabet and numbers lays in front of her on top of a large one with "Goody" engraved on the top. The flowers for such an occasion incased in vases, waiting for the wind to drag them out. The fire burning against the wax flickers like a light bulb. She can hear it cackling, making her wonder if this is truly working. She continues whispering the chant, not breaking one single word in her eternal loop, until eventually, the dorm room's door opens and the wind blows all of her lights out of their flame. If he think this means that Goody Addams has finally answers her prayers, he would be a moronic fool, because it's only Enid hopping inside like she just went shopping. She breaks her smile when he sees the frustrated look in Wednesday's eyes. "Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt his," she tries apologizing, though pauses when she looks around the decor covering the floor. Do I even want to know?" she asks with a creeped out look as she turns the lights on. "I was reaching into the black maw of death to contact a relative." Wednesday answers the question anyway as she stands up to step out of the smoke that is now blowing into the room, making sure she's in the spot to breath the stuff in through her nostrils. "Feels very on brand for he," Enid notes with a smile, making sure that sounds like a compliment. She eyes the attempted seance curiously. He have a relative named Goody. She was one of the original outcasts. Wednesday explains to her as she crosses her arms as a sign of frustration. I've been attempting to summon her, but she seems to be ignoring my entreaties. Oh, he thought of using one of my scented candles. Enid offers pridefully, and Wednesday turns to her with a skeptical glint. The aroma of steak tartare is to die for, she adds, though it unknowingly just butchers the idea anyway. Addams doubts that the last thing Goody wants to be reminded of is the charred remains of her family and friends at the hands of Joseph Crackstone. Or actually, before she can reply, the two hear another noise of wind entering their room, though this one sounds like it's coming from fiber. They turn around to see a note written in newspaper cutout letters sliding under the door. Maybe Goody answered he after all, Enid remarks, though the chosen use of letters contradicts that, as Wednesday would expect something more like nail writing. I doubt Goody would communicate in magazine cutouts. Wednesday comments with a sarcastic glance. Enid looks over her shoulder as the two read the mysterious message together. If he want answers, meet inside Crackstone's crypt. Midnight. Wednesday mentally considers this. It sound like a trap, but then again, she apparently is out of new leads in her investigation thanks to the extreme derail of her father's unjustified arrest. If there is answers relating to her case, who is she to welcome a potential knife to the neck? Crackstone crypt. Midnight. Welp, here she is at the appropriate time like always. Wednesday hikes through the woods with a stubborn Enid in their winter jackets while using flashlights for the obvious reasons. She doesn't have much trouble treading her shoes through piles of leaves, unlike her roommate who jumps and unleashes her claws at a weak branch falling off a tree in the distance. He insisted on coming along. Wednesday reminds the shaking werewolf as she shines her flashlight on her, redirecting her attention to the task at hand, even if she seems not committed to it at this point. I was fine on my own, she claims before turning around and approaching the door's leading stone construction, eyeing the numerous angelic statues and the arch over the entry with the owner's name on it. Pointing the light towards the doors themselves, she notices them open a few cracks. Seems like our wannabe Deep Throat is already here. I don't think it was that kind of message. Everyone knows those rumors about he aren't actually true. Enid defends with a face that's kind of surprised at Wednesday's assumptions, only to see the conner. Oh, he meant the whistle. Never mind. She turns back to the doors with an embarrassed look, causing her to breathe in the stench inside. Ew, what died? Smells like childhood. Wednesday comments with a whiff of nostalgia. Come on, she tells her as she steps inside. Second thoughts, why don't I just stay out here? Enid suggests, and Wednesday doesn't even glance at her before pulling on the door's handle which closes with a loud thud. Not needing to be asked twice. Look out. Wednesday steps into the crypt with eyes full of curiosity as her flashlight explores every nook and cranny, her footsteps echo with each tap against the stone littered with leaves. She approaches the center until she hears rustling mixed with what could be mistaken as spirits whispering in the shadows, causing her to turn around and see nothing. Enid, she calls out, but nobody answers. She patrols the weirdly empty-looking crypt for any sign of her mysterious messenger, her attention grabbed by some odd-looking writing on a memorial. But before she reads it, she hears human coughing close by. Whoever he are, show yourself. She demands the horribly hidden watcher as she snaps her head and flashlight in maneuver she got from being her own electronic security system. Try anything and he'll lose limbs. Her threat is rewarded by the sight of a shadow stepping out of the crypt. Before half a dozen teenagers suddenly pop out behind it. Surprise! They all yell with bombarding voices. Scrambles Wednesday brain as she sees Ajax, Yoko, Davina, Kent, and two other people she doesn't recognize at all. Staring at her with radioactive smiles, excluding the vampire. She tries rebooting her system, but there's a constant display messages of errors. Happy birthday to he tilde. They sing to her in a horrible attempt at the same time. Enid steps in from the entrance with a cake while joining in the amateur choir, and a few inches away, Harry walks out of his spot and leans against the wall with Thing next to him. Somehow able to wear a party hat. Happy birthday to he tilde. Happy birthday dear Wednesday tilde. Happy birthday to he tilde. Once the feeling of true disappointment finally comes, Wednesday looks towards Thing and Harry. who both wave at her in their respective ways. I should have known the two of he would set aside his differences aside to be behind all of this. She states as she flashes both of them. Mostly the person with eyes since he's the one who needs to squint due to the irritating pain. I'm assuming Thing didn't tell he about the oath, no party under the penalty of death. No. Harry shakes his head, perplexed at the choice of words. Oh, is that why he kept slapping me every time I tried insisting on a half-orc for the stop instead of the Grim Reaper? He asks Thing, who taps something snarky at him. Okay, smart butt, he quips as he slaps the hand, who slaps back. He designed it. Wednesday questions him with a skeptical brow, to which Harry shrugs. I not host a little baking goods stand on the side during commissary. The pink balloon was my little touch. Enid adds though, which is a fact Wednesday or anyone would have deciphered himself as it stands out from the rest of the black and out frosting. Plus, it is doubtful that Father Death would carry an object like that to go with his scythe. Why don't he make a wish? Wednesday stares at cake a little bit before getting purposefully distracted by the writing she saw earlier, which results in the candles burning out before anything is said. The words seem to be scrambled from the Eng. Lish point of view is Plutine cum sl rexero, but she's able to pick it up. Wait, it's Latin, she says to herself before translating it. Fire will rain from the skies when I rise. Enid makes a face. That's not really much of a wish. That's what he's disappointed about. Kent asks her as he points towards the foreign words. One of my favorite sentences is now ruined. The F-I-R-S-T part of that phrase was burned onto Nevermore's lawn. Wednesday points out as she starts seeing the connection with Crackstone and the threatening calling card, thinking that this may not be such a waste of time after all. This can't be a coincidence. Wait, we're never eating that cake, are we? Ajax realizes with a disappointed voice, causing Enid to look down in embarrassment and sorrow. Wednesday puts her hand on the phrase, causing the boys in particular to watch intently as her hands brush from the left to the right, until they land on Ein, which causes her to spasm and fall backwards. The students quickly catch her so her head doesn't bang against hard stone. Meanwhile, Harry blinks rapidly, letting out a row of yapping stutters. Wah. Oh, come on, how the heck is he actually going to get a V-zone right here because of a word? He exclaims angrily as he gestures towards her, and causing everyone to turn towards him and Thing. The hand taps on the boy's wrist and expectedly holds out his palm, to which Harry reluctantly hands him a dollar bill with a loud sigh. Stupid. Question mark. Wednesday's body goes from landing on a hard surface to landing on nature's dirty floor. She opens her eyes to find herself in a similar field of thick fog and a midnight sky. Crackstone is coming, a voice in a Mexican accent whispers in her ear. She stands up to find Hearse LF standing in front of a large house that looks close to abandoned. Crackstone is coming, the voice repeats, though much clearer. She sees a shadow and squints her eyes closer to see a figure that represents what is close to her body standing on the other side of the gate, meaning only one thing. Goody. She identifies her. Here the raven in my bloodline. Goody mentions the obvious before disappearing when Wednesday blinks. Wednesday. She is then suddenly speaking through her right ear, causing her to turn towards her. I was told he could teach me how to control my ability. There is no controlling a raging river. Goody states with a shake of her head. He must learn to navigate it without drowning. She corrects the phrasing of her purpose, before turning her body towards the mansion itself. To stop Crackstone, this place he must seek. Wednesday hears a strong rattling coming from the gate, and looks over to see another person now slamming their body towards, grabbing the bars in a desperate attempt to rip it apart as if such a thing is possible. Goody. The boy roars her name with rage as he keeps trying despite his attempts obviously being in vain. Goody. I'll kill I'll rip apart. That's the boy who killed his mother and the psychics with her. Wednesday recognizes as she can't help but feel an energy similar to the monster with the way the boy continues pulling, pushing, and kicking at the gate. Goody nods in confirmation. Checks, one of the first ever of his kind. Crackstone is officially the one who discovered his deeper secret, and has now Turned the boy I was loved into a slave of violence. She explains, though is still as specific as an intoxicated man who though Obama wrote the "I have a dream" speech. Unluckily for him, he can't really do much in this realm. Is it true about what Rowan said earlier? Wednesday then brings up, ignoring the detail about Goody's mistake to indulge in romance to focus on the bigger picture. That I am meant to get Harry L.N. killed. It is one of the only V-zones that has no clear guarantee. Goody tells her, an interesting answer since Wednesday has so far created every single outcome she saw. Whoever dies will be of their own sacrifice, not by another's hand. Wednesday squints at her irritating way of speaking. Do he always speak in riddles? Do he always seek simple answers? Goody asks sarcastically, having seen her to be capable of more than that. The path of a raven is a solitary one. He end up alone, unable to trust others, only seeing the darkness within them. Is that supposed to scare me? Wednesday queries, mentally scoffing at her. Goody stares at her blankly before turning into the fog Sorrow parting words. If he really do care about Harry it should. Nevermore. Ophelia Hall. So, Wednesday has to find some kind of haunted mansion that one would make Ed Gain proud somewhere around here, huh? Hopefully, it's somewhere near Jericho, or she might end up having to run away again. But she'll make sure to leave a note letting Weems know that she'll only be gone for a short amount of time and actually, he know what? She prays that it's near here. As W. Edna's Day writes down that gate with every single detail she remembers, plus a bit of the house in the background. She feels thing crawling up her back to look over at what she's doing. Careful, that's my cold shoulder. Wednesday tells the hand harshly, causing him to slowly slide off in fear. Don't blame Thing. The party was my idea. Enid chimes into Thing's defense, not wanting them to have another strained standoff where one has to apologize to the other again. I believe everyone deserves to be celebrated on their birthday. I prefer to be vilified. Speaking of, what happened? Harry wouldn't tell me. Enid queries Wednesday with a slightly concerned look, her body suddenly going into some kind of paralysis shocked scared everyone back in the crypt. It looked like he were having a seizure. She comments, to which the girl sighs. I'm not that lucky. He didn't tell he because he knew I wouldn't want him to. Ooh, that's that mean the two of he are, like, back on friendly terms. I thought that Normie pressured he into hating him. Enid asks curiously like the gossip queen she is. However, Wednesday doesn't satisfy her with an answer, though her black nails grip the pen T. Either since the suggested topic makes her uncomfortable. The werewolf sighs. Can I at least get some kudos for pulling a fast one on he? Wednesday pauses with a mental sigh of defeat. The subterfuge was impressive. A small click emits and the two look over to see Thing pulling something out from under Wednesday's bed, a cliché hiding spot that somehow worked expertly. He pushes the box towards her, prompting the girl to stand up and kneel down, observing the note that was left on top of the lid. May his 16th be as sour and misery-filled as his desire, his ever-doting mother and father. She reads it out loud. They asked Thing to hide it before the left on Parents' Weekend. Enid explains with a smile as the topic of gifts comes along, only for her to then see dead frozen squirrels, and chemicals. And surgery tools inside the second Wednesday opens it. Ew. That's so gross. I would have preferred live squirrels. Wednesday comments what she sees is the only con with this present. Enid winces before grabbing something from her desk just so she doesn't keep staring at that, especially when her roommate opens the kit. While we're still accepting presents, Enid says while holding up a wrapped bag filled with something soft. Wednesday looks up at her with a skeptical brow, before standing up and deciding to humor her by tearing the plastic apart. Inside is a black and white scarf. Well, do he like it? Wednesday stares at Enid, perplexed. What is it, exactly? It's a snood, silly. I made it in his signature colors. Enid states with pride. And he wanna know what the best part is? She asks before reaching over and revealing a second one in bright pink and magenta. I have one too, she exclaims while putting it on gleefully. Wednesday never thought she would be more terrified of something in her life. We can wear them together, to class. Oh, Enid, this is far too unique to wear to something like class. Wednesday stutters as she nervously I eased to find a way to get herself out of this, seeing that Enid's being serious about that idea. I suggest we wait for a more special occasion. She suggests, saving the happy grin her roommate has. Like a funeral. Never mind. Enid's expression drops. Nevermore. Boy dormitory. Harry and Ajax play darts in the long while the morning is still early, trying to get the most fun they can after that dropping disappointment in the crypt. A disappointment even for the boy who saw the birthday girl's reaction coming, because he's now short $20. At least they could say that she ended up getting something out of that little ruse. Right, so, what did he get here? Harry asks Ajax innocently as he scores a perfect bullseye, almost landing a dart on top of a dart. Or, I guess, what were he planning to give her? I didn't get or plan anything, man. I was way too scared I'd mess it up. Ajax answers him honestly with a slight shudder as he remembers what he never expected would be one of the scariest decisions of his teen phase. Then she'd, make me stone myself and throw me into a lake or ocean where I would drown the second I came to because I would sink to the bottom. He shares with Harry, who chuckles. Yeah, she probably would've. What about he? Ajax shoots back the question. I mean, he had to have gotten something, right? He's like the kid who sits next to her. That's one rank below roommate here. Hasn't arrived yet. I didn't think the whole birthday party thing was actually going to happen anyway, nor did I know it was her birthday. Harry answers with a small shrug. Even if he did, he plans to give to her in that kind of, I offer he this peace offering so we shall form a temporary truce to catch the ghastly beast that plagues our good school, or something like that. Did everyone know except for me? Well, we kinda already assumed he would know. Ajax answers in a way that's painfully slow, causing Harry to glance at him skeptically, telling him not to lie to a liar. Or, he know. It was like Enid fainted and was too scared to ask me until the last minute, right? Harry guesses with a knowing look, causing Ajax to drop his head with a sheepish chuckle. Yup, I tried to tell her he were cool, but I think people here still believe his record is real. Ajax admits with a small shrug, causing Harry to shake his head with a sigh. No one is going to believe the same thing, no matter what he tried to tell everyone. The news station on the television is still eating up the constant words about Jericho's beast problem, as well as the whole scandal with Gomez Addams. It's starting to feel old at this point. Man, I wonder how the heck the cops haven't neutered that monster freak already. Ask Principal Weems, Harry mutters bitterly, which perplexes Ajax, causing him to clear his throat and give an answer that won't get him in trouble. I think the real question is, why haven't they found the Mr. Craven yet? It's been 3 weeks, and yet no one has stumbled upon him. I thought they, sold the place and moved out, didn't they? Actually, that's the thing. I checked it, and no is registered to a place near Hamilton or an airport. And their cars, they were sold and scrapped, every single one. Harry points out with a serious face as he shares a bunch of clues that bewilder the poor Gorgon. Not only that, but the house went into debt before it eventually was given to someone else. That's a weird way to move out, isn't it? No, they disappeared like the rumors said, I know it. Since when did he get so invested in the lives of a bunch of potion dealers and caffeine experts? Ajax remarks with a raised brow, causing Harry to chuckle at him. Since I realized that there's a mystery in that town that I wanna figure out. Nevermore. Yard. Wednesday finds herself back outside of the building where the memorable thread of doom was branded onto the grass of campus grounds. Fire will rain. And now she's aware of what the true phrase is, making her suspect that whatever the monster or whoever is behind this is close to fulfilling the last parts of their plan. Time is running out, and Wednesday doesn't even know what the deadline is. Hey there. A second person appears next to her, but Wednesday can easily recognize the way Harry talks. So, he mind sharing with me what he saw last night, in the crypt? He asks her with a curious tone. Every time he get a vision, it usually means clues to pursue. It wasn't one of this usual type of visions. Wednesday says in a rather odd way, causing Harry to awkwardly lick his teeth. Look, if this is about the birthday party, I told Enid that the surprise thing was never gonna work out. I tried saving it with the cake design. Harry states in his defense. Hand on his chest, but that's not entirely what has Wednesday mentally imbalanced right now. A few days ago, back when we were in the sheriff's cells, it wasn't just Garrett Gates the first had a vision of. Wednesday shares with Harry blankly, not exactly the response that the boy was looking for. There was someone else, as well, some stranger getting his throat slit. Harry blinks at her. Are he really trying to change the topic on me? It showed me a violent crime that looked completely irrelevant from Gates. Besides a vial of nightshade that was in the breast pocket of a suit he was wearing. Wednesday continues anyway, her description of it, causing Harry to then slowly recognize what she is talking about. Do he know anything about that? He mean, Mr. Craven? Harry queries, which makes Wednesday turn to him. He know him? Not really. He was managing Weathervane in Outreach Day before I found his body in the old meeting house. Harry answers before putting that together with Wednesday's vision. Now more invested in that than the recent one. What else did he see? Nothing that he probably didn't already discover. Wednesday answers cryptically as she puts her eyes back on the burned message. Only befuddling Harry some more. He almost thinks he accidentally did something to her that would make her angry at him. What happened in the crypt wasn't important. Wasn't important, or he just don't want to share it with me. Harry questions as he looks at her with a hard stare, not sure if he's supposed to feel worried or accused. Did he see me in it or something? He guesses, which makes Wednesday glance at him for a brief moment. No, I didn't. Then what's the problem? I thought we at least had a mutual agreement to scratch each other's backs. Harry asks her with a concerned face, only for Wednesday to continue staring down at the glass like it's got her hypnotized or something. He sighs, giving up. All right, well, if he ever need my help, he know where to find me. He reminds her as he walks away, hands in his uniform jacket's pockets. Wednesday doesn't want to admit it, but the last thing that Goody's said to her Constan. TLY whispers in her skull every time Harry tries to do that, get closer to her. It's something she can't risk. She can't risk Harry's life over such a trivial thing called love. Because love is a weakness. Harry walks down the path, trying to figure out what he did or what Wednesday saw that is making her suddenly be so cautious around him, until he passes by someone who catches his attention. Hey there, sailor. Davina greets playfully, causing the boy to snap out of his thoughts and turn around to see her separating from a random siren. Mind if I walk with he? Sure. Harry answers with a shrug, accepting the social invitation. Davina smiles gratefully as the two then hike down the concrete path together. Wednesday in another bad mood. I'm sure she's just thinking that she can handle everything on her own, like always. Harry replies with an amused scoff, thinking that he knows the girl well enough to understand her independency. Can't say I blame her. She probably could have busted her father out without my help. Oh please. She would never have figured out to question her mom if the two of us hadn't managed to swipe those old DNA results from that cop. Davina retorts with a comforting shove of her arm, not wanting Harry to try and sell himself short. Probably just need to give her a minute, or an hour, God forbid she ever opens up to anyone. All right, relax, she helped save he from prison too, remember? Harry brings with a small chuckle, to which Davina rolls her eyes. I know. But she didn't exactly have to treat me like some sort of stranger trying to grow pee earlier back on Parents' Weekend. Davina mentions tiredly, possibly still trying to shake off that dead fish comment the girl harshly threw at her earlier. She could lay off the insults too. Fair point, Harry admits with a slow nod. The conversation pausing for a bit until something interesting pops into his mind. Hey. He think Thornhill will mind if I stumble into her classroom that was built without a lock. He queries her, curious to hear her opinion. Davina giggles in response. I don't see why she would. She practically sees students like he or Wednesday as her second children. She remarks jokingly, still remembering the way she complimented the Addams in class that one time, and having Harry help with the Raven. Harry scoffs humbling. That's a over-exaggeration, but I'll keep that in mind. He quips before the two share a tiny laugh. Sounds like he knows where he'll be going next. Welcome to the new episode. Sorry for the wait, I was trying to figure out where to connect the Cravens back into the story, as they are a minor detail to my cut of this story. The first section of this part took a little longer than I was Expecting, but I wanna get this update out too. He guys without forcing such massive weight on he all. I appreciate the support people have given me, as every comment means a lot. I was worried I was going to trash this book again because I'm never usually good with fanfics involving TV shows. I never thought I would make it this far. Anyway, Part 2, Nevermore. Conservatory. Harry goes to the massive greenhouse to look for something that could Poe's Sibley help finalize his clue about the Cravens. It's a little silly, maybe, but he wonders if there's a speck of nightshade in here he could use for potential reference later down the line. It would help him figure out just why someone would need to attack a Craven for. He steps inside, which provides no hassle, looking around at all of the plants he's seen over 1,000 times, showing off to the ghosts about who's still alive in this world, all about violent crime mysteries that fall to teenagers to help solve them. He ambles around until he comes across an interesting-looking plant, crimson red as if tainted by blood that's infected its leaves, though he knows that it's just its natural color. He raises hand and hovers it over the objects, considering the idea to touch them if only to check for poison. "Excuse me." Thornhill's voice suddenly chimes in from nowhere, causing Harry to jump slightly as he turns around to find her standing behind him like she was always here to begin with. Which, technically, she was. But the guy could have sworn that the conservatory was empty as a zombie's skull when he walked in here. Harry L.N. What are he doing here? I thought Weems had he cleaning the school. Ms. Thornhill. Hey, Harry swallows, realizing that he didn't really come up with a good excuse for the rare possibility of him getting caught. I am, but Jonah disappeared on us, and I was trying to look for him. He blurts out, only to get a weird look from Thornhill in response. Okay, yeah, maybe it's just me who wanted to disappear for a couple minutes. Harry, he know what Weems will do if she catches he sneaking around like this. She's already on edge with Wednesday and such. Thornhill reminds Harry with an alarming face, like he wasn't aware of those risks when he pulled this. The last thing I want is for he to get in trouble over nothing. I appreciate the concern, Ms. Thornhill, but I'm fine. Harry assures her with his hands raised and a tense grin on his face. He's already got enough people to worry about and make worry, thank you very much. I just needed to. Look for some nightshade to see if it was around. He tells her with a shrug, causing the woman to blink at him. Nightshade, what for? Project. Harry half answers, earning himself another look from the teacher. Sorry. Personal project, obviously. I'm not planning to unleash poison or something on the class tomorrow. He promises her, not wanting he's lying again to save his hide. Sticking to omission of truth will likely be the better option. Well, I'm sorry to say that I don't have any nightshade here. At least not yet, Thornhill answers with a sheepish chuckle, acknowledging that she's missing a few key pieces of her collection. Though, I doubt that Weems would allow one to be shown anyway. After the Gates incident and the fact that a plant like that would be dangerous to even stand near. Well, if anyone would have a cool-looking piece of botany, I'm sure he will be grabbing some eventually. Harry remarks with a tiny smile, though the woman still seems to be frowning for some reason or another. Harry, are he trying to figure out what happened? Thornhill guesses correctly, as she seems to be noticing the patterns in the boy's mannerisms, causing him to drop his smile on account of being called out. That's not healthy for he know. She tells him as she steps forward. Whatever he may be thinking, nothing was ever his fault. Harry drops his head with a loud sigh. My best friend is gone and I watched him die right in front of me. He reminds her with a dark expression on his face, looking up so she can see what's behind his eyes. There could be a million things in my way, nothing is going to stop me until I or someone else figure out why the heck a nice person had to go out like that, and another to go into a coma. He stands up straight and heads towards the door, now seeing that he probably got a bit too optimistic with this room. There was another plan. He had to figure out what happened to the Cravens. Harry, wait, Thornhill calls out to him urgently, causing him to freeze and turn back around. She doesn't look sad or upset like she was expecting. Instead, her mouth seems to be stuck in motion, opening and closing without anything else happening. Eventually, she opens her desk and pulls out some kind of to-go box. stepping forward and handing it to Harry. He should take this so he don't starve to death. Harry is perplexed as he slowly takes the offered meal. When the heck did he conjure this up? He queries as he smells the food, which allows him to eventually realize that his favorite is in this thing. And why? Well, I noticed he outside of commissary, so I assumed the principal gave he something worse than lunch detention. Or maybe he just didn't eat. Thornhill answered with a simple shrug, having just assumed a thing about a few assumptions. Anyway, just keep it, at least to ease my anxious worries. Harry considers saying something to retort, but finds himself unable to generate a reason to say no. Okay then. He accepts it with a nod as he steps outside, chuckling to himself as he walks out the doors. Thornhill appears like a Batman character and delivers a late rebound lunch instead of a pack of punches. That is certainly not what he was expecting. Jericho. Weathervane. Wednesday needs a moment of peace after the whistleblower practically announced her date of birth to the entire world. She assumed that the coffee shop would be a suitable location due to Th. E. Booth she has officially claimed from all other wannabe usurpations like her old friends here in Jericho, or anyone else that dare question her place in this building. She's trying to discover what false story the people here have been fed about Joseph Crackstone, by reading a book that is based on his name. It's way too comedic once he know the full context, but for some reason, Wednesday wants to keep reading. Though, she's briefly interrupted when a small cup taps on her table. I know he's usually a quad kinda girl, but I've been working on that all week. Tyler mentions as he slides into the opposite end of the booth. Despite being on the clock apparently according to his uniform, Wednesday takes her eyes off her book and looks to see, "Happy birthday," with an exclamation mark spelled in the cream. Birthday. Yes. Happy. Never. Wednesday remarks bitterly before holding her book back up, causing Tyler to nod slowly to himself, knowing that he shouldn't have expected the most excited of reactions. Is there any one thing didn't tell? Well, who do he think made he the snood? Tyler brings up with an weirdly placed grin after admitting that he practiced knitting just for her, causing Wednesday to look up at him. Surprised. Yeah, I kinda had to sneak out on 2 separate days so my dad didn't know what I was doing, making a black and white plus pink and darker pink garment. Quote, I would have assumed that he delivered the cake. Wednesday comments with a hum, though knows that someone else she knows is beating her to the punch. I assume that he were furious when it ended up being Harry. Tyler looks down at the table, https://u2.be/n705e3s20. I was cool with it. Plus, I was still able to make a gift that he would be scared to try on sooner or later. Tyler answers with a small nervous chuckle, which makes Wednesday raise skeptical brow at him. Still, the thought that Tyler seemed to put into her and the coffee message makes her heart beat a little bit faster on the inside. Or maybe that's just her being terrified that someone's showing a hint of affection just because she's herself. Speaking of, did he give he one yet? Why should it matter? I don't care. If he wants to waste his money on something I'll probably throw away in a week, unless I'm forced to flee a war-torn country on foot. Wednesday remarks as if trying to seem glad that he didn't, thou. Tyler suspects her irritation to come from the vice versa, given the way she flips the book's page. Come on, don't he like a day where it's all about he? Every day is about me. Wednesday corrects him with a matter-of-face tone, causing Tyler to humorously nod at her as if saying, of course. This one just comes with cake and a bad song. So, if I asked he out to a non-cake, birthday song free dinner would that be something he's interested in? Tyler queries with a hopeful look on his face. The proposal is not unfound to Wednesday, but the idea of going on something like a date with anyone feels out of her character. As she likes to remind herself, I have a tight deadline. Wednesday answers harshly as she drops her eyes back to the pages, trying to hide her embarrassment as Euler's happy expression slowly turns crappy. Emphasis on dead term paper. Tyler guesses, trying not to show his disappointment too much. It's about how whitewashing the sins of our past will come back to kill us all. Wednesday tells him boldly, to which Tyler just hums and nods as if that's completely normal, though it's blatantly faked. Seeing the effort he's trying to keep talking with her, she pulls out the sketch from her inventory and slides it towards him. Have he seen that before? she asks the Galpin kid as he unwraps the folded piece of paper, squinting hard. Regrettably, he looks up at her with a bad smile. What is this supposed to be? He asks her, obviously having no clue what the gate's design represents. Wednesday sighs in defeat, feeling like she should have known that she wasn't going to get anything. Never mind. Wednesday dismisses it with a sharp tone, sheepishly putting it back in his bag. She then goes back into her book, seemingly ignoring Tyler, who leans back against the booth as they are once again at the part where things get uncomfortably awkward between them. Okay. Did I do something? Tyler asks her seriously, prompting Wednesday's eyes to glance back at him. I just feel like ever since the Raven, have kinda been ghosting me. Usually, he come looking for me, now it's only been me that's checking on he. I gave he that GI fort after his father got released and he barely said 2 words to me per sentence. Am I wrong? He asks her, causing the girl to struggle maintaining eye contact with him. It's nothing. Does it have something to do with Harry? Tyler brings up, causing a few bits of goosebumps to creep through Wednesday's skin, and her organs to spike up. This prevents her from giving a verbal response. Guess I got my answer. He mutters as his jaw side his hurt emotions. He and Davina are trying to get back together, right? Wouldn't that be kind of awkward? It has nothing to do with whatever he's assuming. Wednesday retorts in a defensive manner, borderline hating that everyone keeps assuming that her actions have to do with that one betraying emotion. Oh, so that's what gives he his voice back. Tyler remarks sarcastically before standing up with a large sigh, having heard enough from her. Wednesday feels horribly conflicted as she just wishes she could tell the guy what's on her mind and be done with it. If someone or something didn't hint that it comes with drastic consequences every time she considers it. Just as he goes to walk back to the counter, Sheriff Galpin steps through the doors. Tall black, 2 sugars to go, the barista assumes, as his dad gives him a confirming nod. The sheriff and Wednesday share a look as he passes her, prompting the girl to jump out of her seat. That threat that burned onto the lawn in school, it's also etched on the wall inside Crackstone's crypt. She speaks to the man in spite of his mental wishes, so the man forces himself to turn around and acknowledge her. Don't tell me have been out there digging up more bodies. There's a connection there, I know it. Wednesday insists, trying to get the supposedly more resourceful police man to keep doing his job while people are dropping dead in his town. Alright, well, I'll make sure I put out an APB on a dead pilgrim. Sheriff sarcastically responds in a way of telling the GI.RL that he much rather keep himself awake than talk to a troublesome girl while unbearably tired. I figured since he no longer have an old vendetta to obsess over, he's free to solve some real crime. Wednesday quips with a similar tongue, reminding the cop that he should be taking this seriously as much as she is. His father and I buried the hatchet. Galpin mentions with a small growl. Maybe he should do the same. I don't bury hatchets, I sharpen them. Wednesday promises the sheriff, walking away back to her table as she thinks about how lost she apparently is, trying to figure out how to find the house on that sketch. One candidate seems likely. Nevermore. Old Shed. https://youtube.be/ongspkk_vija. Harry L.N. has a map laid on a table in front of him, pretty much one of those things he would expect a tourist to have since it covers pretty much the area surrounding Jericho and Nevermore combined. It's weirdly therapeutic, staring at something that could or could not be related to what he's searching for. The only frustrating part right now is that he's not exactly a criminal expert and being accused of one he didn't commit doesn't count. As he continues writing circles with a red-colored pencil, he hears the doors opening with a quiet creak, prompting him to glance over and see none other than Wednesday and things slowly stepping inside, prompting him to stand up straight. I need his help, she simply states. That was quick, Harry remarks with a hum as he sets his pencils down. Don't gloat, Wednesday demands before he can drop any more. I told he so's. The boy chuckles as he steps over to her, reaching into her bag and pulling out the sketch. I saw this in a vision, she explains as Harry takes it and turns off his loud music. Do he recognize it? Harry eyes the detail in the gate specifically. I do, actually, he answers with a nod, able to recognize it in spite of Wednesday's shaky lines. It's the old Gates mansion, one of those spooky scary stories Nevermore created after that, thing with his father. He explains to her, going to his map and scrolling around until he finds it. Right there. What kind of spooky story? Wednesday queries Curry, Owsley as she follows his eyes to the location, wondering if there's something she should prepare for even if it ends up being nonsense. That the family dying within a decade of each other was no accident. Harry replies with a small sigh, almost wanting to laugh due to how cliché it is. Allegedly, their ghosts came back to this place, which is supposed to explain the flickering lights, silhouettes in the windows, or whatever else they come up with. He explains, it sounds superstitions as with little experience Wednesday has as a psychic, she doubts that's how ghosts work. Still, sounds like that's where I need to go. Hey, while we're on the topic of dead people, Harry brings up really quick. To bring the conversation going, grabbing one of the red pencils and handing it to Wednesday. Hypothetically, if he wanted to, say, make a few people disappear from reality, where would he hide them? He asks curiously, earnestly wanting her opinion. Wednesday looks perplexed by the question coming from him. But he can see that the guy is not trying to set up some kind of joke. Guess he knows that she's way too into grave play. She stares at the map before noting an interesting location. The quarry, she answers, circling the location a couple times. Remote, silent, and deep enough to ensure permanent disappearance, provided the soil isn't too close. Only way someone would find them is if they were looking for the dead, she states, looking to see Harry's impressed brow. What? Remind me to stay on his good side. Harry quips with a tiny smirk, to which Wednesday mentally scoffs. That's assuming my good side doesn't involve electric eel baths. Wednesday remarks with a seemingly serious tone, causing Harry to nod with a touché face. Which I'm in major need of, since I was forced into this school. Xavier was the one who told me about the story of the Gates mansion. Harry mentions with a small exhale, causing Wednesday to turn to him with a mixed glint in her eyes. He always passed by it when he was running. He probably would have gotten a V-zone about it too in his dreams, wanting to go with he. He adds with a weak chuckle. He really felt like he owed he. A blood debt would have been welcomed. Wednesday notes as if regretting she ever called it in, to which he nods agreeingly. How was it like, having someone like Xavier as his roommate? She asks before realizing it, as if wanting to know if they were as different as she and Enid. Well, he didn't really like me at first, to be honest. Harry answers honestly with a shrug. Not because of the woods creep thing. More just that he was just hesitant to trust anyone again after forcing himself to cut both Bianca and Rowan out of his life. Those two seemingly meant a lot to him. He shares with Wednesday, seething a little bit at the mention of the latter. Which is why I was so pissed off that he never got to learn the full truth about why his ex-best friend become nothing, even when dead. My brother would probably become a version of me if that happened. Wednesday guesses coldly as the thought of her disappearing like that frustrates her, especially while she's still trying to get her work published. I shouldn't have done that whole thing at the Raven, Harry laments with a sorrowed expression on his face as he once again plays the image of the monster coming out of nowhere and killing Thorpe right in front of him. It's all my fault. Granted, he was the calmest out of everyone when the sprinklers turned on. He just walked out like someone simply turned off the music. Wednesday mentions to him with a voice that seems to be joining him, despite her face still being as dead as ever. Harry chuckles as that does sound like him. I guess part of him admired the theatrics too. I saw he and Tyler dancing earlier before the fireworks. Harry brings up as he turns to her with a seemingly admiring look, which Wednesday feels terrifyingly satisfying to see. He's not mad that I ruined the moment he were having. I did fail to finish that one move I was going to make, Wednesday does mention now that she thinks about it, making Harry nod guilty at first. But what he did was what really made my day, at least for a few seconds. She then confesses to him, making the boy stare at her surprised. The pig's blood was an addition that deserves recognitively. Enticing to have rained down on me. Thank he. Harry replies with a tiny smirk, which somehow creates this moment of silence where the two stare at each other for a few seconds. It feels like minutes as his eyes hypnotize him in a way she can't explain. Do he think I'm being silly? Making this place my second home? He breaks the silence, looking around. Maybe Xavier will come back if I just keep everything the same. He mocks himself with a shake of his head. How silly is that, huh? Wednesday glances down as she thinks about it, finding herself confronted with a question she never thought she would have a hard time answering. I'm in no place to judge, yet. She tells him before grabbing her bag, which thing hops in, before turning away. Hey, Wednesday. Harry calls out to her before she leaves, grabbing her attention one more time. He okay? Have been cautious around me, again. He simply asks her. No suspicion, no trouble behind it, he's just concerned about her. The girl takes a moment before answering. Caution is a natural state for those who wish to survive. She states before exiting the shed, closing the door behind her. Harry exhales as he glances down at the map. Not really having any more answers, just more questions. Is she trying to keep everyone at arm's length? Gates Mansion, with all of the clues being connected, and having a location to boot. Wednesday Addams agrees to finally go to the old Gates Mansion to figure out what connection this has to her case and what answers lie inside. Hopefully, it's more of that instead of new questions. She's been bombshelled with enough of those already. She compares the gate to her note, and confirms that she's at the right building. As she slowly opens the gate, which creaks loudly with all its rust, stepping inside. She wonders if whatever religious being someone believes has an ironic sense of humor in bringing her here. After all, this is the same place the boy her father was once accused of murdering lived. Along with his family and legacy of hate. Still, Goody showed her this for a reason, and with her time running out, who is she to ignore her? Either she unlocks its secrets, or she dies trying. She circles around the house until she finds what she believes is a door that could lead her inside. She steps forward and looks through the glass, but before she can put her hand on the handle, she sees a silhouette approaching the foggy see-through, causing her to quickly rush back before the door opens and she is spotted. Noble steps out, none the wiser as he locks the front doors behind him before walking off of the front porch and back towards his car while Wednesday watches from behind a dead bush. The man pauses and looks around before putting his hands in his coat pockets, making her suspect that he's found something he didn't expect. Wednesday feels thing hopping out of the bag and crawling onto her shoulder, perfect timing. I need a distraction, she tells him, deciding to put the mansion on hold for a little while longer since it appears to be that the mayor has beaten her to the punch. Better to do it the easier way than the hard way. The hand crawls away while the mayor paces in the middle of the street, impatiently calling a number and sighing heavily when it goes to voicemail. Sheriff, pick up his darn phone, it's Noble. He scorns as he taps his foot on the concrete. Listen, I may have figured out who's behind all of this. He reports while a smile, before getting a pebble suddenly tossed at him, causing him to jerk his head towards where it came from. Wednesday uses that moment to tiptoe hop behind him, into the back of his car. It's a long shot, so I'm going to have to lay it out for he. We'll do it over pie at the weather vane, just like the old days. See he soon. He hangs up the phone before curiously scanning towards where the tiny rock came from, trying to see if someone or something threw it, but can't really see. Much due to being extremely skeptical that a walking hand could have done it. Wednesday, during this brief moment, opens up the trunk and stuffs herself inside along with Thing, who hops in as well, losing it before Noble can see it moving. The mayor then drives away, not knowing about the stowaways in the back. Wilderness. The quarry. I knew this was guesswork, but what am I supposed to do? Not look for them. Everyone may pretend that the Cravens didn't exist, or that they fled, or that it's a cold case, but I'm not. Whatever happened to them is related to Xavier, and I'm going to crack it open. Harry walks across the old quarry that's now turned into a tour park for tourists along with Kent. The two of them aren't exactly supposed to be in here, since it's currently closed with the HKN. What closing off all potential hiking trails for until they catch the thing, but that would also make it the perfect time for someone to mess with their old past. All that's left is the mill. Didn't he, already get arrested for grave digging a few days ago? Kent brings up as he reluctantly follows the kid, having only brought himself along so Davina didn't come and try to volunteer. E2 marched down the hill-like path with a tiring huff. Why are he trying this again? I'm not digging anything. They could be anywhere in the ground at this point. Harry corrects him as he gestures towards the pit around them. The place isn't as big as the usual quarry one would imagine, but this land did have some interesting ores once upon a time, if he can believe it. All we're looking for is something that's out of place. But this is Mother Nature, isn't it? Doesn't she cover stuff up with vines and grass eventually after a little while? Kent mentions as he glances around with an uneasy look, as if being that incredibly nervous from being that far away from water. Shouldn't he more focused on Wednesday, and Ajax, and Davina, and all that stuff? Not everything has to be high school drama, Kent. Harry remarks with a cold glare. The siren raises his arms up in surrender as the pause at the widest area of the quarry, looking around in all of the dirt and rocks to see if they are just assuming something crazy. Hey, his sister isn't getting the wrong idea, is she? Kent scoffs. I thought he just said that we're going to talk high school. I'm serious, man, just hear me out. Harry persists as he holds up a hand, begging the siren to let him talk. Her and Wednesday keep getting into these, well, they're acting weird, and for some reason, I'm worried that Davina thinks I'm trying to get back together with her. He shares with the brother, nervously biting his lip. And I have no idea what to do about it. Well, that depends. Do he still like her in that way? Kent asks him curiously as they lean against the dirt wall, the siren having his arms crossed. Like, he want her back, kinda way. Honestly, I'm not sure how to answer that. Harry tells him while blowing out some air. Feeling extremely conflicted right now. He keeps waiting for some kind of sign to tell him what to do next, but it's always more cryptic than the next. All I know is that I don't want to use either as some kind of rebound girl. Good answer, Kent notes with an agreeing. Because I was about to kick his butt if he said anything else. He tells Harry, who bursts out laughing in response. Yeah, that's what I was scared of. And also, Kent awkwardly clears his throat, having been wanting to say this but never really had a chance thanks to all of the prying eyes. That thing with the knight statue earlier. He brings up hesitantly. He's not a creep, he tells him sheepishly, causing Harry to blink rapidly at him. He's just scary sometimes, even when he try not to be. That's nice. Harry responds with a slightly confused voice, not sure how he should respond to that. Kent chuckles awkwardly. Yeah, I know it's not the best. Wait, Rai presses a hand to his chest as he looks over at something in the ground. He walks over to it with his investigating face back on as he notices something wrong with the ground. He tas something jelly, and compares it to a tap somewhere else, which is a little harder. This was dug in recently. He pulls out some shovels and tosses one to Kent, who almost gets smacked by it thanks to his poor reflexes. Harry immediately begins digging, unlike the siren who seems extremely hesitant. Shouldn't we just, call the, he tries suggesting, only for the scary man to give me one of those glares. Which instantly makes him change his mind. Why yeah, sure. Let's do it. The two dig up the hole, which takes some time until they get to the bottom, where they find nothing inside. I thought there was supposed to be a body in here. Kent questions with a confused look. There was. Harry answers with a small nod, as he now knows why the texture looked like the way it did. Someone moved it. Jericho. Weathervane. The car drive to the coffee shop takes a little longer than Wednesday was expecting, considering that this was a faster vehicle in comparison to her preferred method of walking. But that only means she doesn't mind it. She looks out the trunk's window as the moon takes over and covers the town in a gothic medieval darkness. The only thing that would make it prettier is if the moon was pitch black. They eventually stop and park from across the coffee shop, where it's arguably midnight now. When Wednesday hears the creak of the driver's door opening, she peeks her head P. Ward and watches as the mayor walks over to the weathervane, sharing a greeting nod with the sheriff from across the window. Until he then gets run over. Wednesday jumps as she watches Noble's body rolling over the car before he lands onto the street with a hard thud, the back of his skull cracking open due to the impact. No, Galpin yells as he runs out of the shop and onto the street, watching as the unknown driver drives out of the scene, officially marking this as a hit and run. Noble, He runs over to his old friend and kneels down next to him, holding up the guy's head as he chokes on his own blood. Call 911. Get an ambulance. He frantically yells to everyone else that's watching in shock. Wednesday steps out of the car, seeing just how hard he hit the pavement. Galpin looks up at her, confused to see her coming out of the mayor's own car, the two of them sharing the same befuddled look together. As her fellow peers would usually say, "What the heck was that?" New chapter. Thanks for the comments last chapter. I'm glad I'm not the only one who thinks that red velvet is an undeniable blessing. Though, I'm sure there's people who don't like it, because well, obviously. Anyway, I'll drop a new chapter as soon as possible, though I'm not exactly sure when it will happen. I don't have any schedule to operate under since that originally hurt my writing experience. I tried to also publish some memes to this book, but US banned CapCut, so that's not happening anytime soon, sorry y'all. Part 3. Jericho. Weathervane. Harry never intended to come back to town while it's dark, to find a siren blaring crime scene in the middle of the streets. He's separate from Kent at this point, as they've mostly gone their separate paths to get back to campus, one being able to swim fast and all. He stopped when he saw the ambulance, and Noble being taken away with his head bloody. He watches everything go down with a haunted expression, getting some flashbacks of a dark moment that wasn't that long ago. Hey, a cautious voice calls out to him, prompting Harry to turn and see Tyler, who was clearly not expecting this to happen on his shift, slowly walk up to him. He notices him, carrying a plain plastic bag in his dominant hand. Did he see it? No, I just got here. Harry answers with a blank face, keeping his tense emotions from boiling at the sight of such a harsh hit and run. Did he? Why yeah, I kinda did. Tyler confirms with a shaky nod, at least having heard the massive thud before watching the mayor's body hit the ground. After everything that's happened, Harry honestly thought that normies were safe from whatever mess was going on around here. Guess he was horribly wrong. Hey, can he give this to Wednesday when he see her? He requests as he then holds up the bag to him, to which the guy glances at it like it's some kind of alien device. It's Enid's gift, she must forgotten it. Why do he want me to get it? Harry asks him with a raised brow. Not that he wouldn't, but if he was Tyler, he wouldn't trust him not to throw it into the trash or something the moment they broke paths. She's his girlfriend, isn't she? Tyler scoffs. Definitely not. He bitterly mutters with a mixed smile on his face, causing Harry to blink at him. He slowly takes the bag, allowing the Galpin to leave with a sad sigh on his face, hinting that something must have went wrong between them. Yeah, join the club, buddy. Meanwhile, Sheriff Galpin and Wednesday sit on a booth in the coffee shop, the older man grabbing his forehead as he struggles with the fact that an old friend of his just got slammed by a car right in front of him. He's alive, barely, he relays to the girl, who glances down at the wood, also replaying the 3-second image in his head. I'll take he back after I get his statement. I already gave it to his deputy. Wednesday points out to the man, who sighs. Blue Cadillac with no license plate. Yeah, I know. Galpin rep. Lies before pulling out a tape recorder from his breast pocket and sliding it across the table in front of her. I want a better one. What were he doing in the back of the mayor's SUV? He interrogates her, and Wednesday, although slightly caught off guard, is able to answer calmly. I saw him coming out of the Gates mansion. The Gates mansion. Donovan drops the name with a lace of suspicion, knowing the history of that place and seeing her snooping around there to be troublesome at best. What the heck were he doing there? House hunting. Wednesday sarcastically asks as a way of hiding own things while also telling him that he should be able to guess what's up. Galpin rolls his eyes, unamused. I overheard the voicemail he left. I was intrigued. The sheriff lets out a small exa as he looks out the window remorsefully. Back when the mayor was sheriff, he used to have a lot of wild theories on cases that he couldn't solve. So, we dissect them over pie, sitting right back there in that booth. Donovan shares with Wednesday as he points towards the one he's referencing. Most of the time, they went nowhere. Call me old-fashioned, but when someone is run over on their way to give the police key information, it usually means they were onto something, correct? Wednesday points out to the sheriff, not wanting to use movie cliches for this investigation, but if someone else saw Walker scavenging through their home. And all signs point to the Gates family in that house. The Gates family. Donovan quotes her with a look, wondering if she's starting to go on a whole new level of psychic. How? They're all dead, every last one of 'em, and I don't believe in ghosts. He points out, ironically saying something she once said to herself when she went to the mansion. Maybe he should. Wednesday coldly advises before turning of the recorder and sliding it back to him swiftly, grabbing her stuff and exiting the coffee shop before the man can try calling out for her to come back. Looks like she'll be going into the mansion after all. As she steps out of the weather vane, she and Harry accidentally engage eye contact, which makes her swiftly turn her heels in the opposite direction as if she just spotted by the press. The boy squints at her, wondering what her problem is. He hears it speaking in his ear. She's hiding something from us. Nevermore. Boy dormitory. Harry is at the lawn with all of the other boys in a temporary bad mood. The moon is still up, but they are still able to stick around for a couple while longer, and it's not like he has anyone to hang out with during the few hours that are left yet. Anyway, that's not exactly why he's irritated right now. He's irritated because the Shuln account of the recent hit and run that's meet a bit Nevermore in the bud because the mayor once hinted at someone at the academy might be behind the monster aspect of this case, leading to a lot of fingers being pointed at the moment. Now that timing had to be the biggest enemy on this planet. Harry mutters with a loud sigh as not even Brooklyn Nine-Nine on the TV show is curing his frustrations. The Hyde is also making it worse. A lockdown. Really? All because an outcast was being an outcast. Yeah. Ajax nods in response, though his eyes remain plastered on the television. I just can't believe it. The cause of divorce is marriage. Man. Harry blinks, turning his head towards him, confused. What? Waiting for the waiter. Makes he the waiter? He no. Ajax continues. With a small hum, chuckling at either one the comedy show's jokes or that he's coming up with all of this mind-blowing information. 6 without S is 9, bro. And when the computer overheats, it freezes, right? Harry shakes his head at him. How high are he? What? Ajax utters, raising a brow as if he's the one who said something weird. No, dude, it's, hi, how are he? Oh my gosh. Harry grumbles as he face palms in a tried voice, not sure why he's even trying to figure him out at this point. I mean, it's a stoner he's talking to. Remember when we talked about the Cravens? And how their bodies, if they're dead, would still likely be in Jericho. He brings up, to which Ajax nods slowly. Why do noses run, but feet smell? I went to one of the places they should have been in, and guess what? Every single burial was redug, and filled up, with nothing in it. Harry shares with Ajax with a serious face, in strong comparison to, well, everything else. About his dorm buddy, the Gorgon hums as he scratches his chin. So, somebody did kill them and hide the bodies. Yes, but why would he change the place he buried them, unless he either knew someone was coming for them, or he needed their corpses for something special? Harry wonders out loud, before glancing down at the floor as another thought pops into his mind. Or maybe it wasn't bodies someone put there. Ajax drags on a whistle, as if impressed. Why do we bake cookies but cook bacon? Wednesday probably has more clues than me, being the one who knew Noble was a person of interest before he got run over. Harry mentions sarcastically, rubbing his forehead as he thinks about just how much he's being kept in the dark about. I wish she would tell me what it is I feel. Useless right now. Whoa, hey, think about it this way. Ajax scoots and turns towards him as if actually going to drop something serious, prompting Harry to give him his attention. People can't use he, if he's useless. Harry drops his eyebrows. Somehow, that actually made me feel a little better. He admits reluctantly. Ajax grins with a thumbs up. Nevermore. The Quad. Wednesday needs a new plan now that her off-campus privileges, as Weems called them, have been revoked. Thankfully, she remembered a few of the interactions she had earlier this week and have decided to use them for the greater good before they all go rotten, and she's forced to risk a guaranteed expulsion. So, the second morning comes and she's able to exit her dorm. She walks over to the phone booths attached to the walls, guess the board never thought of getting rid of them, and inserts some Chan. GE to contact a phone number she memorized from the first time she had him call it. After a few seconds, Tyler Galpin picks it up fairly quickly. Hello, Vey reconsidered his offer. Wednesday informs Tyler, who chuckles confused at her odd choice of words. My offer, quote, the non-birthday dinner. Wednesday brings up, reminding Tyler on how he blatantly asked her out earlier and she made an then more blatant excuse to ignore it because she was conflicted about wait, what is she doing? She wouldn't discuss her feelings, even when it's being narrated on a fanfic about a story of her life. Oh, really? That's great. Tyler responds with an earnestly happy voice, likely having thought that the two were approaching a phase where they would start drifting apart. That will, likely, happen, sooner than he thinks. But not right now. When are he free? Quote, pick me up outside the Nevermore gates at 8 o'clock. Wednesday instructs him, practically hearing the smile growing on S face as she tells him that it's tonight. Cut his lights. She also adds, hanging up the phone before the man can respond with some kind of query she doesn't want to answer. Planning on sneaking out, a voice chimes in from right behind her, causing Wednesday to turn around and see that it's just Harry leaning against the wall with a playfully suspicious look. He aren't planning to break curfew, are he? That's kind of, against the rules. I thought I would finally be free of his awful attempts to get on my nerves. Wednesday remarks with a blank stare, causing Harry to chuckle at her. Glad that she still remembers the Harvest Festival days back to back. Last I checked, they worked pretty well. It took until the day I freed his parents for us to actually consider respecting each other. Harry points out humorously as he stands up straight, putting his hands in his jacket's pockets. Who was that? I thought we were done with he trying to intrude on who I talked to as well. Wednesday. Harry says her name with a now very serious tone. He knows something, don't he? That's why he asked about the sketch he drew. And the day after he come to me for help, the mayor gets run over with he being the main witness. He points out, giving her a pointed look. He don't think I'm that stupid, do he? Wednesday would shrug if she could. Depends on what he think my definition of the word is. She remarks as if trying to make a funny joke in her own Addams way, only to see Harry roll his eyes at her instead, unamused. I just want to handle this on my own. She tells him, trying to make him understand. He clearly were calling someone to get them to help he try and escape Nevermore for the 100th time. Harry calls her out as he gestures towards the phone with a hand. What am I? Not suitable enough for the cool club. I have my reasons. Wednesday states dismissively as she turns around to walk away, causing Harry to blink rapidly at the audacity. Wow, he shoal. Do know yourself by now how this dance works, right? Harry mentions as he follows her with a scoff. The more he keep trying to push me away from this super secret clue he have, the more I want to be involved. Harry, please. Wednesday pleads as she abruptly turns around to face him again, her expression normal but her eyes showing a rare sense of emotional begging that causes Harry to freeze, shocked to see it. Eugene ignored me when I begged him not to go to a place that was obviously dangerous for him, and look out he turned out. She brings up a rather dark, brutal point to make. And, after being reminded of what Rowan said, I can't risk the same thing happening to he. So, if he value his life, don't play stubborn and follow me. She says that as if it was a threat, giving him his cold stare before she leaves him behind. The stunned Harry processes her words as she brings up Eugene. If she was willing to use him as a reference to make him go away, then, now that he thinks about it, maybe he should. She thinks we're useless. Harry groans annoyed as he forcefully closes his eyes. Stop it. She knows something about what happened to Xavier and she's keeping it from us. What favor do we owe her? She's just thinks she's protecting us. It's not something selfish. Of course, it's selfish. Why would she go in the first place? Harry fails to find something to respond to that with, as he looks over with an extremely conflicted gut feeling. Darn it. Nevermore. Hallways. Wednesday walks down the hall with her usual robotic, brisk, purposeful march. She knows that Harry wants the same thing she does. But the closer she gets into the investigation, the more she sees that Rowan may have been rid about Harry, and Goody Addams only confirms it. Too deep in her thoughts. While looking like she just sees everyone as invisible from the outside, she barely sees when she passes a certain siren who pauses upon seeing her black uniform and hair. Addams. Davina softly said her name. Her tone sharp but laced with a veneer of politeness. Wednesday stops as well as the two girls turn around to face each other. Davina. She calls out her name as well with only a sliver of respect left. I see you've been teaching yourself to live without depending on his old school. Oh, me and Bianca are still friends, but she's been dealing with her own baggage right now. Divin. Responds with a bright and friendly smile, a little too bright. She takes a few steps closer so she doesn't have to raise her voice. What have he been up to? I mean, this lockdown has got to suck for he, right? Classmate. This pathetic attempt at playing nice is beneath he. Wednesday notes with criticizing eyes, causing Davina to hum at her though her smile widens. If this about what I think it is, I regret to inform he that I've found better things to do. Oh, relax, Wednesday, I'm not here for another battle of wits. Davina assures her sarcastically as she softly pats her arms, obviously trying to push her luck. I just want to ask if Harry's doing okay. I mean, he two are supposed to be friends, right? She asks curiously, as if actually concerned, prompting a mental eye roll from Wednesday. If he don't mind, she tries to turn around and head to her dorm. I need to check on Enid. I wasn't done talking, which. Wednesday freezes the second that word gets dropped. She slowly turns around with a highly offended look, which only makes Davina smile brightly, for real this time. I just want to offer some advice, woman to woman. I know you've been struggling with the idea of being social lately. The siren tells her with a bop of her head. Wednesday gives her a look as she crosses her arms. I can't wait to not take it. Davina giggles as she then steps closer. So nobody else in the hallway can hear their voices. I saw how he talked to him back at the grass where somebody left a little message for us. She tells him with a serious voice that heavily contradicts her facial language. He want to hate sirens all his life. Fine, but don't act like he's jealous of him when he don't have the balls to admit he like him. There's then a painful silence as she waits for another one of Wednesday's snappy comebacks. However, the girl looks speechless for the first time, something that even Bianca couldn't do. Thought so, Davina quips, smirking. Victorious before commencing a dramatic turn and walking away, her heels clicking against the floor. Before anything could come to mind for Wednesday, the girl is already gone, leaving her to squeeze her arms tightly while they're still crossed. She didn't even need to say anything, and yet that siren figured out a way to live in her head rent-free. She can't believe it. Nevermore. Ophelia Hall. Wednesday clank. He's a fist as she tries typing her Viper story, only for her typewriter to constantly start having a malfunction. She's resorted to everything, even the useless predictable thing, and bang it a few times, but nothing clicks back into place. Something has rendered this writing device out of shape. Having issues? Enid asks dryly as if wanting to tease her, but too tired to even try hard enough. I never thought I would have unfixable problems involving a childhood tool. Wednesday responds as she uses the word tool, as if it's helpful, and not the degrading kind. Sadly, with me being forced to stay cooped up in this cell thanks to our beloved principal, and home being far away, I will not be fixing it for a long time. Sounds relatable, Enid mutters as if trying to hint at something, causing Wednesday to turn her head around towards her with a mental sigh. She's aware about what she's currently depressed about. She stands up and goes to collect her bag and things, while that is the cue that she's about to do her thing in a couple minutes, going over to the desk to play with the black and white Rubik's cube. Yeah, don't ask. I've been thinking about my less than enthusiastic response to his surprise soiree, and I must admit, I regret not showing my gratitude towards him more appropriately. Wednesday tells Enid as she stands in the front of their mutual line, arms folded. The roommate looks at her surprised, before sitting up with a bright smile on her face. He really mean it? Enid asks her, teasingly swinging her feet up and down. Take the wind, Enid. Wednesday demands with a look, prompting Enid's smile to turn into a proud grin, not knowing what she's about to agree to. If only there were a way for us to get off campus and have a little birthday redo, just two best friends. Too bad the school is on lockdown. She murmurs, doing a good job at faking it as she steps in front of the window, looking up at the night sky. Look at that full moon. Enid glances down with a thinking face on, her lips pressed together, before her eyes explode into a cool idea. Oh, how about I say that I'm about to wolf out and get a pass to the Lupin cages and say he volunteered to lock me in? She suggests with a massive grin. Wednesday turns around to look at her with a genuinely impressed look. My deviousness has finally rubbed off on he. She remarks with a proud smirk. To which Enid giggles excitedly. The girls then turn to their alibi. Thing, he know what to do. The Addams tells him, and the hand gives them an assuring thumbs up before going back to the Rubik's cube. Though it's doubtful that he's actually trying to match anything unless he's counter-colorblind. As Enid is about to grab her winter jacket though, she remembers something and gasps loudly. Oh, we should wear our snoods. She suggests excitedly, causing Wednesday to freeze and look at the girl like every teen who's been reminded of a responsibility that they were trying to ignore. Oh, I believe I left mine at fencing. Actually, he left yours at the weather vane. Enid corrects her as she extends her snood towards her with a bright smile, not knowing that she left it there on purpose. Wednesday looks down at it with horror in her eyes. Luckily, Harry brought it back. Wednesday slowly nods, still able to keep a straight face. Like a money's paw. Nevermore. Boys' dormitory. Harry finishes his shower, though even the satisfying afterheat doesn't make him feel any better. He hates that he has to stay in this room, even though he'd much rather move into the shed and be done with it. He grabs his new clothes, but hesitates for a brief second when he takes the pajama pants. Nothing against him, he just doesn't want this day to end so swiftly. As he stands into the room, his mind trails off as he knows that there's some kind of next move he's supposed to make, but uncertain of whether or not he should go for it. Wednesday made it pretty dang clear that she wants him away for a reason she thinks is good, but is Harry capable of listening? Now that is a question one can only be curious about if answered. He almost freezes in place the second his eye accidentally falls on Xavier's old bed, this side of the room being completely clean in comparison to his, mostly because he never dared try using the extra room to his advantage. He just stared down at the bed with no thoughts in his mind, just flashbacks. He know, if he keeps staring at that thing like that, it's going to disappear. Geez, Harry exclaims in fright as he steps back and turns his head to see Davina standing in his room all of a sudden, not exactly what he was expecting. Crap, Davina, I thought he were. Wednesday. Davina name drops with a raised brow, causing Harry to awkwardly glance to the side. Well, yeah, usually, it's her who does the appearing out of nowhere thing. Harry mentions with a small shrug, to which Davina takes a moment before admittedly humming that he's right on that. Anyway, what are he doing here? I at least missed the nights Tonight's an exception, Davina simply remarks as she walks past Harry to sit on the boy's own bed. Have been mooching to yourself all day, and he didn't make one sarcastic remark to either me or Ghostface Beth, so I'm pretty certain he need at least some form of company. She claims with an offering smile, which oddly makes Harry feel more uncomfortable than anything. Probably because this is the moment he feels like he needs to address the thing. Right, Harry takes a deep swallow as he briefly scratches his head. Listen, Davina, I don't wanna assume, but I'm worried we're not exactly. Davina blinks at him. What are he talking about? She questions him, not getting it at first until she sees how nervous he is and puts two and two together. Wait, are he referring to that kiss in Jericho? Yes, and no. I mean that wasn't the only thing I was thinking about. Harry, respond. DS as the look on Davina's face is already making him regret not finding a different rehearsal for this. Call me a guy, but I keep thinking that he might be assuming that whatever I'm doing is being taken as me being interested again. Quote, what? No. Davina denies, though feels a slight beat in her heart when she says that word. Well, maybe, a little bit, but it's not like I'm trying to force it or something, she confesses as she tries giving Harry an assuring smile. Why are he asking? Because I don't wanna break his heart. Harry simply answers, duh, kind of response that makes Davina's expression slowly change. Wait, is this about Wednesday? He think I'm jealous of her. Davina realizes, causing Harry to glance down with a half-confirming shrug. Are he too up to something again? Harry, come on. It hasn't even been the 7th day since he got arrested. Okay, but this isn't about Wednesday. Oh really? That's a new one. Davina remarks bitterly as she stands up, stepping towards the desk with a heavy sigh. That makes Harry close his eyes as he can now see that he's pressed the wrong button. Look, I've tried not to assume, but let's face it, no matter what happens, it's always about Wednesday. The Poe Cup, Outreach Day, heck, what he did at the Raven was because she stood he up and he were pissed about it. She brings up, looking at the guy with a panicked face. She's turning he into an jerk, Harry. Can't he see that? Harry looks down in guilt, at his hands as he thinks about the events she mentioned. It's not her that did those things. He corrects Davina with a serious face of admission. I did that, he tells her. He's not blind, he knows deep down why he poured blood rain, wanted to win the Poe Cup, or helped Gomez Addams, and it wasn't because he was being manipulated. Oh, Harry. Davina whispers his name with empathy, seeing the conflicted look on his face. What happened to he? She asks as she walks past him to leave before she says something she'll regret. Angrily grabbing the knob, only for the door to not open for her. What the? She utters in confusion, pushing on the handle multiple times as she slowly loses her temper with each time it doesn't budge. Locking and re-locking the door doesn't work either. Oh, he stupid mother fu. He's supposed to pull it. Harry informs her in a monotone voice, causing her to freeze and low. Okay at him before slowly realizing that he's right when the door actually opens with a small creak. Davina nods back at him before stomping out of the room, freezing right when she's about to slam the door with a hiss. Instead, she just slowly pulls until she hears that click, letting out a sigh of relief afterwards. After that awkward bit, Harry then rubs his face with a tired sigh. Darn it, he mutters as he realizes that Davina was right about one thing. His actions and jealousy towards Tyler weren't stemmed from a fear of his hide. He's doing it because Wednesday's the perfect excuse. Right as that realization crosses him, he hears a knock at his door. Thinking it's Davina again, having forgotten something mid-argument, he goes to open it, only to see Vlad standing on the other side instead. Harry, his ordered package. He assumes as he extends it towards him. I assume he got it on account of Wednesday's birthday. Oh, thank he, Coach Vlad. Harry responds with a nod as he calmly takes it, giving the man a grateful nod before his dorm master leaves. He looks down at his package before stepping towards his window and wishing he could see Ophelia Hall from this angle because his would be the shot where he's staring at it. But, still, at least this will give him something to do. Nevermore. Gates. Tyler nervously taps on his wheel, having only parked here for a couple minutes yet it feels like 3 hours. His dad caught him on the phone with Wednesday earlier and not the best of conversations went down, since it was about mom, and this waiting in the dark isn't helping him forget about that. He looks around nervously before leaning back into his seat to take a deep breath in an effort to calm his nerves, and that's when he looks and sees Wednesday suddenly staring at him through his passenger door window. Geez, Tyler exclaims with a gasp as Wednesday casually steps inside as if she didn't scare the pants off of him for the 100th time or something. Yeah, that's an over-exaggeration. But he's lost count. Let's go. Wednesday orders as she sits there, facing forward with her arms crossed, a weird greeting for a first date. Nice to see he, too. Tyler responds with a raised brow, before noticing that she's wearing a new piece of attire. Oh, by the way, he look really good in that. He asks as he points at the snood, glad to see that she's wearing the thing he made for her. Although she was realistically forced into wearing this, having Tyler comment on it makes her look away as if she's shy or something. Thank he. One of the back doors then open, and Enid in her bright pink winter gear steps in with the same expression she had when she left the dorm, only for it to change when she sees Tyler, the normie responsible for his fair share of trouble, behind the wheel. Wait, he's our Uber driver. Uber driver. Tyler quotes her with a slightly offended look, before turning to Wednesday. I thought we were going on a date. He asks out loud, bewildered, causing Enid to then jerk her head towards her with a similar face. I thought this was a girls' night out. There's been a change of plans. Wednesday simply states as if it's no big deal. Having just wanted them together since she can't exactly have the combination of Harry right now to possibly handle both, if he was capable of driving. Tyler and Enid share a look, as they both realize together that they've been fibbed. Okay. Tyler raises a hand before he even considers starting his car. I don't want to judge or anything, but I'm not really into the whole. Wednesday glares at him. Right. Yeah, it's nothing like that, stupid. In spite of his feelings, he inserts the keys and starts the engine back up, driving out of Nevermore grounds before anyone can see them. Nevermore. Ophelia Hall. Harry has also taught himself out to sneak in and out of certain dorms after that one incident with Wednesday in his own. He times Thornhill's mannerisms. Perf. ECT before pussyfooting past her and into the dorm room he's trying to get into, all with the slightly heavy package in his hands. He can play a little game of hide and seek too, as he plans to show her. Assuming she's in there and willing to finally hear his case, he steps through a back door that leads onto the balcony of the clock tower room, seeing the bright-colored tint on one side and the pie TCH black one on the other lets him know that this is the right room. Wednesday. Harry calls out to her as he knocks on the glass window, obviously not wanting to just barge in from the entrance they probably think is safe. He hears the clacking of a typewriter keys, but no verbal response. Hey, Wednesday, look, I know he's mad about earlier, but I promise this isn't about that, so he mind giving me 3 seconds. Once again, nobody responds to him, causing himly. It's way too dark to tell if they're even in there. While Enid would be too scared of him to open it, Wednesday would at least pen the glass door just to shut in his face if she didn't want to be bothered, if that's possible with this rotating thing. He hears something from the door he entered in, causing him to risk it and step inside. Where he finds nobody in the dorm room. He looks around and sees that the lights are all perfectly dim, and towards the desk where the typewriter should be, finding thing being the one that's making those clacking sounds. Though the object doesn't actually move to register the keys, since it's still broken. Thing. Harry calls out his name with a confused squint, causing the hand to jump and jerk his head like a deer who's heard a branch cracking. Where's Wednesday? He interrogates the unusual friend who looks hesitant to answer, which ironically cues him in. Oh, don't tell me they went there already. It hasn't even been a day. Thing drums his fingers hesitantly, before eventually shrugging his wrist. Oh, he don't know. Harry mocks his horrible lie, scoffing as he puts his present on Wednesday's desk. Out of all the people, or hands, or whatever the heck he are, that she trusts, why is the one that's literally watching her back 24/7 not in her backpack? The hand glances side to side, causing Harry to roll his eyes. He knows where she is. He calls him out, to which Thing dramatically points to himself before wagging a finger, feigning innocence. He really suck at this, he know that. The teen remarks with a teasing smirk, offending the little guy who still plays dumb, in spite of the situation. Hey, do I need to remind he that he still owe me? Harry brings up with thumb pointed at herself, though if Thing was able to scoff at him, he probably would. He's still responsible for sliding that fake date invitation to the Raven to Tyler. Or do he think I wouldn't have solved that little mystery? He questions the hand, who just waves it off like it's no big deal. He was just trying to get Wednesday to loosen up, is all. Yeah, I know he were. But from my selfish point of view, that was a dick move. He steps closer towards him. We both know that she's doing something risky and a little bit reckless. Thing. Where is Wednesday? He asks her again, very serious. His expression darkening. Despite his attempts, Thing just turns himself away so his wrist is facing him, crossing his fingers defiantly. Really, he's gonna be like that. He know what happened at the poke-up and locker room weren't my fault, right? Thing then signs something petty, which he could probably fill in yourself, causing Harry's eyes go wide. Oh, he little. Harry charges at Thing, who quickly hops out of the way, causing him to stumble against the desk instead. As he tries to get up, he throws a punch which the hand dodges before effectively countering in a way that sends him back a few steps. He then grabs some used books from the drawers and chucks them at the teen, who dodges mostly all but one that lies in direct impact to his nuts. He grabs one though before Thing can throw it, causing them to engage in a small tug of war with it until Harry winds the pout by throwing him and the book away, only for the hand to grab on a wall lamp in the room to catch himself. He throws himself onto the teen's leg, clawing at his calf. Get off. Harry struggles as he furiously swings his leg around, eventually kicking it hard enough that it ends his friend far away until he lands on Wednesday's bed. Getting back up thanks to it being a soft landing, he jumps and tries to slap this opponent again, only for him to grab him in midair with only one of his hands. Gotcha, Harry exclaims with a hiss before slamming him down on the bed roughly, pinning him down in spite of Thing's best attempts to wiggle himself free. I have a couple guesses as to where she is, but I want to know for sure before I risk my hide too, he states before leaning his head menacingly close. Where's Wednesday? After some more failed attempts, followed by the realization that he's going to break free, Thing taps the location in Morse code, which eventually makes Harry let out a long sigh. Yup, I was worried about that, he mutters before easing up and softly planting the hand on the desk. That wasn't so hard, was it? He then walks away, the two flipping each other off before Harry sneaks off in a hope that he can catch up, leaving Wednesday's gift on the desk. New chapter already here, finally about to get to the part where we play Haunted Mansion at the Gates residence. I was hit with that shower drossiness towards the end of this, but thankfully was able to push myself through. Excited to get the next part out to you guys when I can, though be warned, its ending might be a little bit darker than the previous episodes. Anyway, memes, not a chapter. https://youtube. BKRS3BC46 Yak yes, I did this. If he want me to do more, like in between episodes or SMTH, let me know. Part 4, Nevermore. Female not Ophelia Hall dormitory. Davina Stan. DS at the edge of the balcony scraping her fingernail against the concrete railing. She had no idea she would react so poorly to what Harry had to say, despite her knowing the truth. Maybe it's the fact that she would have accepted it more if it was anyone else except Wednesday. Something about her, it just rubs her the wrong way. I'm guessing he told Kent's voice appears out of nowhere, causing Davina to calmly turn around and see him joining her on the railing. It's not uncommon for them to sneak into each other's dorms, it's what they used to do during their first year because they were so nervous to meet anyone else. Yeah, he did, Davina confirms with a slow nod, taking her eyes back to the night sky. So, did it end well? He guys made out and all that stuff? Kent queries, earnestly curious, earning him a scorching look from Davina. She's standing here with a depressed look, what the heck does he think she's feeling? Okay, I was just asking geez. I gotta go find him later tomorrow, Davina states as she stands back up straight, to which Kent oddly chuckles in response. Honestly, he could probably sneak back in if he feel like round 2, assuming RRY didn't sneak out to deliver that gift. Kent remarks humorously, causing Davina to blink at him. Sneak off to where? Outside. Abandoned Gates residence. Tyler thankfully takes directions very well. Ellen drives them all the way to the old Gates mansion despite the implications that they are heading right towards a haunted house in the middle of the night. Are they afraid? Most likely if he's thinking about only Enid and Tyler. To Wednesday. It's pretty much a vacation. It was even one on her 10th birthday party where she had the pleasure of freeing herself from a hope that was hanging her upside down by her foot. As Tyler parks the car, Wednesday is obviously the first to get out, while the other two hesitate a bit before their boots touches the grass. Seriously, he want to go in there? Enid questions her friend's logic as she is forced to take it in the unwelcoming atmosphere. This place is creepy AF. I know, Wednesday replies with dangerous excitement, causing the two of them to share an uneasy glance. Okay, this isn't what I signed up for, Tyler comments nervously, though that is to be expected when he expected something more cliché wholesome than Dead Family City. Meanwhile, a figure rustles behind a nearby tree, but only Tyler seems to hear it. He looks over as a hooded figure slowly peeks out from behind a tree. It hides away when he glances at it though, until it appears again a few seconds later, marching towards one of the girls. Enid, the Galpin, Kid anxiously says her name, getting her attention while the figure extends a hand towards her shoulder. Enid, turn around, Enid lets out a deafening scream as she swiftly turns around and swipes her claws at the person behind her, causing them to flinch back in terror. What the heck? The figure exclaims as he takes off it to be Harry. Thankfully, there's no scratches on him as is visible when all of their flashlights shine on him. He almost ripped my face off. Well, that's what he get when he don't say hi, like every other person in the dark who wants help. Enid remarks with a tense squeaky voice, though she doesn't instantly pull out her claws at the sight of him. What the heck are he even doing here? Tyler questions Harry, knowing that it couldn't be because he wanted to have Weathervane's best in a dusty old mansion. Who do he think told Wednesday about this place? Harry answers with a somewhat cheeky look directly mostly at Tyler, while dusting off his jacket. The other boy squints at him, as if not liking that answer or something. Hello, Harry, glad he's here. Wednesday acknowledges while still walking forward and messing with the lock, genuinely meaning it in a guilty pleasure kind of way, in spite of her blatant attempts to steer him away from a possible death trap such as this. Tyler glances between her and Harry, connecting the moment at the Weathervane and this, causing him to glare at the LNA bit with a bit of green. This is what he were trying to keep me away from. Harry questions her as he points at the mansion, having concluded it by the time Thing told him where she was going, but still not understanding why. He know I would have been down for this whole thing. As an outcast in a school of outcasts, right? Yeah, matter of fact, he could have told all of us the truth. Tyler slightly criticizes Wednesday as they all turn to her as she still focuses on the lock as if either not caring about their hurt realizations or is too afraid of them, the former feeling like the most likely. He didn't have to trick us. I didn't want to celebrate my birthday by going to dinner or a surprise party. I want to do this. Wednesday explains as if that justifies it, finally done in picking the lock which opens with a loud snap. If he wanna go, he can. She then remarks, even though they all feel like she recruited Enid and Tyler for a reason. Harry clicks his tongue before noticing the hoods on Enid and Wednesday. Okay, what's with the weird neck scarf things? Quote, don't ask. Wednesday dryly pleads before marching into the abandoned property once again, in spite of the subtle warnings. I'm gonna go check out the garage. While Enid reluctantly follows, Harry watches them go with an ironic scoff. I cannot figure that girl out. He comments with a hum, to which Tyler instantly nods in agreement. Seriously, she must have some kind of mood switch. Tyler adds, before they then look at each other with appalled expressions. They quickly follow before they say anything else that they may start agreeing about. Walking past the porch, the group step towards the wooden doors of the garage. Wednesday grabs on the handles, but it refuses her pull, hinting that old age has caught up to it. Here, let me try. Tyler offers, and the girl steps back to let him give it a tug. However, even he is unable to do it. Maybe I can help. Harry adds his strength, and the two of them try pulling the separate handles together. But they make about as much progress as before. Darn, the guy mutters. His secret hide is useless while in human form, as moments like these are keen on reminding him. This thing is clenched tighter than a girl's. Can I try? Enid surprisingly offers despite her fears of this place, and since they're out of options, no one objects. Wednesday takes her flashlight, and the brightful girl steps forward and opens the doors with a single pull, causing her to see Harry and Tyler's shocked faces when she turns around. It's a werewolf thing, she mentions with a shrug. Just wish it was a me thing, Harry remarks with envy. Clearing his throat, before he and the rest of them step into the dark garage. When Wednesday flips the only switch, the light flickers relentlessly on the only car that is poorly covered by a blanket. Getting their attention. This is the car that hit the mayor. Wednesday recognizes easily, only needing to uncover it a tiny bit. They all stare at it with mixed reactions. Hers with interest, Harry's with slight anger, Tyler is uncomfortable thanks to it, and Enid is shaking. Okay, this just took a dark turn. Enid comments, shuddering, to which Harry chuckles a bit at her. What do he think we came here for? To see if there was tea and crumpets. Harry sarcastically comments, having had this kind of clue in mind if this was the place that Wednesday wanted to investigate. She's usually found something every time, in spite of her always getting caught in sneaking around. I was expecting late shopping, fake ids, and funny jokes. Not violent crime evidence. Enid responds stressed as she points at the car, to which Harry hums with a shrug. Fair pint, Ms. led astray. We need to call Tyler's dad right freakin' now. So, he could finally have an excuse to arrest us for trespassing. Harry retorts in a snarky manner, scoffing at the idea. No thanks, let's just leave them a note like it was Wednesday's surprise party or something. And besides, me and my dad aren't on the best of terms right now. I don't think he would trust my judgment if I was the one who called him. Tyler also adds in argument of that seemingly simple choice, which Ma. Kess. The two boys stare at each other in shock again. Okay, stop doing that. They both demand simultaneously. But, they're right, Enid. I'm not giving Weems a reason to finally get me expelled, as much as 3 months ago me would have enjoyed it. Wednesday tells the werewolf, officially voting her out. The girl then heads towards the garage door leading into the house, and they follow, a bit of reluctance from Enid and Tyler. Once the door opens with a loud creak, the welcoming of dust and cobwebs greets them. This is the night I'm gonna die, Tyler shakingly remarks, while Enid whimpers out loud. Harry doesn't show much audible reaction, but he too is a little creeped out by how unclean this building looks. It stinks of death, as some fantasy characters would probably say. Wednesday takes point, the group cautiously walking down the hallway while checking the doors they pass with their flashlights, until she stops at a room that catches her interest. She steps inside and turns hers to a wall, illuminating the massive family portrait. The Gates family, Garrett, outcast-hating father Ansel, the mother, and the youngest, Laurel Gates. They're all long gone, so the question is, why did Goody lead her here? As Wednesday then turns towards the door that seems to lead into a new room, Harry is now behind the group, happily using his eyes that are getting adjusted to the dark. He keeps walking until something scratches against his ear. Harry, a voice whispers, causing him to stop and turn towards his left towards the door across the hallway. He doesn't know if he's under some spell, or if the fact that nobody else heard it clues him in that they'll just think he's crazy, but he subconsciously walks towards that direction, breaking away from the group without them realizing it. Harry, the quiet voice whispers again, sounding like it hasn't gotten much water in an entire year, yet is still alive. It pulls him into a display room with stairs, one of which is a painting with a familiar figure at the center. Harry, free me, the voice whispers again, much louder, sounding like it's coming from the painting itself. Harry feels hypnotized by its strange connection to this painting even more than when he saw it in Xavier's art studio. Could this maybe be the original? Whatever it's supposed to be. He turns his head towards the staircase, must lead to some kind of basement. He doesn't hesitate in heading over to investigate. Meanwhile, Wednesday, Enid, and Tyler step into what looks like was supposed to be a private library, web-covered books laying on a table, the couch, as well as the army of bookshelves covering one wall. The former steps closer and pulls on each one, feeling like there's more to this shelf than what's at first glance. Scene N asks, wanting to be out of here as soon as possible. However, Wednesday is far from satisfied. She eventually spots a part of the bookshelf that is oddly clean, or more like less dusty, than in comparison to the rest of it, prompting her to test it by giving it a firm push with her fingers. Her intuition is rewarded by the middle shelf opening in front of their eyes, revealing red and white candles, and a painted portrait of the one and only Joseph Crackstone. On both sides of it is two halves of a sentence. Blood will rain when I rise. A shrine. Who doesn't have a spooky built-in altar in their family library? Enid sarcastically comments with a whimper. Ours is in the living room. Wednesday casually responds, causing both of them to turn to her. More seating for a year-long Dia de los Muertos, she explains, to which Tyler just nods as if he gets it, while Enid lets out another whimper. Upon further inspection, Wednesday notices a trail of smoking burning off of the tap of the candle, prompting her to feel them and get a scorching feeling attacking her fingertips. They're still, she's about to inform the others, until she finally notices that there are only two of them. Where's Harry? Her question causes Tyler and Enid to look around and realize that Harry is not standing behind them or in a corner of the room somewhere like they expected him to be. I could have sworn he was right behind me. The werewolf nervously utters, hoping the blame doesn't get put on her Are he joking? Wednesday mutters in irritation as she steps towards the doorway, looking left and right and seeing that the guy is nowhere to be found. How do we easily end up losing sight of him? She criticizes, seemingly herself as well as they all start to get more nervous. I can look for him on this floor. Tyler offers as he points downward, causing the girls to glance at him, shocked that it came out of his mouth. What? I never said I wanted the guy to drop dead. Thank he. Wednesday expresses with a genuine glint in her eyes, to which Tyler nods as if saying, of course. We'll investigate upstairs, see if he's gone up there. We will, Enid utters, but Wednesday has already taken off in determination to find a boy she was committed to keeping away from herself in this place, forcing her to follow with another whimper. Tyler wonders if this girl will end up like poor Ivan before they can make it out. He gives Crackstone one more glance before starting his patrol. Back in the basement, Harry goes down the steps to eventually find herself in a room with shelves holding jars and other weird items that would belong in a bio or chem class. He reaches into his jacket and pulls out his phone, turning the light on as he searches the apparent lab for any clues he can find and report to the others. He comes across a table with a chemist plate on it. Someone has clearly been experimenting with something in here with the help of all these ingredients. To the side is a book under the Cravens' name. When Harry opens it, he doesn't find the usual family's recipes. This one is written more like a personal journal, and the last pages get his attention. Mr. Gates wants us to develop a stronger version of Nightshade. Deadlier, odorless, colorless, completely undetectable. It will only affect outcasts, targeting the unique cells that allow them to transform, or live longer. Or have snakes for hair, gives their hosts visions, that sort of thing. I am ashamed to admit this, but I said yes at first. The werewolves killed my first son years ago, leaving me with only 2 children left. Children who are not prepared to be suffering such a loss. But now, I've heard of what Garrett tried to do, and how it costed him his life in the process. Not only that, but Sheriff Walker has just informed me that the real reason he was there was to poison the outcasts altogether. I can't do it, not anymore. This is going to be my last entry on the matter, only way someone will continue my research is if they beat the first steps out of me and my family. And then, the journal ends halfway during a sentence that tries to talk about how Mr. Craven, the manager from Weathervane's father, is taking steps to fix his legacy, but his words have been cut off before he can explain what. Just then, Harry hears a creak somewhere in the corner behind him, under where the stairs are. Curious pulls him towards it as he shines his light in that direction while approaching it. It looks like some bags stained with crimson-red liquid wrapped around things, likely bodies. He walks over and risks his stomach by revealing one. And it smells like crap. Oh, geez. Harry winces as he sees the body of a Craven, then another, the mother, and then the father, and then the Mr. Craven he met before his demise. Excluding him, the other bodies have been badly decomposed, they've been dead for weeks. He can't help but have sympathy, they deserved more respect than this. There's one more body, however. And so, just to see what other Craven member he's missing for the sake of it, he unwarps the. He freezes. No, that can't be him. Uncle Freddy, Harry utters quietly as he stares at the corpse. His sweater, his trench coat, his ripped catalog pants, his horrible hairdo. There's no doubt about it. His throat is deeply pushed in, having been choked by something sharp. Like a garrote wire. Wednesday must have seen this. No, Harry mutters as he turns himself away, shaking his head rapidly. No, there's no way, he couldn't have. I refuse to believe it. Stop giving that girl so much credit. She dumped he for Tyler, remember? That's not important, we're not in some stupid supernatural love triangle. Harry growls as he grabs his head, closing his eyes tightly. This is Killer's house, and we must take revenge. We must destroy the work that has been done here. Please. Harry begs as he pulls on his hair stressfully. Please, stop. Quote, we must destroy, kill. No. Quote, destroy this place. Destroy this place. Destroy this place. Kill. Destroy. Kill. Upstairs, Wednesday and Enid come across another hallway with multiple rooms. Which one is the one that leads to the prize? Well, take his pick. As many as he want in fact. It's one of the easiest game shows his greedy eyes will ever feast on. Alright, he go left, I go right. Wednesday proposes, causing Enid to look at her as if she's insane. He seriously want to split up. In here, Enid questions her, wondering where her friend's sense of intelligence gone off to. Or, did it conveniently leave out the survival instincts piece? That is literally how every best friend dies in a horror movie. The faster we search, the sooner he can leave. Wednesday mentions, turning around to enact her game plan anyway, in spite of her roommate's pleas for her not to split up. The Addams eventually comes across a room that seems to have taken up a laundry job, having clothes hanged up a rack in the inside instead of the outside. Though, noticeably, there's a lot of windows here, so maybe it's just for convivence sake. During which, though, she can't but think about Harry. Why the heck did he ended up following her here despite her very strict reasoning as to why she wants him not to? Why can't just one single thing go exactly the way she imagines it, so? The only bad part of the result is that she gets scolded by a teacher staff and leaves. Why can't she figure anyone out? Wednesday. He need to see this. Enid's voice calls out to her, prompting her to immediately turn around and march towards her friend, who's come across an interesting-looking room. In comparison to everything else, the furniture appears very modernized, for the most part. The bed's made, no dust or cobwebs. Wednesday looks over a vase of flowers on a nightstand, feeling them as she feels like she's seen them again somewhere, but can't remember where. She then sees Enid hunched over something, and walks next to her to see her eyeing an old box with one of those ballerina spin dancers inside. LG. Enid speaks the letters engraved on the side of I. Laurel Gates. Wednesday recognizes the only likely name that would be spelt in a place like this. Looks like somebody moved back into their old room. It's not possible. She died 25 years ago, drowned overseas. Wednesday brings up as she stares at the box with a perplexed expression on her face. Yet, everything appears so clean, as if, like Enid mentioned, someone moved in here recently. But how old Laurel Gates still be alive after all this time without anyone knowing? However, back down in the basement. Hey, Harry, he in here. Tyler's voice echoes from above as a struggling hairy man ages to hear his footsteps creaking down the staircase before he eventually starts losing control. Harry. The guy calls out his name again, apparently not detecting any danger yet. He eventually calms down into the basement and sees what he thinks is rival on the floor. There he are. What is? He pauses when instead of seeing Harry, he sees a monster halfway through transformation, preventing him from seeing the guy's face before it happened. Oh, crap. Tyler shudders, causing the hide to then slowly stand up and turn towards him, his eyes massive and teeth sharp. He then roars at him with bloodlust in mind. Crap. Tyler exclaims in fear as the hide lunges at him, quickly running the stairs and narrowly avoiding the monster's claws. However, that only inspires a chase as the boy's scent lures it to his location. Guys, get out, it's here. He frantically yells at the girls upstairs, warning them right before the hide jumps into the hallway and slashes him across his back, causing him to yell out in pain. The hide then grabs him and throws him into a wall, slashing at his chest, next, inspiring more screams until his neck is grabbed, cutting off his voice box. It then raises his claws for a lethal decapitation, but right at the last moment, something inside of it fights back, causing it to instead throw him towards the front door, sending Tyler flying until he crashes. He's into it with a harsh thud and shatter of the wood. The primal side regains control however, as it then finally smells a much stronger scent, someone that is much more attractive, much tastier, UICY piece of raw meat it would love to chomp down on Wednesday Addams. The girls above run towards the staircase until they see the monster's shadowing approaching up from the light on the wall, causing them to instantly change directions. The dumbwaiter, go. Wednesday points it out, and the two girls quickly crawl inside as they hear its loud footsteps banging on the wood to get to them. Right as they get inside, they come face to face with it as it reaches the top step, making Enid scream. Wednesday closes it right before it marches towards them, the strong metal giving them the plausible feeling of safety. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, Enid pants as the monsters growls. Muffle behind the door, with tense silence following as they stay there for a good long while, a sinking Fae. Ealing pulling at their clothes while they are forced to wait for a sign of safety. The two share a glance as nothing happens for a good 2 minutes. Until the monster suddenly throws a punch at the door, creating a dent that makes Enid break her silence and scream in terror, confirming to the attacker that they are inside of the dumbwaiter. The beast roars as they shake and turn around the dumbwaiter that is now shaking during its fury-fueled attempts to get in. Wednesday gets a plan in case it tries to open it, taking off her birthday gift and wrapping it around the handles of the dumbwaiter. Her best attempt at the moment to prevent their massive friend from opening it. No, 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 not his snood. Enid squeaks, finding that more important than having Tyler scream in agony downstairs a couple minutes ago. Stop. Wednesday pushes her back and gives her a glare for her counterproductive moves, eventually winning the argument when the monster realizes the trouble it's having in resort. Ts to tearing the doors of the dumbwaiter apart with its claws, creating a huge gash that makes them share eye contact with the snarling creature. Oh my gosh, Enid exclaims right before another sloss. Cuts the rope keeping the dumbwaiter on this floor, eventually sending them all the way down when it snaps apart. Enid screams right until they land on the ground and they doors fly out with a loud clang, sending both girls tumbling out with it. When they force themselves up on account of the new confirmed threat in the building, Wednesday turns on a hanging ceiling light to reveal that they've found themselves in the basement, which has become the host of some sort of lab, or was a lab, as everything has been tarnished in the aftermath of a frenzy. The likely suspect, their monster. They eventually notice all of the stuff Harry saw, but with less time to examine them. Though, the jar of mutilated body parts hiding under the table that's been mostly unharmed except for a few claw marks. Does grab Addams is interesting for a good couple of seconds. Everything else, though, looks like whoever was here is going to be suffering a few setbacks. The thuds of the monster's footsteps then eak Wednesday's observation and Enid's whimpering, grabbing her hand and leading her towards a window while dust from the ceilings rain downs onto them. As Wednesday helps her go up first, they hear he roaring of the monster as it returns to the basement, causing Enid to scream in terror until she crawls over it. The Addams stays behind for a couple seconds however, eyeing the jars one more time, which help her finally realize why they grabbed her attention earlier. The head, it's Xavier Thorpe's. What are he doing? Enid hisses at her, while the monster is marching down the steps. Are the body parts missing from the monster's victims? Come on. The monster comes down and throws a shelf that is in its way against the wall, bringing Wednesday's mind back to a state of survival. As it then charges at her. Hungry, she quickly rushes to the window where Enid pulls her over right as a claw pierces the glass with a roar, angry that it missed her by a ponytail. They stand themselves back on her feet, only slightly relieved to have escaped from that narrow situation. He okay? Wednesday checks on Enid, who angrily whimpers in response. Since when do he care? Enid acidly responds as she stomps away, wanting to be done with this place. Wednesday grabs her flashlight and goes in the opposite direction, causing the werewolf to turn around and see her going right back to the place they just almost died at. Wednesday, what the heck are he thinking? We have to go back for Tyler and Harry. Wednesday answers, reminding them that they exist. The monster's back there. Enid brings up however. No, really. Thank Enid, for that valuable insight. As they run back to the front lawn, they find Tyler sitting on the front porch against a wall, wincing in pain while he's feeling on his chest. Tyler. Wednesday calls out his name as she kneels next to him. Are he okay? Yeah. For some reason, it ignored me and went straight for all of he. Tyler answers before hissing at the pain that's in his chest and back. However, the two girls notice that there's still someone missing from his side. Where's Harry? Wednesday asks him, not liking the fact that he's not slouched up with him, causing Tyler to look at them with perplexed looks. I thought he ended up joining he guys. Tyler asks him, indicating that he did not find him on the ground floor. Wednesday squints at him, confused as he feels like out of everyone, Harry would have at least booked it out of here if not running around like an idiot because he felt like he needed to stay around for them. He better not be dead, or Wednesday's going to make sure he's in huge trouble. Wilderness. Meanwhile, Harry doesn't know what time it is by the time he comes back to life, coughing up dirt or whatever he's swallowed while in his sleep. He opens his eyes, expecting to have woken up from another horrible nightmare, but instead, he's weird, so he looks down and realizes that he's fully exposed. His head is throbbing as he looks around. The full moon is still out, so it's still the same night as before. The dirt feels wet, maybe mud, or like a bear somehow buried himself in it. So much that it became one with the ground. Then, the headache finally stops, giving him the memories one by one of what happened while he was out of it. Reacting to Uncle Freddy's body, Tyler coming down at the worst time possible, chasing Wednesday and Enid throughout the mansion, and then when he rushed into the wilderness to look for all of them, he looks down, and sees the source of his blood shower. He looks down and sees Davina laying on the ground. The throat slashed, mutilated, dead body of Davina. Harry feels the bile in his throat, so he quickly turns around and vomits everything onto a tree, spitting everything that's left out after. He then wipes his chin as he looks down at Davina's corpse, seeing that everything he was afraid of is coming to life in front of his eyes. It was him. It's always been him this entire time. He's been the secret villain Wednesday's been looking for. He holds in the urge to scream for help, instead, frantically looking around and seeing that he can't go back to Nevermore without a spare that didn't plan for it this hour. He looks back down at Davina and realizes what he has to do, however disrespectful it may be. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Suburbs. Galpin residence. With them back to a safe place, Wednesday helps stitching and patching up a shirtless Tyler's wounds while Enid sits on a nearby chair at the table, shaking her leg up and down. Thanks, Doc. He quips humorously to avoid the pain he's feeling in the process, though the scratching surprisingly isn't as bad as it looked back at the mansion. Not to make this about me, but I am having a full-blown panic attack right now, Enid mumbles as she squeezes her palms into fists over and over again. None of them were able to find Harry, as hard as they were able to look, leaving them all to wonder in despair if the police are about to discover a body soon. We need to get back before Weems realizes we and Harry are gone. Before Wednesday can respond to that, the door opens with an echoing creak, causing her to stand up and them all to turn and see Donovan walking into a scene where his son's chest is covered in bandages and stitches. What the heck happened? He asks in horror, before turning towards the Addams girl with a heated glare. This was he, wasn't it? Wait, Dad, please. Tyler quickly steps in before his dad can say anything he'll regret, oddly stepping to Wednesday's defense in spite of everything that happened. It's fine, I'm okay, he tells him, even though he doesn't really look like it, especially when he grabs his chest with a hiss when the pain suddenly spikes up for a few seconds. Sheriff, I understand he's upset, but I think he need to see something, Wednesday tells the man, knowing that she's finally found the evidence that will be needed to connect every violent crime to the monster. With some convincing from Tyler, Donovan reluctantly drives with Wednesday back to the Gates mansion, where she leads him down to the basement. However, when they get there, the place is dry as bone and completely cleaned out. Like everything that happened hours ago never did. Even the bodies have somehow left no traces of their DNA behind. It was all here, Wednesday stammers in bewilderment. The body parts and the blue Cadillac, the altar and the room filled with fresh roses. Well, it's all gone now, Sheriff remarks in a sarcastic, skeptical manner, his flashlight not catching anything suspicious. Somebody cleared this place out after that left. Wednesday concludes, knowing what was here, since Tyler's scars remind her of the sequences that led up to it. Listen, yesterday, I told he all signs pointed to this house, and I was right. Is that his justification for almost getting my son and his friends killed? Along with that trouble-causing boy to disappear, huh? Galpin questions as he snappishly shines in light in Wednesday's face. Now, he listened to me, from this point forward. He and Harry are forbidden from seeing Tyler, and he are forbidden from pursuing anything to do with this case. He declares, finally having enough of her antics. Understood. Nevermore. Boys' dormitory. Harry doesn't really recall getting back here, but not because he transformed again. It's mostly because he went through everything like a deaf robot. Given his actions at the Raven and Outreach Day, he expected to get the sword. But surprisingly, he got but an Enid's seat and was given a pass as a victim of the situation. Yeah, victim. He knows, that has to be the biggest joke of all. The real victim is the one on his hands. He steps back into the dorms, expecting everything to be dark and empty throughout the common area. But at the front lounge, he finds Coach Vlad sitting on a couch. Mr. L.N. He are one lucky boy. I was planning to at least remind he of what would happen had I caught he sneaking out, like I once reminded he. The man tells him, but it seems like his hand has been pushed away. I see. Harry simply responds, not having anything else to say. He just stares at the teacher with a blank look until he's free to leave. Vlad sighs. Just get some rest, alright. He's lucky to have survived an encounter with whatever it was that attacked he out there. He tells him with a mixed expression, not sure what to think of the woods creep at this moment. Harry nods as he walks past him without hesitation, extremely tired. Wait, he calls out to him one more time, though. As that Davina's clothing, he points out, feeling like he's seen it before. This question makes Harry freeze. I swear she's worn that jacket before. Harry doesn't even turn back. No, as all he says, knowing he's lying, before heading off towards his room, to take a long shower and think about how he'll sleep. If he will get any at all. Nevermore. Lobby. Sheriff Galpin then drives her back to school, ironic, given how she thought she was going to have everything planned. Ed to prevent this exact thing from happening. Her walking back through the doors, her walking up the stairs where Principal Weems is expectedly waiting for her with the arms crossed. He directly violated my explicit order and left campus. During a lockdown, not to mention putting his peers and yourself in danger. Weems tells her the whole list with a disappointed smile. Which is grounds for expulsion, I know. Wednesday acknowledges, but knowing that she deserves at least a few more weeks before her fate inevitably comes, and he have every right to exercise that option. I do believe it would be a grave error on his part. Weems scoffs in amusement at her audacity to make remarks like that right now. I think contrition might be in order right now, Miss Addams, not hubris. I'll never apologize for trying to uncover a truth. Wednesday states boldly, before reaching into her bag and pulling out the sketch that she has managed to tape back together. It thankfully perplexes Weems. What is this? It's a warning from Rowan. Wednesday answers, the name mentioned prompting Weems to take it for a closer look. Is this why he tried to kill he? Weems asks with a haunted expression, to which Wednesday nods. His mother drew it before he died, said I was destined to kill Harry and destroy the school. Wednesday tells her, not sure how she will take it, but the point is to reinforce a portion of why she's doing this. But I think I'm meant to save both him and it. Now, he know what's at stake, everything he vowed to protect, no less. I think I deserve a second chance, she claims, before glancing down sheepishly. Please. Weems looks ready to ignore her attempts at persuasion and give her the boot, but something's pulling her back. Maybe it's her mother, or something else deep inside. But Brain is telling her to hold back one more time. One more infraction, one more step out of line, and he Wilramises while handing the sketch back to Wednesday. No ifs, no buts. Enid and Harry are spared as well. And no more negotiation. Good night. Weems concludes before marching away, surprisingly able to hold it whatever was boiling inside her instead of punishing her over the newest straw Wednesday threw on her. But is she really that lucky? Nevermore. Ophelia Hall. With her hide successfully saved, Wednesday finds her way back to her dorm room, expecting Enid to be dead. Asleep after what she went through as well as thing after fake typing for so long. However, when she steps inside, she instead finds her standing in front of her bed, stuffing things inside of a duff L bag while a suitcase sits right next to her. Where are he going? Wednesday questions her, confused. Yoko's room. Enid answers blankly as she continues packing items without glancing back at her. Thornhill said I could crash there for a few nights. He know, kind of like how Rowan had to move away from Xavier after that whole incident, not bring up the dead. There's no need. I spoke with Weems. He and Harry won't be punished. Wednesday tells her, though that only earns her an irritated sigh from the werewolf in response. Am I supposed to thank he? Enid sarcastically asks. Wednesday squints at her, not understanding this strong reaction she apparently still has. I already apologized, it's over. Hearing her attempt to brush it off causes Enid to turn around with her jaw clenched. Over. Tonight was just the icing on the birthday cake he couldn't even be bothered to cut. Enid snaps with venom laced in her words. The first time Wednesday's seen her like this. He will use anyone to get what he wants. Even if it means putting them in danger. I thought Harry was the scary one, but he could be dead tonight because of his stupid obsession. He isn't. Weems confirmed that. Wednesday tells her, though it's clear she knows absolutely nothing in terms of calming her roommate down. And now, I'm one step closer to solving this case, that is what is important. Enid opens her mouth, looking like he's about to unload on her, but quickly catches herself, letting out a couple small exhales instead. I've tried, really hard to be his friend. Always put myself out there, thought of his feelings. Told people, I know she gives off serial killer vibes, but she's really just shy. I never asked he to do that. He didn't have to, because that's what friends do. Enid tells her angrily, appalled by her offhand response. They don't have to be asked, and the fact that he don't know that says everything. She says before zipping up her bag and suitcase, and dragging them out the door. He want to be alone, Wednesday. Fine, be alone. She then leaves, slamming the door behind her with her foot. Now, the room is deafeningly quiet. Wednesday never thought she was hurt her ears this much from silence. She doesn't know what else to do but to walk towards the clock-sized window and slide down until she's sitting on her bottom. Clenching her knees. Goody warned that she was destined to be alone. Maybe it's inevitable, but for the first time in her life, it doesn't feel very good. Tap, tap, tap. Wednesday turns around to see a soaked Harry leaning against her window. Pointing down at the entry hatch to ask if he can come inside. Surprising herself, she scoots to the right and allows him to open it and step inside. What do he want? She asks the teen, expecting another justified rant about how bad of a person she is. I left my birthday gift here, Harry says dryly, causing Wednesday to grab her knees tighter. Wanted to make sure he got it. He finishes his sentence, in the way she wasn't expecting, causing her to look up at him with a bit of surprise. He points at the desk, walking over and grabbing the cuboid-shaped wrap and sets it down next to her. Wednesday, curious, tears off the wrapping at a slow pace, as if trying to take the moment for what it's worth, until it eventually reveals a new typewriter. This one painted in a darker black, even having the words in that cursive font that Harry's noticed her always suing during essays. Happy birthday, he says with no emotion in the tone, turning to then go sneak back into his dorm. All of a sudden, Wednesday panics. Wait, she abruptly says, causing him to freeze right before he presses on the glass window. She doesn't really say anything after that, though, having a very hard time with her words. Is all she can really say before she looks back down at her knees in shame. However, Harry is able to read and get a clue as to what she's trying to say. He turns back and sits down next to her. His face is blank as his, but having the same kind of crack in his eyeballs. After a few minutes of feeling his presence so close to her, Wednesday slowly and awkwardly leans her head over until she's resting on his shoulder. The two of them don't say anything after that, but the silence is enough. They leave the noise to the storm outside, the thunder crackling, the lightning zapping, and the rain dropping against the window with peaceful taps. Wednesday feels her eyes close as Harry eventually realizes that she's using his head as a pillow. Now, he doesn't want to leave. Not for anything in the world. He never thought something would actually potentially make him feel better in spite of what's going on in his mind right now. Of course, he just had to fall in love, didn't he? Yes, there it is, he admits to it. Guess he'll be feeling Vlad's punishment after all. Finally, here's the last part. Sorry for the wait, got hooked on another book, and the updates started pouring in like flies. Anyway, I finally got this part out. Now, there's only 2 episodes left before everything comes to a close. Since it's Monday right now, I was thinking. I was gonna just write this in small pieces at a time until this chapter was ready, but yeah, I went through the entire though. Lol. I guess I got too excited. Plus, come on, guys. We've gotten pretty far in. I think at this point, everyone's going to be at each other's throats, even the supposed friends that are left. Anyway, episode 7. If he don't know me by now. I did it. I killed Davina. I don't know when anyone else is going to find this, but I'm going to need some time. I need to let every person I met know how I feel about them, whether I hated their guts or found them to be some of he good folks who didn't see me as a rapist. There still be some things I could share with Wednesday, then, once that's all over, I'm sure I can come up with my elaborate ending somehow. Everyone's died because of me, and I'm sorry. I don't know how much about what I've done, but it's not like the Hyde has been very forthcoming about what I am and am not allowed to remember. In spite of it, however, I'll do my best to find as much proof I may have skipped over before I give my little confession journal to the authorities. Don't worry, everyone. He'll be fine without me. Part 1. Jericho. Wilderness. Wednesday enjoys funerals. She's been crashing them since she was old enough to read the obituaries section. Being around two at the same time isn't something new for her, but with people that we nothing alike still feels weird for some reason. Mayor Walker and Davina were murdered, and she knows the killer is standing innocently amongst the crowd of mourners, plotting their next move, and watching everything she does. That Laurel Gates box contained Polaroids of herself during various moments of her life since the beginning of Nevermore. She knows she's closer to the truth, at this point. There's no doubt in her mind that she has all the pieces of the jigsaw, she just needs to slot them into place. She watches as Lucas and his mother stand up, hugging Sheriff Galpin. Glancing at everyone here, Ajax, Enid, Thornhill, Tyler, Kinbot, she must look past the masks of grief. Until now, she may have been outmatched and outmaneuvered, but the final gambit has yet to be played. The killer will make a mistake, and she'll be ready. After staring at it for who knows how long, she's almost going to be the only person left staying around the grave. How ironic. She looks around to see who's left, which is when she finds the one person she didn't identify during the whole ceremony, Harry, leaning against a tree. Once she sees him, he puts his hands in his jacket's pockets and walks off, prompting her to follow. As she jogs into the wilderness, her foot splashing against the occasional puddle or two, she seems to have already lost the guy only a few minutes into trying to follow him. Ever since that moment in Ophelia Hall, Harry has been more distant than ever before lately, and not just to her. She needs to figure out why. Once she realizes that she's practically running around in the woods alone, she stops and scans her surroundings, wondering how she lost him so easily. Her eyes remain squinting as the fog whistling eerily past her ears until she hears a loud ood of footsteps hitting the dirt behind her. She swiftly pulls out the sharp tip of her umbrella and jabs it towards the figure's face, only for them to grab the tip and give it an electric shock, forcing her to drop it with a small gasp. Still as sharp as ever, my pigtailed protégé. The figure compliments with a familiar voice, causing Wednesday to stare at the person in shock, no pun intended, as they take off their hat and reveal their bald-headed and troublesome face. Uncle Fester. Wednesday recognizes with a massive grin on her face, excited to finally see him again. The man snickers, the feeling being incredibly mutual. Nevermore. Courtyard. Everyone has a limit until the serial murders taking place around his child's school catches up to he. It's just a shame that the limit usually involves tragedy. The press told he it was a bear, so why would he think that a monster with claws and big eyes would be roaming around, ready to chop his daughter up into little bits? He didn't, that's all. Harry saw the car rolling up to the front of the campus, so with a bag wrapped around his shoulder, he walks outside just in time to see Kent tucking his bags into the back of his parents' car. The entire scene reminds him of that time with Rowan, only this time, it's to actually wish him goodbye and not test with him a trick question. Saying farewell to Nevermore, Harry questions in a friendly voice as he walks over, causing the siren to turn towards him. He's annoyed at first until he sees that it's only Ellen's face, probably having expected another one of his fellow scales to me along and offer condolences or whatnot. Not by choice. Kent replies with a shrug. Mom and Dad knew that this place was going under a crisis, but after what? He takes a deep swallow, briefly closing his eyes in grief. Quote, what happened last week was the straw that broke the camel's back, I get, completely. Harry expresses with a small nod, wishing he was in his shoes right about now if he didn't feel like had a duty to finish what he volunteered in. Well, if he's going now, then I want he to have this. He then takes the bag off his shoulder and extends it towards him. For nostalgia's sake, Kent takes the bag with a curious brow, opening it up to reveal an old jacket Harry hasn't worn in a while. Is this the jacket that we used to tease he about? The sire surprising. Lee recognizes in spite of his tiny brain, causing the other team to chuckle in confirmation. He then feels more weight and digs further into the bag to find even more clothes that he and Bianca's gang have messed with in the past. Why are he giving me this? Saw some cool stuff on Amazon, figured I should clean out a good part of my closet. Harry explains casually, referencing just how short each one is that the students are given. Even less room when added shelves are added to it. Not to blame the building for, because money, but still gotta do something. Right, I can give them to someone else, if. No, don't worry about it. I need to feel more casual anyway now that I'm leaving the private boarding school. Kent remarks somewhat humorously, putting everything back in the bag with a grateful smile for the thought at the very least. Harry slowly nods in response before glancing up at the morning sky. Nice weather, he idly comments with bliss before turning around and walking back into the building, to which Kent blinks, perplexed as he watches him leave. Call this another stupid observation, but did he just enjoy life for a second there? Wilderness. Wednesday and Uncle Fester walk down a random dirt trail, ambling around the woods. She never forgot about the old man, but she didn't think she'd be seeing him during all of this chaos. Needless to say, his presence is almost a gift at this moment. She's been too busy trying to figure out how to come to terms with her newfound nature of being a lone raven. The side effects have been dripping ever since that night, her head on his shoulder. Harry hesitated for a bit, knowing that she's not a hugger, but Wednesday beats him to the punch by grabbing his arm and lifting it around her shoulder. She's never felt more peaceful, like she wanted this. The problem with it is, she's never had a conversation with Harry after, not even for something as painful as small talk. Protégé, are he all right? Fester questions her curiously, snapping her out of her flashback. He looked like he's actually experiencing human emotional conflict for once. I would more likely be found swimming in molten lava, Wednesday instantly remarks, causing Fester to laugh teasingly in response as if not believing her. How long have he been stalking me? She asks him to pleadingly change the subject. Just blew into 2WN this morning and was hit by a wave of nostalgia. Fester answers as he looks up at the sky with a bright smile, which strikes Wednesday's curiosity. I thought he didn't go to Nevermore. I didn't. His dad got all the brains. But I would usually drop in on him. Fester answers before glancing at her with a mischievous smirk. Usually, from the ceiling with a dagger clutched between my teeth, just to keep him on his toes. He drops the punchline, cackling at his own joke, and Wednesday smiles, heavily amused. Sadly, she doesn't do laughter, or else she would be crying. Of course, he filled me in on what's been going on. Fester then informs Wednesday, the two briefly stopping to face each other and address the elephant in the woods. Monsters, violent crime, mayhem. What fun, he comments with a gleeful reaction. I told him I had a job in Boston, but I'd be checking up on he. Wednesday squints at him. The idea of her uncle working an honest living is like a pig working a sauna. What kind of job? The kind that means I need somewhere to lay low for a couple days. Fester answers honestly with a face that indicates he's gotten himself into something deep and is inches away from getting himself buried. Wednesday smirks at him victoriously. She knew it. She leads him through the woods and into the Hummer Den, which is less quiet today since it's hibernation season for their little friends. She knows that Fester isn't as bothered by them at all. In fact, he's the type that gets excited when he finds a hive of bees. This place belongs to a friend, she tells him as they enter, almost instantly closing the door behind them. Have actually made a friend? Fester asks with an impressed hum as he walks over to the open table where he sets down his stuff. That poor kid will be going home in a body bag, he quips, not knowing how much that affects Wednesday when she glances down with a dark expression in her eyes. Ooh, I like a hideout that comes with snacks, he comments as he steps towards the current bed of the little bees. Those bees are hibernating. They're practically Eugene's children. Wednesday points out the obvious, as if it wasn't clear enough with the sign under the bed. Fester, not an expert at taking the hint, still opens the top and grabs one, causing to frantically buzz when he opens his mouth. Which means do not eat them. NCLE. Fester freezes as he turns around to see Wednesday's eyes being serious about it. So, reluctantly, he puts it back into the bed and closes it back up with a sad sigh. He know, when he give me that death stare of disapproval. He remind me of his mother, he remarks, causing Wednesday to finally break her glare, slightly embarrassed. Speaking of scary things, do he know what kind of a monster he's dealing with? Now that's a good question. Haven't been able to identify it. Wednesday answers honestly as she pulls out Xavier's sketch and hands it to Fester, who hums in recognition, slightly haunted upon seeing it. It's called a hide, Fester tells her, causing Wednesday to raise a brow curiously as she puts the sketch back. As in Jekyll and Hyde? She asks, to which Fester nods with a confirming hum. Have seen one before. Oh, yeah, in '83, during my vacay at the Zurich Institute for the Criminally Insane. It's where I got my first lobotomy, but he no lobotomies, they're kinda like tattoos. He can't just get one. Fester replies with a shrug, easily drifting off into a story completely unrelated. Tell me about the hide. Fester makes a mixed face as he glances up, going down memory lane. Olga Malachova. Geez, she had it all. Beauty, brains, and a penchant for necrophilia, he begins, giggling and clapping his hands at the last part. Olga was a concert pianist, until one night, she transformed in the middle of a Chopin sonata, massacred a dozen audience members and 3 music critics. What triggered her? Wednesday queries, wondering if the means of Tran's formation may instantly narrow down the list of suspects. Or did she just change on her own? No idea, Fester regretfully answers with a shrug. I've only ever seen her in group electric shock therapy. There's never been any mention of hides in any Outcast book, and Nevermore is reputed for having the best collection. Wednesday vents as she paces around the shed, wondering how she's only learned about this creature just now. After weeks of investigating, running, and hiding, he tried Nathaniel Faulkner's diary. Fester brings up as a suggestion, causing Wednesday to turn to him with a clearly oblivious look. He hums with a proud point. Before he founded Nevermore, Faulkner traveled the world, cataloging every Outcast community. How did he know this? Wednesday asks him with a squint, once again. Fester shouldn't technically have knowledge of this due to never being a student at Nevermore. He think his parents can't keep their hands off each other now. Fester references with a massive exhale. Oy vey, I showed up unannounced one night in Gomez's dorm room. Let's just say I wasn't interrupting a pillow fight. Uncle Fester. Wednesday cuts him off with a glare. The diary. Where is it? Nightshade's library. Fester answers easily, having good memory of that interesting place. His dad parked me there, said I should settle in for a long stretch, and that's when I found this nifty little safe. I was hoping to a stash of cash or jewels, but instead I found a diary. He shares with a face of disappointment. Wednesday glances down as gears turn in her head. It sounds like this just might be the breakthrough she needs. She's tired of always waiting around for a lead that always ends up going nowhere or brings in more questions than answers. If she grabs this diary that has information about hides, she'll finally be on the same length as the killer themselves. We'll seek into the Nightshade's library tonight, she tells him with a determined expression. In the meantime, lay low, she advises before turning around and grabbing her umbrella, which is when she remembers something else she wanted to say. If he are discovered, I will disown he and collect all the reward money tied to his capture. Fester happily shrugs. I expect nothing less, he replies, prompting Wednesday to nod before walking out the door. The second she's gone, he then quickly goes back to the bed and opens up the top. Grabbing one of the hibernating bees. Creak. Asterisk. Leave the bees alone. Nevermore. Hallway. I've never used it much outside of practice, but outside, I still practice with the bow. 3 reasons. 1. It's still an oddly fun activity, even if the club is hurting a little bit in terms of members. 2. It helps me feel closer to Xavier. And 3. I'm going to beat Wednesday at it, eventually. That little. No, I won't write that word here. I did call her that once, though. Harry is once again at a point where he doesn't know where to look for leads about the case involving him. He's likely going to head back to square one, if he's not going to ask Wednesday about it. He would only get in the way if he showed up, anyway. It's not all bad, he has a few ideas. But whether or not a single one of them will work remains to be seen. As he's walking to his next class, he catches the infamous Bianca, who he's surprisingly not run into for a long while, nor has made fun of his past at the pace she usually does. Hey, Bianca, he gets her attention, having been wanting to run into her for a couple days no. Harry, Bianca says his name with a seemingly confused glint in her eyes. Not sure if she should be afraid of the friendly way he does it. That's the first time Have said my name in a way that didn't indicate hatred, to my face, at least. It can't be that surprising, considering everything that's happened, Harry remarks with a bittersweet smile, causing her to then glance down with a face that knows what he's talking about. I know he and Davina were still somewhat friends. Are he okay? It doesn't help in the fact that Xavier's still gone. Bianca answers honestly with a mixed shrug. But, thankfully, this witch has not isolated herself from everyone. Could have fooled me, Harry jokes with a cheeky smirk, causing the two of them to share a laugh together. Yes, a laugh. The world really is ending with every second that passes. Anyway, glad I ran into he. He should take this before I forget again. He then says as he reaches into his bag and pulls out yet another gift. Bianca, obviously surprised by this gesture, slowly takes it, the sword-sized wrap, before revealing a fencing saber with a unique hilt to it. This is yours, isn't it? She recalls with a raised brow. I mean, he kicked Wednesday's butt. Kind of feels like he earned it. Harry remarks with a small chuckle, still remembering the duel they shared that sparked their eternal rivalry, even if things have been distracted from that since the Po Cup. But, I thought he said this was his uncle's that one time I kicked yours. Bianca brings up as he stares Harry with a bewildered look, unable to help but feel like this is some kind of trap her mother was set on her if she was as gullible as she was back then. He's giving it to me. Consider it a peace offering for the rest of our time at Nevermore, and an apology for embarrassing he at the Po Cup just because I was mad at my ex. Harry claims with a clap of his hands before lifting his backpack on his shoulder and stepping back. By the way, I heard about Lucas. Can he do me a favor and tell him to text me back? I want to talk about our mutual Jeffrey Dahmer. He requests before turning around to walk away. Bianca stands there, blinking, almost watching him go in awe at his shamelessness from declaring the reason he wants to talk with him. Usually, he would take the Wednesday approach and be all sneaky about it. What's up with him? Nevermore. Ophelia Hall. The tapping is endless. Her fingernails would probably scream at her that they are being punished at this point if she was able to feel anything in the hand she plays knife games with. Problem is, it's not because she's typing on anything. It's because the wood of her desk is now feeling everything her keys used to do. She's not writing anymore, which she hates, thus prompting this subconscious hand movement. She's been staring at the wrapped gift for at least 10 minutes at this point. The Spanish music she has playing in the background makes it feel like a unique game show, except the goal is to keep playing you. Until the audience gets bored and American politics. Rubbing her face, she looks back at what was Enid's side, still having a lot of stuff left over from it, in spite of everything the werewolf packed when she booked it out of the room. Goody predicted this quest for answers would become a lonely pursuit. Of course, Goody is nowhere to be found when I need her. The dead can be just as annoying and unreliable as the living. Before Thing can ask her what's wrong, they hear the door opening with a creak, and to no one's surprise, it's Enid once again failing to sneak back in without her noticing. She jumps slightly upon seeing her, but regains her composure. Hi. The werewolf anxiously greets her, able to keep a fake smile for the most part. Sorry, I figured he were still at Mayor Walker's wake. As soon as the dirt hits the coffin, I'm out. Wednesday remarks coldly, obviously using the tone Enid expects to disguise her discover of her current uncle that is currently hiding from a new mob boss that he has pissed off. I can't seem to find my bottle of Silver Moon nail polish. Enid justifies her wannabe ninja arrival while Wednesday once again pauses her music. Do he mind if I look around? She asks, though tiptoes to her side anyway. Yoko's hosting a mani pedi for her crew. This is the third time in 24 hours they've forgotten something. Wednesday points out as she makes sure to stand on her side, crossing her arms while looking suspiciously at the girl. She's Enid, but even the Addams would expect her to grab everything she didn't have time to pack earlier on the first revisit. So, how's everything going? Solitude suits me, Wednesday answers with brash. With no annoying distractions, I was able to look outside the window in bliss the past few nights. She comments, prompting Enid to turn to her with a scoff. Was I an annoying distraction? He definitely had some annoying habits. Enid raises a brow at her. Such as? She asks challengingly, starting a new verbal war amongst the battlefield that is the clock tower room of Nevermore. He giggle when his text, which is a 24/7 addiction. Wednesday brings up as she takes a scolding step forward. That seemed to have gotten the reaction she bets Enid was expecting. Well, at least it's not a migraine-inducing typewriter hammering into my head. Enid responds boldly as she too takes a step closer to the line that no longer isn't visible, but still there. When he's not grinding his canines, he growl in his sleep. As opposed to late-night cello solos, he overcommit to clubs and activities and then complain about them non-stop. I'd take that over his obsession with all things creepy and dead. He could gas an entire village with the amount of perfume he spritz, and that's just off the top of my head. Enid's jaw clenches as she feels like this could go on, before finally coming up with the perfect comeback that none of Wednesday's complaints could muster. I'm the lucky one with a new bestie that doesn't try to find ways to endanger literally everybody she comes into contact with. She remarks acidly, doing her best to one-up her. In fact, Yoko and I are so in sync that she's begging me to be her new roomie permanently. Wednesday stares at her for a couple seconds, her mind racing with conflicting thoughts, before one side wins and she swiftly turns around so she's no longer facing the werewolf. Don't let me hold he back, she rudely quips as a way of encouraging her, causing Enid to mentally gasp. Enjoy his solitude, Wednesday, Enid wishes her with an offended voice, grabbing her silver moon and stomping out of the room. It's not solitude if he's still here, she says before the door slams shut. She won't let her emotions win that easily. Nevermore Library, evening. Once the night falls, Wednesday, he guessed it, sneaks out of her room to go into the quad so she can open up the library. With her now being on everyone adults' radar, she makes extra careful with each corner that no one's following her before snapping twice. She doesn't even wait for the statue to fully back up before she walks down the steps. She bets that though, RN Hill has been assigned to check her room every 2 hours for all she knows. As her feet leave the last step, she looks around the room, only to find it much quieter than she expected. She was sure her uncle was going to beat her here, yet there's no one to be found. Uncle Fester, she calls out, prompting someone to walk out from behind a pillar. Who's Uncle Fester? Harry's voice queries, prompting Wednesday to turn around and see him standing there with a bright purple book in his dominant hand. She tenses up a bit as she sees him, having thought a nightshade would be the only other person that could be in here. What are he doing here? Wednesday asks him, avoiding the question for family's sake. Looking for nightshade-related books. Harry answers calmly as he walks over and places the one he has back into its shelf. I'm kind of lost, so I was trying to learn more about seers in the psychic family, see if there was anything else about their kind of visions I could learn about. He explains, knowing that it was just wishful thinking, however. What about he? Wednesday glances down until she comes up with an excuse. Research, she tells Harry, snorts in response to her horrible lie. Okay, pretending that I believe that, I'll save he the trouble and tell he something he already know. Harry remarks with a sarcastic smile as he turns to face her. There's nothing else in this library that relates to the monster. At least, nothing right now. I have noticed one of the spaces in a shelf missing, but that's about it. Guess that means he has no idea about the safe. Yet again, how would he? This place's secrets must have been swept aside ever since Garrett Gates' death that triggered the end of the true secret society. Guess someone knows I was onto them. And yet, he still wanna pursue this mess. Harry comments with a small chuckle. He have the most stubbornness than everyone here combined, and that's saying something coming from me. He compliments her with an admiring smile, which sets Wednesday off in an uncomfortable way. I'm jealous, really. If he's doubting me, I'm at the stage where the culprits are now going to make a mistake. Wednesday assures Harry, confident that she only has a few missing pieces left before she finally gets herself an arrest. Every V-zone I've gotten, I'm managed to put together. Relax, I'm not being sarcastic. Harry retorts with a playful smirk, which causes Wednesday to blink at him. That's not possible. The boy loved to challenge her during the first days of them meeting each other, and still does every so often. He's the smartest girl I know, Wednesday. He'll figure it out. He encourages her before trying to walk past. Why are he attempting to act that way? Wednesday asks with a suspicious look, causing Harry to stop. Have lost Xavier about 3 weeks ago, and now Davina's been found dead. I expected he to behave the same way after the Raven. Understanding people doesn't really suit Wednesday. Harry remarks humorously as he turns back around to give her a smirk. Don't quit his night job. I thought he said we needed to be honest and trust each other. Especially after what happened in the Gates mansion. Wednesday points out with a blank stare, successfully calling out Harry's behavior. He actually want me to be sweet to he? Of course not, but after recent events, I've been reconsidering what we are to each other, Wednesday admits, still able to keep a blank stare despite threatening to come in genuine contact with her feelings. This makes Harry sigh, conflicted as he figures out what to say for a few seconds. Okay, he want honesty. Here it is. Harry begins as he finally turns back into his normal self, if only for a few minutes. Have he ever stopped to consider that every time the monster is around, I'm always close by? Even when I don't involve myself in whatever he's investigating. He brings up with a raised brow, wondering where that came from. Truth is, Wednesday, I saw he chasing after Rowan at the Harvest Festival. Rowan, come back. Wednesday calls out to the boy, jogging towards him instead, much to Tyler's confusion. Harry also notices and glances back, watching the running girl in confusion. Then, his other side makes a ticking noise in his mind. He looks around before quickly splitting with everyone and following them. He waits until he's halfway across the bridge before stripping down, where the then transforms. Seeing Rowan attempting to kill Wednesday, he then grabs the psychic and rips him apart in a protective rage. Pulling out his guts right in front of the girl, he cleans himself in the river before returning to the bridge, where he turns back into a human and re-grabs his clothes before his normal self returns. And that's the true reason why he believed me that Rowan was dead when nobody else did. Wednesday queries curiously, to which Harry nods in confirmation. And, as he remember, I was there in the old meeting home before eventually disappearing. Harry shakes his head frantically, needing to get out of here before the hide starts trying to crawl more whispers to his head. He can't be listening to him right now, he needs quiet. That aside, he still has to ask, what is going on with this town? Before he can find an answer to that question, he hears harsh footsteps coming from outside of the burned house. He looks around, thinking it was the squatter or Wednesday, but she's still on the ground, and it feels more like he's being watched. He squints, as he notices something fading through the cracks. Blinking, he slowly steps over and peeps through the cracks, hoping that was just his imagination. Until the monster's massive blood-soaked eye suddenly pops into view. But once his subconscious is gone, the hide realizes that he's only staring into his own reflection from a mud puddle. He looks down at Wednesday, such a strong scent, such a mouth-drooling snack. But then something holds himself back and he flees before he can hurt her. He saw my footsteps out there, I just didn't remember them at the moment, and that's why I got defensive. Yet again, a killer would deflect, wouldn't they? Harry brings up with a small shrug. He had the same clothes he were wearing by the time I found he, and someone who was as frantic as he were. Given the fact that he threw hands first, asked questions later, signals that he weren't in a good state at the time. Wednesday points out, attempting to contradict whatever weird intimidation tactic he's is trying to cook up. Harry just shakes his head at her, though, and keeps going. And of course, there was the fact I disappeared from everyone for the sake of a prank, but why did I leave instead of enjoying his reaction? I said it's none of his business. Harry snaps again as he finally manages to his face in check enough for him to turn around and face him, driving a finger directly into his chest. He doesn't want to be taking all of this Hyde anger out on him, but his emotions are overclouding the logic in his brain, and he's talking without thinking. I just came back to find out that he doused an entire dance full of blood. It is my business. Xavier remarks as he steps forward to see what the heck is going on with his friend, only for him to take a step away. Before he can try arguing again, the psychic's face goes pale. Harry, look out. But Harry has already snapped at this moment. He pulls out a knife he stole, swiftly turns around and with a roar, stabs his best friend in the same place his sketch of the monster scratched him. Xavier can only gasp as he looks at his friend with shock and horror before his killer pulls it out, allowing him to bleed out without anyone knowing the true cause of death. He looks over to see that Xavier saw a bear, and thought it was the rabid monster. Harry chuckles to himself, but then, he hears someone and realizes that he's about to be seen standing over a body, so he puts the knife back and quickly gets into character, his back facing away from Wednesday. Then, once everyone's gone, he turns into the Hyde and attacks Eugene. After he found him at his hideout, Jonah told me what he and Eugene were planning, and all those paintings Xavier made of me, especially where I lived during transformations, really made he feel like his V-zones would eventually reveal me as the killer. Harry adds with a shrug, chuckling a bit as if finding their deaths humorous. Talk about killing two birds with one stone. Wednesday wants to argue, but glances down in deep thought. I'll admit, I have thought about those moments from time to time. She claims, to which Harry nods. And let's not forget about me disappearing from T. He groups I could transform in the basement and try to silence he all in one fell swoop. Hey, Harry, he in here. Tyler's voice echoes from above as a struggling Harry manages to hear his footsteps creaking down the staircase before he eventually starts losing control. Harry. The guy calls out his name again, apparently not detecting any danger yet. He eventually comes down into the basement. And sees what he thinks is rival on the floor. There he are. What is? He pauses when instead of seeing Harry, he sees a monster halfway through transformation, preventing him from seeing the guy's face. Before it happened. Oh, crap. ... Quote. Tyler shudders, causing the Hyde to then slowly stand up, and turn towards him, his eyes massive and teeth sharp. He then roars at him with bloodlust in mind. Crap. Tyler exclaims in fear as the Hyde lunges at him, quickly running the stairs and narrowly avoiding the monster's claws. However, that only inspires a chase as the boy's scent lures it to his location. Guys, get out, it's here. He frantically yells at the girls upstairs, warning them right before the Hyde jumps into the hallway and slashes him across his back, causing him to yell out in pain. The Hyde then grabs him and throws him into a wall, slashing at his chest, next, inspiring more screams until his neck is grabbed, cutting off his voice box. It then raises his claws for a lethal decapitation. But right at the last moment, something inside of it fights back, causing it to instead throw him towards the front door, sending Tyler flying until he crashes into it with a harsh thud and shatter of the wood. The primal side regains control however, as it then finally smells a much stronger scent, someone that is much more attractive, much tastier, a juicy piece of raw meat it would love to chomp down on Wednesday. Addams. I never tried to make a convenient reappearance because I accidentally went out of hand. Harry explains before looking down with a haunted expression. Wednesday blinks, perplexed. When she unknowingly caught herself in my sights. He looks down, and sees the source of his blood shower. He looks down at sees Davina laying on the ground. The throat slashed, mutilated. Dead body of Davina. Harry feels the bile in his throat, so he quickly turns around and vomits. everything onto a tree, spitting everything that's left out after. He then wipes his chin as he looks down at Davina's corpse, seeing that everything he was afraid of is coming to life in front of his eyes. There's then a tense silence after that, with Harry not having any more photos to add to the violent crime board, in that this is the police kind of way Wednesday process all of what he says, though in spite of his attempts to incriminate himself, there's one key piece that he's missing. And why would he do all of it? She asks with a serious tone, though a small hint of reluctance in her pupils. And why haven't he killed me, yet? After a few seconds, Harry then wheezes harder than ever in his entire life. I have no idea, he tells him as he continues laughing as if all he was doing was telling her a dad joke. But, he gotta admit, that would be convincing way to tell someone that I did it. He comments with an amused shake of his head. See ya, his change of heart has been noted. Wednesday comments in a somewhat dark pause one more time. Then, after all of that, all he does is shrug. Guess I'm finally learning where I belong, he says cryptically before walking up the stairs, finally exiting the library and leaving Wednesday to her devices. Whatever she came down here for. Once he's out of view, and the sound of the statue closing back up echoes throughout the quiet library, Wednesday hears thudding behind her, and turns around to see Fester jumping out of whatever hiding spot he was able to find. How long have he been lurking? She asks him in a slightly embarrassed voice. Long enough to feel the tension between he two. Fester humorously answers as he creates a shock with his fingers, pun intended. Yowza, seriously, that the most riveting thing I ever witnessed. The will they or will they won't energy between he two could make Nikola Tesla jealous. He jokes, before a pair of tapping chimes into the conversation. I'd recognize the patter of those fingertips anywhere. He remarks like it's common for walking hands to be created. In reality, it's not as common as one would think, surprisingly. They both turn to the hand on a drawer. Hello, Thing. However, Thing doesn't have the same excited energy about seeing him again. He knew something was up with Wednesday today, because she was all smiles until Enid sneak into the dorm room the first time. He slams his thumb on the wood angrily, causing Fester to frown. He can't still be mad about the Kalamazoo job. It wasn't my fault, he insists, causing the little guy to snap and lunge himself at the man, squeezing his throat. Wednesday then watches as they wrestling around the library. As in, one man flails an arm around while stumbling across the stone floor while a walking body part attempts to choke him to death. He said he could crack that safe in 30 seconds. 5 minutes later, we were still standing there. He were all thumbs. Enough. Wednesday shouts strictly, causing them both to freeze and slowly turn back towards her, Thing's finger in Fester's mouth. Let him go, she orders her friend, to which the hand reluctantly pops his finger out, allowing her to talk to her uncle. Show me the diary. As she turns around to look, G takes the moment to stick Fester's ear with his own saliva, to which him to twitch and shock him, causing the hand to fall to the ground with a thud, briefly paralyzed. With that done, Fester then nods Wednesday over to that one painting. Of course it's that one. Here we are. I never really understood what the big deal about this cloak guy is, but he was chosen to represent Iggy and Faulkner's biggest secret. Iggy was Faulkner's right hand, trained a generation of nightshades. Fester explains, taking a moment to drop that interesting story. And behind, scary man, he grabs the right edge of the painting and turns it over, revealing it to be a secret door to a safe buried in the wall. Thin then crawls up the bookshelves to unlock it. Do I have time for a snooze, or can he crack this one quickly? Thing glances over his wrist to give him a glare before cracking his knuckles and getting to work. With a couple clicks actually, it's wrong the first time. This is turning into a replay of Kalamazoo. Fester remarks impatiently, but after the second time, the handle responds with a welcoming unlatching, prompting the hand to snap its fingers victoriously. With a bow, Ing then steps back and allows Wednesday to open the safe. Inside is just what Fester said there would be, an old journal that belongs to Nathaniel Faulkner. Her and Uncle Fester share a mischievous smirk as they close it back up and leave it as they saw it, with only one easily missable possession missing. Today must be Wednesday's lucky one. First part is here. Yeah, already. We're now at the part of the fanfic where I have everything prepared. It was just the middle episodes I needed some time with, so I didn't break any continuity and whatever. Now that we're at the last 2 episodes, Wednesday and Harry will be forced to confront their feelings with each other, and with Tyler still standing around, he know how difficult that's gonna be. Anyway, Part 2, Nevermore. Ophelia Hall. Now with Nathaniel Faulkner's diary in her hands, she scrolls through it on her desk with purpose, glad to finally have something that will give her an edge over whatever monster has been stalking her everywhere she goes. However, she thinks about Harry's monologue, and it makes her feel uncomfortable in a way she doesn't like. These are some sweet digs. Fester compliments as he looks out the detail-less side of the clock window, taking in the night sky while he still can. How'd he swing his own single? He asks curiously, having noticed the obvious details that someone was originally living in here as well. My former roommate couldn't handle my toxic personality, Wednesday explains with a sarcastic edge to it, since Enid's made it pretty clear how she thinks of her and her little mouth now. Fester hums knowingly as she flips through pages every 2 seconds, not stopping until she sees a drawn image of her recent best friend. Here it is. She points it out. Even though the eyes were drawn with a pencil, they still feel like they're bulging at her like always. Faulkner describes Hydes as artists by nature but equally vindictive in temperament. Born of mutation, the Hyde L.A.Y.S. dormant until unleashed by a traumatic event or unlocked through chemical inducement or hypnosis. This act causes the Hyde to develop an immediate bond with its liberator, who the creature now sees as its master. It becomes the willing instrument of whatever nefarious agenda this new master might propose. Anyone willing to unlock a Hyde is a next-level sicko. Fester comments with a shake of his head, which is saying a lot when coming from him. After reading that out loud, everything now making sense to Wednesday. One person has been turning into a brutal, ruthless murderer, while the other has been doing things more cleverly. Running people over with a car and cutting the life support, faking a suicide, etc. That means I'm not looking for one killer, but the Hyde and its master. Right after coming to this conclusion, they and Thing hear the door slowly opening with a loud creak. Enid, a boy's voice whispers, which Wednesday eventually recognizes as Ajax himself, steps in to the room and closes the door behind him, turning around and almost jumping at the sight of her as if not knowing she lives in here. Oh, geez, Wednesday. He puts a hand on his heart, before looking around with a confused look. Is Enid not in here? The mischievous sneaking in, Wednesday almost suspected him of wanting to raid the panty drawer, which she prepared more than a few hand-biting traps for. She glances back to find that Fester has somehow already disappeared. She's not sleeping here anymore. She reminds Ajax as she awkwardly turns back towards him. She's moved in with Yoko. I knew I was forgetting something. Ajax remarks with a snap of his fingers, berating himself for once again forgetting something so simple. Alright, I guess I'll just, he's about to leave, until he does a double take when his eye catches something on her desk. Wait, what's that? Wednesday blinks sheepishly before glancing back and seeing the box Harry left for her that is still wrapped. Given that her birthday was a week ago, she's not surprised it caught even the stoner's attention. It's from Harry, she admits, thinking it's safe to say with the man's fellow Gorgon. Oh, Ajax slowly nods, squinting in confusion at the bow. And he, haven't opened it up yet. I'm reluctant. Wednesday avoids the question with a non-answer, now going into territory she knows Ajax will not understand from being stoned up all the time, and never being involved in their business. Maybe she's too ashamed, or maybe she wants him to be here when she opens it, because she never got chance to earlier due to being so tired. But who would believe her if she said that? Besides, I don't see how it's any of his concern. Fine, UGS as he turns around to leave, but not before giving Wednesday a quick look over. Looking like he's at the Xeno Zoo where all the aliens who've crashed landed on planet Earth and have been captured for entertainment reside. By the way, when are he gonna take off that filter? Wednesday just stares at him emotionlessly in response, to which Ajax quickly nods and gets out to sneak into Enid's actual room, giving her privacy back. With her being gone, she looks around for the Batman to her Nightwing. Uncle Fester. She calls out his name, seemingly prompting a squeaking noise to emit nearby. She turns around right as a furball rolls across the floor from Enid's stuffed animals pile. Uncle Fester. He calls out again, this time, hearing his giggling. Of course he chose there. With a small sigh, she walks over and grabs the massive rabbit from the pile, revealing Fester's face. Hey, he greets with a happy grin on his face. Being a solo lobo has its perks. He get to live by his own rules, do whatever he want. Just look at me, he tells her as if trying to cheer her up from her earlier, toxic personality, comments. Wednesday doesn't say anything, just walks off to put the rabbit somewhere it should be. So, I assume we're now going to look for this hide. I have a couple ideas, but almost everyone I've accused have either proven themselves innocent or dropped dead. Wednesday responds oddly calm as she sets the rabbit down on Enid's bed. In the meantime, there is one person we could check out, she claims, getting Fester's attention. Harry has been behaving the opposite of himself lately. He's been smiling every chance he gets. And the only time he'd do that is when he's sarcastic. She states, genuine heart-to-heart moments aside. And, according to everyone else, he's been giving them his belongings, which EY only learned was at the sometime during lunch. He's generous, but he would take every sentimental object to the grave. And there's the fact he's now smiling every time someone calls him the woods creep. I saw him once beat down Jericho's rich kids when they tried using that past against him. Wow, he sure know a lot about this boy, don'tcha? He sure it's not just suspicion that's on his mind. Fester points out with an approving smirk, earning him an unamused stare from Wednesday. Geez, relax, I was kidding. Of course, I don't expect he to fall for anybody. He assures her with a comforting tap on the shoulder. So, I guess we start tomorrow to see if he's his hide. Wednesday glances down with a mixed glint in her eyes. More like, I don't want him to do something worse. Nevermore. Old art studio. Harry needs to tell someone amongst the staff at Nevermore the bad news before he makes his big movie, that's what he's calling it anyway. He walks towards his second home away from home. The place that reminds him that he will never move on from his mistakes of being in a world that's not meant for him or the pain he's caused others. He dials the number on his phone, tapping on the back of it impatiently. Hello. He's finally rewarded with the voice of Ms. Thornhill responding after only a few rings, thank gosh. Ms. Thornhill. Hi, it's me. Harry informs her as he stops in front of the doors of the shed, putting on a show of friendly and anxiety. Harry, are he okay? Thornhill queries, seemingly noticing the way he's talking. It's possible his mask is slipping a little bit. Did something happen? If one of those Jericho kids said something again, I could. No, it's nothing like that. Harry quickly assures her with a shake of his head, idly glancing around after thinking he heard something. But focuses on the phone call. I need to talk to he. Right now. Class just ended, and I tend to my plants at this hour. Yeah, I know, and I don't want to be a bother. But here's no one else I really trust with this right now. Harry insists with a somewhat urgent tone, causing Thornhill to pause for a moment, sensing the small begging underneath. Fine. He know the spot by the lake near Crackstone's crypt. Thornhill queries, and Harry looks over at the shed, remembering the bike Xavier had in it. It's how they both get to Jericho for extra cardio other than running. Yeah, for sure, I can meet he there, in 20 minutes. All right, take care. He too, bye. Harry replies before hanging up, letting out a small exhale, relieved that Thornhill accepted. Who are he talking to? Holy, Harry exclaims as he jerks around to see Wednesday standing behind him all of a sudden, possibly for the entire second half of that phone conversation for all he knows. He scared me again. He states the obvious with a fixed chuckle. Don't he have a monster to chase? What's so important that he don't want to tell me? Wednesday questions Harry with a raised brow, pointing out his blatant hypocrisy. He gives her a weird look before scoffing it off. It's nothing related to the case, if that's what he's asking. Harry answers her without missing a beat, which would work if Wednesday hadn't been taught by her father and mother in terms of spotting lies. I know what's going on, Harry. Wednesday claims, trying to sneak in through his defenses. Harry does seem to shift a little. But aside from a small twitch in his lips, he keeps his persona of normalcy. I'm fine, promise. Harry simply tells her with a fake smile before walking past her, into the shed. Wednesday takes the defeat of the easy approach, and walks away, but only to hide behind a couple of trees a few feet away. She and Uncle Fester wait, until they see Harry coming out of the shed with his bike, which he eventually gets on once he's on the dirt road. Did he place a tracker? She asks, and the man nods as he holds up the device that is beeping as they speak. Don't he worry, Uncle Fester's got he covered, he remarks as they both look down to see a red dot creating waves moving around like a GPS, only that it isn't the driver using it for directions. Okay, let's hit the road, Wednesday remarks and Fester nods, taking them over to the spot he parked their special shadowing vehicle. Once they're standing in front of it, he removes the sheets and reveals a Penny's Pooch patrol motorcycle, created for motors and dog owners. Now she understands where her uncle got the tracker from. What? I picked it up on my way out of town, Fester explains with a small shrug, noticing Wednesday's judging eyes as she glances between him and the vehicle. He know me, I like to travel incognito, he remarks with a small cackle. Because, he know, nothing says, harder to find, than a motorcycle puppy car hybrid with helmets that have flappy doggy ears on them. Come on, let's roll. Whatever. Wednesday reluctantly gets into the puppy seat while Fester drives the motorcycle. The two of them then following Harry's dot vibrating on the tracker GPS the entire time. She couldn't believe she'd look any more stupid. In fact, she worries she may accidentally be playing the role with her normal face. Eventually, she sees the dot, or at least the bike, coming to a stop. She uses her fingers to gesture for him to stop, and the two park at the edge of the road, dragging some dirt that hints it was a good idea to not do it right near the bike itself. They lift up their doggy goggles and hide behind the narrow trees while Wednesday watches the scene with her monocular. Harry gets off of the bike with the face he had on while standing in front of Wednesday still on, just slightly more blank. He walks towards a car where she sees a woman getting out. It's Ms. Thornhill. Hey, Harry, are he okay? The woman asks the boy in a seemingly worried voice, walking up to him the second she steps out of the car. Yeah, I'm fine, stop worrying about it. Harry quickly assures her again with a fake chuckle, looking around but seemingly not able to spot Wednesday or Fester. Can we talk? Of course. Thornhill accepts with a calm smile as she gestures towards the passenger seat. What's wrong? She asks him, but Harry's voice gets muffled when he starts talking while getting inside the her watching device with a curious squint. Meanwhile, Thornhill drives the car back into the dirt road, the two of them not knowing that they are blowing past two people that are watching them for specific reasons. So, do he want to wait first, or do he mind talking about it in here? I think it'd be better if I did it around Mother Nature. Harry responds with a small happy glance, even if that's just an obvious excuse. He just wants the irony of it being the place. He slipped off that cliff and fell into the water like an idiot, only this time, he knows to be more careful. He looks up at the sky, admiring its beauty, the small fog in the air reminding him of his uncle. Hey, mind if I play something? Quote, as the driver, I don't think I can really stop his from changing my music. Thornhill quips with a knowing look, causing Harry to chuckle earnestly a bit as he connects his phone to an outlet and picks a song from his personal music app. https://youtube.be/p5ojo1cubu3i. For a man who was sometimes skeptical about our country's government, he said this was always his favorite song for some reason. Harry explains with a small smile, nodding his head to the country song. If there was now a time to enjoy something, today is definitely that time. Plus, it's oddly fitting as well, given the situation. I see. Thornhill comments with a seemingly envious smile as she glances briefly to see him enjoying the music like it's the last time he's going to hear it. Eventually, they make it to the spot they were talking about. Harry is happy that she remembered him talking about during one of their talks. He picked the right time to ask me here. Yeah, one of the other reasons I called Harry tells Thornhill as he steps out, walking up to about 9 inches behind the edge before he stops, taking in the beauty of Mother Nature around him. He know, somehow. The lake knows to make the perfect reflection at this specific hour. I come here every time I'm about to do something stupid, like yelling at Principal Weems that one time. Not the approach I would have taken at that moment. But he clearly had a in-the-moment reaction. Thornhill comments on that last part with an anxious chuckle, clearly not trying to fully agree with his low-tempered outburst. Did he want me to just enjoy the view with he? No. Harry stutters a bit, a little nervous as he turns around to face her, a friendly smile no longer needed for this moment. I'm moving out, he informs her, with a blank face that indicates he's being serious, causing Thornhill to blink rapidly in response. I still got some aunts over the western seaboard, so I'll probably be giving them a visit. He's leaving. Thornhill repeats it with a bewildered expression, not expecting to hear that Harry of all people is dropping out. The boy looked like he was finally getting his life together from her point of view. Did something happen again? Bullying? Nope, nothing like that. Harry declines with a shake of his head. It's just, things have changed, and I don't think I belong here anymore, he says, with a blank face, unsure what kind of way he should say this. Thornhill glances down, obviously looking disappointed to be hearing this. When are he planning to drop out? Around the time the current term ends, so, about a week. Harry answers, with a small shrug, still needing to burn all his bridges before he goes, and that'll probably won't happen in a single or couple of days. Assuming he's trying to contact everyone he knows here. I'm sorry, I know this sounds like I'm giving up, but, he sighs, I'm not comfortable around death, and what happened to Davina was the straw that broke the camel's back, he know. Thornhill takes a moment to process this, emotions that Harry feels like he hasn't really seen before plastered all over her. Okay, is all that she says when her eyes come into contact with his again. I guess he needed an adult to tell this, right? She assumes correctly, to which Harry nods. With another nod, Thornhill nods for him to get into the car again. Harry takes one more glance at Mother Nature, that beautiful witch, before eventually sitting back in the passenger seat. He's gotta do what he's gotta do. Jericho. Weathervane. Wednesday wasn't able to see much, but having seen the small comparison of Harry when he's in front of her to being in front of Thornhill, she's now able to confirm that her hunch was right. There's something wrong that he's not telling her, and seemingly keeping it a secret from her for a reason. Guess this must be what it feels like to have a taste of her own medicine, and she'll admit, it isn't fun. I knew something was wrong when we never saw Harry again after he disappeared at the Gates mansion. Whatever he saw or did must be why he's been avoiding me lately while being overly nice to everyone else. Wednesday rants while sitting at a booth, opposite to her uncle, thing just idly sitting in the bag like normal. And this mostly makes it blatantly obvious that it got to him in some way. There's something about the case he's not telling me, and I know it, despite his blatant deflections. She says as she clenches her fist tightly. However, when she's done, she looks up from her book to see that Fester has been drinking the ketchup bottle this entire time. Are he listening? Fester quickly snaps out of his enjoyment and looks down at her with a hum. Wednesday shakes her head at him, waving it off to say, never mind. After realizing that he's consumed the entire thing, Uncle looks over, only to accidentally make eye contact with one of the staff. Quote, I think the kid behind the counter has clocked me. He expresses his worries to her, causing the girl to look over and see Tyler staring anxiously at them, picking up a plate with a coffee cup on it. Yup, he's walking over. I'm gonna put him in a Romanian sleeper hold. Cover M. Relax. Wednesday cuts him off before he jumps to conclusions, already having enough killers in this town that she doesn't require a third. Leave that to the psychotic family in a theater. He's not interested in he. Fester blinks before squint at the barista as he comes with a peace offering in his hand. Made he a quad, on the house. Tyler says to Wednesday as he sets it down on the table with a surprisingly modest expression on his face, much different than comparison to fake smiles or aggressive ex-roommates. Hey, thanks, kid, Fester exclaims with a grin as he almost instantly pulls the plate to his side. One can probably tell where Wednesday got her favorite kind of coffee from. Need a refill on this puppy too, he adds as he hands the condiment over to Tyler, who takes it a bewildered look. Even the old dry ketchup is gone. Spoiler alert, Fester ate that part too. Tyler. This is my Uncle Fester. Wednesday introduces the two before things get even more awkward. He was the one who taught me my martial arts. She adds to create some familiarity between the two, referencing the small brawl that took place in this very building and at this very booth. Oh, Tyler utters as he turns to the man with some kind of respect now. Hi, it's nice to meet he greets politely as he holds out his hand. And Fester immediately shakes it, with a powerful shot that makes the poor barista jump with a yelp. The uncle laughs at his reaction while Wednesday holds in an amused smirk at the guy's suspense. Tyler chuckles nervously as he tries to remind himself that this is Wednesday's family he's talking about. He tries to make conversation but doesn't know what to say. He sees the diary she has on the table. Is as that? He questions as he sits down next to the girl in spite of his father's boundaries, getting a closer look. It's called a hide. Wednesday explains as she slides the book over to him. Well, that's it, from that night. Tyler recognizes as he brushes his thumb against the drawings of the hide monster. Wednesday notices his haunted expression, glancing at his chest and back. Wondering if they still hurt whenever he goes to Behave night he almost died. His father gave he explicit instructions not to be near me. Wednesday reminds him with a blank look, wondering why he's trying to test boundaries again. Well, my dad's not here right now, and I'm on a break. Tyler responds with a mental scoff, relaxing his arm against the rest of T. He booth with a face that says he doesn't care what he says, he still wants to be near her. Wednesday blinks, but lets it be for now. Well, apparently, a hide needs to be unlocked by someone. Wednesday continues as she points towards the paragraph. It's master. Unlocked. Tyler utters as he looks down at the page and seems to give it a thorough read before his eyes go slightly wide. Holy crap, that means it could be Tyler. Mr. Galpin's voice calls out to the man. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The two look back to see the sheriff walking into the coffee shop, them cuddled together being the first thing he noticed. What did I say, Dad? Tyler glances back, before he and Wednesday see that Uncle Fester has once again disappeared, this time, able to do it amongst a public building somehow. The boy sighs as he stands up to address his father directly. Okay, for the record, Wednesday was trying to keep her distance. I was the one who sat down with her. Donovan Ovies his jaw left and right as he glances between the two of them, before letting out a sigh. All right, he hums, having way too much on his hands right now to care at the moment. He reveals some flyers he has in his palms and hands one to Tyler. Putting these up around town. It's a bank robbery suspect, and he's a real creep. He shares with them as they look and see that wannabe neighborhood watch figure as Uncle Fester. Clearly, wearing same thing in this security cam photo. He haven't seen him, have he? No. Wednesday immediately answers, obviously not going to fall the temptation of reward money that easily. Tyler glances at her before deciding to play along. Yeah, he'd be pretty hard to miss. Tyler remarks with a soft chuckle, not selling him out either since it's Wednesday. Why, and the two clearly had a happy bond going, in comparison to whatever was going on with her parents. I'll pin it on the bulletin board. Galpin nods before sharing a hardened look with Wednesday. He two stare each other down before the sheriff shakes his head with a sigh. Why waste my breath? She can hear him grumble before he marches out the door. With him gone, the two then face each other again. But he didn't have to do that. Wednesday tells Tyler with her hands modestly folded, to which the barista humbly shrugs. Yeah, his family is very colorful. Tyler comments, yes, that's the word he went with when describing an Addams. He's sure she appreciates the style of humor. Ironic, considering Fester as the black sheep. Wednesday quips as she glances out the window, mentally wondering how deep the man's put himself in. He's harmless. So, about rescheduling our date. Tyler then brings up with a slightly expecting grin, causing Wednesday to mentally shudder. She was really hoping he didn't bring this up. The lump in her throat feels like a poisonous dagger jabbed in her neck. Well, between the monster and my uncle. Hey, no excuses. Tyler plays. I fully interrupts her with a raised hand. Figure after what happened last time, he owe me. He mentions with a teasing smirk, his stubbornness rivals hers, that's for darn sure. Well, I can't sneak off of campus, all eyes are on me. Wednesday says as an excuse. She hates it, but she has to separate herself from all of these advancements she's thrusted upon herself and by boys. Like she's said half a dozen times so far. Love is a weakness. He won't have to. I'll come to he. Tyler assures her with a look that says she can't trick her way out of this one. 9 p.m., Crackstone's crypt. He states with an excited glint in his eyes before walking past her to put this wanted poster out on the board. Wednesday hates how conflicted she is right now, but after everything that's happening, part of her says that she has to go. Just to humor the experience. After all, she's never gone on a date before. Yes, new chapter already. I'm just as shocked as all of he. This chapter didn't take as long as I thought. And I ended up finding a lot of motivation to write. I hope he's enjoying this second to last episode so far, as we've finished the first half and are now at the point where everything is slowly coming to its conclusion. That means no more setting up stuff. Which might explain the shorter word count that is likely going to be the case for the rest of these chapters. So, yeah, Wednesday and Tyler's date is still happening here, but how he guys think it's going to go? I bet he already know, but I'll let he guys guess. Who knows, it looks like the galpin has her pretty hooked like in canon. And he still went with her to the Raven, so. Anyway, Part 3, Nevermore. Ophelia Hall. It seems that everyone has figured out how to use her own spells against her today. First, Harry keeping secrets. And now Tyler collecting blood debts from her. It must be her unlucky day. She steps down the dorm's hallways to go into her room so she can change into her casual winter attire. Knowing that she isn't going to need to be putting on much for this date, since Tyler certainly won't. This isn't the Raven. However, when she steps inside, she finds yet another stranger in her room, sitting on her desk's chair. I like this book. The fact he's able to use what's happened, like 10 minutes ago to tell a story is mighty impressive. Harry comments as he puts the pages back in the drawer before standing up to face her. Wednesday stares at him for a second before glancing at Thing, who sheepishly crawls up onto Enid's old nightstand, signing that he assumed she would be fine with him showing up. Thanks to he, I will never sit in that chair again. The girl remarks to Harry, that one having had more value than all of the chairs in the classroom combined until his buttocks were placed on it. I heard he were going on a date with Tyler. Harry brings up, chuckling at her witty line. He ambles around the room, eyeing all of the stuff both girls have added to their respective sides of the room. Took he long enough to say yes, don't he think? It's not a date, it's a quid pro quo for almost getting him disemboweled. Wednesday retorts rather quickly, making Harry raise a brow at her. In case he want to forget about what happened at the Gates mansion, which he haven't explained his side of the story of. Harry hums as he puts a hand to his chin. So, does that mean he also owe me and Enid for when that monster showed up and almost killed me too? He asks with a seemingly hopeful voice, causing Wednesday to glance down as she realizes she may have backed herself into a corner here. I won't lie and say that the thought hasn't crossed my mind. Wednesday quietly says, in a way of admitting she may or may not have suggested that. Just know that it's only one favor, and my generosity has its limits. So, head pants without getting my hand cut off is out of the question. Harry queries curiously, earning himself a dead glare from Wednesday. Got it, he accepts with a nod. Definitely has her limits. He looks over at the empty desk, noticing something off with it. She follows his gaze and thinks she knows what he's thinking about. I haven't opened it yet. Wednesday confesses with a slightly ashamed face, but tries not to make it so obvious to Harry. Figured he would have wanted my critique insight, she claims, though she's not sure if that's the deeper truth. During that night, she fell asleep on her shoulder, and woke up in her bed. Part of her always felt weird when she touched it. It's way too strange of a mental reaction that even she doesn't want to try investigating it. I can take it back, if he. No. Wednesday almost immediately cuts him off, before quickly swallowing upon seeing the Harry's look he's giving upon how fast she was. She ignores him and walks over to open the drawer she Ajax saw it and puts it back in its original spot. Then, She unwraps it carefully, her interest peaking with each detail she uncovers. It's a typewriter. Not just a normal-looking one, but that's been given a black paint job, as if someone went to a car garage and asked for a change of color to this object rather than a car. It also has Wednesday's property keyed into a side of it. I figured he'd want to add her own threat for a subtitle. Harry comments with a small shrug. Somehow, she can feel her heart increasing the pace of its beating as she stares at it. She never recalled telling Harry about her old one that was having trouble, and yet, he ended up being the one that got it for her. Wednesday slowly turns towards the boy, glancing away for a few seconds when they make eye contact. Thank he, she simply says, like when she received the black dahlia, meaning it. Don't mention it, Harry humbly responds with a smile. Make sure he have fun. I'm not an expert, but I bet the first date is like the first impression, it means everything. He drops some advice before heading out the door, wanting to see if there's anything about the case he missed before he hits the sack himself. Wednesday simply nods before he's gone, the silence giving her a moment to think. It felt like a nice moment, so why is part of her a little disappointed? As she looks back at the typewriters that's not sitting perfectly on her desk, she hears things tapping and looks over to see him asking if she really likes it. Of course I do, I don't need to hide my opinions, she states, which only prompts the hand to bring up that moment with the snoods and the fact that she had the same face she had when arguing with Enid earlier today. I do not miss her. Friends are a liability and can be exploited. That makes them weaknesses. Things is still suspicious that she's trying to hide her feelings, and signs if it's about Tyler and Harry. And her being caught in the crossfire of their mini-war. I am not caught in anything. Like I said, it's not a date, just a debt being paid, she retorts before stepping back. His job is to guard the diary while I'm gone. I'll be back as soon as I can. Thing gives her a thumbs up, allowing Wednesday to exit the dorm and go on her not date. Yeah, right, Raven Island. Crackstone's crypt. Wednesday walks through the forest effortlessly, one knowing full well that she's not afraid of the dark. She uses the path she took with Enid to make it to the crypt on foot at a much faster pace than last time. For some reason, she feels like the trees are watching her, as if they're some kind of teenage group themselves, gossiping about her attempts at trying something for the normies behind her back. When she gets there, Tyler is waiting for her at the entrance, holding a lantern in one hand and a nervous smile in his face. The last time somebody threw a surprise for me here, it did not go as planned, she warns him, in case he tries to do anything stupid. I guarantee this one won't make he pass old cold, Tyler promises with a small chuckle, before pulling out a black rose out of seemingly thin hair and offering it to her. But he do have to close his eyes. Are he serious? Wednesday questions, wondering if the guy heard what she told him. Tyler shrugs with a cheeky smirk. Unfortunately, Wednesday looks down at the rose, conflicted about the idea of this surprise, but takes the flower anyway for the idea of its gesture. I'm only doing this because I owe she claims with a hesitant face, causing Tyler to chuckle a bit as he then guides her to the doors. Okay, close his eyes, Tyler instructs, making sure she does first. Wednesday mentally rolls her eyes before complying, allowing him to then open the doors and guide her into the crypt. During which, she almost trips, though he manages to catch her wobbly step. Easy, he chuckles before bringing her to the exact spots he wants her to be on. Okay, right here. 1 second, he says before walking away. The girl hears the doors loud creak before they close and his footsteps going to multiple PLA. CES as if making sure everything's ready. Okay, he can open his eyes now. Upon his word, she opens her eyes and finds herself standing in front of a bunch of Christmas lights hanging across the walls. A blanket laying on the stairs, using them as comfy chairs, with filled popcorn bags sitting on them. Candles lay in front of the edges, adding some extra light and atmosphere. Tyler smiles until Wednesday turns towards him with a seemingly bewildered glint in her eyes. What? No one's ever taken he on a picnic inside a crypt before? He asks, having expected her to be a little bit more excited. He then walks over and pulls down some curtains, revealing the template for a movie, thus the projector sitting on the blanket. How did he feel about scary movies? He queries, causing the faint hint of a smirk to appear on the girl's face until he straightens the device up and gets the wheels rolling. Prepared to be horrified. Thus, Legally Blonde starts playing on the projector screen, causing Wednesday's expression to change into one of horror. She stares at Tyler, who simply gestures for her to sit with an expecting smile. Once their butts are on the stairs, she takes the popcorn basket while glancing at the guy who kickstarted this little operation, looking like she's asking what kind of PTSD is he trying to give her. Tyler smiles brightly at her with a small chuckle, taking that as him succeeding in his mission. Subverting her expectations in the best way possible, she eventually takes her face back to the screen, and he tilts his head as he watches her faces of disgust. While they're still at the opening sequence, when she gives him a small glare, still only 2 minutes in, he just shrugs in a cheeky manner, awfully proud of himself. Wednesday mentally rolls her eyes, as she somehow finds herself unable to stand up in spite of her reactions. When she eventually starts getting closer, possibly using him as a shield to block out the horrifying blondness of this movie, Tyler's smile grows even bigger. In his humble opinion, he thinks he's absolutely killing it so far. Nevermore. Old art studio. Harry sits in front of the empty table that isn't covered with Xavier's art. He has the journals of the oldest Craven family member in front of him, going through each to see if there's any connection to them and the more common books. But like that last entry said, the man took the secret of that special variant of Nightshade to his grave. He knows he's just burning himself out at this point, and just pushes the books away, burying his face in his hands with a loud sigh. Why is he going on this long goose chase? What can he do that can prove what happened in connection to the victims and their killers? What would be concrete enough for the cops to believe? What are he doing? A voice chimes in, causing Harry tense up a bit since he didn't hear the door open. He turns his head around and sees Xavier Thorpe staring at him with his arms crossed, wearing his Nevermore uniform. He looked like he lost an argument with an orange cat. Harry cracks out the most earnest laugh he's had in a long time. I thought I could easily figure out why all of these people are dying. So people don't call me a clout chaser and throw me out of Jericho. He explains with a shake of his head as he closes all the books, knowing it's hopeless. Apparently, I should leave that business to the professional. Looks more like he's just trying too hard. Xavier comments as he grabs a stool and sits down next to him, eyeing all of the old evidence he already checked a week ago. If he already know that the trail has ended on his journals, he gotta somewhere else. Obviously, someone kidnapped and beat them into spilling the nightshade. And where exactly am I supposed to look? Harry asks him with his hands raised in a confused motion. I'm trying to learn things about myself and an evil I can't exactly see with my own 2 eyes. He remarks bitterly, before noticing the weird smirk Xavier's given. He's becoming a lot like me. Xavier points out with a knowing look, causing Harry to raise his brow, hoping he can elaborate on that. A bitter prick. Harry blinks at him as if offended. I am not a bitter prick. Oh, so then what was I? He thought I was avoiding Bianca because I thought she smelled bad. Xavier sarcastically remarks as he points to himself. Or what about Rowan? So, that's what makes me a bitter prick. Well, he's kind of doing the same thing I am, except he keeps smiling like Patrick Bateman all the darn time. Xavier points out with a criticizing brow. And just like his, it's obviously fake. The point? Harry asks, to which Xavier shrugs. That he's a bitter prick. Okay, listen, he had a much better reason for not liking me or Bianca at first. Harry points out with a raised hand, even though he remembers being a little pissy as he was back then. I'm dealing with a couple things that are out my control, this is completely different. He states. However, Xavier snorts at him in response. Right, because fate has to be blamed for he being way too scared to talk to Wednesday. Xavier sarcastically remarks, to which Harry drops his head with a sigh. A little bit in shame. Come on, the two of he have been taking each other for a ride since day one. The least he can do is tell her how he feel before he write this grand will and testament of yours. Relax, I'm not killing myself. Harry reminds him, to which Xavier blows out some air. Could have fooled me, he remarks, as if asking if what he's doing really is all that different. Does Harry really think that the aftermath isn't going to be the same? The damage it will do. Even if it supposedly justifies what he's done. It's not that easy. No, of course it isn't. But he were the one that got my head out of my butt, and encouraged me to actually go after what I wanted, not what I was afraid of. Xavier reminds him of the rave-in, the most important yet tragic moment of their lives, along with the Gates mansion of course. Don't he think he deserved to do this one good thing for yourself? Harry rubs his forehead, slowly coming to the fact that Xavier's right. And he's just been walking around like he's doing something, when really, he's only ambling around like a headless chicken. He reaches into his page and pulls out his diary, ripping one of the pages since this one isn't going to be some simple entry. No, this is a separate matter. But heck, he's better at expressing himself in this thing, right? He takes out a pen and opens it with his mouth before writing. Wednesday. If he's reading this, then I guess I was just as much of a pansy as he probably pegged me for during that first encounter at the Weathervane. Raven Island. Crackstone's crypt. A running time of 96 minutes felt like 72 hours by the time the girl exposes the true culprit in court, and the final scenes then play. Once the credits roll, Tyler decides to finally grant her some mercy by turning off the projector before that genocide-inducing song plays a second time. In all honesty, though, that would have never been her on the witness stand. She would. They easily made sure she shot the right person for her expert crime. Isn't that ironic? I can go into a dozen suspected crime scenes, argue with he for hours, push his buttons the same way he push mine. But when I'm the one who needs to tell he something, I have to resort to a letter. That was torture. Wednesday comments, admitting that Tyler's tactic worked expertly. He turns to her with a proud smile, having had a feeling that he was going to nail this first date. Thank he. No, it's not because I'm afraid of rejection, we both know what the answer is going to be. I think, as cheesy as this sounds, it's because it's Wednesday. Addams. Aka. Tyler chuckles in response, before walking up to her, where Wednesday herself is able to hear the knot in his stomach. Okay. Don't hate me, but I'm just gonna come out and say it. He playfully warns her before taking a step closer, swallowing heavily. I want us to be more than friends. I mean, why wouldn't he say no, right? I'm basically disrespecting who he are. Kissing under the bleachers, stealing glances in class, going on cheap dates. That's like asking a porcupine to a massage parlor with its spikes perked up. Wednesday takes a moment to process what Tyler just said. Not as stupid to not see what he's suggesting. But her body goes into some kind of shock when she thinks of it, standing right in front of the guy who's put up with her behavior. He'll get over it, she says, knowing that she doesn't deserve such thoughts about herself from someone else. In fact, I bet once he read this, he'll scoff and roll his eyes, throwing it in the trash or handing it back to me and thanking me for giving he the best laugh he've ever had in such a long time. Love, that's his main enemy. And, honestly, I think it's mine too. That's why I'm writing this. Don't do that. Discount my feelings. Tyler begs with that dork-why smile still on his face, making Wednesday immediately regret saying it. He knows that she knows that the son he's helped her and still helping her after the Gates Mansion incident stems from more than just a mutual respect for each other. But, he's right, I owe he the truth. So, if I can't say it he out loud, I'll do it the way I've always done it, writing. Here is where I explain that the real reason I never backstabbed he, or kept helping he despite the signs that he were using me wasn't just because of my past mirroring his present. It was because that, every time he were around, my darkest thoughts go quiet, and the only times I did lash out was when other people were hurting he. I felt protective. I'm not friend material, let alone more than friend material. Wednesday insists, knowing that she'll just be leading Tyler down a dark path if she makes the mistake of getting closer. She pulled Xavier and Harry down it as well, and look what's happening to them. I will ignore he, stomp on his heart, and always put my needs and interests first. He were the one thing that made me Lisa that I didn't have to always be this outcasts of outcasts that was cool and edgy for the sake of feeling good about myself. When we shared that rainy night together, sleeping against his window. It was the best moment of my life ever since I was accused of something I didn't do. He's the only person that me forget I was miserable. That's probably when I realized what I was feeling. Hey, he can keep trying to push me away. It's not gonna work. Tyler tells her with a playfully defiant smirk as he takes another step closer, not going anywhere in spite of whatever walls she's trying to put up. But, come on, this isn't Twilight. The story doesn't end with the more intimidating version of Bella Swan falling for the obvious monster Edward Cullen just because he said he likes her blood and wants to eat her alive. Or Elena immediately falling for Stefan and then Damon right after. This is right life, where things don't always go together, as much as I selfishly want it to. I almost killed he. Wednesday brings up something that Enid's mad at her for, only for Tyler to shrug. I survived. Beginner's luck. I'm tougher than he think. Tyler claims, being earnest about it too. Even, he's got some cards up his sleeve that she hasn't seen yet. He's not just independent, he's the strongest, reliable, most amazing woman I've ever met. And that means Have also got choices, and I'm Reed of dragging this battle on for longer than it should be. Tyler's the better man. He helped he on day one. He was always there. I was always complaining. After a few seconds of silence, Tyler then finally decides to make his move. He leans forward, his breath breezing down Wednesday's cheeks until his face is inches away from hers. He's making a mistake. She warns him a second time, to which the boy softly chuckles. Probably. Definitely. And if he don't want to see me again after this, I won't be mad, sad. Maybe a little bit, but I'll get over it in the long run. Because the worst she ain't accidentally walking in on he with Tyler in his dorm room. He leans even closer anyway, fully committing to what he's about to do. Wednesday tries to take a step back, but her body feels frozen while near the taller boy's scent. She doesn't know what she should do, so she lets it happen, Tyler's lips whispering against her own. It's the idea that he never knew the true me. Wait, she abruptly says, causing him to freeze right before he presses on the glass window. She doesn't really say anything after that, though, having a very, very hard time with her words. As all she can ally say before she looks back down at her knees in shame. However, Harry is able to read and get a clue as to what she's trying to say. He turns back and sits down next to her, his face as blank as his, but having the same kind of crack in his eyeballs. After a few minutes of feeling his presence so close to her, Wednesday slowly and somewhat awkwardly leans her head over until she's resting on his shoulder. The two of them don't say anything after that, but the silence is enough. They leave the noise to the storm outside, the thunder crackling, the lightning zapping, and the rain dropping against the window with peaceful taps. Wednesday feels her eyes close as Harry eventually realizes that she's using his head as a pillow. Now, he doesn't want to leave, not for anything in the world. He never thought something would actually potentially make him feel better in spite of what's going on in his mind right now. As if suddenly feeling her body's programming kick back into motion, Wednesday abruptly takes a step back. Tyler opens his eyes in confusion, eventually seeing that she purposefully backed away from him. He sees her eyes widen farther than anyone's ever seen them, as if she's just arrived to the biggest realization of her life. Wednesday, Tyler utters, scanning the girl who looks like she's close to getting the youngest heart attack added to the world records book. What's wrong? He asks, a mixture of perplexation and hurt in his tone. I didn't trigger another vision, did I? Wednesday swallows, finally looking him in the eye again. She almost kissed because she was imagining someone else about to take the honor. But this Tyler in front of her. This isn't Harry. Saving her from having to come up with some sort of respond, the doors suddenly slam open, sing both of them to jump in brief shock as a few adult men pop out with guns, shining flashlights in their faces. Once they see that it's only a couple of teenagers, the man in the center squints. What the heck? Sheriff Galpin utters as it turns out to only be him and a couple deputies. Tyler. Dad. Tyler responds, even more confused, while a disappointed Galpin drops his head with a sigh. What are he doing here? The school groundskeeper found a motorbike by the lake. It matches the description of the one the bank robber stole. Galpin answers, which probably explains why his radio is still buzzing like a busy bee right now. There's a canoe missing. Figured he might have holed up on Raven Island. He finishes, before glancing at the two obviously guilty-looking kids. I am not even gonna ask what this is. But I never saw the two of he here, he got it. The two just stand there, not able to move or say anything due to how awkward this is. Galpin just shakes his head and leads his boys out. Unbelievable. Nevermore. Ophelia Hall. Harry sneaks back into Wednesday's dorm room one last time. Thankfully, his experience makes it pretty easy on his shot, as he gets there in almost a minute if that's even possible. He uses the same entry he did earlier, and when he's in front of the hatch, he takes out his page folded into a letter and slides it through the cracks. However, It ends up setting off alarm bells in his head. He finds the hatch moving with just a faint brush with his finger, causing him to see that it's already been opened. Squinting, Harry pushes it sideways before stepping inside, finding the room to be completely ransacked. There are pages littered all over the floor. Wednesday's chair has been flipped on its side. Enid's furniture has been given harsh treatment as well. The cello in its case has been forcefully separated. The Addams' mattress is halfway off the bed frame, and the desk has seemingly punctured a hole in the wall. Harry recognizes these signs of struggle, having gone through them before but on a much lesser scale. A fight with a pissed-off thing. That's when he sees blood on the floor, fresh blood, by the looks of it. Looks Lee. He just missed the third party that didn't know of this place's security system. The door then opens, and Wednesday freezes when she steps in. Harry, what are he doing here again? She asks him, but Harry doesn't reply right away, his eyes informing her that he just got here too. Someone knew she had the diary and stole it from her. She eyes the damage as well, plus the blood, and they both follow the trail to find thing, impaled on a pillar by a knife. Nevermore. Beehive. Fester, thankfully having not been caught even though the authorities have found his bike he left in the woods from the track and follow mission. Is sleeping in the Hummer shed when the door suddenly flies open and two teens rush in. Fester. Uncle Fester. Wednesday's frantic voice screams at him, quickly getting him awake. Help, help, help. Thing's been stabbed, he's not moving. That definitely gets him more awake as Fester shoots up from his position on the mattress and sees Thing bleeding out from the vein of his palm. Get him on the table. He quickly orders her, which Wednesday doesn't waste time in doing just that, swooping everything in the way, no matter the size, off of it before laying the WOUNDED hand down with a towel as a blanket. Watching the scene in horror, Harry quickly snaps out of his trance, stepping back to drop his backpack he brought with him to the hull onto the dirt, frantic. Ally going through it as something finally comes to mind, something he thankfully prepared for. During which, Fester quickly starts rubbing his hands together, pretty much using them as deliberators to shock Thing with. The first time expectedly doesn't work, so he works up a second one and gives him another, to which the hand only jerks but doesn't move. Oh, come on, Thing. The man stressfully mutters as he works his hands to work up a more powerful voltage. However, the hand still doesn't respond to an inch of it. Hey, I got it. Harry quickly chimes up, moving right up next to Wednesday. He reveals a small bottle of something red, a dropper for it, and some stitches. The Cravens taught me this, he mentions as he collects some of the possibly alcoholic liquid. He requests first, and Fester gives him the table for a second. He dabs a little bit of it on Thing's open stab wound, before using his stitches to close up the palm side of the two-sided hole. Can he go any slower? Wednesday emotionally asks with her sarcasm kicked to the max, seeing how much Harry takes his time while Thing has been fatally stabbed. Hey, fun fact, I'm not a pro nurse or doctor freaking house. Harry shoots back, just as stressed as she is. Thankfully, he's able to stitch up the palm side before carefully turning Thing around, risking the move. He does the same thing, applying some droplets from the dropper before carefully stitching up the backhand side of the stab-through wound. He once again makes sure not to rush himself in case he accidentally punctures something vital, but eventually, he's finished. Okay, shock him again. Fester obviously takes the cue and rubs his hands again, preparing an even stronger voltage. He gives Thing a very strong shock that lasts more and 5 seconds and is sure to help the poor guy's veins pump in that blood at a faster rate, but even that seemingly isn't enough. After painful silence, the man exhales. He's gone, kids. He regger. Et fully informs with a sad shake of his head. Harry rubs his face, defeated. He looks over at Wednesday, who is shedding actual tears at this very moment. Her world collapsing. I'm sorry, I thought I could. No, he's not. Wednesday quickly shuts him up with a raised finger, her eyes still on her most faithful companion. If he can hear me. She grabs his towel and pulls his body closer to her face. Her breathing unsteady as she tries to talk without fully breaking down. If he die, I will kill he. She promises before pushing him back towards her uncle. Harry closed it up. Now do it again. She orders, though Fester blinks at her. Now, again, please. In response to her unusually loud shouting, Fester quickly rubs his hands and gives Thing the same powerful and dragged on shock a couple more times. Harry paces around, behind the crying Wednesday with his hand rolled into a fist while it's pressed against his lips, clinging to anything he believes in to at least spare one person in this line of constant tragedies. And then, after a few agonizing minutes, Thing's hands begin to twitch. Until they're moving again. Wednesday lets out a relived gasp while Harry drops his hand. With an incredibly grateful exhale to every religious figure in the world, knowing that whatever one is real granted his dying request. For a minute, we thought he picked his last lock, buddy. Fester quips with a wide grin. Before turning towards the LN with a nod. Thanks, kid. Harry nods back. It was the least he could do. Who did this to he? Wednesday interrogates, her burning wet eyes now brewing into a potion of ice-cold vengeance. Knifed from behind the back, cowards. She seethes, should have expected as much. I promise that whoever did this to he will suffer. And it will be slow. Her voice cracks a bit from her emotions. Long, and excruciatingly painful. Thing shakingly responds by holding up a pinky, expecting her to follow up on that. Wednesday obviously swears to it and laces his finger with hers. Oh, relax. He was obviously gonna live. Don't be so dramatic. Harry comments with a scoff, causing Thing to sign a clever comeback. What? No. He were crying. Wednesday then slowly stands up and turns around, before abruptly ensnaring Harry into an unpredicted hug, getting Thing's blood all over his coat and uniform. He awkwardly clears his throat before slowly responding in kind. He glances up at Fester, who makes certain gestures that earns him a blank stare from the teen. Once she realizes what she's doing, she swiftly pulls back and goes into her usual standing stance. That never happened, she swears, her eyes clearly threatening his life if he ever claims that she touched him. Hey, he don't need to thank me. Harry responds before raising up 2 fingers. I was merely guided by the latent chivalry, the tool of the patriarchy. He quips as he brings them back down to his hip with a cheeky smirk, no doubt thinking he was clever with that line. I hope I still don't owe he anything. Wednesday says while quickly wiping her eyes, causing Harry to smile in response. Because I feel like I do. Don't worry, I'm not fan of debt or enforcing them. Harry assures her with a nod. An understanding between the two. Staring into her eyes reminds him of his original plan. Oh, here. He pulls out the letter from his bag and hands to her. Which she takes without much mental hesitation. I should go hit the sack before Vlad realizes I'm gone. But, I'll probably be at the shed if he want the actual truth. He gives them one more smile before walking out the door, leaving them to their own personal matters. Once he's gone, Wednesday takes in a massive inhale to bring back her straight face before turning around to face her Uncle Fester. They found his motorbike, so the sheriff won't be far. He need to go, she informs him, sadly cutting off their reunion short. Maybe next time, steal something a little less conspicuous. Well, where's the fun in that? Fester humorously remarks, earning him another look from Wednesday. All right, I'll lay low here tonight, keep an eye on the patient, and I'll skedaddle in the morning. He promises her with a sigh. Wednesday nods, a tiny sniffle escaping from her nostrils. I guess I'll see he at his arraignment or the next family reunion. She states with her hands crossed together. He'll always be my favorite. Wednesday. Fester makes sure to let her know, in case that wasn't clear. Make sure to tell Pugsley that, it'll give him a complex. Wednesday advises, prompting the two of them to share a bright smile with each other. Needless to say, That could have gone a lot worse. New chapter already. Yup, already a new one. This one wasn't as risky since I'm now approaching the weekends tomorrow, which also means I should be able to get part 4 out by tomorrow or the day after that, depending on what happens. I think it's safe to say that there's now only a couple more scenes left before we get to the one we've all been waiting for. Part 4, Nevermore. Principal's office. Larissa Weems listens to everything Wednesday tells her regarding the new mess that has been created in her dorm room. Excluding the part of the walking hand that was stabbed, still needing that little card up her sleeve. Thornhill has just returned, confirming what has happened for herself, meaning that the principal has the reason to take this report seriously. I'm guessing this is not some kind of random prank. Weems correctly assumes, pacing back and forth in front of the fireplace. That should be obvious enough. The only damaged furniture and pages lying around accomplished is her having to now put them back in the order she stacked them in all over again. Whoever ransacked my room also stole Nathaniel Faulkner's diary. Wednesday reports as well, the name immediately making Weems stop and turn to her with a pointed look. That's supposed to be safely locked in the Nightshade's library. So he do know about that diary. Wednesday calls her out, having wondered for a long time if Weems ever actually believed that a bear was responsible for these attacks or if she was just hiding something. Which means he also know that the monster we're after is called a hide. The two engage in a tense stare down while Thornhill blinks and stares at Weems with a perplexed look. Wondering if that's been true the entire time. Thank ye, Ms. Thornhill, I'll take it from here. The principal calmly dismisses her with a fixed smile. Of course, Thornhill responds with a nod, swallowing whatever questions she has in mind at the moment. If he need anything, I'll be right down the hall. She informs them before exiting the room, giving them their privacy. Once she's out, Eames drops the expression with a tired sigh, turning around and resting a hand on the tooth of her fireplace, staring down at the cackling flames. Wednesday waits to hear this glorious explanation with her arms crossed. Faulkner spent years studying hides. He wanted to determine if they were just mindless killers or conscious of their actions. What was his conclusion? He was killed by a hide before he could reach one. Weems bluntly answers, showcasing the brutality of the creatures with just her words. Others tried to carry on his research, but the hides were too unpredictable and violent. They were officially banned from Nevermore 30 years ago. Wednesday processes all of this information, feeling like he's gotten the context she needs, but also now realizing what this means from the woman herself. All of this time, have known the monster was a hide. She tells Weems with a squinted look. Why didn't he tell the sheriff? Because I've made the mistake of enrolling one a year ago. When his master was killed 2 minutes into his first transformation. Claimed he was a psychic, but I wasn't a fool. Weems reveals, causing Wednesday to look at her as if she's the one who lost her mind. I've yet to see any proof, but he seems to think he's the one who'd done everything so far. Who is it? It doesn't matter, he's practically expelled himself. He'll be leaving in about a week, or so Thornhill tells me. Weems tells her dismissively, once again not giving Wednesday the one piece of information that will keep FI tell the sheriff about him. Nevermore is done, over, shut for good. And that's not happening on my watch. She tells her without any shame. But I'm not the only one withholding. If he suspects someone, he need to tell me. Why? All have ever done is gaslight and obstruct me. Wednesday questions her with a raised brow, taking a mean step closer. Harry was right, he don't care how many people die as long as his reputation is safe. I am protecting our Nevermore family. Which also includes he, Ms. Addams. Weems states with a cold passion in her voice. Wednesday doesn't take that for a very good answer and turns around to leave, having much better things to listen to. Like the silence of sleep. Nevermore Library. Morning. The next day, Harry was in the conservatory class when he got a note slipped into her bag. No, it wasn't some silly letter at a horrible time such as thing, but a message from Bianca telling him to meet at the library. Whatever she heard from Lucas must have been so important that a text message itself would have been too risky. So, who would he be to not listen to his own favor being rewarded? He quickly steps through the already opened statue and walks down the steps to see both Lucas Walker and Bianca Barkley waiting for him at the center. Didn't think he would actually take my serious request seriously. Well, hearing the same, we think we're getting close to a suspect. Explanation on the news for the S. Ixth time has a way of pushing my buttons. Bianca remarks with a shrug. Hearing Xavier die was bad enough, but hearing the same obvious old news after Davina's report. She is just tired of this now. Besides, I had a feeling he needed this the most. For sure. Lucas agrees with a nod as he steps forward, holding a bunch of papers he's put in a folder which he hands to Harry. Printed these off my dad's computer. Seems he was trying to track down someone. Laurel Gates. He guesses randomly. Looks like he started right after outreach day. Laurel Gates. Harry says the name out loud with a confused brow. Pamela Voorhees certainly not being the first idea for a suspect he would have. Didn't know we believed in zombies as well as everything else. Well, according to the British report, Laurel was presumed drowned. But no body was ever recovered. Lucas points out, causing Harry to squint as he reads the report. He was expecting based on himself, but if someone is pulling the strings behind the scenes, this can help track down a potential second killer. According to this report, the mansion was bought a year ago by a 90-year-old candy heiress who mysteriously died and gave all of her belongings to her caregiver, Teresa L. Glau. Well, his dad was certainly on point with one thing. All of this is way too convenient, especially with a recently bought house that still looks centuries old. Harry comments as he closes the folder with a thinking look on his face. But, if Laurel Gates is controlling the monster, how is she able to do it without it realizing that it's under her? He abruptly freezes as he comes to a realization, Bianca and both squinting at him as they can tell he seems to now know who's behind this. Son of a witch. Jericho. Kinbot's office. After another pit stop to Uriah's heap, Valerie Kinbot makes her way back to the motel hosting her office. However, when she opens the door and steps inside, she finds Harry L.N. sitting down on one of the chairs. Even though she only sees the back of his head, she jumps at the sudden appearance of them. Oh my goodness, Harry. She utters with a heart on her beating chest, prompting Harry to glance over and acknowledge her arrival. We don't have an appointment scheduled for today. Yeah, that's the thing, I can never remember how exactly our sessions go every time I come here. Harry remarks as he stands up and slowly turns around to face her. But now, I think I pretty good idea as to what this feels like the actual first time we ever met. He remarks as he pulls out his own file from Valerie's desk out of his jacket, causing the therapist to squint at him. I don't recall giving he permission to go through my files. Valerie points out with a judging stare. It's called confidentiality for a reason. Valerie gasps when he abruptly raises his voice at her, his glare coming from something of pure rage. Harry, please, calm down. Tell me that, again. Someone tell me one more time, to calm down. Harry almost threatens her while also warning her not to use such a harmful choice of words again, once again making the woman mentally jump. I know how to trigger a hide, takes one to know one. Traumatic events, torture of any kind, and hypnosis. I found the hypnotherapy tools in his desk. He tells her as he angrily points to it. He have been making me unknowingly tell he everything. Wednesday and I learn every step of the way, that's how he's always a step ahead. I honestly have no idea what he's talking about. Valerie insists with a genuinely intimidating face, but Harry doesn't buy it so quickly. At first, I thought I was going insane, and I probably am. My hide stops talking to me on a frequent basis all of a sudden, the monster always seemingly letting me get away, but it's so freaking obvious now. Harry stresses as he almost grabs his head due to being hit with all of these revelations. Have been using me as his pet hound this entire time, when he can't get the job done yourself. Alright, I have better things to do than to listen to his delusional fantasies. Valerie almost snaps as she doesn't take these accusations she's giving her all too well. If he weren't moving out next week, I would. Oh, don't worry about that. Starting now, there's gonna be no more communication between either of us. Harry coldly remarks, giving Valerie one more glare. That causes a chill to go down the woman's spine. Find another hide to do his dirty work. He tells her before grabbing his bag and stomping out of the room, leaving even the normally patient therapist shocked. She can't even wait 2 seconds before grabbing her phone and frantically dialing a mutual friend's number. Her foot taps impatiently against the floor in spite of her normal character as she wants for them to finally pick up. Hello? ? Quote. Principal Weems, it's Valerie Kinbot. The woman quickly tells her as she paces around in her office, still emotionally creeped out by what just happened. Harry L.N. just barged into my office. She reports in an emotional voice. I wasn't aware that Harry had a session today, Weems replies, confused. No, he didn't, and his behavior was completely irrational. Valerie stresses, still unable to believe it herself. I think something might be happening at his school, because I never seen such an angry reaction like that since. Clink. Val. Eerie freezes when she hears glass falling down in her bathroom, reminding her of the time Wednesday accidentally knocked a candle down in it. However, it didn't seem like Harry had invited anyone else in this room. Dr. Kinbot. Weems calls out to her in response to her sudden silence, but the woman stands there frozen as she hears sounds thudding of someone opening and closing the window from the other side. Dr. Kinbot. But there's no way someone is able to climb up onto the roof, are they? Valerie slowly steps closer, not liking the fact that it's completely silent inside the room now. She eyes the door handle and reaches her hand over to twist it, revealing the face of the monster. The woman screams as the hide roars at her with bloodlust, causing her to step back until she accidentally trips against her coffee table, allowing it to easily jump on top of her and start digging its claws into her torso, slashing her apart until it sees her insides flying out. Once it's clear she's done, the monster then changes back into its human form, takes a shower, grabs his clothes, and exits out of the office the same way he came in. And no one sees him. Jericho. General Hospital. How ironic to now be in the hospital, waiting to hear about the condition of the person he just accused of violent but that's what Harry's doing, biting off the dry skin of his lip while Wednesday and Weems sit on the chairs nearby, both having their arms folded nicely on their lap, one thing they oddly have in common. Where were he doing at Dr. Kinbot's? Wednesday whispers to him, but Harry just shakes his head in response. Way too ashamed to even face her direction. Doesn't matter anymore, I think I was wrong. Before Wednesday can ask about what, the doors to the hall open and they all see Sheriff Galpin stepping out with the report of the aftermath. The three of them all stand up and stare expectantly at him, hoping for some good news, but sadly, that isn't in Jericho's department. She's gone, Donovan reports as he talks off his hat. Dr. Kinbot's dead. The three of them all react silently, in their minds, letting their faces do the job for them. Wednesday marches out of the hospital, wanting to process another loss at the hands of the monster. Meanwhile, Weems turns to the Harry who looks incredibly haunted by this, something that sadly isn't a stranger to him. Do he need? I change my mind, Harry abruptly tells her, accidentally cutting her off. I'm leaving tomorrow night, he says, glancing at the sheriff. He won't have to worry about the woods creep in his town anymore. He assures him before walking out of the building as well, leaving Galpin and Weems to share a mixed look. This needs to end, right now. Nevermore. Ophelia Hall. After yet another depressing day, Wednesday goes to her dorm room, expecting the same number of emotions for the rest of the night. However, when she steps inside, she finds the place to have that horribly colorful lighting. And she turns to Enid's side of the room to find her back inside, in her sweater, unpacking her bags onto the bed. Hey, she casually greets her, prompting a raised brow. He's back, Wednesday questions, wondering what accidental nice thing she did that made her want to return. I'm gone for a few days, the places gets trashed, and thing almost dies. Enid points out while making a, oh boy, face that indicates part of her may be feeling guilty thanks to the butterfly effect. Someone's gotta look out for he too. What happened to rooming with Yoko? Wednesday asks her while folding her hands. Last she recalls, she seemed pretty excited to be moving out, and she practically gave Thornhill permission to sign the papers that registers her out of sight. Yoko's great, I just decided I needed a few more boundaries. Enid answers with a small shrug, making one wonder what happened in there to make the werewolf miss the clock-shaped window. The werewolf then grabs the tape they used to make their line. But Wednesday almost instantly holds up a hand to stop her. Skip the tape, she demands, causing Enid to freeze and stare at her with shock. Don't tell me Wednesday Addams is mellowing out. Never. Wednesday denies even faster. More like evolving. She corrects it is, though it's still enough to make Enid feel excited as if they were the ones who won the Po Cup this year. Well, 1 inch of duct tape at a time. Enid quips with a shrug before tossing the roll onto the bed, accepting that as a victory. Why the sudden change of heart? Wednesday queries curiously, although she gave her explanation. She feels like there's more than just survivor's guilt that the werewolf is feeling. Because we work. We shouldn't, but we do. It's like some sort of weird friendship anomaly. Enid answers with a confident nod. Everything he said about me is true, but I don't apologize for it, not anymore. She states in a firm stance. It's just who I am. Wednesday soaks that in for a moment before nodding. Accepting that answer. Things said he missed he. She relays to the werewolf, who nods back. I missed him too. Enid responds, the feeling being more than just incredibly mutual. But, now is probably the best time to end the sappy stuff before it makes Wednesday uncomfortable. By the way, Thing may have blabbered about his date with Tyler. How did that go? She asks her, trying to show off that blog gossip face the girl is used to. It's a mixed bag. He tried to kiss me. Wednesday lets her know, causing Enid to raise her brows, very intrigued to hear what she finishes her sentence with. But, I didn't let that happen. She then tells her, to which the girl hums, a mixture of surprise and not surprised that she didn't. I guess things don't always go together as well as we hope they do. Enid remarks with a shrug before going back to her stuff. Well, I think there's still some time to sneak out of the dorm before lights off. She mentions, and Wednesday squints at her. Why are he telling me that? Call it a fellow teenage girl's intuition, I guess. Enid responds with a sheepish chuckle, hoping that she isn't just randomly assuming things. Looks to me like he finally know what he really want. She notes, but leaves it there before she jumps to any more conclusions. However, Wednesday glances down after hearing that, feeling like she's starting to reach that point as well. Wednesday walks back towards her desk where she remembers the letter Harry handed her the night before. Curious, and now having the time, she pulls it out of the drawer and rips it open. Unfolding the page inside, Wednesday, if he's reading this, then I guess I was just as much of a pansy as he probably. Bang, asterisk. She then slams it back down on the desk, marching out of the dorm room's door as if she's on a mission. She already knows what her answer's going to be. Nevermore. Old art studio. Just like with all late nights, Harry is once again spending time at Xavier's old home away from home like he said he would be. He's going through old Xavier sketches, using them to lament about how his sick idea of a prank led to the death of his best friend, and then another friend a couple days later. She should have just done what the Nightshades were doing at the beginning and stay out of this mess. But, he can't fix what's done. He puts some of the sketches into his bag that he's backing for tomorrow, planning to follow up on his promise to leave. Halfway done though, he hears someone knocking on the sheet door. Thinking that it's Thornhill who's just heard the change of plans, he walks over to open it with a sigh. However, he finds Wednesday Addams staring at her instead. Wednesday, he utters in slight surprise. I need to talk to he. Wednesday simply tells him, asking to be led in so she doesn't have to do it in this freezing weather. Harry nods in response and steps aside, allowing her to step in and see the bag as well as the scattered Xavier paintings, drawings all over the table while he's closing the door. He's leaving. Yeah, that's what I came into his dorm room to tell he. Harry confirms with a nod as he steps forward nervously. Ironically not as open to admit it when she's around. The two then face each other, both looking like they have a lot to say. That, and sneak in the he know. He's smarter than I gave he credit for. Wednesday remarks, her face blank but she's not being sarcastic. She's sure everyone else would be doing that if this school wasn't so much of a pain to return to, or if they were told the truth about what's going on behind the scenes. I try, Harry dryly quips with a shrug. But I don't want he to. Wednesday then abruptly adds, causing Harry to blink at her. Because I know that it'll imply that we will never see each other again. Because both of us have paths, yet they can't coincide. She shares as she glances down, referring to her path of the raven. For some reason, that doesn't sound as much fun as I thought it would. Yeah, same, guess that's why I kept taking my stupid time to tell he. Harry agreeingly comments with a bittersweet shake of his head, having it sound so stupid when they say it out loud. I know we've been taking each other on a ride, and blaming it on the murders. He finally admits with a nervous swallow. I'm sorry about that. Wednesday never thought he would be relieved to hear something like that, but she does. Me too. She formerly having had the same feelings but didn't realize it until last night. She takes a step closer, causing Harry to freeze up a tiny bit. Before she slowly leans in, hit with a sudden rack of nervousness, until she finally kisses him. Harry tenses up a bit, but immediately responds, putting his hand softly on Wednesday's neck as he kisses her back. The two separate after a few seconds, looking into each other's eyes as they process what they just did. Now it's his turn for his expectations to be subverted in the best way possible. A newfound passione growling inside of him, Harry leans in and kisses her again with more energy, and she doesn't hold back either, causing her head to shoot up. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 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 opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. The gun is raised and fires 3 times, all with laced bullets. Harry gasps as he feels each one getting his torso, causing him to immediately fall to his knees. He looks up at his killer, and then at Wednesday one more time before he eventually collapses due to his injuries. He stops moving right as his face hits the grass. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 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 opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. The second she comes back to the real world, Wednesday looks up to see Harry's worried face as he caught her fall. He okay? He asks her, recognizing her reaction as another vision. What happened? What did he see? Wednesday doesn't say anything. She practically flies herself out of Harry's arms, her back hitting a table with a rough thud. Wednesday, he utters, confused as he sees her eyes more widen. And when she got the vision in the first place? After a few seconds, she snaps out of her shock and bolts it out of the studio. Wednesday, she runs faster than if she was being chased by the monster in the woods. Faster than she went to go find Eugene and Harry in the first place. She just keeps running until she knows she's alone, throwing her back against a tree to catch her breath, trying to process what she just saw. But that just makes it hurt even worse. That can't happen. But how? How could that happen? What cruel world could allow that to happen? She tries to go back in time, trying to find something that will make her black heart hurt so much less. She told herself she wouldn't do it again, that what happened with Thing didn't count either, but she can't help it. She starts crying again. And that's ironically when it hits her who the Hyde really is. And there, my friends, is the end of episode 7. Now, there's only one more episode left, the finale. I hate sounding like a broken record here, but I cannot believe that I actually have gotten this far. I know this chapter is much shorter than anything I've written so far, but I hope that's not too much of a problem for y'all. I've pretty much concluded most of what I set up, anyway. So now there's only the obvious plotlines left to deliver their payoff. Thank ye everyone who's been reading this, and I hope he guys keep leaving his comments so I know how I'm doing. Call it an ego thing, but his guys' support always helps my motivation to write. The finale is literally right around the corner, so make sure to strap in when that chapter drops. Anyway, Episode 8. A Violent Crime of Woes. Ding, 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 ding. The bell cannot be unrung. Ding, 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 ding. He's angry. Ding, 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 ding. He's found us. Ding, 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 ding. And he's coming. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. He. Part 1. Jericho. Sheriff's Station. Here we go. Now it's time for Harry to finally admit to his promise. Part of him wishes Wednesday didn't kiss him, because now it makes this all the more difficult, but it's something he has to do, or else more people will get hurt. And he cannot allow for that to happen. He's sure once everyone hears the news, they'll understand, even if he'll be vilified for it. Carrying his bag in one hand, Harry takes a deep breath. Before walking into the front doors of the sheriff's station, glancing at everyone taking a seat, waiting for something, before his eyes fall on the front desk, prompting him to approach the lady behind it. "Excuse me," he lightly calls their attention. "1 second, kid." The lady, who of course happens to be Richie Santiago, politely says, though holds up a hand as she seemingly finishes her 20th page of paperwork. Which most certainly is not the last. "Can I help?" she asks, her smile indicating that she thinks this is going to be some kind of tiny sweet roll complaint. Harry talks a deep swallow before holding up his bag and dropping it on the counter. "I'd like to report a crime," Harry tells her blankly, before nodding towards the bag, encouraging her to open it. Deputy Tchie squints before standing up and pulling the zipper to reveal the contents inside. Of course, it's Davina's jacket, the one she was wearing before death. This makes her eyes go wide as she looks back up at him. "It's me, I'm the hide the sheriff is after." The mood makes a sharp turn as every single living being who managed to hear him stares at him after that, and seeing Richie's face, they can tell she believes it. On his knees, hands behind his head, she quickly orders, and Harry obviously complies. One deputy goes to call the sheriff while another handcuffs him. Harry is like the star of the show as everyone, citizen and cop alike, watches him get arrested for serial violent crime. After a few minutes, Galpin himself then steps out, seeing the face of the boy who just showed up at his front door to confess. He might wanna grab some chains in case it comes out again. He warns the man, clearly hinting at the hide itself. The two of them share a tense stare before Galpin takes the honor himself to escort the LN towards the cells. He have the right to remain silent. Raven's Island. Evening. Night falls on the school as Tyler walks through woods, having been called here by Wednesday hours after Harry's arrest was announced to the town. He was told to be here at this specific time, so at this time, he did. Once he makes it to the specific location, he looks around to see if anyone's nearby. But it appears as if he's the first one here. But anyone who knows the girl can guess what's about to happen next. Well, this time, Tyler hears her footsteps and actually sees her approaching her. Meaning that he isn't given the honor of being jump scared on this rare occasion. "Thing gave me his note," he nervously says after minutes of them just silently staring at each other, walking closer to her. "I was surprised he wanted to see me again after he shot me down the other night." He references, but still smiles as if glad to see her anyway. "So, does this mean we're still friends?" "It's a surprise," Wednesday cryptically answers, and Tyler just stands there, not sure what it means. "When I came to Nevermore, romance was the last thing on my mind." She says as she circles around him like a pool filled with sharks. "And when Harry kissed me, I realized that I was a fool for even humoring the idea in the first place." Oh my gosh. Tyler shudders as he takes in Wednesday's choice of words, misinterpreting them for something the woods creep would do. He didn't hurt he too, did he? Like with the other girl? No, actually, he didn't do anything to me. Wednesday confirms with a harsh look for Tyler not to try and paint Harry in another bad light like he's tried to do many times for his little, "I'm the only one that understands he," act. "He tried to warn me about he. But I didn't listen," she says in a way of self-degrading, to which the boy bitterly hums. Ironic now, huh? Ironic would have been framing Harry for violent crime, manipulating him and every person he knew into believing he did it, and then gaslighting him into turning himself in for something he didn't do, other people have. Wednesday boldly responds with a darkened expression in her eyes, catching Tyler completely off guard. Tyler, processing her choice of words, points at himself with a hurt look on his face. "That I'm the Hyde thing my dad was looking for, do he? I don't think, I know." Wednesday responds with a confident step forward. Because when Nathiel Faulkner's diary was taken, only 4 people were able to know that they knew of its existence. CE and where it was before it was stolen. Myself, my Uncle Fester, thing, she lists them off, making sure. Her eyes are glaring daggers into his sockets. "And he is as that?" he questions as He sits down next to the girl in spite of his father's boundaries, getting a closer look. "It's called a Hyde," Wednesday explains as she slides the book over to him. "Well, that's it, from that night," Tyler recognizes as he brushes his thumb against the drawings of the Hyde monster. "Wah, I don't," Tyler stutters, which Wednesday easily takes as him realizing he's been backed into a corner. Without having been prepared for what to say. "Wednesday, seriously, this is nuts. On outreach day, I told he I was visiting the old meeting house." "Wednesday," Eugene utters in confusion upon seeing her in a dress, glancing between her and the normie in the white suit. "What's going on?" he asks her, causing the two of them to share an awkward glance. What happened to staking out the cave?" he brings up, causing Tyler to blink due to lacking context about the staking of any cave. This creates even more awkward silence as guilty and confused faces are shared all around until the honey kid puts the obvious visual clues together. "Sure, I get it. Guess I'll check out the woods myself." "Don't go alone, it's too dangerous. Stand down." Wednesday instantly shoots down that game plan, pleadingly staring at Eugene not to do something he will regret. "We'll go together tomorrow night." "Understood," she tells the boy, who still looks a little hurt, but nods at her. The two then walk away, with Tyler setting down his box for later, though not while giving his date a weird look. Staking out a cave, Eugene probably saw her torching it. Then she sent he to clean up her mess. It just so happens that when Harry and Xavier were unknowingly stumbling towards the scene, he had to distract them. "Harry, look out." Harry blinks, before suddenly being shoved to the ground by Xavier before he can even turn around. A loud roar then echoes throughout the air, before the monster suddenly lunges from the darkness and takes a swing at the boys. Then, a loud slash emits as Harry looks up to see Xavier standing still like something jaw-dropping just happened, but twitching uncontrollably. "Xavier," he calls his best friend by his name as he stands up, shaking. "Xavier, what's wrong?" Before he can even answer, Xavier takes a step backward, which causes him to abruptly fall down onto the grass, prompting Harry to hastily catch his fall. Tyler's Hyde then swiftly hops away from the scene, retreating to his cave to switch back into an exposed human. "Are he being serious right now?" Tyler, now getting a little offended, questions her defensively. "Why would I risk myself and attack Xavier and Harry? Speaking of Harry, he were doing such a good job and not only making me consider him being the monster, that he had a good job at gaslighting him into thinking he did it too." Wednesday half compliments with a bitter venom inside the way she delivers her words. To conclude his little game, he killed Davina right before we all went to the Gates mansion, and planted the unconscious Harry right next to the body. Hearing that Harry is heading towards the Gates mansion, Davina quickly sneaks her way out of the dormitory. However, waiting for her outside the gates is Tyler, who grabs her and bites into her neck, killing her, before then ripping her apart like many of his victims before her. When he transforms back into a human, he dumps her into the trunk of his car before switching back into his clothes. With him still looking clean on the outside, he gets back into his driver's seat, waiting. He texts his master about the dead girl in his car before Wednesday swift TLY appears in front of his passenger window with excellent timing. But then, of course, there was the piece that made he accidentally slip up, being the only one that knew that I had Faulkner's diary. Wednesday concludes, staring menacingly at the frozen Tyler Galpin. I have to hand it to he, Tyler, scratching yourself at the Gates mansion that was an expert. Stroke of misdirection. Okay, stop. Tyler abruptly cuts her off with a raised hand, his tone way too taken aback to be nice anymore. Do he know how insane he sound right now? I'm not a monster, he insists anyway, still sticking to his persona in spite of the facts being presented to him. And if he really thought that I was, why would he risk bringing me out in the woods to confront me alone? Who said I was alone? As soon as those words leave Wednesday's mouth, Tyler looks around to see almost every single member of the Nightshades stepping out of their hiding place to surround him. Bianca Barkley, Ajax Petropoulos, Yoko, some stranger members, and even Kent, who came back to Nevermore for some understandably desired revenge. It was pretty easy to get them along when he convinced them who has Xavier Thorpe's and Davina's blood on their hands. Oh okay, I don't what kind of sick joke he's playing Wednesday, but I'm outta here. Tyler tells her as he ignores all of the outcasts and tries to leave anyway, only Sly. TLY intimidated by her attempt at the "what army" response. Actually, Bianca swiftly steps in her way, and as Tyler glances down at her chest, she realizes that she's not wearing the Pacify necklace. YOURECOMINGWITH us. Quote, within a few seconds, Tyler blinks rapidly as suddenly hit with a wave of exhaustion before staring at Bianca with an obedient nod. Nevermore. Old Art Studio. Bianca snaps his fingers, and him out of his trance. By the time he comes back to his real senses, Tyler finds himself in a chair, surrounded by all of the teens that surrounded him earlier. He tries to move but finds himself heavily bound by chains that only allow him to struggle or bop his head around at best, not able to move hand-leg, or any part of his chest, due to his suspicious of being YDE in which the usual materials won't hold him. Welcome back. Wednesday darkly greets him, as Tyler looks around at all of the paintings that Xavier crafted, left behind after this passing by people that missed him. Where the heck am I? Tyler angrily questions her as he still struggles against his chains, eventually giving up when he acknowledges how well connected they are to the chair. Psalm. Where no one can hear his screams. What's with the chains? Don't ask stupid questions. Wednesday advises him with a judging look, knowing that he knows what they are being used for, to give them enough time for when he starts unlocking the hide's strength. Wednesday. This is crazy, I'm a normie. Tyler still declares, begging her to reconsider whatever the heck she's thinking of. That's only half true. Wednesday corrects him before grabbing a picture on the table that was originally from the trophy display in the hallway. Do he recognize her? She points to the student on the far left. Perhaps if I hadn't been so distracted with my own mother hogging this photo, I would have noticed yours sooner. His father fell in love and married an outcast. Tyler stutters out nonsense in response, before throwing his hands as far up as he can with his binds. Fine, yeah, my mom was an outcast. That doesn't make me a monster. Bullcrap, Kent announces as he almost steps forward to rough the teenager up if it isn't for a few of the Nightshades softly holding him back. He killed our friends and still have the nerve to play innocent about it. He questions him angrily before handing Wednesday a medical paper. According to her personal medical records. Wait, he stole her medical records. Technically, Thing did. He took them from his garage. Wednesday playfully corrects him. This causes Tyler to an emotionally insulted stare. His father is quite the pack rat. Her postpartum depression triggered her condition. My mom had severe bipolar disorder. We both know that's a lie. Wednesday yells in the first time most of the people in this room have ever heard her raise her cold voice at someone, making them all jump. She was a Hyde, and his father has been living his life in dread. Never really quite sure whether or not she passed her condition on to he. All of this makes Tyler's face twitch, likely from his true self threatening to break out with each piece of evidence Wednesday presents. However, he tries to avoid by looking towards the Nightshades. Are he really all just gonna stand there and let her do this to me? Darn straight, jerk. Kent Gr. Owls as he glares into Tyler's skull with a rage that could potentially scare even the killer. He should have calmed down his violent crime boner if he didn't want this to happen. I'm telling I didn't do anything, Tyler emotionally yells, right before a ding comes from Ajax's phone, prompting him to pull it out and check it. Guys, Ajax nervously says, getting everyone's attention. Enid just texted. Thornhill's getting suspicious. He informs them before turning to Wednesday. How long until he morphs into that thing? Weren't he listening to what Wednesday said earlier, Stoner? Kent questions him with a slightly harsh tone, reminding him that there is no time in part of his condition. We either got to drug, or, something, out of him. Beat. Wednesday answers. Yeah, that's it, we beat it out of him. Kent recalls, causing Tyler's eyes to almost go as wide as the hide itself, like a ghost just flew out of his soul. I'm not the monster. He are. Wednesday tells him as she sets the bag she brought with her onto the table, unzipping and going through it. I already mentioned that he were the only person besides Fester and Thing who knew Faulkner's diary was in my room. And there's the fact that unlike everyone else, when he were scratched, he were getting better within seconds. That doesn't prove anything, Tyler shouts at her, but quickly changes his tone when he and everyone else sees her pulling out a saw from the bag and setting it down. Wait, hold on. Bianca holds out a hand, even her getting creeped at the sight of a threatening tool. He's not actually going to, quote, torture him until his hide gets angry and breaks loose. Wednesday easily finishes the siren sentence for her. Yes, I am. Don't worry, I won't leave a mark. Wednesday, hold on. Wait, are he? Question mark quote. Ajax utters, looking at her as if she's the crazy one. Are he being serious? What? Are he getting soft, Ajax? Kent questions him with a raised brow, on of the few that isn't all that squeamish of this option. No, bro, I agree, Tyler is a pretty messed up guy and we need to expose him. Ajax makes that clear as he points to the accused Galpin. But, I don't think torturing the dude is the right thing to do. This bastard killed Davina, Kent snaps with a burning rage as he points at Tyler, who has the balls to shake his head in denial. We can't just let him off the hook that easily. But by stooping to his level, there's only one thing that a hide understands. Wednesday states with a knowing tone, and she is obviously the one who isn't shying away from using the only option they have available to trigger a response. Pain. Wednesday. Wait. Instead of listening, Wednesday grabs the taser from her collection and presses it against Tyler's neck before pressing on the button hard, causing him to let out a deafening scream of agonizing pain. This effectively succeeds in making one side of the Nightshades change their mind. That it. I'm out, Yoko declares as he throws her hands up and books it out of the shed, the other Nightshades doing the same thing. No, Ajax shakes his head, having the same idea. Wait, Bianca calls out too, but all of them are too scared to follow through with his and leave one by one, all except for Kent. Wednesday, I didn't sign up for this. Let's go to Weems, explain everything. Weems won't help, Wednesday answers knowingly, having lost all full trust in that woman since she put Nevermore's reputation over her students' pain. And Tyler is always one step ahead of his father. She adds before pulling out a second taser. Wednesday, hey, if he's so shaky to do what needs to be done, feel free to walk away. Kent tells her with a serious glare, taking the second taser without even blinking. Bianca blinks at them both multiple times before understanding that she can't talk them down. Then he's on his own. Bianca tells them before being the last one to leave. What are? Tyler stutters as he looks towards the fleeing siren. Wait, no, don't leave me here with her, please. I'm begging please. He begs them with a desperate voice, but the girl closes the door behind her, leaving him with the two vengeful students. Guys, wait, he barely gets 2 words in before Kent takes his turn to jab his neck with the electricity, causing him to bulk up in pain. Arg, no, why did he play all of the games? Wednesday interrogates him, as Tyler looks up at them while breathing heavily from all of the sudden shocks they give him. If he knew I was after why didn't he just kill me and Harry? Wednesday, wait, Tyler tries pleading innocent, which only earns him another painful shock from her. letting him know how the animatronics at the pizzeria felt. "Ah, stop that. He used my distrust of others and the fact he were the only one that could help my original plan to escape Nevermore against me." Wednesday points out, everything he's done and said made sense. He was too good to be true because he wasn't. He was just isolating her from the others by being way too helpful. If it weren't for me and Harry would have figured everything out sooner. Wait, is this what this entire jigsaw stunt is all about? He think this is about Harry? Tyler questions them with a bewildered face, looking at her like she just declared mass genocide on everyone. Wednesday, he is a sociopath. He was trying to turn he into his plaything. I wanted to keep he away from him because I care. He's interrupted by another shock from her. Arg. Quote, he never did than what Have tried to do 1,000 times. He didn't see me as just a girl to win over. Wednesday tells him as she leans close until they're face to face, causing him to shudder under her glare. Starting now, he's not getting anywhere near him. He are crazy. Tyler spits at her, glancing between the two people he sees as sickos. Both of I thought he already knew that. Kent quips with a blank stare, as Tyler frantically shakes his head, begging them to snap out of this Dexter Morgan-inspired mission of theirs. Harry is the monster. He literally confessed to it this morning. Tyler brings up, seeing that is the real proof. He both need to. His constant blabbering earns him an even longer, painful shock from the two of them, both at once. ARRRRRGGGGGH. Ah, stop, please. He starts crying in front of them. Who is Laurel Gates, and what is she using he for? Wednesday interrogates him a second time, getting the feeling that he should get the hint to actually answer the question this time. Guys, please. Tyler, the body parts in the basement of the Gates mansion, the ones still intact, what was she collecting them for? Wednesday rephrasing it, her tone indicating that she isn't going to ask the third time. I don't understand, why are he doing this? Oh, come on, that was horrible. We just went 10 minutes explaining why we all know it's he. Kent responds to that with a scolding scoff while Wednesday walks over to grab a new tool from her bag. But then, he hears police sirens blaring outside. Crap, he mutters as he goes to check it out, seeing multiple cruisers getting closer. Wednesday, we gotta go. He took one of the few good things this teenage penitentiary gave me. Wednesday says, practically growling as she pull T. Hats plenty more. Why, where they came from. Harry wasn't a good thing, Wednesday. Ah, screw it. Kent shakes his head as he rushes out of the shed to get away before the cops spot him fleeing the scene. Wait, was he the reason he suddenly left? Tyler realizes as he looks at Wednesday with heartbreak, even though this is not the situation to be getting into so much detail over it. He went to go kiss Harry. So, he do know about what happened. Wednesday calls him out before doing a little trick with the hammer that sends a chill down the captured teen's spine. Let's test his reflexes. Tyler opens his mouth to beg, but then sees the lights of the police cars illuminating off of the windows, footsteps rushing over. I'm in here, he cries out to them right as multiple cops rush through the door. Get away from my son. Galpin loudly roars as he quickly points the gun at Wednesday, causing her to freeze right before the hammer was about to meet Tyler's skull. Drop it, he orders, and the girl turns around with her hands raised to see at least 3 surrounding her at gunpoint. Drop it. With Galpin likely having the emotions to shoot, Wednesday drops the hammer. Jericho. Sheriff's Station. Needless to say, that entire thing didn't exactly go to plan. Wednesday paces around the empty office of the department while she can see Tyler outside the window signing some type of form. Declared fully innocent of any wrongdoing. She has to admit, she envies his ability to play dumb throughout the entire session. If she was in his shoes, she would have broke when she had 2 tasers stunning her at the same time. Well, actually, she would cry tears of joy. Her waiting soon ends when Weems and Galpin walk back into the office, finally returning from their no doubt intense negotiation. Sheriff Galpin isn't pressing kidnapping charges, which is a miracle given the circumstances. She informs her, must be because the man's already been given the feeling of arresting the true murderer. Of course he's not. Wednesday responds as she turns to Galpin with a knowing look, knowing the more than many reasons why he didn't jump that gun. How long have he known? Wednesday, That's enough. Excuse me. Galpin raises a brow at her. When I gave he that claw from the cave, did he already know the truth? Wednesday interrogates him with a pointed look, a pretty bold move given what just happened an hour ago. Harry L.N. is our murderer. He came right into this building and turned himself in. Galpin states confidently, giving Wednesday a not-so-pleased reaction. His violent past involving that girl in the woods and the evidence of every one person he killed backs it up. He reveals, dropping the bag belongings onto the desk, a chill going down the girl's spine when she sees them. Harry knew about these and didn't tell her. He begged he not to get dragged into this, which is the only reason I'm giving he one last pass. Tyler is going to turn on he, too. Galpin abruptly slams his fist on the table, her warning hitting a venerable spot. Get out. He growls at her, not going to ask again. Wednesday tilts her head before finally getting the message, turning to the room. Weems stays behind to assure the sheriff one last time. Sadly, she's forced to go down the same hallway Tyler is standing in. Wednesday. Wait. Tyler quickly calls out to her, breaking his conversation with Richie to catch up with her. Tyler. Galpin yells, instantly seeing this and stepping in between them in a protective stance. No. What are he doing? I need to talk to her, Dad. She was my friend. Tyler pleads with Donovan, apparently still wanting to have a one-on-one with her despite the brutality he just faced under her wrath, something that the sheriff is understandably hesitant to grant. We're in a police station, what's gonna happen? Donovan clenches his jaw, glances between him and Wednesday with a conflicted expression, but thankfully for him, he has an excuse to be in his office right now. Make it quick. He reluctantly accepts before stepping back to privately talk with Principal Weems. With his permission, Tyler now slowly walks towards Wednesday, who stands perfectly still so no one gets the right idea about any kind of movement that she does. What do he want? She harshly asks, making him stop to ask a question. Tyler replies with a hand that assures her that's all he wants, not to start some type of chaotic brawl. What does it feel like? Wednesday blinks, not expecting something along those lines. What feel like? Tyler's expression then slowly changes, no longer having a sense of unaware bewilderment, now it's replaced with a sanguine enjoyment. To lose? He asks her, mocking her horribly failed attempt to get him to fess up. Wednesday's black heart drops as he takes slow menacing steps towards her, saying things only she will get to hear. He know, at first, I'd wake up exposed, covered in blood, no idea what happened. But over time, I started to remember everything. The sound of their screams, the panic in their eyes, and a fear so primal I could taste it and it was delicious. He whispers, shaking with absolute delight. I applied those symptoms to Harry, who knew how they work, so by the time he realizes that nothing is coming to his mind, he'll be behind bars thanks to the confession he signed. It was the easiest frame job I could ever pull off. He boasts with a sadistic glee in his voice, before abruptly grabbing the girl by the shoulders and pulling her closer, making her feel the breath tickling her ears. He have no idea what's coming. What do mean? He knows how the symptoms work. Wednesday asks back in a whisper after a few seconds, Tyler being the first one. That sucked the words out of her mouth for a moment there. However, the boy doesn't say anything, he just walks away. Standing alone in the hallway, being the only one who heard and will know that confession, Wednesday seethes. Sheriff's office. Cell block. How much time has passed? Has it become the next day yet? Has anyone ever noticed that he turned all of his possessions and evidence he collect to the police and signed his confession for the little cherry on top? Are the chains bolted to the floor, keeping from getting too close to the cell bars gonna make him sore later? Does the fact that he can't even touch the cell bars make him cry a little inside? Does it really matter? He did it. He killed himself for the sake of justice. Everything's going to be fine. Everything is going to be fine. But then something shifts in the air, and this time, Harry is able to see it coming. I know he's there. Harry lets Wednesday know as she once again appears out of the shadows, still committed to that little hobby of hers. He's currently sitting on the floor, looking down at nothing, his voice as dead as he is inside. He don't have to wait for me to look up. He seemed to have lost his sense of fun. Wednesday comments blankly as she stands right behind of the cell bars, staring down at him. She hopes he didn't lose his sense of humor as well. Harry just lets out a tired sigh in response. Something tells me he's not supposed to be in here. Thing is distracting the guards and looping the cameras. Wednesday replies calmly, confirming the fact that she's pretty much risking her future just by standing in here. But something tells me we don't have much time. All to visit the boy he kissed. Harry questions before uttering a very weak chuckle that she's able to hear, confirming that he's still himself even if she can't see his face. I'm flattered, but he shouldn't have. He's being gaslighted, Harry. Wednesday tells him, making sure it stays very serious so it doesn't sound like she's desperately making this up to plead with him. Tyler used the both of us to frame he as the Hyde and Kinbot as his master. Harry hums slightly, as if not fully believing her at first. How did he know all this? I confronted Tyler who eventually confessed it to me. Though, it has earned me my expulsion since I'm the only one who heard it. Wednesday making Harry look up and allow him to see his face one more. He looks so pathetic, but she's determined to help him out. I need his help. He have to confront Tyler. He have to find a way to take his confession back. Stop. Harry cuts her off with a raised hand. Shaking his head. Why should I? Nothing is going to change if I leave this cell or not. He states, perplexing Wednesday who thought he would be relieved to be proven wrong. Harry, he don't understand. No, he don't understand. Harry interrupts as he stands up, looking at her with a face that seems both sympathetic and sad for her. He don't get it. I am a killer. I am a Hyde. My biological parents were Hydes. One of theirs was a Hyde. I was born into this. He finally reveals to her, making Wednesday stare at him blankly until she finally understands the full context of what he's saying. Even if Tyler is the murderer, what difference does it make? I almost killed he at the Gates mansion. There's so many moments where I just want to. He closes his eyes with a pained art brush painted on them. Hurt the other people that has crossed him. I have been judged by every single person that can exist, and this entire time, they were all right. My kind deserves nothing but death. He roars, banging his fists against the ceiling. Death, death, death. After he lets it all out his system, a few emotional tears dripping down his cheeks from it, He looks back at Wednesday while breathing heavily. She is taking a long moment to process all of this, understanding that Harry isn't lying. He's been a Hyde this whole time and that was the reason he always acted weird when she wasn't. That doesn't matter, she then eventually says, causing Harry to look at him with raised brows. I, too, have been judged, called names, some of them true, some of them exaggerations. And some completely underestimating my talents. But I never let anyone stop me, and he can't let them stop he too. She declares, stepping closer until her hand is resting against the cell's handle. I need his help. No, he really don't. Harry retorts with a bittersweet shake of his head, knowing that Wednesday Addams will be much stronger than he ever will be in 1,000 years. If she ever ends up living that long thanks to whatever technology gets created at that time. If I'm in here, then he'll be alive. He'll take the train out of here, and he'll be alive, and that's all I really have left. He claims with a small shrug. Don't. Wednesday demands as she tries to make a stern glare, but finds herself unable to maintain it with Harry's eyes. Screw it, this will sound of character. But she has to say it without a menacing phrase behind it. This entire time, I thought love was a weakness, but the truth is, if it wasn't for he, I would have given up 10 minutes ago when Weems expelled me. If he give up now, he's only doing it for yourself, not us. She then does something even more surprising. She reaches through the bars with her other hand, reaching towards him. Harry looks down at it, his mind racing in multiple directions, but one of them leading to his palm also being opened as it tries to reach for hers as well, but the chains pull him back. Her fingers are inches away from physical touch, but he just can't reach her, all because he's in this cell. Defeated, Harry drops his hand to his hip. Then I guess the world has a really sadistic sense of humor. He quips with sorrow before he slowly sits himself back down to the floor, into the same position he was originally in. Wednesday glances down, wishes she wasn't feeling heartbroken right now. Because a black heart usually grants her the gift of not feeling something inside. She eventually leaves, seeing that Harry has fully given up. He glances up to watch her leave one last time. Guilt laced in his eyes before he drops his head again. What the heck is he even doing? New chapter. I'm really tired as I'm writing this, so I'm just gonna say this once again, thank he. For everyone reading this at this point. We're now at the final episode, and the final episode means that, as he saw with this final scene, everything is being tested. I know some might say that putting Harry in the cell is going to make him incredibly passive throughout this part of the plot, but don't worry, I'm not gonna have him feeling sorry for himself for too long. He'll be out much faster than Xavier in the canon episode. Part 2. Nevermore. Ophelia Hall. In this infamous clock tower room of Ophelia Hall, there is no longer Wednesday's side of it anymore, as her stuff is now all over the place ready to be put into steamer trunks. In spite of what she tried to do, Wednesday was expelled for the sake of Nevermore still being around and Sheriff Galpin not pressing charges for torture, physical assault, possible trauma, kidnapping, all etc., etc. She doesn't regret it one bit, but she'll admit that she underestimated Tyler's subterfuge. She looks over at the typewriter Harry got for her on her desk, bringing a now bittersweet emotion inside of her, the good kind of bittersweet, but still bittersweet nonetheless. She puts it in her special typewriter-sized suitcase and closes it with a click. Enid sheepishly helps her pack up, but can't help but frown every time she glances at her now ex-roommate. I can't believe I'm actually gonna miss his creepy, lifeless eyes waking me up every morning. Enid laments to the dead squirrel who has just suffered through an electric chair he's still strapped to, a single teardrop falling from her eye. It won't be the same without he. Wednesday stares at her, wondering if they switched places for a moment before she just continues on without thinking about it too much. So, I assume he'll be moving in with Yoko, leaving me in the past. She assumes like she doesn't care. Not ever. Enid denies with an emotional shake of her head, likely still going to be staying here for a long time to grieve the loss of the roommate she spent undeniable bonding time with. What about he? Will he forget about me? Wednesday stops and looks at her like she's stupid. Enid, the mark he have left on me is inedible. She confesses to her, anytime I grow nauseous at the sight of a rainbow, or I hear a pop song that makes my ears bleed, I'll be thinking of he. Thanks. Enid gratefully replies, though not while glancing off to the side with a mixed brow. I guess. I always believed that relying on other people to be a sign of weakness, that inevitably they would lead me to disappointment. Wednesday shares with Enid, before mentally letting out a sigh in her head. She puts her books into a trunk, one of the titles making her stop in reflection upon her former self. Turns out I've been the disappointment. Are he kidding me? Enid emits a conflicted laugh. I've learned so much from he. Part of it is admittedly criminal behavior, but most people spend their entire lives pretending to give 0 Fs, and he literally never had an F to give. She compliments with slightly green eyes. Well, except maybe for Harry. I'm really sorry about that, by the way. He made his decision, Wednesday says with a seemingly matter-of-fact tone. But the ex-roommate can tell that she's still hurt by his refusal. However, without his help, there's a 96% decrease of the chance that my possible plan to stay around anyway will eventually work. Wow, he were really starting to depend on them that much, huh? Enid teases a little bit, knowing she'll get away with that remark in spite of Wednesday's small glare. Okay, love teasing aside, he don't a plan that depends on his, independence. I shouldn't force him into something he's given up on. Wednesday replies with a conflicted and partly defeated expression, suspecting that part of her is to blame for her first kiss's downfall. Maybe Rowan was right, if I stay away, nothing bad will happen, to the school, or... She pauses for a brief second, a shake of black around her eyelids. Or him. The V-zone she received comes to mind. They always happen because she tries to act right. Maybe that's TD's why she keeps getting them, they're a warning for her to stop. She doesn't know. All she does know is that as much as she doesn't want to give up, that could be the real weakness, her stubbornness. Still, it kills me to believe that he's behind those bars, and Tyler is walking around free. If he tries anything, we have a school full of gorgons, vampires, and werewolves, ready and waiting. Enid assures Wednesday, confident that they'll be prepared. Though the Raven can't help but glance down, scared to be too optimistic. "We've got this, Wednesday, I promise," she insists before remembering something a little more dove-live. "On a good note, I got a text from Eugene's mom's. He woke up last night, maybe Weems will let he drop by on his way to the station." Cutting into their conversation, Thing hops on a suitcase and snaps his fingers to get their attention, signaling that it's almost time and that the adults are waiting for them. "I think we're all set," Wednesday notes as she closes her last trunk. Enid and the Hand turn to each other. "Thing, I'm going to miss our makeup tutorials," Enid expresses to him with a clear grieving sadness, almost sadder than for Wednesday herself leaving. "And he better keep sending me moisturizing tips," she half demands, before Thing closes his knuckles, allowing them to fist bump. "Stay in touch, okay?" As Thing then hops into her back, he taps a small comment of mourning on her shoulder, relating to Harry. "Agreed, it was a huge mistake," she replies, to which the Hand hastily corrects himself. "Of course, he meant it that way. So, we're gonna." Enid steps forward one more time, spreading her arms out, but like always, Wednesday immediately takes a step back, causing the two of them to freeze before the werewolf accepts it and drops her hands. "He's right. Not hugging is kind of our thing." Wednesday nods and begins heading towards the door. "Oh, and, tell Harry that I'm sorry for the Woods Creep blog," Enid requests. Although she doesn't see it, the Addams girl can tell that she's a little embarrassed. "I know I can't take it back, and stuff. I doubt he'll want me to visit again," Wednesday says with an oddly monotone in spite of how dark that sounded. "But I'll send him a postcard. Written in pig's blood." She then leaves before Enid can ask her not to do that. Nevermore. Hallways. Wednesday marches down the halls, looking at all of the mixed looks she gets as she passes everyone. Some of them nonchalant, some of them looking respectable and maybe even jealous of her, and half are judging her like all of the million other students before them, thinking of her as a weird creature that was somehow given the gift of birth anyway for some strange and unexplainable reason. She walks down the steps with her coat on that blocks the Nevermore crest on her uniform, where she sees the Nightshades talking with each other right down the staircase until they see her, apparently having been waiting for her. Wednesday stops right in front of the group, raising a brow. Bianca steps forward. "The plan wasn't to get he expelled," she explains as all of them share an awkward and sheepish glance. "We're sorry. The Nightshades need to be ready for what's coming, or a lot of people are going to die." Wednesday warns them in a rather blunt manner, causing them all to give her a perplexed look, especially Bianca. Before any of them can ask for more details, they hear rapid footsteps approaching them. "I'm so glad I caught up with he," Thornhill expresses with a grin after jogging up to Wednesday in her red mud boots. She didn't have time to switch out of hole. Ding up yet another plant pot in her hands. "Sheriff Galpin didn't let me see Harry for safety reasons, so I had to distract myself with weeding my wolf's bane, and I completely lost track of time." She glances down with a sad face before quickly fixing it back up. "But I was able to get this parting gift." She hands the pot to Wednesday, who once again is able to easily identify what's rooted into the soil. White oleander, one of nature's deadliest. It also symbolizes destiny and renewal, Thornhill adds, making sure Wednesday pays attention to the point she's actually trying to show with this. "He's a very talented young woman, Wednesday. I can't wait to see what he does next." Hearing her say this makes Wednesday stare at the plant under a different light, though it's still in immense shades of black. "Make sure to give one to Harry, when he's able to," she suggests, to which Thornhill agreeingly nods. "Of course, I'm sure the asylum will accept innocent gifts like that." Wednesday. Ms. Weems loudly says her name, stepping into conversation between them to hint that the clock is ticking. "This time, I'm personally escorting he to his train," she tells her, which she's sure Wednesday is just glad to hear. However, there's one more bridge she has to close the gate for. "I have one final favor. Sheriff's Station. Cell block." Harry is still sitting like that on the floor, RMS on his knees that are up so he can hide his face behind them. He sometimes snaps his fingers to keep the silence from getting painful and tortuous, being able to awaken his inner beast with just it alone. It's very silent today, or maybe he always Just imagined what it would be saying, and blamed it on someone else that wasn't him. Maybe that nightmare in the library was just that, a nightmare. Maybe all that weird stuff with the girl was just some hints that he needs more than just punishment for his crimes. But like he said, does it really matter in the long run? He can't fix what's unfixable. We're going home, so stop screwing around and I'll let he go. He heard about the new kid. The cops. Seriously, my dad is the darn cops. Stop trying to use that card. They said he hurt a girl who rejected him. Trouble found he. Smug boy. Honestly, Tyler and Will had the right idea. Shut up. Why did Weems accept a creep like him? Unless he want my dog. To figure how about his brother's drug problem and get him fired from his job. I know he's the only reason he two are still able to stay in that broke butt house of yours. I bet he $10 he'll get himself expelled by the end of the year. No, wait, 30. He suddenly came out of nowhere and pinned me to the ground, and grabbed at my clothes. What a creep. I will if a girl tells the story. Look, it's the woods creep. How long are he gonna keep that up? A feminine voice whispers through Harry's right eardrum, causing him to look over and see Davina in the neighboring cell. Leaning her shoulder against the bars. He gives Xavier a run for his money when it comes to self-brooding. That's because he didn't kill someone when he lost control for just 1 second. Harry remarks with a dark voice as he brings his head back down, causing Davina to roll her eyes. He know good and well Xavier or anybody else died by his claws. Davina points, knowing full well that the guy knows better. Wednesday literally just told he it was Tyler. That means what else did he think he did that was actually done by? Like I said to Wednesday, what does it matter? Harry asks out loud, rudely interrupting the siren. Wow, you're really hopeless, aren't he? Davina remarks with a shake of her head, her eyes poisoned with disappointment. He know, Wednesday just her crap kicked by everyone because of her mistake. He didn't see her moping around, did he? He hated Wednesday. Yeah, he's darn right. She was a witch and still is. Davina proudly doesn't take back that statement. But she's also his witch. She adds as she points to Harry, who gives her a weird look. Oh, he know what I mean. Tyler could probably kill her because she makes it to the train station, and he couldn't do it because he put yourself in here. Harry jerks his head up and gives her an intense glare, knowing that she should know better than to test his negative emotions like that. What would he do? I can't just turn into the Hulk and save the day. Sure, maybe I'll stop the bad guy, but who's stopped me fruple I just saved? He brings up as he throws his hands while angrily getting up on his feet. Simple. He fight him in an isolated location. Davina answers easily with a shrug, sarcastically rubbing her chin. Like, oh, I don't know the woods. The thing we've been surrounded by since Jericho and Nevermore were created. She points out, before scoffing at him. What happened to the awesome guy the first knew? Hey, Harry. Galpin's voice loudly chimes in before the boy can respond, causing him to turn towards him. Stop talking to yourself and get against the wall, it's time to get he out of here. He informs him with a surprisingly professional look, given the fact that in his mind, Harry almost killed his son. When Harry glances back at where Davina was, he finally remembers that she's dead too. With a depressed sigh, he turns around and presses his head against the wall, allowing Galpin and another deputy to detach the chain from the floor before wrapping them around him like a straitjacket. Once his arms, chest are fully bound, he's then escorted out of the cell block and into the sheriff's personal car. Time to go meet justice. Jericho. Hospital. Weems has granted Wednesday's final request, much to her immense gratitude. But, obviously, she was only able to humble herself down to a grateful nod at best. She's sure the principal was able to feel it though. She is taken to the hospital room of Eugene, which is covered in yellow balloons and bee plushies, likely some CE. Liberation gift from his mother's in response to him being awake right as things looked dire for him. Eugene doesn't notice her stepping into the room at first until he sets down the stuffed bee. Wednesday. He expectedly recognizes with a tiny smile. His face is completely scratched and bruised, but he's able to tell it's her in spite of his lack of glasses. Eugene. Wednesday greets back as she professionally steps towards the side of the bed. Glad to see he's finally awake. I heard he visited me all the time. Don't ever mention it again. Wednesday, playfully, threatens in response to Eugene's teasing remark. Though with her tone, it's hard to tell just how not serious she is. Still, the boy chuckles as he takes that as confirmation. Listen, I've been meaning to tell she begins to apologize, but nervously stutters in the middle of it. I shouldn't have gone to the dance. I should have been with he. When the dance floor calls, he gotta answer. Eugene shrugs with a resp. Aunts that he clearly just made up on the spot. Wednesday lets out a small irritated exhale, though, knowing that she fell for a trick by Tyler who likely used the rave and date just to distract her from the cave and give the perfect distraction for his master to torch the cave. It's not his fault, it's the monsters. He adds to try and help make her feel better, knowing that they would have likely both been attacked if they went together. It's actually called a hide, and it's still out there. Which means he can't go back to Nevermore, not even to check on his bees. Wednesday instructs Eugene WITH a strict glare laced with oddly good intentions. And he have to listen to me this time. I thought Hummers were supposed to stick together. Eugene slowly nods, understanding. However, he then looks down at his lap with a depressed look. So, it isn't true. What everyone is saying, that Harry was the monster and is arrested. He asks with a small bit of hope, but when he sees what Wednesday's eyes say, his undeserved smile quickly fades away. Oh, he's still locked up. He's also a hide, but Tyler confessed to everything. Wednesday tells him with a mixed expression, telling them that it also means no one believes her on that second part though. Harry thinks he's trying to protect us. More like protect he. Eugene calls out with a playful smirk, causing Wednesday to look up and glare at him again. He barely know him. I don't, but it's still rare that anyone ever stood up for me like that time in the shed. Eugene mentions as the mood goes back to the morning part. Saint wish that I could have told him that not everyone saw him as bad before he turned himself in. He expresses regretfully, to which Wednesday agreeingly nods. She did, but it seems like whatever's eating Harry up inside is too much for him to open. He know, that night, in the woods, I don't really remember any of it. I just saw someone wearing black and those boots, he mummers, causing the girl to squint at her. What about her boots? Quote, there was an explosion of light and just for a moment, I saw that they weren't black. Eugene shares with Wednesday, trying his best to play every single detail he remembers about that moment in his mind. They were red. Wednesday slowly nods, not thinking much about it at first. Until she gets the small flashbacks. Nevermore. Conservatory. Okay. We'll get through the flashbacks explaining Wednesday's realization later, but right now, she's found herself back at the Nevermore she left hours ago to move out, now with a whole new purpose in her heart. She watches from behind shelves and school desks as Thornhill stands in front of her own desk where a bunch of her equipment is. The glasses and cylinders are blatantly covered with the bright teal color of nightshade, all except one, which Wednesday witnesses her sucking some into a dropper and applying it into the plate, turning it into an incredibly darker shade of green. Then, she fills up a syringe with it. Having seen enough, the girl calmly whistles, causing Thornhill to snap her body around with a gasp. Yes, he got to see her sudden appearing act from her point of view. He's very welcome. Wednesday. The teacher breathlessly says her name in genuine shock, having been caught off guard. I thought he'd be halfway to New Jersey by now. He can drop the act, Laurel. Wednesday bluntly responds with a blank stare, causing Thornhill to blink rapidly at her accusation. I should have known it was he, but I had no idea Harry was a hide until now. Then the motherly act have been feeding him would have given he away sooner. Faking his death, securing a job at Nevermore, unlocking a hide. Typically I have great admiration for well-executed revenge plots, but yours was a bit extreme even for my high standards. She remarks, only giving her entire plan a half compliment since it involved ruining other students' lives. She couldn't have just stuck to the killing part. Oh, dear, Weems was right. Thornhill shudders as she turns around with the attempt at a dismissive shake of her head. If her real identity wasn't already so obvious. He do need psychiatric help. He can't throw out wild accusations like that without consequences. She scolds her as she casually picks up a tray carrying her stuff and moves it to the neighboring desk like some normal day of work tea. Hat doesn't involve her making nightshade poisoning. They may be wild, but they're true. Wednesday responds with confidence, knowing that this time, she is the opposite of wrong. She just made a few rookie mistakes along the way. That's all. Tyler told me everything, she reveals, causing Thornhill to turn around with a squint as the Galpin kid himself steps out from behind the cover of plants, silently nodding in confirmation. Let me guess, given his profession, he used a plant-derived chemical, am I wrong? She deduces, making the teacher scoff at her. I know his father kept tabs on all the outcasts in town. So I assume he told he all about the Galpin family secret when he were just a girl. That's why he targeted Tyler. Wednesday gives her a blank look before glancing at her temporary companion. Miss Thornhill, this is Tyler Galpin. Thornhill says it for her, showing that she knows completely who the barista is. The boy blinks before snapping his fingers in recognition. Yeah, double cap, no foam. 2 pumps of sugar-free vanilla. Tyler references as he points at her, remembering her as well. Thornhill chuckles in confirmation. It's a small town, hard to keep secrets. He manipulated him by showing him what his mother truly was. Wednesday's obvious tactic that made it all too easy for Thornhill, she bets. Now, what Tyler didn't realize is that the truth wouldn't free him. It would enslave him to he. Now that was scary at first, so he used the cave and the shackles, but eventually he willing became his servant. And when Kinbot came close to discovering the truth, he had Tyler kill her and pin it on Harry. The only person that didn't do exactly what he planned was him. Harry gets off of the bike with the face he had on while standing in front of Wednesday still on. Just slightly more blank, he walks towards a car, where she sees a woman getting out. It's Ms. Thornhill. Hey, Harry, are he okay? The woman asks the boy in a seemingly worried voice, walking up to him the second she steps out of the car. Yeah, I'm fine, stop worrying about it. Harry quickly assures her again with a fake chuckle, looking around but seemingly not able to spot Wednesday or Fester. Can we talk? Of course. Thornhill accepts with a calm smile as she gestures towards the passenger seat. What's wrong? She asks him, but Harry's voice gets muffled when he starts talking while getting inside the car. Wednesday lowers her watching device with a curious squint. Having knowledge of hides, it wasn't rocket science for he to deduce who Harry was, didn't he? He was supposed to be the backup in case Tyler ever went rouge, or if he ever got caught. Wednesday correctly assumes, causing Thornhill to give her some type of appalled face. That's why he did everything possible to make Harry suffer. Mother, kill Xavier on his way out. Tyler glances up through the doors of all the screaming Raven kids as he types out a reply. He, OMW. Freddy gasps as he struggles against the hold, by the person in the backseat has the clear advantage as the wire squeezes his jugular tightly, pressing his lungs together by every millisecond. He gags and chokes as he tries to break free, his feet kicking against the floorboard and hands desperately pulling at the wire, but eventually, his strength gives out. His head slowly slumps onto the steering wheel, making it honk. When he stops moving, Thornhill feels his pulse and sees it unreactive, prompting her to pull him into the back and take the driver's seat. She drives away without anyone realizing what's happening. Without the kids in the Gate mansion, Thornhill takes the body of Davina into a body bag and brings it with her. She eventually finds Harry post-transformation, laying down on the dirt and mud completely exposed. She drops the body of Davina and unzips the bag, expertly sliding it down. She smears everything she can with her gloves on the dead kid, making him believe that he is the one who committed this nasty crime. She then walks away with a sadistically pleased smirk on her face. I'm sure when Harry called, he were expecting him to use he as a shoulder to cry on, giving he the perfect window to be his slave. Wednesday concludes, lifting her knowing chin up a tiny bit. But I guess that didn't work out. That's enough. Thornhill snaps and quickly cuts off her unnecessary monologue, taking off her glasses with an annoyed scoff which makes Wednesday almost look offended by her reaction. Tyler, honey, make Mama happy and shut her up, permanently. She requests Tyler with a smile, causing the boy to blink at her wide-eyed as if not expecting such a request. He's not on his side. Tyler will do anything for me. Just like how Harry threw himself into the cells for me. Thornhill boasts to Wednesday with a sanguine smirk, walking past her and towards the boy himself. Remember what I told he. I showed he who he really are, and what they did to his mother. The outcasts made he a monster. She reminds the kid as she touches her face in a motherly manner, while glancing cockily at her as if demonstrating her dominant power. If he only hate outcasts, why is he killing normies as well? They're just pawns in a bigger game, just like he Wednesday. Thornhill responds with a sadistic glee to her smile. Once again, he and Harry underestimated the situation. Without a monster, Harry is too soft for him to have killed anyone. And he were never getting on that train. I sent Tyler to intercept he. I never made it to the station. Wednesday retorts, causing Thornhill to squint at her confused. She looks over at Tyler. Heard enough? She asks as Thornhill turns around to Tyler growing a few feet taller until he morphs back into Weems, causing her to go wide-eyed as she realizes she's fallen for a ruse. His slave is probably still at the station. Please don't mock. This more difficult than it already is, Marilyn. Weems quietly pleads to Thornhill with a disappointed look, having wished she was wrong about her. However, the redhead clenches a fist as she reacts. He's into her pocket where she hid her syringe. My name is Laurel. Before anyone can react, she swiftly stabs Weems in the neck with it, injecting everything inside her veins. The principal gasps before falling to the floor, causing Wednesday to run over to her, only to see that she's already dead. Heavy stuff, isn't it? Thornhill jokes with a shaky breath, causing Addams to look up as the tiak. Her boldly tastes once left on the needle with a small grumble. Look at that, completely harmless to normies. This was the Craven family's final version of the poison that only I know of. So did Mr. Craven, until I slit his throat. Now, all I have to do is simply toss this stuff into the entire school, and no more problem. He won't get away with this. Wednesday promises, causing Thornhill to smirk as if the girl told a slightly funny joke. Of course, I will. She confidently responds before she knocks the girl out with a shovel. However, little does she know, Thing was also watching the entire thing. And quickly flees about. The confirmed mastermind sees him sprinting away. He needs to get help. Wilderness Street. The ride to wherever place the town of Jericho has been told to ESC. Ort him to for the safety of everyone else has been quiet. Not a peaceful, or tense quiet, it's just quiet. Harry has been staring out of the same window for the past hour, since the other side P. Ready much gives him the same view anyway. Trees, and more stupid trees. Galpin has also been silent during the drive in a way that feels noticeable, the way he sometimes glances at his prisoner through the rear view mirror. Does it hurt? Galpin suddenly asks, eventually breaking the silence. Every time he transforms into that thing. He explains, referencing the pictures he saw on the squatter's camera. Harry breaks his hour-long staring out the window to glance at him, getting the feeling that the question is being asked for clarity's sake, but clarity for what, he's not exactly sure. I'm used to it, he simply responds before he turns back towards the window. That's only half true, but he can say for sure that he's practiced breathing techniques and such that help deal with the worst parts of it. I witnessed a Hyde's transformation once. Galpin calmly shares with Harry as he puts his eyes back on the road, admittedly getting the kid's undivided attention. It wasn't pretty, I can tell he that. If it wasn't for a werewolf and vampire, she would have killed me people including me. Harry asks with a raised brow, catching onto that small detail. However, Donovan doesn't respond, not wanting to get that deep into it. Still, he's clearly haunted by the sight of Hyde's, which probably explains why he already knew how to use those chains earlier. Let's just say he remind me of someone, he tells him. Right before he hears his radio suddenly buzzing in with him barely able to catch Rich calling his job title. Santiago, what's up, Sheriff? We got a situation. Rich reports to the man with a very serious and somewhat frantic tone of voice. Eugene Ottinger's mom just called, frantic. Something's going on at Nevermore. She tells him, which even Harry can hear, causing him to listen in on their convo. Get a couple cars over there, ASAP. That's just it, I can't. The tires of all the squad cars have been slashed, every darn one of them. Rich tells him with a tired sigh, seemingly having been running around to try and find one available to no avail. Harry blinks as he hears this. That kind of feat can only be done with a monster outcast's claws. But all werewolves should be in their cages at this time, and the only other one he knows that could do it is. But that's impossible, I've been in here in my cell this whole time. Ha, RRY points out the obvious with a confused voice, causing Galpin to glance at him with this jaw clenched, knowing that he's the only one that can respond now. Alright, I'm on my way, Galpin says as he turns the car right around back towards Nevermore. After half an hour of more driving, Galpin gets a beep from his phone, and for some reason pulls it out despite being behind the wheel. Whatever he sees makes him abruptly turn the car to the side of the road and put it in park. What's going on? Harry questions him with a raised brow. He didn't pee before we started driving. Shut it, Galp embarks in response for his horribly timed joke, causing Harry to lean back into his chair with a sigh as he watches the cop get out of the car and leave him in the back. Great more waiting, just when he thought he was finally done with the waiting. He idly looks around until he hears a soft, muffled thud from behind, causing him to slowly turn around and see a stitched walking hand crawling around the back of the car. Thing, Harry utters with a confused look, not sure why he's here. He watches as his frenemy crawls over and opens the door for him. What are he doing? Harry questions his savior with an oddly placed weird look. Given that Thing just pulled him out of a bind. Didn't Wednesday tell he what I said to her earlier? He points out, but the hand signs that he doesn't care about his self-guilt-tripping baloney. Okay, I didn't freaking ask he. I'm not gonna help. He quickly shuts up when Thing tells her the real reason he's come to free him. Wednesday has been captured by Marilyn after she tried to confront her about the Hyde business. Ms. Thornhill, Harry utters with a bewildered. But no, she wouldn't. He stutteringly tries to deny it, but the hand inforks that it's true and that Addams has been taken hostage by her. Harry glances down for a brief moment, but he doesn't need to think about it too long as he nods before stepping out, allowing Thing to help get the chains off of him. Lead the way, and here's the new chapter. Sorry for anyone that was expecting a fast chapter or something. Now that I'm at episode 8, I'm trying to take my time so I don't forget something important. For example, I meant to include the scene where Harry turns himself in at the end of episode 7, not at the beginning of 8. I was really tired at that time, and kind of a moron, lol. Anyway, the last 2, maybe 3, wink, wink parts are going to be a little crazy, so get ready for those. Well, there's an epilogue too, but he get what I'm trying to say. I told he I wasn't going to have Harry be locked up so quickly. That was mostly just to mirror Xavier and to show how smitten we are for Wednesday now. Anyway, Part 3, Raven's Island. Crackstone's Crypt. Well, this seems familiar, doesn't it? He would think that after almost getting hazed by his crush's dormmate's best friends that he would learn to predict things coming to knock out his lights. Yes, she's aware she mentioned that she wasn't afraid of the dark, but now isn't exactly a good time to try and get used to it, especially when she has to wake up to see the actual Tyler Galpin's face. Wasn't exactly part of her retirement plan. Kind of a deja vu thing we got going on, huh? Tyler jests her situation mockingly, apparently thinking the same thing, or maybe he's thinking about the chains in the cave. Except I won't cry and whine like a child. Wednesday coldly spits back almost instantly, wiping the smirk off of the Hyde's face. She feels something hot pouring down her face, likely BL. Eating from her forehead after getting hit hard with that shovel. He talk big, but he's forgetting about one little detail that could be saving he right now. Tyler points out as he leans directly into Wednesday's face, glaring deeply into her eyes with a fury that could send a chill down even her cold spine. My dad's taken his Stefan Salvatore all the way out of town, no one's coming to slam someone onto a table for he. I think he overestimate his chances, and his strength. Wednesday retorts with a seemingly calm exterior, or maybe she's just doing a really good job at hiding he. Our fear, excitement at the anticipation of whatever's going to happen next. Harry's 10 times the man he are. He'll just end up embarrassing yourself like those boys. She reminds him of what happened at the Harvest Festival. To which Tyler scoffs. Sad we'll never get to see. Tyler. Thornhill loudly calls out his name, putting an end to their petty feud. The two teens turn to her messing with the coffin in the middle of the crypt. The one that belongs to Joseph Crackstone himself, laying on a crypt. The lighting of the blood full moon shines on her in a way that ironically feels like someone's casting a mirror on her. Go wait by the boat. Yes, listen to his master and be a good little hide. Wednesday mockingly encourages, causing Tyler to snap towards her with a heated glare. However, he can't disobey, so he shoulders past her out the door, but not before backhanding her right cheek, which echoes across the entire room. The bell's been rung, his time's running out, I promise. Tyler tells her with a small growl, before raising a finger with a tiny smirk. Ding, 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 ding. He pretends to ring a bell like he's Hector Salamanca as he exits the tomb. I have to admit, that shape-shifting stunt with Weems almost worked. Thornhill pretends to compliment as she grabs a stack of Tesla coils and sets them down on the many jars of body parts she's collected over the past few months as if they were lids. But as my father always said, if he wanna outsmart an outcast, have got to outthink him. She quips with a soft chuckle as she inserts the second to last one, now stepping towards Wednesday. He know, we have roots that go all the way back to Joseph Crackstone. So he come from a line of psychotic killers too. Wednesday notes almost as if it was a compliment, which only presses on the woman's buttons. Joseph Crackstone was a visionary dedicated to protecting normies from outcasts until his life was cut short by his ancestor, Goody Addams. Thornhill barks at her, saying the psychic's ancestor's name with absolute disdain. And then to add insult to injury, they stole his land to build that abomination of a school. She snaps before realizing that she's shouting at an ignorant child, taking a deep swallow to calm herself down, focusing on her important work. But throughout the centuries, my family has remained committed to Crackstone's mission. My brother died serving that cause, I decided to take a different approach. She reveals to Wednesday as she screws the last coil onto the final jar, allowing the girl to put 2 and 2 together. Tyler's been collecting all of these body parts to resurrect Crackstone, the one man who nearly succeeded in eradicating the outcasts, which he also did using a hide, Harry's own ancestor no less. Thornhill confirms with a happy grin filled with excited glee, stepping towards the coffin itself for one last step. Isn't that such a literally definition of history repeating itself? He can't wake the dead. Believe me, I've tried. I believe his ancestor Goody Addams would disagree. Thornhill playfully responds as he pulls out a large book from the top of the coffin, which Wednesday instantly recognizes. Goody's Book of Shadows. Wednesday mummers, before her eyes go wide in realization. He's the one that stole the original from Pilgrim World. It wasn't enough for Goody to kill Crackstone. She had to. Thornhill notes with a bittersweet glance towards the coffin. Cursed by the same bound that defeated the demonic being known as Revrax. However, our ancestor can only be freed by the death of another Addams. She explains in a way that makes Wednesday glance down. Here the key, Goody Addams whispered to her. And that's why his hides never tried to kill me. Wednesday manages to deduce with all of this information, making Thornhill smile. Still as bright as ever, aren't he? Glad isn't only for the conservatory. Thornhill remarks with a sanguine expression on her face, signaling what's not exactly the best of news for Wednesday. On the night of a blood moon, the bloodlock enchanting Crackstone's sarcophagus will be able to be picked. So, I bided my time, made he and Harry feel special. She explains, until her lips creep into a deadly smirk. Until he were ready to be sacrificed. Oh, well, why didn't she just mention that from the start? It would have worked right away. What does Harry have to do with this? Wednesday queries, noticing the way Thornhill mentioned his name. I doubt he cares so much about Tyler that he needed a fall guy for him. She remarks, making the woman almost giggle in response. Oh, Wednesday he think Joseph was the first one who tried to erase outcasts from existence. Nevermore. Wilderness. By leading the way, thing has been on top of Harry's shoulder while trying to be his quest marker pointing him where to go. However, even with being given a fixed route, it feels like he's making as much progress as someone Ho thinks that they literally have to go straight towards the marker in order to get there as fast and safely as possible. He almost trips on a branch that threatens to make him repeat Ajax's mannerisms. I keep forgetting how much of Mother Nature is around us, Harry mutters in slight frustration as he stands from his knees, that part of his pants having been soaked in dirt at this point. He sure we're going the right way? He asks Thing once again to make sure, who once again just angrily taps on his shoulder that he's sure. Yeah, so do I, but he's not exactly giving, relatable, or however the heck he say that stupid phrase. Quote, he sighs as he keeps following Thing's directions anyway, in spite of his feelings, during which, he feels more tapping on his shoulder. What? He half responds while trying to walk, allowing him to mention the raven. What about it? Harry questions the hand who then apologetically brings up the dancing from earlier. Oh, that, he know what, don't fret about it too much. To be honest, I thought Tyler was a better match also, I was just being petty over something. Guess he somehow had us all fooled. He keeps walking until he eventually gets to what Thing was apparently leading him to. The Nevermore Peo Cup docks. Tell me he's joking. We are not going to sneak into ravens from the lake side of the island, that's crazy. Harry emphasizes with an almost horrified look as if he was some kind of special vampire, to which the hand confirms that that is indeed his plan. I hate he pulls out one of the old boats and much to his slight pain, drags it over until he pushes it into the lake. Special privileges, my rear, he complains. Before he stands up straight and reaches into his pants only to remember that these clothes are all he has. Shoot, we should have stopped for Chloe. He's interrupted by Thing abruptly tossing his phone towards him, making Harry catch it by instinct. Where did? The student begins to question it, with a slow head turn. But the hand shrugs as if saying that it's Donovan's. Oh, cool, thanks for adding thievery to my list of potential charges. The teen nods sarcastically, before typing a half-stranger's number in. Thankfully, the girl instantly picks up. Hello, who leaked my number again? Enid, it's me. Harry quickly introduces himself, automatically making the girl to expectedly go silent at the mere sound of his voice. Listen, Wednesday's been captured by Thornhill. She's the real bad guy behind this, or bad woman, or whatever. She killed Weems. WW what? WWW Weems. Quote, he need to warn everyone in Nevermore. Get the whole darn body out of Dodge. Whatever's going in, Thornhill and Tyler are going to execute it tonight. Harry tells her strictly, glancing over across the lake. And before if he run into him. The guy wearing a sweater and pajama pants is me. Oh okay, got it. Enid quickly says with a small stutter, and Harry is right about to hang up until he hears a smacking sound coming from the other end. Hey. Stop it. Harry blinks until he finally realizes what's happening. Enid, please tell me Ajax is not his room and has been giving he head during this entire convo. He pleads with his fingers pinching his nose. ... So, what's with the pajama? Harry instantly hangs up with a mental sigh, sharing a look with Thing. Well, that explains the constant stuttering. Well, it is a full blood moon. He mentions with a shrug, not really in a position to blame anyone anyway. The hand also shrugs his wrist, thinking the same thing. They then get onto the boat, with Harry making sure he grabs his paddle before hopping on. However, as he begins urgently stroking, they notice a certain problem. Hey, he were aware he's things always expect 4 people to be rowing, weren't he? He brings up, causing Thing, who's awkwardly sitting and watching him, to just shrug. The boy sighs, already tired. Welp, enjoy the ride. Raven's Island. Crackstone's crypt. Thornhill, who we're still going to call that because no one here wants to honor her by using her real name, steps over and disconnects the chains from the bar. before dragging Wednesday towards Joseph's resting place against her will. She tries her best to struggle for the sake of mild rebellion, but the woman eventually forces her hand against the blood lock. There, she takes out a dagger and doesn't waste a single minute before slicing Wednesday's palm open, pressing it against the seal. Soon, the thing starts burning out heat, causing the girl to gasp in pain as her hand gets scorched by the blood lock. She tries to pull it back, but it's like some kind of force is magnetizing her flesh against this magical restraint. By the time it's finally done, Wednesday accidentally sends herself onto the floor with a rough thud, prompting Thornhill to then grab the girl by the chains again and drags her to a random pillar she sets her down on. She tries to get herself back up, but the bleeding from her forehead has all but drained her energy, and she's coughing like a mess. The blood moon's light reflects off the circular window on the ceiling, shining onto the sarcophagus. Thornhill watches in awe before excitedly grabbing the Book of Shadows and opens it up, double and triple checking that she's on the right page before she reads the words. Cum luna rubra tixer it. She repeats what was engraved in this very tomb. While she's doing that, Wednesday reaches into her pocket to find one of her many hidden knives still on her person. Bless the darkness. She tries to mess with the keyhole of her chains while Thornhill is still reading the spell out loud. Resurge, resurge, resurge. The woman concludes passionately before dropping the book, prompting all of the liquid inside of the jars to start glowing. Though it's not to highlight the many people she's killed, it's because the symbols around the sarcophagus in a circular shape are lighting up. Once they're all lit, the window above to start flashing as if there was thunder crashing outside. Soon, the lock starts spewing out rays of electricity which the coils absorb, causing liquid inside to bubble dramatically while it crackles. Black smoke then slowly erupts from the sarcophagus itself, slowing opening, yet the display is enough to draw all eyes towards it. Thornhill watches in awe as the smoke joins together until it creates a tall figure, a pilgrim in zombie skin. Joseph Crackstone, alive and well. Wednesday looks up at the man with a blank face, but the legally blonde like horror inside of her. Seeing this feels like Rowan's mother's prediction is slowing coming to live, and that bad terrible she was feeling turned out to be true. I am of his blood, Thornhill pronounces herself to the pilgrim who turns to her. I have summoned he to rid the world of outcasts once and for all. Joseph looks around with a small hum, curious about how much time has passed. Where is my slave? He queries, as if having expected Chax to be brought to live with him. His voice is a little raspier than what Wednesday remembers, but when he's laying day for 100 years, it's doubtful that anyone's going to siphon he any water. They cremated him after he were defeated. Losing he as his master made him soft and guilt-ridden as if his cause wasn't just. Thornhill regrettably answers. Maybe Joseph growled, but with only a slight irritation at the circumstances. It's no matter, he won't need him anyway. But I know better. The pilgrim stares at her for a couple seconds before extending his hand towards her, and Thornhill glances at his ring connected to her ridiculously long-nailed fingers, which she quickly bows down and kisses it for allegiance. My vengeance will be swift and true. As will mine, Wednesday adds as she abruptly stands up with an angry glare, having not taken her shovel to the head and imprisonment so well. The two jerk their heads towards her as she goes to grab the knife, only to be abruptly stopped by a magical force. She looks up and sees Joseph's staff glowing, casting some kind of telekinetic spell on her, though much more powerful than Rowan's ever was. Goody Addams, he haunt me still. Joseph mistakes the girl for her ancestor that she is admittedly an exact mirror to. Wednesday has never seen such an item that can channel an outcast's power. But she guesses that the pilgrim understood a very important lesson that helped him out. If he wanna beat them, join him, and then beat them. He will suffer the same fate he bequeathed me. He threatens before giving Addams her eternal reward, taking the knife out of his chest and impaling it in hers. Now burn in the eternal fires of heck. Crackstone hisses as he then twists the blade around, making sure it scratches every inch of her heart, where he belongs. He then exits the tomb with Thornhill gleefully following him. Sweet dreams, Wednesday, she kingly yells right before they leave Wednesday with the knife in her chest. The girl falls to the floor due to the loss of blood, groaning as she feels unable to breathe at a steady pace. Once the doors slam shut, she's surrounded by darkness. Raven Island. Meanwhile, finally, they've made it across to the island. And although they didn't have a GPS on either of them, Harry can safely say that it is an exaggeration if he said that took much longer than it did when he was rowing for the Po Cup weeks ago. Since there's no opponents that could end up scratching their boat, Thing hops back on Ree's shoulder and the two hastily make their way through the forest, hoping that Crackstone's crypt isn't that far. Now he also wishes argued with Xavier and went to go cap the flag. This is all my fault, Harry whispers to himself with a depressed shake of his head, though it's loud enough for Thing to hear, who asks him what he's talking about. Wednesday was right. I gave up on all of us because I wanted to take the easy way out. And now look where we are. He gestures around the place with the hand that's not holding his flashlight phone. I'm walking around in the woods in pajamas and a prisoner's sweater, in the dark. With his ugly palm, he complains, prompting the hand to slap him, offended. And he slaps him back. There's a small rustle, causing Harry to jerk his flashlight over to investigate. But he sees nothing from this angle. He continues walking with a loud sigh. My friends are dead because I wanted to play hero. I guess I thought it was a good idea at the time, he mentions with a shrug. But he knows that isn't a good excuse for chickening out when Wednesday needed him. Thing signs that he's here now, and they're gonna kick butt together once they free her, to which the teen chuckles. Yeah, he's right, he says with a grateful nod. He know what, Thing? He's not that bad. Thing scratches his palm, pretending to blush. They finally make it to the crypt. Oh, thank gosh. Harry lets out a sigh of relief, worried that it was going to take longer. However, as they're walking towards the doors, they swing open, prompting him and Thing to freeze. Crap, he hisses as the hand taps on his shoulder for them to hide, and he doesn't hesitate in listening. The two sprint towards the trees where the two of them instantly drop onto the dirt and leaves. There, T.H.E.Y. both watch as Thornhill exits the crypt with a scary-looking zombie dressed as a pilgrim taking the lead. Wait, is that Joseph Crackstone? He whispers to Thing, who shudders in response, shattering some teeth if he could. There's a brief moment where one of them accidentally scrapes against the grass, making a rustle noise that makes Thornhill freeze and abruptly turn towards them, causing them to duck. They lay as still as they can while shivering before she turns around and quickly goes to catch up with her favorite celebrity before it's too late. With the coast thankfully clear, Ari and Thing get up and jog towards and opens the doors, only to find the crypt incredibly dark. They look around, perplexed until they see the candles. He feels them for a second before instantly putting it away with a yelp. That's really hot, he comments, meaning that these things were literally put out 2 seconds ago at the very most. Thing taps on his shoulder frantically, causing Harry to glance and see him pointing somewhere. He follows it all the way to Wednesday bleeding against a pillar with a knife in her chest. Wednesday. Harry emotionally calls out her name, quickly running over and kneeling beside her. Wednesday. Wednesday. He does this multiple times as he squeezes her shoulders, shaking them a tiny bit until her eyes finally start to blink. Why, Harry? Wednesday murmurs upon seeing his face, her brows showing confusion until they show a mixture of anger and amusement. Wow, he was right. Fate really is cruel to have me hallucinate he during my last few minutes left. Wednesday, it's me, for real, Harry tells her as he squeezes her shoulder tighter, causing her to blink a bit before eventually realizing that she's not getting last-minute visions. Don't worry, I'm not gonna pull the knife out. We're gonna get he some help, he tells her as he tries using his long sleeve to wipe some of the blood off of her face. Wednesday tries to speak, but they come up as small whispers at best. And her eyes start getting heavy. No, don't close his eyes, please. The boy begs, but despite whatever struggle she has with her mind, the girl's eyelids eventually close, never to move again. Wednesday. Harry utters her name once more, but Wednesday doesn't wake back up, no matter how many times he tries shaking her shoulder. Crap, there has to be some way we can close this. He quavers as he looks back at Thing. Help me out here. He begs, and the also terrified hand is already trying to find something that can help her. Wednesday. He turns back to the girl, still not getting a response from her, causing her to pleadingly grab her face with both hands, causing some of the blood that's leaking from under her hair to get on his right one. Wednesday, stay with me, please. He cannot die. He's the smarter one, he's the more elegant one, he's better, remember. I'm the brute, I'm supposed to die, I'm supposed to be in his place right now. Wednesday can't reply, her face is leaning against the pillar, not Harry's hands. When he realizes that he's just spouting nonsense at this point, he presses a hand against his face in shame. Darn it, he whimpers, wishing that he could back in time right now. I did it again, I messed up again, why'd I always mess it up? He wishes he could just go be decision that led him to all of this. There's nothing he could have done. A third voice suddenly chimes in, causing Harry to stand up and snap his body around, seeing what can only be described as a ghost coming out of nowhere, in almost nothing but white and gold except for her face. This was always their plan. Goody Addams. Harry manages to recognize her, thanks to that painting in Pilgrim's World and the fact she looks exactly like Wednesday. Finger crawls his way over, causing the boy to glance at him. Are he seeing this? He asks him, to which the hand makes a weird gesture that likely means he looks pretty insane right now. There is no time. We must hurry. Goody brings back up, redirecting Harry's attention back to her. Wednesday's bleeding to death. She points out like she's the doctor in Doom, to which the boy smacks his lips. No crap, he says with a blank face. How am I able to see he right now? What a guide ripoff would call a trigger object. Goody simply answers, prompting Harry to glance down at his hands, which are literally covered with Wednesday's blood. Guess that makes sense. Listen, there is a way to heal Wednesday, her talisman that her mother gave it. It will allow one to pass through and heal her. She tells him the thing she wants to hear, with the only problem being that she's clearly building up a catch. But fate is often the ruthless definition of a fair trader. Reviving someone from the dead comes at a great cost. She warns him, just like how Joseph threatens everyone at Nevermore, but they can all guess how Thornhill feels about that price. Are he willing to give it? Harry processes all of this, and Goody's choice of words. He kneels back down and reaches over to touch Wednesday's face again, wishing he could go back on memory lane right now if they weren't running out of time. He turns his head around over his shoulder, and looks at the ghost with a nod. Anything. Goody accepts this answer with no visible reaction on her face. Take my hand. Hopefully it will make us divide the punishment in half. She instructs with her hand extended to her, although Harry raises a brow at the word she used. He think reviving my century-old children is a hobby of mine. Well, at least I can tell the two of ye are related. Harry remarks in response to her mouth, taking her hand that he's surprised to actually be able to feel. Goody guides them both onto Wednesday's chest. More specifically, where talisman is. She presses their palms against it. And eventually, Harry feels his vision zooming into the obsidian jewel ray. Question mark 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 question mark. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Man, Harry's head feels like it just went through an entire sewer drain after jumping into the toilet, but without the horrible smell and being smeared in everything that could make him unclean forever. He blinks rapidly as he finally comes to. He groans while stirring himself awake, his vision swimming a little while he forces himself up. When he looks down, he realizes that he's wearing his Nevermore uniform with the jacket again for some reason, not sure why he himself changed if he's practically a parasite invading. Wait a second, is this Wednesday's uniform? It's incredibly black, yet somehow brightly colored at the same time. But then, he eventually realizes that his hands are gray, and so is the rest of his skin. Hold on, is he in black and white? How is that possible? Looking up reveals what looks like the living room of a mansion, and that everything is in the same color spectrum as he is. Wow, even her mind is black and white. Laughter track. What the? Harry jumps at the sound of 100 people laughing at him. However, he sees no one in sight, and no hint that he's in some kind of movie set. Who's laughing? Where am I? And why is? Hey there. Harry half screams as he turns around to see Wednesday once again appearing out nowhere, which triggers another laugh track, somehow still able to catch him off guard despite him thinking that he got the clues in earlier. Except, This Wednesday is clearly much younger. His cold expression is still there, but she looks a little more friendly for someone who enjoys spiders in her piñata that crawl all over her rather than candy. Hello. Mom and Dad didn't mention any visitors. The young Wednesday points out with an observing look, not calling them mother and father like Harry expected. What are he doing here? He look younger than the other babysitters I scare off. Harry awkwardly realizes he has no idea what to say, especially when talking to some kind of mental image. Looking for. Actually, that doesn't matter. I need his help, young Wednesday states as she grabs Harry's hand demandingly, pulling him to follow her as they go through the mansion all the while. Why to some library that is big and packed with bookshelves? He's sleepy and needs a bedtime story. What would he suggest? It's either that one involving the mouse and a cookie, or autopsy report. She asks as she starts scrolling her finger through folders and books. What? Harry utters at the second part, before deciding to get himself unlost in this scenario. Wait, who needs a bedtime story? Nero. Silly, who else? Young Wednesday answers with a childish look that's judging him for not knowing that. We just finished going on our afternoon walk, and the poor guy is exhausted. But he know him, no sleep until he hears a story. She tells Harry with a bright smile on her face, liking it anyway. He's the best, isn't he? Yeah, sounds like it. Harry agreeingly comments with a bittersweet nod. Now he gets it. This is Wednesday before she lost her scorpion, before she became someone allergic to tears and emotion, just a scary little girl who was herself and enjoying the dark sides of childhood. Probably this one, he suggests as he grabs what he thinks is a book, only for it to be the cover of the most horrific crime scene photo he's ever seen. Oh my gosh, he's brilliant, young Wednesday exclaims as she excitedly takes it in contrast to the sensitive babysitter's reaction, obviously agreeing with his choice. This is his favorite aside from that mouse one. This always puts him to sleep. Good to know. Harry answers with a blank nod as young Wednesday strolls past him, prompting the boy to follow her down the hallway. So, where's everyone else? Oh, they get around often, and Lurch is away. Which is why he's here. Young Wednesday answers with such energy that Harry didn't believe to be possible in seeing on an Addams face. He must get along with people easily, He instantly knew what Nero liked. She comments with a grateful face. I love Nero. Who do he love the most? My uncle. Harry answers with a small chuckle, not sure whether to be happy or sad that this is the best interaction he's shared with someone in such a long time. This image has no idea of his reputation, and it shows. And, well, there's this girl. He also adds, not wanting to say her name for obvious reasons. Ooh, do he like her? Young Wednesday eagerly questions, having a much more positive response to the word like than current Wednesday ever did. That's interesting. The two eventually find themselves back in the living room, which they stop at so the girl can interrogate him for more information. He like each other, kind of like. Sort of. Harry half answers as he leans against the doorway, not really sure himself. We kissed once, he mentions, to which young Wednesday winces in disgust. But, I don't think I've really done a good job in showing how I feel about her. He expresses with a face of true guilt, knowing just how much he's messed up these past few days. And, I'm worried that I might be blowing it before I even started. Oh, well, there's a way to show her. Young Wednesday confidently states, getting the boy's attention. She sets the book down on a couch and stands in the wide area of the floor. I'm an inspiring writer. I want to make my own stories. One thing I learned is, show, don't tell. She shares with Ha if he doesn't know that. So, if he learn how to dance well, she'll think he's boss. Harry raises a brow. Boss. Neat. Groovy he know. Young Wednesday name drops, giving Harry a contagious look. He knows what she's talking about, but those words probably wouldn't be what come to mind. Wednesday's mind. Come on, try it. https://youtube.be/softcq2bfmhw. Harry jumps at the weird sound effects soon followed by the music playing from what appears to be the record spinner, even though it sounds like it's coming from everywhere. He watches young Wednesday, who is doing way too good at dancing for someone her age, or maybe he was right in thinking it was him that really sucked at it. When she occasionally glances at him, the same, "Come on, try it" look appears every time. Although not exactly sure if it will be any better, Harry chuckles at himself modes. TLY before eventually getting his arms and legs to move, doing his best to humor the girl. Although he's quite literally dancing like Dexter Morgan right now, young Wednesday's smile grows as he joins the stage, if you want to call it that. Eventually, it gets a little more comfortable for him, and Harry starts actually moving with a groove in his step, getting down, as one would call it. Finally, he doesn't care about how he looks. He just dances like he actually cares, which brightens his new friend's day. Once it's over, and the song's over, young Wednesday crosses her arms and stares at him as if she's a critic. Not bad, not bad. He got a lot better at the end there. She comments with a small hum, before smiling gratefully. He's pretty cool, he know that. I wish he were also the butler along with Lurch. Thank he. Harry quietly responds as he modestly plays with his jacket, though smiling almost as wide as she is. Then, he hears a loud creak and looks over to see a series of doors leading to, well, nothing from what he can see, but sounds of a cello play from the other side, which leads him to believe that it's the way forward. Well, looks like my time is up, he tells the girl before heading towards it. His work here is done. Bye, Harry, young Wednesday says with a happy wave, although Harry doesn't recall telling the girl his name. Probably some kind of mental image thing. I hope that girl thinks he's cool. She wishes for him, prompting the boy to give him a bright smile. Me too. He then marches forward and steps towards the doors, which eventually make him start feeling woozy again. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Question mark, question mark. Harry stumbles as he doesn't immediately pass out like before, but feels like he just traveled through dimensions on foot. He stumbles forward and falls to his knees where he's barely able to catch himself. Taking a few deep breaths, he looks around and finds what feels like a room that he would find in Skyrim, that old Apocrypha realm, to be exact. Except, the room isn't all green and the walls are covered with painting frames as well instead of just books. Some remind him of Xavier's paintings, but with more simplicity behind them, but the rest of %% are literally Polaroids taken from what looks like her memories. Whether it's traumatic ones, like the graphic image of Nero's run-over corpse, to something happy like, is that when he and Wednesday kissed? Wow, she actually has that in her house of memories. His ears catch onto that cello, still playing like it has when he first heard it. https://youtube.be/xnb-expoilg. I know they're different instruments, but I need an excuse to include this into the book, so let it be. Harry turns to the center of this room shaped like Crackstone's crypt, but with walls so high that the ceiling is unable to see, and much, much wider. To see Wednesday still playing the song, her eyes glued to the sheets even though one could suspect that she's been playing this on loop for who knows how long. Oh, and she's back to her original age by the way. He slowly walks over to her, not want to accidentally break her concentration, but needing to get her attention somehow. He circles around, calls out her name, before giving up on being considerate and just straight up clapping his hands in her face. But somehow, she gives no response. It's still, as if she doesn't want to be brought back. However, Harry knows how to prove it's him. He reaches over and softly touches her shoulder, which makes her almost stop, but keeps playing. Then, he leans very closely, whispering into her ear, "I love he." Then, she abruptly stops, slowly looking up towards him then down at the hand. Her face is completely blank, but she responds by putting hers on top of it, gently squeezing his fingers. Her eyes tell him everything. All of the memories coming on the wall coming back to her. The music then continues, but for a more comforting reason than for her. Last few minutes left. Wednesday meets Harry in eye contact, and nods at him. Then, everything goes into some kind of warp drive. And here's the new chapter. Next one will obviously get into the final battle, which everyone's probably be impatient for. I'll try to get it out as fast as possible with it being the weekend all, but that might still take a few days since I might want to publish the epilogue right along with it, so be warned. I'm sure. He guys know who's going to be fighting who at the end, which I'll be glad to bring to he. I hope he's all ready when everything comes to its impactful end. Anyway, Part 4, Raven's Island. Crackstone's Crypt. Harry and Wednesday both gasp awake. They're back in the real world, in the cold and dark crypt that belonged, to Joseph Crackstone. What probably felt like hours going by was mostly only minutes in real time. Since the blood dripping down the boy's palms still feel warm as they flow down his skin and skin into it. That was definitely not what he was expecting for a simple revival. The last thing I remember, I was stabbed, causing me to feel a mixture of rage, pity, and self-disgust. Is the first thing that Wednesday says once she realizes that she's not dead, but in fact, able to sit up as if she just had a simple nightmare. Then, she looks down at the knife that's fallen out of her chest. I never thought I would feel that way again. Yeah, well, I still didn't feel like letting he die today. Harry remarks with a tired sigh as he sits himself back up, feeling his body for anything different. But, looks like he's still in his sweater and pajamas with only an extra splotch of dirt on them. Hearing his voice makes Wednesday looks over at him with genuine shock. Harry L.N. Wednesday utters his name, to which the boy faces her and nods, confirming that it's him. She actually believed for a minute that he was just some hallucination her mind conjured up before her inevitable death. He came back. Yeah, I did, Harry confirms, to which Wednesday raises a brow. Why? Because. Harry simply responds with a shrug, only to earn a weird look from Wednesday. Because, I was, he stutters, playing with his sweater. Because, Thing told me. Thing, he awkwardly clears his throat. Because, he drops his head with a small sigh. He were right, and I was wrong. He finally admits. And I got he stabbed. Of course I was, Wednesday says with a big and proud smirk on her face, causing Harry to softly face palm. But the stabbing part can be blamed on my bad timing. I failed to predict Joseph's staff to carry telekinetic power. She mentions, causing the boy to blink at her. He has a staff with magical powers. Harry responds with surprise, before shaking his head in a slightly frustrated manner. Oh, he gotta be kidding me. He mutters with a heavy sigh. Just when he thought things couldn't get any more difficult, danger he posed to all outcasts is why I casted such a heavy curse on his soul. Goody's voice suddenly chimes in, causing Wednesday to look over and see her reappearing from the air like she always does. He learned how to tap into the world's elements and has mastered their destructive aspects. His friends will try to fight back, but nothing they do will be able to stop his wrath. No to say about it, Wednesday states as she tests to see if she can stand up all determined like, and she easily can. It's like she was never stabbed to begin with. The only one who gets to torture Nevermore is me. Harry raises a brow before turning to where she's looking at, putting two and two together fairly easily. Oh, now I can't see her. He questions out loud, throwing up a hand since he doesn't have time to think about the stupid rules behind it. A necro isn't as easy to kill as a human. But it isn't all too different either. Goody tells them, assuring that it won't require some ancient ritual like what it took to bring the evil pilgrim back to life. Joseph must be stabbed through his black heart. Then, nobody will be able to bring him back ever again. No need to worry, I've taught myself in the art of stabbing vengeful ghouls. Wednesday responds, to which Harry lets out a tiny scoff. Yeah, assuming we get to Nevermore in time. Harry remarks in a low moan, causing Wednesday to turn to him. Are he suggesting for us to go home where safety is while we still can? Wednesday questions him with a raised brow, to which Harry looks up at her before shaking his head. No, good, Wednesday says as she gives him an encouraging and somewhat grateful nod. It'll be a long time before we see each other again. Goody lets Wednesday know, since her knowledge can only extend so far as to what's relevant to her quest. Goodbye, Wednesday, she says before she slowly turns into wind and flies away. Back to her own world. It's time to go, Wednesday tells Harry, letting him know that her conversation with her ancestor is over. But then, Thing then reappears from the corner, rapidly crawling towards Wednesday. Thing, I was starting to worry that he finally took the chance to stab me in the back. She comments, to which the hand waves that idea off. Inky's grown too soft for he to do that. Harry humorously quips, to which the hand confirms that, having thought nothing else but to free the hide for the sake of Wednesday. I'm satisfied to hear that. Wednesday replies, glancing at Thing with a genuine softness in her eyes while the hand salutes her. Come, let's get a move on, she suggests. The boy nods as they stand up, ready to finally end all of this chaos. Thornhill likely thinks that after everything she did to get her, that her plan has finally been completed and can't be stopped. Too bad she's going to be proven wrong. Hey, Wednesday, Harry says her name really quick right before she's marched out of the door, prompting her to reluctantly turn around and face him. I'm really glad he's alive, he expresses wholeheartedly as he steps closer to her, their body inches away from each other. Wednesday may be new to this, but she can read his body language. He can kiss me after Crackstone and Thornhill drop dead. Whedon, Estee tells him with a look that tells him to slow his roll there. Harry emits a small sigh, but knows that he probably should have expected that response. Maybe I'll even allow to. Yes ma'am. Y accepts with a small chuckle at her added offer. Wednesday nods, encouraging them to leave, though not before giving into one selfish desire of hers, gripping his hand and giving it a tight squeeze before she marches out of the crypt. Thing signs to him that about timing before hopping into the Addams' hands as they leave. Time better not be one of their villains as well. Come on, we need to make it there as fast as possible. Wednesday tells him as she ends up taking the lead, which Harry doesn't argue about. There's no time to painstakingly go through the river on a 4-person canoe all over again. Running through the woods feels like a race with the commentary shouting in their ear as the anxiety of what will happen if they aren't fast enough. The blood moon overhead doing a pretty good job of inducing that into them. However, no more than a couple feet through the woods, the three of them are abruptly cut off by a figure stepping out from behind a tree in their way. The hide, that's been responsible for so many brutal murders. Laurel said he were dead. Tyler Galpin mentions as Harry protectively stands in front of Wednesday, glaring at the homicidal teen. I had a feeling she was wrong. I'm feeling a lot better now. Wednesday responds with her usual monotone sassiness, to which Tyler scoffs as if she told an unfunny joke. They wouldn't be surprised if he came up with one of his own in his head. With them being the punchline. Man, the two of he together look like the characters in some supernatural drama story. I shouldn't be surprised he got Prince Charming over here to come back. Tyler remarks as he takes a menacing step closer, prompting Harry to give him a gesture that he should stand back unless he wants to start a fight he'll regret. What did he do to her? Give her true love's kiss to bring her back. Worked for Beverly, didn't it? Harry quips with a shrug. They could go back and forth all day, but it's clear that this is eventually going to end in the way they all expect. Go. He orders his two friends with a serious tone, causing Wednesday to blink at him. What are we, Scooby-Doo? Wednesday sarcastically questions him, knowing what he's trying to do and judging it harshly. I'm not splitting up from he again. How romantic. Tyler mockingly chimes in. I'll be fine. Harry promises her, a weak one at that, but he knows who has to make it to Nevermore in order to save it. Look, if I end up getting heavily injured again, I'll buy he a bunch of live squirrels for experimenting, all right. He tells an obviously skeptic when SDAY who still doesn't approve of this plan. But, she doesn't have time to argue, so reluctantly, she and Thing bolt past Tyler who lets them go for now. He, like a cockroach. Tyler berates WITH absolute disdain for the enemy as he stares into his soul like it's a pack of fresh meat. Harry's not sure if he should take that as an insult, threat, or a compliment, probably best to stick with all three. A radiated one at that. That's the tamest degrading nickname anyone's ever told me. Harry informs the fellow teen as they then start circling around each other like a pack of lions ready to decide who is the strongest. I mean, after all, he's talking to the official woods creep. He'll have to do better than that. Lessons about insults, from an uncle's child. Tyler counters with a taunting shake of his head. Though Harry doesn't show a visible reaction from that. He should have stayed in his cell where he belonged. At least there, he didn't have to cling on to Wednesday to have a purpose. This is coming from a mama's boy, who had to get adopted by a new one to exist. Harry instantly shoots back, causing Tyler to clench a fist hard enough that his palms might bleed. Is that the lesson she taught he before she died? Kill everyone once he got the first excuse to do so. I'm gonna kill he. Tyler growls venomously, having been wanting to do that since the second he started having eyes for Wednesday too. Just like I killed Davina, he adds, making the two of them stop pacing. Davina. Harry whispers the name, his eyes widening in realization. That was he. What? He think he actually had the balls to do what needed to be done. His hide is completely nothing without a master. Tyler barks as he points at her, a small grin on his face as he reveals the true events of everything to him. And just so he know I gutted that wench like the fish she is. He tells him, obviously trying to get a strong reaction out of him. And it works flawlessly. Harry light. Rally rips off his shirt himself before he starts turning into the hide, groaning at the pain of his bones popping, influenced by his rage. Tyler watches with a proud face before he starts doing the same. Their clothes shedding themselves apart as they turn into their darker selves. Once they're fully transformed, the two roar at each other to declare combat. Harry charges first, but Tyler sees this coming and grabs his face before shoving him aside where he punches and scratch he can. The more experienced hide then grabs his opponent when he tries getting back up to lunge it up, and then slams him into a tree, impaling him on a branch. LN roars in pain as he desperately forces himself out, but the sadistic slasher increases his pain by slowly pulling him out of the sharp branch as slowly as possible. Seemingly in the mood to play with his food before devouring it. He then squeezes his opponent's shoulder before then tossing the wounded Harry onto the dirt, where he then hops on top and starts wailing onto him with his claws. He scratches, slashing, and tears into his skin as much as he can. While they're both in this form, prompting roars, screams of pain mixed with rage. The pinned hide tries to regain the advantage, but the swift savagery of Tyler makes it impossible for him to grab a hand or something. Tyler then grabs his neck in a tight squeeze, now going for his eyes. Bang, asterisk, bang, asterisk, bang, asterisk. Tyler screeches at the sudden gunshots as he finds himself getting hit by the bullets. He's forced to crawl off of Harry as he jerks his head at the person ruining his fun. His own father, Donovan Galpin, who slowly lowers his pistol when he looks into the monster's eyes and is still able to recognize them. His son, on the other hand, only sees him as meat and an annoying distraction to get rid of. But before he can try and kill the sheriff, Harry uses the brief distraction to kick Tyler off of him, sending his opponent a few inches away. He gets back on his massive fists, but stops himself from charges when he glances down at how his claws easily scoop up a patch of dirt by accident. This gives him an idea. As Tyler gets him, full of rage, he ignores Donovan who stands back while he lunges at Harry with murderous intent, only to get a face full of dirt and leaves that Harry tosses into his massive eyes, causing him to accidentally ram into a tree instead. The oath. Hide then roars and slashes at Galpin before uppercutting him, dealing some strong damage to his jaw. He then shoves him away so he can then scratch him a few more times, his vengeful motivation shining bright in the way he fights. But manages to cling to his brain as well. The more savage Hyde, however, does manage to grab one of Harry's claws to counter his attacks with a punch of his own, when he then tries to follow up with a lethal swipe at his neck, the other monster instead kicks him with his two lower paws, causing him to fly into a tree that he once again crashes into. Harry watches as Tyler quickly gets himself back up. The two roar loudly in each other's faces once again before charging at each other at the same time. While the two do manage to pierce each other's skin with their claws simultaneously. The impact sends them both falling onto their own separate broken tree spikes with a loud and fleshly thud. The two impale themselves on a separate one, causing them to screech in pain. They then focus on getting themselves out of it before they end up having nature be their resting place. Eventually they do, but by the time they're out, both of them have lost the energy to continue fighting. And slowly to transform back into their normie counterparts. Tyler harshly coughs out all of the dust he swallowed once he comes back to, his mind as fuzzy as after post-awakening as he looks around to get his bearings. By the time he remembers what happened, he spots an also exposed Harry who's already beat him to the punch. He grabs the killer by the neck and ets on top of him while he squeezes tightly. Harry roars like an animal in his face as if he never transformed back as he presses on his neck, not finishing until he hears a crack and a pop. Tyler tries to fight back against the vengeful man's hold, but his struggles do much against the LN's fury. His grip on his arms and gnawing at his face slowly starts getting weaker as the crushing palms get closer to the jugular. "Stop," a loud voice shouts. They glance over at Sheriff Galpin running over to him, frantically pointing his pistol towards the boy choking his son. "Let him go," he demands, although he doesn't seem like he has real intent to shoot, not a kid. Harry doesn't listen, though, and adds even more pressure onto Tyler's neck, prompting him to make gargling and gagging noises. "I said, let him go," Donovan enforces in a slightly intense voice, which makes Harry glance at him one more time, not seeing a simple cop on a job, but a man who is begging for him not to take the one thing he has left from him. "Please." Harry grinds his teeth as he looks back down at Tyler, the person who killed Xavier and Davina, all just to get to him. All it would take is one more squeeze and he would go down into the pits of heck with all the other serial killers who took lives for the pleasure of it. The other hide looks like he's even encouraging it, grinning a way that reminds the LN of what he took from him. But Harry finally lets go, causing Tyler to let out a wheezing gasp the second his lungs find air again. The other boy crawls himself away from the murderer, just in case he changes his mind. Which he was a strong mind to do. Why did he stop him? Tyler growls at his dad while he starts coughing again very roughly, his voice slightly raspy from the damage his voice box has temporarily taken. Donovan doesn't respond at first, just glances down in shame. "Why did you?" He's cut off by Harry, who bashes a rock against the back of his skull, knocking him out cold. He drops it once Tyler goes down, looking at his sleeping body while breathing heavily, signaling just how close he was from ending the killer's life. He looks over at Donovan, who stares back at him with such vulnerable eyes, looking like they just got hit with the darkest pits of reality. "I need some clothes." Nevermore, Quad, Bianca, Ajax, Enid, and Kent have all been getting everyone out of the school with the siren's song. They're sure the teachers will understand once they explain things and they find the aftermath of whatever's going down. Soon, however, one of the doors of Nevermore bursts open with a blast. And people are fleeing in terror when Joseph and Thornhill arrive to the scene. "I can't tell how I've longed for this moment," Thornhill gushes to Crackstone as they march into the quad, spreading fear amongst the student body with just the Pilgrim's presence alone. "The death of the outcasts, what it means to my family." "Silence, woman," Crackstone abruptly snaps, his terrifying voice easily shutting Thornhill. She freezes in place with the way he snaps his head at her. "Be gone, or I will cut thy tongue from thy wretched mouth," he barks at her, causing the girl to take step back with an understandably offended face. "Never meet his heroes," she quietly remarks to himself, wondering what she did to deserve that, but complies as she turns around to go handle other business. She trusts that Crackstone will still enact her vengeance all over the outcast threat. While running, Ajax and Bianca spot Joseph Crackstone from above the second-floor balcony, causing them to stop and look down as he seems to just be standing in the middle of the quad at first. "I will expunge ye abominations from this earth," the Pilgrim declares as he ignites magic his staff before slamming tip into the dirt, creating a wave of destruction. An explosion is created from the tips of the fountain, waking up even the birds. The raven's eyes open, it caws and flees away as the fountain of the quad bursts into flames, forcing Ajax and Bianca to duck as they almost get caught in the blast. The result being that the flame spreads as far as they can, ensnaring every exit possible, cutting off the people that failed to get out of the school in time. The lunch benches get caught in two, setting them on fire. Thankfully, though, Wednesday has managed to make it into the school in time. If there's anyone that wouldn't love to prove a now-dead psychic wrong, it would be her. As she sprints through the hallway, past everyone who's going in the opposite direction as her, she spots a sword on display on a dresser impaled Garrett Gates before he fell to his poison-induced death. Accepting the irony, she takes it as her weapon, hoping that her fencing skills will have a dramatic and satisfying payoff. She sprints as far as her feet can carry into the quad, where she correctly predicts the pilgrim to be enjoying his chaos. She arrives just in time to see him about to execute a couple of outcasts who have the misfortunate to bump into him. "Howdy, pilgrim," she quips, her voice making Crackstone turn around, and saving the two teens' lives as they back away. "How canst thy heart still beat?" Crackstone hisses at the girl with a look of shock, having known for a fact that he stabbed the girl right in the heart. "What demon sorcery is this? Get away from her, he ugly Nazi." Another voice yells, and Wednesday turns around to see Harry running into the quad with a dirty set of new clothes and a bow he grabbed from archery club on his way here, apparently having found a way inside. The man angrily lines up an actual sharp arrow and shoots it towards Crackstone. However, the wannabe wizard simply uses his staff to catch it in midair before flipping it around, pointing the trajectory towards him instead. Right as he sends it towards him though, Wednesday jumps in front it and catches the arrow instead, falling to the ground with a sharp gasp of pain. "No," Harry exclaims before running towards her, worried that he accidentally got her killed. However, as he kneels down to check on her, he sees that it only pierced her shoulder. Why the heck did he do that? Returning the favor, Wednesday simply responds before wincing a bit at the pain the sharp arrow is inflicting. "I'm fine, get them out of here," she orders as she nods towards kids who are running into dead ends like headless chickens. Harry hesitates, though, looking at her like she's the crazy one. "I thought he didn't want to split up. He had his glory, let me have mine." Wednesday delivers her personal version of a humorous remark. "Remember the sketch, I'm the one that has to fight him. He need to get yourself out of his sights if he's gonna use those arrows of yours." She reminds him as Harry glances at Crackstone who cranks his neck, looking ready to kill. "Go." Harry swallows as he looks towards the kids, before his eye then falls onto the balcony as well. "Okay." He gives in, her fingers brushing against Wednesday's cheek before he stands up. "He just gave me an idea, keep him distracted and we'll give he a window to stab his heart." He advises before running off to help the helpless teens get to safety. Wednesday asks him, but Harry has already taken off. Mentally sighing, she then gets the arrow out of her shoulder with a sharp fleshly crack, throwing it to the ground before standing up to face her enemy. The two stare each other down, with Wednesday glaring into Crackstone's growing smirk, no doubt thinking that she has no chance of getting her newfound payback. With one had to guess, this would likely be the moment that was sketched by Rowan's mother. As the two march towards each other, she swings her sword at the pilgrim who blocks it with his hard staff. Then, he responds with a similar attack, but Addams ducks under the easily spotted move. Crackstone takes a step forward in an attempt to overwhelm the girl, but Wednesday backflips away, kicking the pilgrim's face at the same time. After his hat rolls over the ground, Crackstone angrily brings his staff down on Wednesday who manages to sidestep before it hits the stone, creating a small spark. She parries with a swipe at the pilgrim, but he blocks the attack, as well as the rest of the combo she delivers his way. Then, with an angry roar, swings his weapon, right as she swings hers. Hard enough that it shatters her blade on impact. Wednesday gasps as the blade's pieces clatter all over the dirt, right before Crackstone then sends her back with his staff's magic, pinning her onto a burning table, the telekinetic energy making distorted growls that scratch at the girl's eardrums. The pilgrim can't help but laugh menacingly as he steps forward until he presses it against her torso, knocking the wind out of her lungs. "I will send he back to heck." Crackstone darkly threatens Wednesday as he presses his staff further against her chest, the glow of the tip turning into a bright shade of red, which usually means bad in most cases. However, he's stopped by a sword going through his dead lung, causing him to scream in pain as he looks down at the blade pulling itself out, before turning around to see a siren, Bianca Barkley, standing behind him with a saber of her own. Furious about the interruption, he backhands her head, sending her flying a few feet away. Wednesday spots the handle of her sword that still has a sharp edge to it, and grabs it to stab the pilgrim, only for him to grab her dominant hand, right before he can. He twists her wrist, causing Wednesday to hiss as she tries to redirect it back to his chest's center point. Bianca stands up and charges to swing her sword at Crackstone, but he manages to block it with his staff. The three are now engaged in a deadlock with the outcome being out of their deaths. However, Harry runs up to the second-floor balcony, having returned from helping his fellow teenagers escape. Through the lesser-known passage he found, he sees the clash between the three individuals, and acts fast before he loses his golden shot. He pulls out a second arrow, gets into the correct stance, and points it directly at Crackstone. Making sure he pulls the string as far as possible before, as his best friend used to say, letting it fly. All time seems to slow down as the arrow sprints towards the pilgrim. The target not exactly sure. Eventually, though, it lands, right on his shoulder. Crackstone roars in pain, the sudden tip making him stagger a bit, which causes him to break his hold in the clash. With the target literally right in front of her, Wednesday stabs the sword now dagger into his heart. As Harry runs back down to the first story, Wednesday twists and turns, and scrapes as much of Crackstone's heart as possible, giving it the same treatment he gave hers. After she eventually pulls it out, everyone watches as the hole in the evil pilgrim's torso begins to incinerate itself, growing and growing until it turns the rest of his body into ashes. His mouth spews out a similar black smoke until he finally bursts in a big but non-lethal fiery explosion. The only thing that's left of him is his ring, which lands on the grass with a soft thud. Wednesday, Bianca, Harry calls out to them as he runs towards them, looking around in the quad that's now completely dark, the F. Iris having disappeared along with Crackstone. Harry, Wednesday quietly says his name back, seeing how calming it feels to say it, now that nothing is trying to kill them anymore. The boy walks up to her, a big smile growing on his face even though he has to breath heavily. That was really awesome. Harry can't help but comment as he looks at Wednesday. Her face still has some of her dry blood on it, and her uniform is a dirty mess, but still, she looks incredibly hot in it, at least for him. Heck, what am I saying? He's awesome. Careful, flattery will get he nowhere. Wednesday playfully warns him, doing something the same thing as him while the two are staring at each other. His clothes were clearly grabbed from some random squatter or something, but knowing that it's because he just got back from kicking Tyler down a notch gives it an alluring spark. Geez, he too, get a room before he start having a victory makeout session. Bianca chimes in before they potentially start doing so, seemingly cringing even though there's clearly an amused smirk creeping up her lips. The two of them glance at her until Harry chuckles. He's right, we should make sure everyone got out now that the fire's gone. Harry brings up as he points towards the doorway behind him. They're definitely gonna cry the second they see us. Bang, asterisk, bang, asterisk, bang, asterisk. Harry gasps and suddenly grips on Wednesday's shoulders, alongside Bianca upon hearing the gunshots. The Addams and LN stare into each other's eyes, their expression slowly changing like a poison seeping into a liquid, until the boy eventually collapses. He falls on his knees, wheezing and coughing hard as he feels his chest, which he realizes has been riddled with bullet holes. He slowly looks up at Wednesday who's too frozen in time, unable to process what's happening in record time. Soon, Harry is failing to breath, grabbing at his neck while pleading for air to come back. But it never does. He stops moving right as his face hits the grass. Harry, Wednesday finally utters out a word, kneeling down to Harry's side and flipping him around. However, it's like his body has suddenly shut down, just like Weems's did. I can't believe he made me do that. A third-party voice chimes in with a disappointed voice, causing Wednesday to stand up and slowly turn her head towards the person holding the gun filled with green nightshade-coated bullets, Laurel Gates. AKA, Thornhill. He know how much I planned for him. He was going to be my Chax. My special hide. Now, she looks at the body as if it's just roadkill she accidentally stepped on. Nothing. I'm gonna kill he. Wednesday whispers under breath, her blood boiling to increasing levels towards the woman who just shot her man. However, Thornhill just snickers at her, knowing that she's the one who brought a gun to a sword fight. Whoa, hey now. Thornhill raises a finger and wags it at her, smirking hard. Still, she's accepting the defeat she's been spoon-fed despite her best efforts at making that a reality. That's supposed to be my line. She concludes with a sanguine expression on her face, pointing at the gun right between her eyes. However, She gets distracted when a bee flies into her field of V-zone, and lands itself on her barrel. Then, another flies in from her right, and stings her. She yelps in pain as she swats it away, but then another one comes and stings her again. And then another, and then another, and then another, and then another. The process repeats until the entire hive buzzes towards her and attacks her with their stingers. Defending the person that's been taking care of them this entire school year. Laurel shoots into the air as if it will do something, but her clip obviously isn't big enough for the swarm that consumes her. Wednesday and Bianca, perplexed, look around until they see Eugene stepping into the quad with his hand out, commanding the bees with his special powers. Yeah, that's what he get for messing with Nevermore. He quips with a huge grin as his friends go to town on her, stinging her until she's completely out. Which, he curses her before sharing a look with Wednesday, who stares at him, surprised. But ultimately glad that he came over. Hummers stick together, right? Wednesday nods, before staring down at Thornhill, who's now covered in bees and extremely weak after the punishment she's just received. I'll take it from here, she says with a dark tone, the darkest they've ever been. Maybe we should call the sheriff, Eugene shakingly suggests, knowing what Wednesday is probably thinking. Turn around, Eugene, Wednesday advises, going to do it regardless of what anyone says. He does so, but this time, Bianca stays around to watch as she steps towards the whim. Purring Thornhill, who is trying to reach for her gun, but the swarm keeps her down. She looks up, right as Wednesday brings her boot down on her neck. Thornhill gags as she pulls on it, still wanting to survive another day. However, the girl doesn't grant her that wish, and with a small twist, the woman's neck snaps, causing her to let go and fully sink into the earth, dead. But, sadly, she doesn't get to enjoy the small bit of sadism she feels. Harry, Wednesday exclaims as she quickly rushes back towards him, causing Eugene to make his bees retreat as he and Bianca kneel down next to the fatally wounded teen with her. Harry hasn't moved a muscle since she flipped him around, his eyes still closed as they check on him. Oh, no, did she shoot him? Eugene asks the obvious, extremely worried, as he looks down at all the bullet holes. He's fine, he said he'd be fine. Wednesday responds somewhat snappishly, but only because she's finding some sliver of hope to cling onto. Harry, she yells out his name as if demanding him to wake up lest he suffers severe consequences. But he doesn't say anything, until Harry suddenly lets out rapid coughs, causing everyone to gasp. Wednesday puts a hand under his head as it slightly lifts up, the other on his chest. He blinks, looking around at the three of them until his eyes land on a certain girl. Wednesday, he says the name in a weak, quiet voice. As that, yes, it's me, Wednesday confirms in some kind of matter-of-fact voice that betrays her desperate expression. The hand on her chest then reaches towards his hand, giving it a tight squeeze. Listen, it's not the end of the world, the department's likely sent help this way, he just need to hold out for a little bit longer until we can get he to an ambulance. She instructs him like some kind of teacher speaking to a struggling student. However, Harry just chuckles pathetically in response. He's so awesome. He repeats his earlier statement, before abruptly spitting out his own infected saliva all over himself, foam covering his mouth. Then, closing his eyes, his head falling backwards against Wednesday's hand a few seconds later. Harry, Wednesday whispers his name, not liking the way pleading squeezing his hand once again, but this time, he doesn't squeeze back. Harry, she yells it much louder this time, but still nothing. Bianca checks his pulse, trying to see if there's anything still living him. But she doesn't get anything. She shares eye contact with Addams, hesitating a bit before regretfully shaking her head. Eugene covers his mouth in horror as he and the rest of them processes what this means. Wednesday's head lowers, her soul is dead. Anything else? Bianca sighs, more than disappointed. The ravens above caw as they fly overhead, and the blood moon, slowly fading back to white, is covered by the dark clouds. There's this movie I watched once, don't laugh, Twilight. The kind of thing he only admit to say, under duress or in the middle of a painfully slow night. The girl in it, Bella Swan, starts with this line about how she never thought much about dying, but if she had, it wouldn't have been for something so noble. It's cheesy, sure, but sometimes, I catch myself thinking about that line. Not because I'm like her. I'm not staring into the eyes of eternal love or whatever that was supposed to be. But dying, that part sticks with he. It's not the kind of thing most people plan for, but me. I think about it more often than I should. Not in the poetic, tragic way Bella does, either. More like, when it happens, will it matter? Will I matter? That's the thing, though, isn't it? Dying for someone, dying because of someone, it's all the same in the end. But if I had to choose, I'd want it to mean something. To be something more than just another body left behind. Maybe that's why her line never felt cheesy to me. Maybe it was a warning. Or maybe it was just a movie. Either way, I can't stop thinking about it. See the epilogue for my final author's note. Epilogue. Nevermore. Hallway. Wednesday feels an actual chill going down her spine as she looks down at her dress. Whatever angelic entity of good and happiness influenced her to go through with this deserves her fist. At least, that's what she keeps telling herself to make her feel like she's still the real her, even though somewhere deep inside, she's glad that this ended up happening anyway. Thing did say, after all, that she deserves a happy day, after all, but it better be worth her ego's troubles. She walks down the steps with her new dress from Uriah's heap on, seeing Harry idly staring at all of the display stuff on the other side. He eventually turns around upon spotting her reflection, to see her in her and high's eyes indicate that he is immediately blown away. Well, I didn't think he'd actually get that dress. He silently exclaims as he looks her up and down. He look unrecognizable, ridiculous. A classic example of female objectification for the male gaze. Wednesday almost immediately puts words in his mouth, to which Harry lets out a nervous chuckle, taking a few moments before giving his actual critique. All that, with an extra side of Greek's most dangerous goddess. Harry adds onto her attempt at self-degrading with a cherry on top, making Wednesday shift a little bit as she feels her heart beat a little bit faster. Seriously, Wednesday, I love it. He tells her, just to let her know that he isn't just saying that for sake of being a nice date. He offers his arm with an expecting look, and after a few seconds, she takes it in a way makes one think she's actually excited to be here. The two of them walk until they eventually pass through the misty entrance of the Raven Air eyes being hit with the flashy winter aesthetic. Harry eyes his white suit, fixing it up a bit to make sure he's looking good next to his date. The second all eyes fall onto them. His grip is getting a little tight. He warns her with a whisper, which only makes Wednesday squeeze it more. I know, Wednesday confidentially replies, giving her a blank look that makes him just nod and accept it without laughing in her face. Harry accepts it a little bit, wishing he could brush his fingers against her arm if the angle was right. Holy crap, look who busted out of her cocoon. A nearby voice chimes in, causing them both to stop and turn to see Xavier Thorpe walking over to them with Bianca right next to her in her flashy scale dress. The second they see each other, Wednesday and the siren engage in a tense stare down while the boys are completely oblivious. Wednesday, Harry tried to convince me he would stand him up. Dude, come on, Harry mutters as he begs him not to look and butt right in front of her, and I like proving ignorant boys like he wrong. Wednesday boasts with no visible reaction to Xavier's comment, which the psychic nods to respectfully, more than happy to hear that in a big brother kind of way. And for the record, his dress looks better than yours. Ouch, Xavier says with a small chuckle, clearly not as offended as Bianca is, if at all. Then, a loud and almost deafening feedback attacks their ears. Yo, who's ready for a slow-mo? Get on the dance floor so we can start the real dance I know some of you are waiting for. The DJ, MC Bloodsuckers, announces to everyone. Getting some more students rushing to the dance floor. Harry turns to Wednesday with a raised brow, wondering if she's down. Thankfully for him, Wednesday nods and takes his hand, allowing him to get them a spot right in the center of everyone, with her Uriah Heep's dress taking the spotlight in comparison to everyone. During which, he glances at the other nightshades from across the room. Most of them giving him looks or gestures of encouragement, including Davina and Xavier. Once they're at that perfect note, Wednesday lets Harry wrap his hands around as she feels herself oddly into this slow dance. Maybe it's the torture of it all. Diving into this vat of acid with a boy who likes testing her shell gets her aroused in a certain way. She moves her hips along with him, feeling a little disappointed when the slow dance eventually ends, until the next song, more fast-paced, kicks in right after. https:// There, Wednesday really lets herself shine. Without a care in the world about what anyone thinks. Her bizarre and crazy dance moves make Harry's face bright up, and he too, eventually starts getting into his own unique rhythm. Heck, even Kent is going all out, doing the worm on a misty dance floor in front of everyone. At one point, though, Harry abruptly stops dancing, looking straight at Wednesday with a mischievous smirk on his face. This makes Wednesday cease her movements as well. What is it? She asks him, perplexed by his strange action. This only makes the boy's lips creep up higher as he steps closer until their chests are inches apart. I may or may not have convinced the boys who made our visits to Jericho heck to give us a little surprise. Harry suggestively answers, knowing it will be something that'll make them think it's doing something. When in reality, it's going to bright her day. Wednesday squints until she feels something liquid splash against her face. She looks down as one then gets her hand, allowing her to see what it is. Crimson red liquid. She looks at Harry in realization. Soon, the sprinklers fully open up, causing them to unleash an entire farm's worth of fake blood all over everyone. Everyone at the Raven except the bullies seem to think it's real though, causing the girls to eventually scream before everyone else soon follows in freaking out. Wednesday stares at Harry as if hypnotized, before giving him a grin. A real grin filled with genuine happiness. She decides to test his practical effects, and gives it a little taste, moaning when her taste buds get hit with actual pig's blood. I must have actually infected his mind somewhere. She playfully quips with a loving smirk, to which the boy chuckles. And I'm glad he did. Deciding to give it a chance, Harry hesitates a second, but slowly leans in. Wednesday seems to freeze up a second when she realizes what he's doing, but with such happiness glowing inside her, she wasn't a second before recuperating his feelings. Grabbing his face and kissing him passionately, Harry responds by wrapping his arms around her hips and kisses back, matching her energy. While everyone else is running away, sleeping on fake blood and falling on tables to get away from the horrifying prank, the two of them are shamelessly making out in the center of it all. Life couldn't get any better. But then, Wednesday. Hey, Wednesday. Bianca's voice yells through her ear, her fingers snapping in her face. He okay? The siren asks her with a concerned face, bringing Wednesday out of her daydream. She looks around in the real world she's living in. The morning sky, the actual trees, and as she glances at the other teen, she remembers where she is. Jericho. Cemetery. Of course, I'm not. Wednesday tells her bluntly, knowing that there's no use trying to come up with a pathetic lie. How could she be? She stares down at the gravestone that has Harry L.N. engraved in big and bold letters, practically. Screaming at her that she should have taken him to the Raven instead of Tyler. She should have never pressed him when he caught her in Xavier's art studio. Even better, she should have never gone there at all. There's so many things she should have done, and now she can never make up for them. I'm sorry about what happened to him. Bianca expresses to Wednesday as she joins her in staring down at Harry's grave. Feeling extreme sympathy because there's no way she can understand how the Addams feels right now. I wish there was a way we could bring him back. It'd be foolish. Wednesday notes, knowing, gee, that it's because of her that it happened in the first place. Fate is a ruthless traitor. If she didn't die, Harry would have had to trade his lifespan for her, and he would be alive right now. Everyone would have gotten their happy ending now that Xavier, Noble, Davina, Rowan, and everyone else was avenged, but instead, here they are now, lamenting about what they lost. Fair point. Hey, guys. Ajax chimes in as they both look over to see him and Enid approaching them from the grave they just visited, looking more awkward than ever thanks to the cold, harsh reality that has punched them in the face. No. The funeral ended 10 minutes ago. Not right now, moron. Bianca scolds the Gorgon with a look, reminding him that Wednesday is standing right next to them. I hate to admit, but I think I'm gonna miss Principal Weems as well. Enid also adds as she glances over at the woman's gravestone one more time, feeling a weird sorrow. She was kind of a pain, Bianca admits with a sheepish shrug. But she was tough, Wednesday also asserts, much to the others' slightly surprise. And she died for the one thing she truly loved, this school. For that, I have immense respect, she says without a shed of bitterness hidden in her voice, to which they all agreeingly nod. She was one of us. What? Since we're all going down self-guilt lane, Ajax brings up as he seems to remember something. Everyone turns to him as he reaches into his jacket's pockets until he finds the thing he was looking for, a phone with a pitch-black casing that he pulls out and hands to Wednesday. Xavier wrapped it. I guess he was gonna give it to he for his birthday gift before, Despite herself, Wednesday takes it, giving it a scan with her eyes like it's some sort of Xeno device. I'll consider using it, she lets Ajax know, who nods with a bittersweet smile. I'm sure he'll appreciate that, as well as Harry. Speaking of which, with classes cancelled for the rest of the semester, I think all of us should hang out at my place in San Francisco in their honor. Enid suggests with an attempt at a smile, wanting to offer some ways for all of them to RT going through this eternal process together, still using her bright personality to try and find a way to help. I can pretty much guarantee fog and drizzle every day. Oh, me and my guys have a special stoner spot there. Ajax also chimes in with an excited grin. We should definitely hit it up, it goes really well with the bad thoughts. Sounds tempting, Wednesday remarks, though she might actually mean it. The four of them all share smiles and laughs, celebrating life for the sake of the fallen before they start heading to their respective parents' cars, all except for Wednesday, who says that she's going to stick around in this town for a little bit longer. I love he too, Wednesday tells Harry before she turns away from the dirt he's buried under. She glances at her shoulder once she feels thing crawling onto it. Nodding with his wrist, there's a place she has to visit one more time before she leaves. Jericho. Sheriff's Station. Tyler Galpin is now the one that's sitting in the cells of the station. Chained up like a rabid animal, he sits down on the floor, playing with the chain that's connected to his chest, staring down like a speck dirt on it owes him money. There's nothing else he can live for anymore. So why should he try messing with it? Why should he try getting out? His thoughts are interrupted when the light starts flickering, causing him to look with curios. As the pace increases until they eventually turn off for good, soon replaced by a dark, menacing cred lighting. Someone's knocked out the power. Then, he hears his cell opening, and turns to CW. Edna's day and thing standing in front of it with that signature blank expression. He slowly stands up, wondering what could have prompted such a visit, right before the hand then swiftly lunges forward and grabs the Hyde's neck, pinning him to the wall. I thought that nobody could ever outsmart me, unless they were Nikola Tesla. Wednesday begins as Tyler gags a bit, but doesn't struggle under Thing's grip, not finding any point to it. Have given me a valuable lesson, but if he were hoping he gave me trust issues starting now, he's wrong. So, what now? Tyler queries her as Thing only loosens his grip a slight bit. Letting him talk without choking on his own spit. He's gonna kill me. Like he killed Thornhill. He assumes. It's what he would do, what he tried to have Harry do until his idiot father messed everything up, and gave him more time in this unique form of heck. That's a rather tempting offer. Wednesday comments, lifting her chin up. But why would I give he what he want? He's dead, isn't he? Tyler abruptly deduces, seeing it all over Wednesday's face, her eyes showing that he's right on the money when they react in a depressed manner. He's so pathetic, he know that. He were so easy to trick. And he gave us the perfect window to not only lock him up, but kill him as well. That's not going to work on me either. And now, he unleashed him. Tyler continues in spite of Wednesday's claim, spouting his nonsense whether she wants to hear it or not. Thornhill always liked to talk about him. Under the dirt, under the bedrock, under the very ground we walk on. He's been waiting for this moment for a long, long time. He mummers, now sounding like a complete madman in front of the girl, which is saying something. And it's all because he let Harry die. Wednesday creates a fist as a knife then slides under her sleeve. Tyler looks excited once he sees the blade, closing his eyes right as she grabs the blade tip to throw it. But nothing happens. As the backup generator finally comes up, Tyler opens his eyes in confusion. Wednesday has vanished once again. He looks down at himself, but doesn't feel any pain or find any stab wounds on him. He looks over to see that the knife has been impaled into the concrete wall, shocking even him. Wednesday must have really put everything in that throw. https:// However, that also means the cell doors are closing. And Tyler turns around with an angry expression. The bell cannot be unrung. He furiously yells into the air as tries to grab at the bars, only to be pulled back. He's angry. He's found us and he's coming. He cries out, getting himself pulled down until he hits his head, where he sinks into the dirty floor. Ding, 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 ding. He cackles, shedding tears as he keeps repeating himself. Ding, 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 ding. Meanwhile, back at Nevermore, the painting of that mysterious figure Thornhill identified as Revrax stands in the center of the secret library as ever. But something changes. The eyes that were once hidden in darkness underneath the hood. They open, glowing red. ... Once she's back home, Wednesday finishes her novel thanks to Harry's typewriter. Viper's first special mystery. The end. Wow, can't believe I actually made it here. I've never completed a fanfic based on a TV show. Even though I keep coming back to them. I keep losing motivation and then go do a movie fanfic that I eventually complete. I think it's safe to say that without he guys, and the small bit of fame that Wednesday has on Wattpad, I would never be writing this epilogue. Thank you to everyone who stood by from beginning to end, whether he were here since the prologue, or started reading once I published episode 4, or who just found this book after it was completed and is finding themselves binge reading the entire story. Seriously, he guys are the best. Anyway, please vote and comment, and thank you for reading.